The most painful thing in life is when you, having achieved nothing, look back on the chances you missed. This feeling is like being cut by a knife, making you desperately wish for a second chance at life. 9 suns hang in the vast sky. Among the bustling crowds, my girl is nowhere to be found. I have no money. I have no shame. I just need a little bit of her tenderness. Zhang Chu woke from his sleep, his head still groggy. From the computer beside him, an old song by Lao Wu from a very long time ago drifted out. Beside him, a guy was intently clicking his mouse, directing a warrior on the screen to fiercely slash at a Taoist priest accompanied by a dog. He was completely focused, his expression excited, as if the entire world had shrunk to that sword-swinging warrior. This was an old game, once wildly popular across the nation. All-nighters at internet cafes, gathering friends to form teams and attack Shabak. Running around with pet dogs, wearing protective eggs, grinding monsters, and setting fires, leaving countless memories of passionate youth. Because it was a classic, someone later even adapted it into a web-based game. One hit, 9,999 damage. Start with just a blade, get all gear by dropping monsters. Became ubiquitous advertisements. Ring, ring, ring. The phone beside him suddenly rang. Zhang Chu shook his slightly dazed head and picked up the receiver, trying to keep the sleepiness out of his voice. Hello, how's business at our shop these days? A young man's voice came from the other end, sounding very familiar, yet Zhang Chu couldn't quite place it. He knew the voices of everyone at his company and could usually recall their names. Hello, 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 it's Dong. You don't even recognize my voice anymore? The voice on the other end, realizing there was no response, assumed the person hadn't recognized him and directly revealed his identity. Dong, sorry, I don't know any Dong. Can't you guys come up with some fresher tricks for scamming money? Are you going to make me guess which Dong you are next? Zhang Chu slammed the phone down, then shook his head. He'd received plenty of calls like this before, but mostly on mobiles before real name registration became mandatory. Landlines were rarely targeted. Damn it, these phone scammers are getting too brazen these days, even calling the company line to scam. Do they really think everyone's an idiot? Zhang Chu grumbled. These people were truly everywhere. It seemed real name registration wasn't thorough enough yet. Wait, Zhang Chu suddenly snapped to full alertness. He realized something was off about his surroundings. This wasn't his office. His office was for him alone, and you couldn't listen to music or play games at work in his company. Where is he? Thinking this, Zhang Chu abruptly looked around. He had no time to ponder existential questions like who am I, or where did I come from? Around him were several glass display cases and a few tables. They were piled not with old computer hardware, but with boxes of computer parts. Everything looked strangely familiar. Then, the logo of Entanglements Computers on the back wall of the desk caught Zhang Chu's eye. Seeing this, some distant memories surfaced. This resembled the first computer shop he'd worked at when he first arrived in Dongguan. That place was also called Entanglements Computers, a small shop with just the boss and Zhang Chu doing computer assembly and repairs. The boss was often absent. Dong, Zhang Chu suddenly remembered. That was the shop owner, Li Dong. He just hung up on his own boss, mistaking him for a scammer. Zhang Chu, you're really something. Failed your interview. Now you're even yelling at your boss? The guy playing the game, seemingly startled by Zhang Chu's actions, finally reacted, momentarily forgetting about his warrior character. Su Liang, a younger version of Su Liang. Zhang Chu immediately recognized the name his classmate and fellow villager. Zhang Chu hadn't even had time to respond. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang again. Zhang Chu guessed it was Li Dong calling back. That guy must be furious now, having his call hung up by his apprentice. Zhang Chu could imagine what the other man was like, but he truly hadn't recognized him just now. How had he gone from napping in his office to being in Dongguan in 2002? How should he handle the guy on the other end? After a brief hesitation, Zhang Chu formulated a rough plan and picked up the phone. I told you, are you annoying or what? If you got caught soliciting a prostitute, calling me won't help. I don't have money to bail you out. Young man, stop doing shady stuff and scamming people with phone calls. It's not funny. The voice on the other end had been about to speak, but didn't expect Zhang Chu to yell at him again, reducing his originally loud voice to a mere Li Dong was slightly older than Zhang Chu. He wasn't particularly domineering, usually quite polite, but he liked to quietly scheme. After Zhang Chu hung up, he was utterly confused. Zhang Chu, it's Li Dong, your boss. What's going on over there? Li Dong quickly spoke up, hoping to prevent another hang-up. He hadn't been at the shop for a few days, and now his apprentice didn't even recognize him. You're the boss. How come your voice changed so much? Where are you now? What's your cell number? Zhang Chu pretended to hesitate slightly, then fired off a barrage of questions, leaving the other guy completely flustered and powerless. Zhang Chu seized the opportunity to thoroughly mess with Li Dong, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. This guy had screwed him over in his previous life, and he'd always regretted not standing up to him. Now, he finally had his chance. At this point, Zhang Chu roughly understood his situation. He'd woken up reborn. It seemed he'd encountered something extraordinary. The most painful thing in life is when you, having achieved nothing, look back on the chances you missed. This feeling is like being cut by a knife, making you desperately wish for a second chance at life. Unfortunately, life isn't a novel. Not everyone gets a second chance. They say people who dwell on the past are those who aren't doing well. Zhang Chu in his previous life had indeed lived an unremarkable life. Desiring the unattainable, life was full of helplessness. Until rebirth, he couldn't afford a house, never had a girlfriend, couldn't support his family. In short, he was a failure who had drifted through society for years, achieving nothing. It wasn't that he hadn't tried hard. Zhang Chu had actually worked very hard. He'd changed jobs, in times, upgraded his education from unfinished high school to night school, earning an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, and taking English classes. But he always lacked a bit of luck. No matter how many jobs he changed, he never landed a decent, high-paying one. In the end, he was stuck as a network administrator at a company, living on a modest salary, neither good nor bad, always just short of affording a house or car. By the time he realized time was a thief, it had already stolen all his choices, leaving him to just keep drifting. Then one afternoon, after a nap, he woke up in Dongguan in 2002. No lightning strike, no heroic rescue, an accident, nothing magical happened. He simply slept and was reborn. Ah Chu, are you all right over there? How's the shop doing? After being messed with by Zhang Chu, Li Dong was out of sorts. He thought Zhang Chu might have been scammed, explaining his reaction, and reluctantly started talking about the shop. Li Dong first asked about the shop's condition, then quickly changed the subject, discussing with Zhang Chu his plan to transfer the shop. He didn't want it anymore. I'm preparing to partner with someone to open a supermarket in Xiangshan. The location's already secured. I can't manage Dongguan anymore, so I'm planning to transfer it. Interested? Li Dong had asked this in his previous life too. But back then, Zhang Chu had no money. The guy had demanded a 6,000 yuan transfer fee, scaring Zhang Chu off. With only 50 yuan in his pocket, Zhang Chu had to leave and find another job. This small opportunity had come very early in his previous life, catching him completely off guard. If given the chance to choose again, he would definitely try to take over the shop, setting himself on an unpredictable life path. He was sick of the previous cycle of job hunting, job changing, and ultimately still living that mediocre, unfulfilling employee life. He didn't want to repeat that path. In fact, the shop wasn't worth that much money. It only contained some used computer parts, a few tables and cabinets, and the most valuable item was the used computer Su Liang was currently playing on. So in his previous life, Li Dong never managed to transfer the shop. No one wanted it. The guy even owed nearly 3 months' rent to the landlord. In the end, the landlord seized all the shop's belongings as collateral for the rent, and Li Dong got not a single cent. I'm somewhat interested in the shop transfer, but I want to talk. The price you're offering is a bit high. This shop isn't worth that much. Now, Li Dong had the same intention as before, wanting to transfer the shop to Zhang Chu for 6,000 yuan. Zhang Chu only had 50 yuan left in his pocket, but he wasn't intimidated by the 6,000 yuan transfer fee. Instead, he was ready to negotiate with Li Dong. No money in pocket? Not a problem, because he had the golden finger of rebirth. He already had plenty of information about this shop. Given the chance, he was ready to take a gamble. He didn't want to go back to that mediocre employee life anymore. Chapter 2. The greater the courage, the greater the yield. Isn't there still over 2 months' rent due for this shop? Yesterday, the landlord came to inquire about it. He stated that if the rent remains unpaid, he will seize all the items in the shop as compensation. How do you intend to address this? The shop has been in arrears for over 2 months, and in his previous life, Zhang Chu only discovered this matter afterward. To avoid being deceived by Li Dong's blatant demands, he fabricated a story, claiming that the landlord had inquired about the rent yesterday. Furthermore, I have yet to receive over 2 months' salary from you, and aside from a few cabinets and a second-hand computer, there is nothing of value left in the store. Li Dong possesses a keen eye for business, yet his heart is equally ruthless. He is a born entrepreneur. However, his fortune has not favored him. After failing to make a profit at the computer shop, he invested in a supermarket venture that ended in considerable losses, while others thrived in the supermarket business. His partnership turned out to be a failure, prompting him to return to his hometown for development. Zhang Chu, having known Li Dong for many years in his past life, is well aware of his character. This man sought to take advantage of Zhang Chu, who had just begun working away from home, being honest and inexperienced. He intended to extract a profit from Zhang Chu by offloading the worthless odds and ends of his shop, along with the rent owed. Li Dong has always been shrewd, showing no mercy even to acquaintances. Yet, in Zhang Chu's previous life, he had no money, so Li Dong failed to gain anything. Now, however, Zhang Chu is well acquainted with the value of the items in the shop and will not concede easily. Moreover, he still has over 2 months' salary pending. He is entitled to 800 yuan for his living expenses, which adds to the total load. After a lengthy discussion, Li Dong, perhaps recognizing Zhang Chu's decent performance during his brief period of assistance, did not wish to sour their relationship. Perhaps he found it bothersome to come over. Or perhaps he felt embarrassed after being exposed by Zhang Chu. Ultimately, they reached an agreement where Zhang Chu would settle the outstanding rent, and the shop, along with its contents and some clients, would be transferred to him. Li Dong did not inquire about the earnings from the shop during this period, knowing it would not amount to much. In just a few days, the shop likely generated minimal income. After finalizing the arrangement for the shop, Li Dong promptly declared he would no longer come around, leaving Zhang Chu to manage on his own. Therefore, Zhang Chu effectively acquired the shop for just over 2,000 yuan. The monthly rent is 800, with utilities billed separately, plus a few hundred yuan from recent orders that he hasn't collected yet. Nevertheless, Zhang Chu currently possesses only 50 yuan. The shop still owes over 2 months' rent. Although the landlord settles accounts every 3 months, time is not on his side. Have you lost your senses, Zhang Chu? Did today's unsuccessful interview leave you dazed? Where do you intend to procure the money? Why on earth would you suddenly decide to take over this shop? Beside him, Su Liang looked at Zhang Chu with mounting anxiety, bombarding him with questions, even neglecting the incident where his warrior was defeated. How could they transfer a shop worth several thousand yuan just like that? When combined, they barely had that amount. Could Su Liang not be worried? Otherwise, Zhang Chu would have no money for meals. Has Zhang Chu been driven mad by these recent misfortunes? Su Liang found the situation quite probable, considering that several unfortunate events had transpired over the past few days, leaving him with a simmering frustration. Last night, the two encountered an individual from their village who brazenly flaunted his monthly salary of several thousand yuan, provoking both of them, particularly Zhang Chu. This individual had originally worked under Zhang Chu's brother, Zhang Yan, who had imparted to him the skills of painting. After mastering the trade, he fortuitously secured a job at a furniture factory in Dongguan, earning several thousand a month, which made him exceptionally boastful. He even disparaged Zhang Yan, claiming he was inept and a gambler, seemingly overshadowing his former mentor. Yet, this man failed to acknowledge that without Zhang Yan's guidance, he would not have had the opportunity to advance at all. Ironically, while Zhang Yan had once supported him, Zhang Chu found himself unable to rely on anyone when he sought employment, which understandably fueled his indignation. This morning, after attending an interview at his sister Su Li's factory alongside Zhang Chu, both were dismissed due to the use of counterfeit certificates. Their unsuccessful interview further dampened their spirits. Zhang Chu had opted to work for Li Dong because he could not immediately join Su Li's factory and had to await a recruitment opportunity. Unlike Su Liang, who could still receive financial support from his sister, Zhang Chu had no one to turn to. Thus, upon arriving in Dongguan, he accepted a job at Li Dong's despite the meager salary of 400 yuan, as it provided him with accommodation and meals, which he desperately needed. The factory offered a weekly day off, along with additional meals and fruit once a week, and an annual opportunity for domestic travel. The starting salary for new employees was 1,000 yuan, inclusive of meals and accommodation, with overtime pay calculated separately, and there were 2 salary increase opportunities each year. This remuneration was considered quite favorable at the time, significantly surpassing what Li Dong offered, although it still fell short compared to their fellow villagers' earnings. However, the work environment was relatively relaxed, and the presence of numerous attractive young women made the factory a desirable place of employment, particularly for unmarried men eager to find companionship. Their aspirations were simple: secure a job, find a wife, save some money, start a family, and purchase a home, a seemingly advantageous plan. Yet, gaining entry into this factory was challenging for men, as most employees were female, and the requirements for male applicants were stringent, necessitating at least a high school diploma. Su Liang and Zhang Chu, having attended elementary and middle school together in the same village, ended up in Dongguan seeking work. Thanks to Su Liang's sister's position at the factory, Zhang Chu had not graduated high school, and Su Liang had only completed middle school. Both possessed forged certificates. procured for 50 yuan from a street vendor. Unsurprisingly, their counterfeit documents failed to deceive the interviewers, and they were swiftly dismissed, treated with the same disdain one might reserve for a fly. Upon returning, Zhang Chu, feeling despondent, noticed that the shop was devoid of business. He decided to rest his head on the table for a brief slumber. To his astonishment, upon waking, he found himself in a rather disconcerting situation. Could Su Liang refrain from worrying? "I am fully awake now," Zhang Chu retorted, unable to suppress an eye roll. He was painfully alert, acutely aware that in his previous life, his cautious and honest demeanor had relegated him to a life of unending toil. In this era, the few who had managed to ascend to wealth were seldom those who were overly conservative or honest. If he did not devise a means to alter his approach, his future would likely mirror the disappointments of his past life. In a time when connections and family wealth dictated success, Zhang Chu found himself lacking both fortune and familial support, leaving him with no choice but to muster his courage and strive relentlessly. It was said that those who dared to take risks would ultimately find fortune favoring them. The landlord, preoccupied with other matters, had not collected the rent for over 2 months. Thus, he could transfer the lease without any monetary exchange, merely incurring a debt. Moreover, he could delay payment for nearly another month, at which point he could settle 4 months' rent simultaneously. The landlord was busy and not in immediate need of funds. This was Zhang Chu's strongest card. Without this leverage, the prospect of transferring the shop would have been inconceivable. The rent for 4 months amounted to 3,200 plus utilities, bringing the total to around 3,500. The computer shop's business was relatively promising. With diligent effort, earning around 10,000 a month was quite feasible, something Zhang Chu was well aware of. This was the advantage granted by his rebirth. As in his former life, he lacked this knowledge and was constrained by the pressing timeline imposed by Li Dong, causing him to miss this opportunity. The extent of one's courage often determined the yield of the land. What was there to fear in the absence of money? As long as one possessed the audacity to strive, success would follow. Indeed, fortune favored the bold. In the years following 2002, Dongguan was experiencing rapid development. Numerous factories and companies were being established, making it an opportune time for selling computers and related equipment. If one were industrious, venturing out to secure contracts with these newly established factories could yield even greater profits. For Zhang Chu, who was currently earning a mere 400 a month, such income was exceedingly generous. However, his employer, Li Dong, a university graduate from a well-off family, found little interest in this level of income. Discontented with the meager earnings and the laborious nature of the work, he aspired for more, ideally preferring to earn while reclining comfortably. Thus, he had taken to dabbling in supermarket ventures across Xiangshan, where investment sufficed without excessive worry. Zhang Chu, however, did not disdain this arrangement. Although the income was relatively modest, it surpassed the prospect of seeking external employment. Had it not been for his rebirth, he might have opted for a traditional job. But now he was resolute in his decision. At that moment, securing employment in Dongguan with his high school diploma and lack of experience would only yield a maximum monthly wage of just over 1,000. The advantages of rebirth offered little benefit in securing factory work, or perhaps none at all, as the jobs he had previously held in factories and enterprises had provided lackluster remuneration. The few individuals from his village who earned a few thousand a month were merely fortunate, and Zhang Chu felt no envy towards the paint jobs they occupied. The job came at the cost of his physical well-being, a sacrifice deemed unnecessary by Zhang Chu. In his previous life, he had worked in a factory, delving into both hardware and software, ultimately serving as a network administrator in a company. His professional endeavors predominantly revolved around computer technology. Aside from this expertise, he possessed little else of note. Familiarity bred confidence. Thus, Zhang Chu opted to take over a shop and manage it himself. He believed his skills were sufficient to sustain him. Chapter 3. Only those who strive will succeed. The concept of rebirth is rather cliché, often appearing in numerous popular online novels year after year. Stories of rebirth range from the years approaching the reform and opening up in the late 1970s to the early 2000s, with each year bringing forth new tales. However, unlike others who, upon rebirth, experience fortunate turns of fate and acquire exceptional fortunes and equipment, Zhang Chu found himself lacking in relevant skills. Given a chance to be reborn, he realized that he had little to leverage. His opportunities for wealth were severely limited by inadequate capital. At this moment, Neither he nor his family could muster even 10,000 yuan. What could such a sum accomplish? It is essential to remember that this is 2002, not the early days of reform and opening up. 10,000 yuan in this period could hardly make a difference. Furthermore, he lacked any money-making insights. In his previous life, he had been too reclusive, engrossed solely in honing his computer skills while neglecting other vital information. Unlike others who, even at the age of 3, could recall opportunities for wealth, he possessed no such memories. Lottery? Although Zhang Chu had purchased lottery tickets for several years in his past life, who could possibly remember the winning numbers from previous draws? He couldn't recall a single winning number. How could he expect to win a grand prize? Investing in stocks? Setting aside whether he even knew which way the local brokerage firm door swung, how much stock could he buy with his meager salary? He was utterly ignorant of the stock market conditions in 2002, let alone what was to come. He had never paid attention to the market, so the money was certainly not his concern. Pursuing technology? Zhang Chu surveyed his current situation. At the age of 20, he had not graduated from high school. Coupled with his rebirth, he realized that aside from his familiarity with computer technology, he possessed no core competencies to speak of. He knew nothing of advanced technological innovations. The only insight he had of some value was the knowledge that property prices in the country would continue to rise, an awareness even the rural elders grasped. Regrettably, Zhang Chu lacked the capital to invest in real estate. He had merely 50 yuan to his name. For now, his immediate challenge was to endure this period. He resolved to strive. While he was still young, he would seize the opportunity to fight for success. Only those who dare to strive will prevail. This was Zhang Chu's current mindset, and it was all the capital he had. Previously, he had a monthly allowance of 400 yuan, which covered his meals and accommodation. He resided in a loft above the shop, a small space partitioned from the commercial area, for which he paid no rent. Meals were provided through takeout ordered by his employer, a fellow single man who had no one to cook for him. When his boss was absent, he would venture to the nearby restaurant to order, keeping a tab to settle later. As Zhang Chu spoke of takeout, he suddenly halted, realizing he had overlooked an important matter while discussing the transfer. He cursed himself for neglecting to talk to Li Dong about the meal expenses, which had cost him a significant amount of money. That scoundrel was far too cunning. For the past 10 days, he had dined at that restaurant without settling the bill, a cost that should have been borne by Li Dong. Now, having forgotten, he found himself liable for the entire sum, which amounted to over 100 yuan, nearly equivalent to 10 days' wages. With only 50 yuan to his name, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him due to this oversight. In the realm of business, Zhang Chu realized that even with a second chance at life, he remained less astute than Li Dong, whose thoughts were evidently more comprehensive. Li Dong surely anticipated this expense, which is why he had casually chatted with Zhang Chu during their negotiations, ensuring that this matter slipped his mind while simultaneously reaping some advantage for himself. Zhang Chu, having never navigated the business world in his previous life, recognized that there was still much to learn. A lack of attention could lead to unnecessary losses, which he now faced. But you've never engaged in business before. How will you manage this transition? Su Liang stammered in response to Zhang Chu's remarks. Sensing that his friend had transformed dramatically after a brief bout of dormancy following a failed interview. Had he gone mad from the stress? Learning is possible even without prior experience. I've been here for nearly 2 months and have grasped many aspects. This line of work is not overly complex. Zhang Chu replied with a confident smile, reassured in his plans. He held a degree of faith in his computer hardware and software knowledge. Boss, do you assemble new computers here? At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, curiously surveying the computer shop. Su Liang was still engrossed in playing a game on the only operational display computer, which appeared impressive, with numerous hardware boxes displayed in the cabinets, suggesting a sense of capability. Unbeknownst to him, however, those boxes were empty, containing no components whatsoever. The sole computer was the one Su Liang was using, which, despite its seemingly new appearance, was merely an assemblage of old parts. Certainly. What specifications do you desire for the computer? Or what will you be using it for? Zhang Chu promptly rose, smiling as he addressed the middle-aged man, pouring him a glass of water and secretly winking at Su Liang, signaling that business was at hand. I'm looking to assemble a computer for my child, primarily for study purposes. What price range are we looking at? The middle-aged man accepted the water and took a seat without hesitation. He was keen on finding a reasonably priced option for his new computer. Zhang Chu, having gauged the situation, referenced a configuration list left by Li Dong. articulating a suitable setup while explaining its performance and pricing. The list contained various computer configurations, along with their wholesale prices. The selling price, however, would depend on Zhang Chu's negotiation skills. His quoted price was modest, slightly lower than Li Dong's usual rates. This marks Zhang Chu's inaugural venture as an independent entrepreneur, and he is determined not to let this opportunity slip by, even if it means earning a modest profit. The middle-aged gentleman approached from the direction of the computer market, likely after inquiring about prices and configurations there. Zhang Chu had a rough idea of what to expect. Surely, the price could not be lower than this. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's quotation, the man turned to assess the store, while Su Liang, engaged in a game, listened intently. Boss, this price truly cannot be reduced any further. What we offer is already the lowest possible. You may verify this with the nearby computer market. There is no other place offering a lower rate, Zhang Chu replied with a smile, confident in the fairness of his pricing. The quotes from the computer market could not possibly undercut his offer, which bolstered his assurance. Moreover, at that time, the prices of computer components were not very transparent, and there were no websites to consult for price checks. The concept of price comparison had yet to emerge, and builders were not particularly discerning, allowing for easier earnings. As the internet became more widespread, platforms like Dongguan and Pacific Computer City began to surface, turning such phrases into common parlance among builders, while simultaneously rendering component pricing increasingly transparent, thereby diminishing profits from assembling machines. Discussions about performance and overclocking frequently bubbled up from those seeking to build systems, creating an air of expertise, though the actual understanding of these topics among individuals remained ambiguous. When the time came, those quoting prices in the computer market would have to tread carefully, anxious to avoid misjudging the situation and thus losing out on potential sales. Earning a little less was inconsequential, as long as there was still something to gain. Those successful shops in the computer market invariably had a skilled salesperson adept at reading customers and persuading them. Whether seasoned veterans or novices, anyone needing to build a system would likely fall under their spell. After parting with some cash, these customers would leave content, perhaps even referring acquaintances. Could you possibly lower it a bit more? Let's round it off, and I will assemble it immediately. Although tempted by Zhang Chu's offer, the middle-aged man persisted, adopting a posture that suggested he might leave if Zhang Chu did not accommodate him. Chapter 4. A promising start. Very well. Let us round it off, Zhang Chu conceded. You truly are a savvy negotiator. This computer leaves little margin for profit, and we also provide a 1-year warranty. By eliminating the fractional amount, Zhang Chu could still earn a few hundred, making this transaction not a loss. At that time, earning a few hundred was not considered significant due to the opacity of hardware prices. Thus, Zhang Chu felt no particular exhilaration about this deal, instead adopting a demeanor of reluctant acceptance. He offered some mild flattery to the client before requesting a deposit. To assemble the computer, Zhang Chu needed to procure parts from the computer market, hence the necessity for a deposit. Otherwise, if he retrieved components from his competitors and the middle-aged gentleman opted not to proceed, Zhang Chu would be left to cover the costs himself. The man harbored no doubts, remaining present in the store and unafraid of Zhang Chu absconding with the money. After collecting the deposit, Zhang Chu made his way to the adjacent computer market to gather the necessary goods, justifying his trip by stating it was the headquarters for his shop. Assembling a computer does not require much time. Zhang Chu fetched the components from the computer city and, in no time, had the computer assembled, even installing some commonly used software. Boss, the computer is ready. Would you like any additional software? After completing the assembly, Zhang Chu demonstrated the setup to the middle-aged man, allowing him to test it out, and then explained how to install it once the cables were disconnected. His service was exceedingly attentive. He employed every conceivable aspect of customer care, leaving the middle-aged gentleman very satisfied, who promptly paid him. The young man is impressive. He works swiftly, offers enthusiastic service, and communicates effectively, a great asset for business. Thank you for the compliment, boss. However, praise must come with a fair price. I cannot lower the fee. After sealing the assembled computer back in its box, Zhang Chu issued a receipt to the middle-aged man and collected the remaining payment. With the completion of his first transaction, he earned 500 yuan. Counting the light blue 100 yuan notes in his hand, Zhang Chu felt an immense sense of contentment. 500 yuan, which exceeded his monthly salary from before, was earned in just half a day. How much did you make on that machine? Su Liang, observing the thick stack of 100 yuan notes in Zhang Chu's hand, inquired after the middle-aged man departed. He had been worried about Zhang Chu, yet within half a day, he had earned such a substantial amount. I only made a few 100 yuan, and most of that will go to my competitors at the computer city. The components were purchased on credit, without upfront payment. This was the model that Li Dong had always followed. No hardware is stored in the shop. When an order comes in, I simply fetch the goods from the computer city at a competitive price. Although this price is slightly higher than my usual procurement cost, I do not need to pay up front. After assembling the machine and receiving payment, I settle my debts. This way, I have no inventory pressure and only earn the assembly fee. This is one reason why I dare to take over this shop. By the way, since you can't get into your sister's place, what are your plans? After putting away the money, Zhang Chu did not immediately head to the computer city to settle his bill, but instead engaged Su Liang in conversation. In his previous life, Su Liang, after failing the interview, joined a company in the computer city and later moved to a shopping mall as a technician in the computer department. He worked there for 2 years before being promoted to supervisor. However, Su Liang's fortune was considerably better than Zhang Chu's. Everything he undertook went smoothly. His sister could earn money and save as well. Their parents were harmonious, having built him a new house early on and later purchasing a home in the city. This fellow had gone to work in that mall as a computer department technician, and within a month, he was romantically involved with a cashier team leader. They married and had children early, leading a very comfortable life. Compared to Zhang Chu, he was undoubtedly a winner in life. I need to find another job. I noticed that the computer city is looking for apprentices. I will go for an interview there. I cannot keep relying on my sister for food and shelter. I have already spent quite a bit of her money during this time. Su Liang replied somewhat gloomily. Unlike Zhang Chu, who had jumped right into finding a job without hesitation, he felt the weight of his circumstances. The individual, however, remained patient, eagerly awaiting his chance to enter his sister's factory, spending several months idly here. During this time, he observed the assembly of computers. And I believe my upcoming interview for an apprenticeship at the computer market will proceed without issue. The salary may be modest, as it is considerably less than yours, amounting to merely 300 a month, which includes meals and accommodation. Have you ever contemplated coming over here to assist me for a while? I could offer you 400 a month, inclusive of meals and lodging. Should earnings increase, I would be glad to provide you with a bonus. Once the shop is established, additional hands will undoubtedly be necessary. Su Liang, a classmate I have known for decades, is thoroughly reliable, far more so than enlisting someone unfamiliar. He possesses a keen interest in computer technology and demonstrates a strong capacity for learning. Although this salary is not extravagant, it aligns with the prevailing market rate. Su Liang, as an apprentice, is receiving an additional 100. While it pales in comparison to what his village counterpart earns, it is still slightly higher than industry standards. Oh, are you indeed seeking more personnel? I recall that you usually manage this place alone, with your boss rarely present. Su Liang had not considered this aspect, and was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Chu's remarks. Furthermore, he lacked confidence in Zhang Chu's establishment. It is a different scenario. My boss dismisses this small venture, preoccupied with more lucrative pursuits. Thus, he pays little attention to this place. I can only manage this, and to expand it, one person surely cannot suffice. Zhang Chu smiled, noting that due to the rapid economic development in this area, the demand for computers has surged among both enterprises and individuals alike. If one intends to genuinely invest effort into this venture, Zhang Chu felt that hiring Su Liang alone would not suffice. Otherwise, upon venturing outside, there would be no one to oversee the shop. Very well. Should I relocate my belongings here now? Is there a stringent check on temporary residence permits at night? Upon hearing this, Su Liang no longer hesitated and readily agreed. His job at the computer market only pays 300, whereas Zhang Chu's offer of 400 is significantly better. However, he needed to clarify the matter of the temporary residence permit, as inspections often occur at night. Su Liang, currently unemployed, does not possess one, and being caught without it could lead to complications. Not only would he suffer, but he would also incur financial losses. To facilitate the move, please tidy up the 2 remaining rooms upstairs and choose one for yourself. Additionally, we should organize the kitchen, as we will prepare our own meals from now on. Fast food is both unpalatable and overpriced. The upstairs loft has 3 rooms, one occupied by Zhang Chu and another previously inhabited by Li Dong. The last one remains vacant, and the kitchen has never been utilized. Now that Zhang Chu has taken over, he wishes to put the kitchen to good use. as cooking for oneself is more economical than consuming fast food, and it offers peace of mind regarding the quality of the meals. During this entrepreneurial phase, every penny saved counts. Rural children are not deterred by hard work. The temporary residence permits are not scrutinized at the shop, yet there may be checks during nighttime outings. The landlord works at the local police station, so when it comes time to pay rent, I will inquire about the procedure. Should any issues arise, it would be beneficial to consult him. The temporary residence permit is a distinctive product of the southern region, particularly stringent at this time. Those without one may find themselves unceremoniously taken to the police station, compelled to pay for their release, and perhaps endure some hardship while detained. In his previous life, Zhang Chu had been apprehended, an experience that left a profound impression on him. After spending a night in confinement, tormented by relentless mosquito bites, he ultimately had to part with 100 yuan to secure his release. However, his current landlord, who operates within the local police station, ensures that his shop remains unmonitored. They are all acquaintances. Thus, no scrutiny is directed towards him. Chapter 5. All for the sake of profit. Oh, do we have to cook for ourselves? I can't cook. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. He truly lacked culinary skills. As the only son in his family, with an older sister above him, such responsibilities had never fallen to him. He had never even washed dishes or swept the floor. Just tidy up your room and the kitchen. I will handle the rest. Everything in the kitchen is usable. I will have someone come over to replace the gas canister shortly. Zhang Chu rolled his eyes in response. He had not expected Su Liang to possess any cooking abilities. It seemed he would have to toil alone in the kitchen if he wished to save money. Oh, then I will go tidy up the room. Su Liang promptly entered the small attic and kitchen, while Zhang Chu remained in the shop, surveying and contemplating that from this moment onward, the establishment would bear the Zhang surname. During Li Dong's ownership, the shop had been rather poorly decorated, with even the dilapidated sign neglected for replacement. It appeared chaotic, and now that Zhang Chu had taken over, he intended to revamp everything. The shop's name must change. The previous name, Heart Creation Computers, lacked appeal and required a more striking alternative. By making these adjustments, he hoped to attract more business along this street, as potential customers would likely respond positively to the new presentation, and implementing these changes would not incur significant expenses. Furthermore, with a change in ownership, it was imperative to promptly update the business licenses and other relevant documents to avoid potential complications in the future. However, at present, Zhang Chu could only ponder these matters, as he was still burdened with several months of rent. Renovation was a luxury he could not afford at this time. Boss, do you repair laptops here? As Zhang Chu was formulating his plans for the shop, a young woman's voice called to him from behind. Turning, he saw a young woman pushing a stroller while carrying a computer bag approaching his shop. Yes, show me your computer. Noticing that the woman struggled slightly with the stroller, Zhang Chu quickly rushed over to assist her. A stroller was not particularly heavy, but the gesture felt rewarding. Since becoming a business owner, he found a newfound vigor in his work. He helped her maneuver the stroller into the shop and took the computer bag from her. In 2002, desktop computers were not yet widely adopted, and laptops were even rarer. Those who could afford such devices were typically government officials, wealthy individuals, or employees of large corporations. For Zhang Chu, these clients represented substantial profit. Their capability to purchase expensive items suggested they would not hesitate to spend on repairs. How could he possibly turn down such lucrative business? This marks the second transaction since I officially became a business owner, a promising start indeed. Zhang Chu's skills in laptop repair are passable, and even if he encounters difficulties, he can always seek assistance from fellow technicians. The computer market is conveniently located nearby, allowing him to profit from the difference in price. As he retrieved the laptop from its bag, Zhang Chu glanced at the brand, an imported model. He then struck up a conversation with the young woman. It seems like you haven't used this laptop for long, have you? Repairs can be quite costly. You might want to consider taking it to a local service center. Yes, my husband brought this original imported laptop from there. It cost over 20,000 yuan, and this model isn't available here. The young woman, eager to display her pride, seemed to overlook the implication of the repair costs Zhang Chu had mentioned. Oh, your husband is from Japan? Does he work here? Zhang Chu's brow furrowed momentarily before he resumed his casual inquiry. There are several Japanese companies nearby, so it is not uncommon to encounter Japanese individuals. Yes, he is from Osaka. Look, here's a photo of us taken in Osaka. The young woman, slightly boastful, pulled out her wallet, revealing a picture of an elderly man embracing her. The age difference was quite apparent. What seems to be the issue with your laptop? Zhang Chu's disdain grew stronger as he examined the device, yet he refrained from expressing it outwardly. He was no longer youthful. Impulsiveness was unnecessary. In an era driven by profit, such occurrences are ubiquitous and will only become more frequent. What could he do? While some might advocate for a boycott, who could genuinely resist the plethora of Japanese goods lining the streets? Zhang Chu could only focus on his own actions, leaving the concerns of others to their leaders. He found it perplexing why this woman felt the need to flaunt her connection to an elderly Japanese man. What was there to boast about? Their relationship was not sufficiently close for her to share such a personal photo. Having never visited Japan, Zhang Chu was reluctant to criticize too much, though he felt a certain distaste for the woman's behavior. After all, he was in the business of making a profit. He reminded himself to suppress any emotions during this interaction. The customer was not a troublesome one, and everything revolved around earning money. Once it was confirmed that the woman wanted to proceed with the repair, Zhang Chu promptly connected the laptop to a power source and attempted to power it on. After pressing the power button several times, there was no response. I have no idea what's wrong. It was working perfectly last night, but this morning it wouldn't turn on. Even when plugged in, there's no response, the young woman explained, watching Zhang Chu's futile attempts. This laptop will need to be disassembled, but doing so will void the warranty. Are you sure you want to proceed with the repair? Zhang Chu assessed that there was likely an internal issue since the laptop showed no sign of power, making it impossible to start. Given that it was a new device, he needed to ensure all necessary permissions were in place before proceeding. Repair it. This computer was purchased abroad, and dealing with warranty issues overseas is quite cumbersome. It would be preferable if you could repair it here. I am indifferent to whether it retains its warranty. The woman appears somewhat uninformed regarding such devices. Although her computer is covered under warranty domestically, the nearest service centers are in Pingqing and Yangqing, far from Dongguan. Zhang Chu chose not to disclose this information. Instead, he disconnected the power supply and proceeded to disassemble the computer for inspection. His demeanor suggested professionalism, yet in truth, he accomplished little more than taking a cursory look inside. A laptop consists of relatively few components. This woman exudes an air of naivete, and coupled with Zhang Chu's growing disdain, he formulated his next words after a brief examination. Madam, one of your computer's components is malfunctioning, and the repair will be somewhat expensive, around 2,000 yuan, as we will need to source the parts from Japan. What do you think? Let us proceed with the repair. It would be too troublesome to send it to Japan, not to mention the time wasted. Please let me know the exact cost, she replied, seemingly unaware of Zhang Chu's actions, as she lacked knowledge in such matters and was not particularly constrained by finances. The repair will cost 2,500 yuan. Please leave it with me for now. I will promptly acquire the necessary parts from the headquarters, and you can collect it this afternoon. How does that sound? Zhang Chu had already discerned the issue with the computer, yet he did not intend to fix it immediately. He closed the laptop and looked up. Very well. I shall take my child out for a stroll and return this afternoon to collect it, she responded cheerfully, agreeing without hesitation or attempt to negotiate, which left Zhang Chu feeling slightly vexed. It seemed his initial price was too low. Perhaps he should have quoted a higher figure. In truth, the laptop had no damaged components, only a loose solder joint. However, Zhang Chu found himself slightly irked by the woman's situation, a young and attractive woman. Yet she was involved with an older man from Japan, seemingly proud of that association. Thus, he contemplated taking advantage of her naivety, considering it a small act of personal satisfaction, a minor transgression of the common person, perhaps. Typically, repair costs for laptops rarely exceed 2,000 yuan. This was the prevailing market rate at the time. After all, this was a repair, not a replacement. Even if the screen were damaged, the repair would only amount to a few hundred yuan. Zhang Chu's quote of 2,500 yuan had significantly surpassed the norm. He had anticipated that the woman would be so unconcerned by the expense, leaving him feeling somewhat deflated. Had he known, he would have quoted 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, as a brand new computer costs nearly 20,000 yuan. He was confident she would agree to such a repair. Chapter 6. Assessing Success and Failure. A Life of Grandeur. Please provide a 500 yuan deposit. I will issue you a receipt. Suppressing his minor frustration, Zhang Chu prepared a receipt for the young woman. At this moment, all other thoughts must be set aside. Making money was of paramount importance. For Zhang Chu, 2,500 yuan might seem substantial at this moment, representing 6 or 7 months' salary from his apprenticeship. However, to that woman, it is likely just a mere tip provided by the old man on a regular basis. As for the notion of any transcendent love between the woman and the old man, Zhang Chu harbors not a shred of belief. Ultimately, what does it matter to him? He should focus on his own responsibilities. Everything else remains a distant aspiration. Many things lie beyond the reach of someone of his modest means, belonging to a realm that is merely a tantalizing dream. Once the woman departed, Zhang Chu reassembled the computer and commenced the repairs. Typically, such repairs are conducted discreetly, away from the client's gaze, as having the client watch can lead to dissatisfaction. If the price is exorbitant yet the repair is completed in a flash, clients often feel cheated, questioning how it could be resolved so swiftly. As for the specifics of what was replaced, most do not delve into that. They merely feel that having spent their money, the repairs should not have been so effortlessly accomplished. He retrieved a soldering iron and meticulously resoldered the loose components of the laptop. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he set the device aside to cool. After the soldered areas had adequately cooled, he connected the power. Upon booting, the familiar startup screen appeared, swiftly transitioning to the login interface. The operating system, released by Microsoft only last year, had yet to become widespread in the country. Thus, most computers still operated on either Windows 98 or 2000. Zhang Chu, however, felt most at ease with Windows 7, as the memories of 98 and 2000 felt distant, some aspects perhaps even forgotten. Nevertheless, installation disks were available at their shop. Zhang Chu refrained from entering the system as the laptop was secured with a boot password. While circumventing this barrier was not particularly challenging, he found no merit in doing so. Had he taken on another repair request? At that moment, Su Liang emerged from within, his head adorned with a tuft of cobwebs. Noticing Zhang Chu working on the laptop, he inquired, as there had been no laptop present when he entered. Yes, I took on a laptop for repairs. The repair fee is considerably higher than for a desktop, and I charged her over 1,000 yuan. I just finished the job, and the woman is scheduled to pick it up this afternoon. Zhang Chu was well aware of Su Liang's character. Thus, he felt no concern that he would speak out of turn. Additionally, some matters in this domain would eventually rely on Su Liang, prompting Zhang Chu to consider imparting some insider knowledge to prevent his colleague from faltering in negotiations later on. However, he chose not to disclose that he had, in fact, taken advantage of that woman. Such knowledge was best kept to himself. While Su Liang was generally reliable, Zhang Chu preferred to keep this particular incident under wraps. The kitchen and the attic have been tidied up. Shall we buy groceries for lunch? Su Liang did not seem overly concerned about Zhang Chu's successful repair of the laptop, for to him, such matters remained rather complex. He was only capable of assembling desktop computers. Let us opt for fast food today. It will take longer to refill the gas before we can cook. Furthermore, we must procure some bowls and chopsticks, as well as essential condiments like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and rice. Acquiring gas will take a considerable amount of time, and without utensils, we are left with no choice but to purchase everything else. If we attempt to prepare a meal now, they may not dine until who knows when. Thus, fast food seems to be the most viable option. As we are approaching mealtime, I shall summon 2 fast food orders. What would you like to eat? Su Liang did not dwell on these matters, for he was quite unfamiliar with gas stoves. In his hometown, the countryside relied on coal or firewood, and they cultivated their own crops, seldom spending money on vegetables. Stir-fried loofah with eggs, he suggested, and please add some dried chili peppers. Choose what you wish from the menu. Just inform them that I am associated with the computer technicians here, and the owner is an acquaintance of mine. I still owe him 10 days' worth of meal expenses. So please assist me in settling that later. After collecting several hundred yuan in the morning, there would be enough to cover the fast food. Zhang Chu had no intentions of ordering takeout in the future, and naturally, he would allocate this money to others, especially since he was expecting to collect another 2,000 yuan shortly. Boss, has my computer been repaired? Not long after lunch, the woman who had married and moved to Japan arrived. Upon seeing her computer on the table, she immediately inquired of Zhang Chu. It's ready. You may try it out. I did not access it to check, as you have set a startup password. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu approached her, feeling considerably calmer after his meal, and briefly explained the computer's condition. After testing it, the woman found it identical to her previous one and promptly paid for it before taking it away. Following these 2 transactions, Zhang Chu did not receive any further orders. But for the day's earnings, this was already sufficient. At this juncture, Su Liang had meticulously tidied up the small loft, making the kitchen functional. He then returned to his residence to greet his sister and relocated all his belongings. Come, let us raise a glass to celebrate my new establishment. From this moment, I embark on a new chapter in life, building great ambitions and flourishing in business. In the evening, Zhang Chu returned with a substantial amount of groceries and prepared a grand feast. He and Su Liang indulged in several bottles of beer. As he spoke, Zhang Chu felt a sense of achievement and boldness, aware that a path unlike his past life was unfolding beneath his feet, and he had made an excellent start. For someone who had previously led a rather lackluster existence, suddenly possessing a business ignited a sense of ambition within him, a truly exhilarating feeling worth celebrating. Su Liang's sister was also present. She had taken the evening off to assist him in moving his belongings while also checking the new surroundings. Su Liang's elder sister by a year, had visited Zhang Chu before. Zhang Chu poured a glass of beer for each of them, and they toasted in a modest celebration of the new venture. As for extravagant gestures like floral arrangements or grand openings, Zhang Chu deemed them unnecessary at this time, as he had neither the resources nor the inclination for such formalities. When did you acquire such culinary skills? This dish is remarkably authentic, rivaling that of a restaurant. After finishing a cup, Su Li gazed at the impressive spread that Zhang Chu had prepared, stifling her surprise. The trio had successfully created 6 dishes, a delightful balance of meat and vegetables, both pleasing in presentation and flavor. To be frank, Su Li often cooked at home, but her culinary skills were merely sufficient for sustenance. She could not possibly achieve the level of expertise demonstrated by Zhang Chu. Perhaps it was the frequent consumption of fast food that had dulled her skills. Observing their cooking technique made her realize that she could learn to replicate it over time. Zhang Chu chuckled to himself, pondering whether he could confess that this was a skill he had painstakingly acquired over decades in his previous life. It was a bitter journey. Without the ability to cook, one faced hunger or the unpalatable offerings of fast food, leaving one without a girlfriend or wife. If he did not take the initiative, who would? It seemed that working in such an environment truly fostered personal growth. After a short time apart, it was evident that Xiao Chu had made significant strides. His culinary prowess had improved, along with his ability to engage in conversation. Su Li glanced at Zhang Chu, feeling that he had changed considerably since their last meeting. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, glistening with a hint of moisture as she regarded him. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chu, he was lost in thoughts of his burgeoning small business. The earnings from his first day had greatly inflated his confidence, amounting to several thousand. After a brief celebration, Su Li assisted in tidying up before preparing to return to the factory. Zhang Liang and Zhang Chu promptly closed the shop's door and accompanied Su Li back to her workplace. Chapter 7. Hard drive data recovery. You 3 are here, otherwise I would have stayed in the dormitory alone tonight, she remarked as they walked toward the factory. Su Li, who had been employed in the area for several years, shared some insights about her experiences. Despite the stringent checks on temporary residence permits, the security situation had not improved as a result. These permits primarily served as a means of generating revenue rather than creating any substantial positive impact. Events that were destined to occur still transpired, and those without protection remained vulnerable. Individuals with power and influence continued to engage in wrongdoing without fear of repercussions. This was the prevailing reality in much of southern China at the time. The economy was booming, with a substantial influx of migrants, yet security had not improved in tandem, leading to various issues. Concerned for Su Li's safety while returning alone to the factory late at night, both Zhang Chu and Zhang Liang were uneasy, aware that incidents of theft targeting solitary women were not uncommon. Since Su Li had looked out for them, particularly as she was Zhang Liang's older sister, they were determined not to let her venture back alone in the evening. As they walked, the streets were predominantly lined with low-rise buildings, interspersed with factories and shopping centers. Despite the late hour, a bustling crowd filled the streets, composed of employees finishing late shifts, those starting night work, and vendors peddling their wares, collectively forming the vibrant night market of the town. At this stage of development, high-rise buildings were still scarce, as the area was rapidly evolving. However, in the years to come, the streets would gradually grow emptier, especially after 2014, when Dongguan would face a period of desolation. At this moment, the streets are predominantly filled with motorcycles and aggressively driven buses. The buses in Dongguan differ from those in other regions, as the area is expansive, requiring each route to traverse multiple towns. Most of these buses are outsourced, and in their quest to maximize profits and capture passengers, The drivers operate their vehicles with the fervor of race car drivers, often executing drifts that leave passengers both exhilarated and terrified. Motorcycles are also a significant feature during this time, serving as a source of chaos. It was only after 2008 that various towns began to prohibit motorcycles, subsequently introducing taxis. In the early days of our venture, the workforce comprised merely 2 individuals. After escorting Su Li to the factory, Zhang Chu could not help but hum a few nostalgic tunes on the return journey to the shop, feeling a twinge of pride that urged him to express himself. Much to Su Liang's disdain, "Your singing is dreadful. Can't you choose a more contemporary song? Who still listens to such outdated tunes these days?" On the roads, one often hears someone bellowing lyrics that are unclear. "Let me do it." Su Liang is unsure whether the lyrics imply "let me rely on you" or "let me do it," but the street performers seem to echo the former. "Boss, do you offer hard drive data recovery services?" On the following day, as Zhang Chu contemplated the strategies for his shop, 2 individuals entered. One wore glasses, while the other carried a briefcase, an archetype of the trendy business owner. The computer market is not far from Zhang Chu's shop, and nearly everyone heading there must pass by his establishment. Consequently, despite the lower rent here compared to the computer market, business remains relatively robust. Boss Li Dong possesses a keen business acumen, having chosen an excellent location for his shop, offering quality goods at reasonable prices. However, he tends to be somewhat stingy, reluctant to invest in proper renovations that could enhance the shop's appeal. Otherwise, his business could thrive even further. "Yes, we do," Zhang Chu replied, casting a glance at the 2 men while Su Liang observed how he handled the customers. Su Liang is currently an apprentice here and must start learning various aspects of the trade. At this juncture, hard drive data recovery is regarded as an advanced technology, commanding steep fees that most people would hesitate to pay for. It's often deemed unnecessary, as simply replacing the hard drive and reinstalling the operating system suffices. In a few years, the cost of hard drive data recovery will plummet, with basic services costing only a few thousand yuan at most. The quality of recovery services will also vary widely, with a plethora of dubious options available online. At present, some companies seek data recovery for their servers due to the importance of the information stored, particularly when a hard drive fails or is compromised. However, recovery from hacked hard drives is rare. Typically, it is the malfunctioning drives that require such services. Although Zhang Chu lacks expertise in hard drive maintenance, he can accept the order and then seek assistance from someone at the computer market. This way, he can earn a profit margin, which could amount to several hundred or even thousand yuan if fortune smiles upon him. Such practices are not uncommon in the computer industry, akin to the assembly work Zhang Chu is currently engaged in. There is a necessity, as I have procured orders by reallocating goods from peers, subsequently assembling them and receiving payment at the peer's price. This practice is referred to as mutual support among peers. The same principle applies to hard disk recovery and computer hardware repairs. However, this method yields modest profits, primarily consisting of the differential and labor compensation. Could you assist us in determining the cost for recovering data from this hard drive? Our computer fails to recognize the hard drive entirely, even after trying several machines. The bespectacled individual, presumably the supervisor in this domain, promptly presented the hard drive to Zhang Chu upon hearing his words, without any doubt regarding Zhang Chu's capabilities. At this moment, the hard disk data recovery establishment nearby resembled little more than a modest shop, not significantly more upscale than Zhang Chu's operation. Has this hard drive encountered any issues previously, such as data loss or blue screen errors? Zhang Chu took the hard drive and did not connect it to a computer for testing. Instead, he scrutinized it carefully, first noting the size of the hard drive and its circuit board. Generally, new hard drives seldom suffer from internal damage or bad sectors. This particular hard drive appears quite new. Bad sectors are rare, and such issues are seldom encountered with regularly used new drives, unless they are second-hand ones. Having spent many years in the computer field in his past life, Zhang Chu had rarely witnessed new hard drives developing bad sectors after minimal use. Thus, he was skeptical that this drive suffered from such an issue. If bad sectors were present and data recovery required disassembly, this task would be beyond Zhang Chu's capabilities, necessitating assistance from peers at the computer market, where a company specialized in this service. No, this hard drive has been purchased for some time, yet it has not been used extensively. It had been functioning normally until it suddenly became unrecognized by the computer, and the cause remains unknown. After listening, Zhang Chu gathered that this hard drive was evidently not suffering from bad sectors. He meticulously examined the hard drive's circuit board, recalling that server hard drives are particularly prone to such failures. In cases of such damage, there is no need for complex data recovery. Simply replacing the circuit board with one of the same model suffices, ensuring no data is lost. Zhang Chu is capable of performing this repair. Yet the pricing structure aligns with that of standard hard disk data recovery, a well-guarded secret within the industry. Boss, to what extent do you wish to recover your data? The costs vary with the level of recovery desired. After a thorough examination of the hard drive, Zhang Chu felt confident that he could undertake the repair himself. We hope for a complete recovery, as the information is quite important. How much will that cost? The individual who had presented the briefcase remained silent, while the bespectacled one spoke up. Upon hearing him, Zhang Chu sensed an opportunity. There are no standardized pricing references for hard disk data recovery. The pricing is entirely dependent on the customer's psychological valuation. The more critical the customer's data, the more they are willing to pay. Whereas the opposite holds true for less vital data. An experienced individual in such situations would refrain from disclosing the importance of their hard drive's data when seeking recovery, as doing so would inadvertently provide the merchant with a pricing benchmark. The hard drive is severely damaged. Recovering all the data will require considerable effort, costing at least 25,000. Zhang Chu was somewhat uncertain about the current pricing for hard drive data recovery, so he estimated a price based on the importance of computers at this time. In truth, his quoted price was riddled with flaws, as hard drive data recovery does not follow such pricing. However, being unprofessional himself, and with two clients who were equally uninformed, he felt a sense of triumph, believing his price to be lower than that of the computer market. In Zhang Chu's memory, such a price point should be manageable for his competitors in the computer market, especially considering that in the future, the cost could be as low as 1,000. Zhang Chu was confident that the hard drive had only a damaged circuit board, which he could repair without needing to go to the computer market. Nevertheless, due to concerns that the damage might extend beyond just the circuit board, his quote encompassed that possibility as well. He aimed to secure the job and avoid a loss, for he could ill afford it. Chapter 8. Fortunes favor the bold. 25,000? Is that not a bit exorbitant? Can it be reduced? At this moment, the man with the briefcase spoke up, and with his utterance, Zhang Chu felt increasingly assured that the data within that hard drive was indeed of great significance. After some negotiation, the other party began to soften their stance. This price was considerably lower than their previous inquiries. Although the two were unaware that the places they had approached prior were even less professional than Zhang Chu. The data recovery company in the computer market was located on the 3rd floor, a place most people would not easily find. The two had inquired at 2 computer shops on the 2nd floor, where the quotes were even more outrageous than Zhang Chu's. Chongping is merely a town, and the technical expertise for computer data recovery is limited, so the local computer shops naturally do not boast high standards. The bespectacled man and the owner of the briefcase seemed unconcerned about the negotiation. Their primary focus was on retrieving the data, and while a lower price would be preferable, their main priority was to recover everything intact. The lowest I can go is 24,000. I cannot reduce it further. If you find this price to be high, feel free to seek quotes elsewhere. I assure you, my asking price is quite reasonable. The two had come from the computer market, clearly having consulted the prices there. Zhang Chu's quoted 25,000 evoked only a subtle reaction from them, suggesting his price was indeed lower than theirs, hovering near their psychological threshold. Zhang Chu remained steadfast on his quoted price, and eventually, in a moment of mild resignation, settled on a final price of 24,000. They agreed to return with the payment the day after tomorrow to collect their goods. Meanwhile, Su Liang observed Zhang Chu finalize the deal, his expression frozen in astonishment. A 24,000 deal was secured so effortlessly. Was this business truly so easy? Having negotiated the price and set a timeline, the two clients left the hard drive with Zhang Chu and paid a deposit. They repeatedly emphasized the necessity of recovering all the data intact, after which Zhang Chu issued a receipt before they exited the shop. With a beaming smile, Zhang Chu bid farewell to the two clients and joyfully lit a cigarette, offering one to Su Liang. It is worth noting that he seldom smoked. The pack he carried was typically reserved for clients. Did we really secure this deal? Su Liang's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. What is hard drive data recovery? Are you certain you are capable of it? A sum of 24,000 is quite substantial. And if the task is not executed properly, how will I explain it to the client? Can Su Liang be unconcerned? After all, he is currently working with Zhang Chu. He is familiar with hard drives, yet the concept of data recovery remains an enigma to him. It sounds rather sophisticated and commands a hefty price. Surely, it can be accomplished. Otherwise, why would I undertake this job? If it proves unfeasible, I can always seek assistance from a peer, or if all else fails, simply return the hard drive. If the computer shop cannot manage it, the hard drive is essentially irreparable. Zhang Chu exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled, asserting that in this era, the timid perish while the bold thrive. If one does not take risks, how can one earn? Besides, Zhang Chu harbored a modicum of confidence in this hard drive. He turned to retrieve the hard drive left behind by the two, and then sought out an old hard drive of the same model from the computer shop, preparing to conduct a preliminary repair and test to ensure everything was flawless. With a contract worth $24,000, could he afford to be indifferent? The old hard drive could be acquired for a mere 100 or so, a negligible expense compared to the price of the contract he secured. As long as the technology he had heard about proved viable, the cost would be inconsequential. With utmost care, he swapped the circuit boards of the two hard drives, soldering them securely. Zhang Chu connected the hard drive from which data was to be recovered to his display computer. He configured it as a secondary drive, utilizing the hard drive from the original computer as the primary one, and then powered it on. The system detected both hard drives, and the disk self-check revealed no issues before proceeding to the login interface. Once the computer was fully operational, Zhang Chu accessed the system properties and located the recovered hard drive, confirming that all statuses were normal. Upon inspecting the hard drive space, he noted folders with recent dates, indicating that everything was intact. This revelation alleviated Zhang Chu's anxieties. Indeed, his luck was favorable. The hard drive was merely afflicted by a faulty circuit board, with all else functioning properly. A simple task transforming into a lucrative business venture of $24,000. With minimal investment, he effortlessly completed this job, suppressing his excitement. Zhang Chu carefully shut down the computer and retrieved the hard drive. He meticulously repackaged it, awaiting the arrival of the two individuals to collect their payment in 2 days. In Zhang Chu's eyes, this hard drive had transformed into a treasure worth over $20,000. Is that how you fixed it? I didn't see you performing any data recovery, Su Liang remarked, watching in bewilderment as Zhang Chu effortlessly repaired the valuable hard drive. Yes, it is fixed. We were fortunate. This hard drive did not require a platter recovery, merely a circuit board replacement sufficed. Had it necessitated a platter opening, we would not have earned as much. At most merely a nominal fee for our efforts, Zhang Chu replied with a smile. Luck played a role, but his accumulated experience from his previous life was a significant factor. Otherwise, this sum would have eluded him entirely. Such matters require both skill and a touch of fortune. Otherwise, unforeseen complications could render his efforts futile. Reflecting upon the past, it seems that my former self lacked the audacity and was also unfortunate in many respects. Thus, possessing skills proved futile. The most vivid memory I have is of a time when I interviewed at a company, where the head of the department expressed great satisfaction with my technical abilities and experience, even agreeing upon a salary. A base salary of $10,000, complete with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, along with various benefits. Such compensation was undoubtedly a significant advancement for someone like me, who was accustomed to earning only $3,000 or $4,000 a month. However, just as I was preparing to commence my employment, I received an unexpected notification. Due to the company's impending public offering, they had elevated their educational requirements. My lack of a high school diploma rendered me unqualified, and they opted for a fresh graduate from another university instead. With that single statement, everything I had worked for during the interview was rendered null and void, and my spirits plummeted from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. I understood that state-owned enterprises and public institutions had stringent educational prerequisites, but I had not anticipated that a company preparing for an IPO would impose similar demands. This setback profoundly impacted me, prompting me to enroll in night school to obtain a bachelor's degree and pursue further studies in English. Yet, opportunities were scarce, and with poor luck, I missed my chance. Even after acquiring my diploma, I could not gain entry into that company. Life often unfolds in such a manner that opportunities emerge unexpectedly, often when one is ill-prepared. When fortune is on one's side, and one possesses the courage to seize the moment, the future can transform dramatically. Conversely, a moment's hesitation or a lack of necessary qualifications can lead to a lifetime of missed chances, leaving no one to blame but oneself for the misfortune. For my former self, many circumstances unfolded thus. With a challenging home environment, strained parental relationships, minimal assistance from relatives, and reliance on brothers proving futile. Every ambition had to be pursued painstakingly and independently. By the time I amassed enough resources, opportunities had already slipped away, leaving me powerless to take risks. I could not hinge my fate solely on luck, and instead, I watched helplessly as opportunities evaded me while I endured a prolonged struggle. In an era characterized by rapid pace, a single misstep could lead to a lifetime of slowing down, a fate that could easily befall anyone. Now, having been reborn, I find myself with another chance, and fortune seems to favor me, instilling within me a renewed confidence for the journey ahead. Chapter 9. Expanding new ventures. With this influx of funds, our rental issues could indeed be resolved, could they not? The speed at which this money has arrived is astonishing. I had previously been quite concerned about this matter. Su Liang, astonished by my words, recalled his earlier worries regarding how I would manage the rent, which amounted to several thousand. To his surprise, I had resolved the rental situation within a day, first by installing a machine and then by repairing a laptop, effectively addressing the issue. Now, with another order exceeding 10,000, not only was the rent easily covered, but I also had a surplus, far superior to the few thousand a month earned by others in my village. Su Liang harbored no feelings of envy regarding my earnings. His mindset was positive, and he recognized that I possessed greater knowledge and skills than he did. The money earned is a testament to one's abilities. What is there to be envious of? Although the two individuals are of similar age and emerged into the world simultaneously, one cannot blame the other for indulging in leisure. This matter seems to have reached a resolution. However, we must soon procure additional goods. Thus much of this money will be expended once more. The shop requires a renovation, a new sign, and some modifications within. With the issues of rent and survival resolved, Zhang Chu felt a sense of relief. Despite his outwardly relaxed demeanor, the pressure he carried was substantial. The thought of failing in business and absconding from his obligations was unfathomable for him. Therefore, a few thousand yuan posed considerable strain for someone whose pockets held but a few coins. Now, with matters finally settled, Zhang Chu found himself increasingly confident about his future, preparing earnestly to make a success of this establishment. At times, one must be a bit audacious. Regardless of the state of one's finances, seizing opportunities requires determination. This principle, born from decades of struggle, had become clear to Zhang Chu. In his rebirth, his aspirations were modest. He envisioned purchasing several properties while prices were low in the south, waiting for their appreciation. With a little money in his pocket, a car, and a warm family life, he felt content. Such was enough. The dreams of financial empires and global domination were best left to the extraordinary. He considered himself an ordinary man, content to live his life well. Why stockpile so many goods, risking everything? Is the current situation not satisfactory? The money earned finds its way into his own pocket. Furthermore, the signboard can still be utilized. Why the need for renovation? Su Liang, having accompanied Zhang Chu these past few days, found himself in a state of astonishment. Many occurrences defied his expectations. For a youth just emerging from the countryside, these concepts were exceedingly profound. He often felt that certain items could still be salvaged, such as the sign and the renovations. The immediate expenditure of earned money left him with a slight reluctance, despite its irrelevance to him. It is different. This time we are not stockpiling goods, merely acquiring second-hand components for assembly. With the upcoming May Day holiday, local factories will close. Some young individuals, with a bit of money in their pockets, might desire a computer for leisure, as daily visits to internet cafes can be costly. Zhang Chu shook his head in response, explaining that this was not stockpiling, but rather an attempt to capitalize on the May Day opportunity. The components he intended to procure were second-hand. Even if he had to hold on to them for a while, their value would not depreciate significantly. Currently, the sign is somewhat worn, and the shop appears disorganized. A modest investment in refurbishment would enhance the establishment's appeal and create a more pleasant atmosphere for our customers. This expenditure is necessary. Oh, seeing Zhang Chu's thoughtful approach to the matter, Su Liang chose to remain silent. He found his current job quite relaxed. Each day, he either assisted Zhang Chu in assembling a computer or helped others with minor upgrades. The tasks were not burdensome. During idle moments, he could indulge in gaming without reprimand from Zhang Chu. This environment was far more agreeable than the computer markets he had previously considered, offering a sense of freedom. In that place, gaming is strictly prohibited, and even finding a place to sit is a challenge. However, the opportunity to acquire a skill here is invaluable. Zhang Chu diligently instructs Su Liang in every aspect of his work. for Su Liang, who has recently arrived from the countryside. Computer repair is akin to television repair, a lucrative technical skill. People from rural areas place significant value on such trades, as these skills can sustain a family. What Su Liang remains unaware of is that in a few short years, the art of computer repair will become as inexpensive as street-side cabbage. With the advent of the internet and the widespread availability of one-click system installations, the most straightforward and rudimentary solutions for computer issues have emerged, rendering traditional repair services almost obsolete. Minor problems, such as slow performance or blue screens, no longer prompt individuals to seek the expertise of technicians in computer shops. Instead, the prevailing method has become the simple act of reinstalling the system, which resolves approximately 80% of computer issues. If that fails, the alternative is to replace the computer or its parts. The rapid evolution of computer hardware, alongside the decreasing prices of various components, has expanded consumer choices. Consequently, computer repair has become increasingly overlooked, making it difficult to rely solely on this skill for a livelihood. A notable shift occurred when the cost of repairing a pure-screen monitor started at 50 yuan. In Kaifeng, any repairs necessitated payment, irrespective of whether or not the equipment was changed. In the subsequent years, the value of such pure-screen monitors diminished so significantly that second-hand units were worth less than 50 yuan. During Zhang Chu's tenure as a network administrator, the company routinely discarded second-hand pure-screen monitors, which were often taken away by scrap collectors for a mere 30 or 40 yuan. At that time, most users had transitioned to LCD monitors, which had plummeted in price from over 1,000 yuan to just a few hundred. The screen sizes also expanded from the initial 15 and 17 inches to over 20 inches. With sufficient funds at his disposal, Zhang Chu procured several components from the computer market and assembled a reasonably powerful computer for his personal use. He transferred the installation software and programs from the existing setup to his new machine, adding some software he intended to utilize. The slightly inferior computer was designated for Su Liang's use. Is the young boss capable of designing graphics? On this day, while Zhang Chu was engrossed in creating design graphics for his shop, a familiar voice broke his concentration. The two individuals who had come to deliver hard drives for data recovery had arrived early. Su Liang had just stepped out to acquire components, and the newcomers had secured 2 assembly contracts that day. I'm merely experimenting. I'm not an expert, Zhang Chu replied with a smile, glancing at the shop's design he was working on. The shop sign is a bit outdated, so I plan to replace it and renovate the interior. I'm just creating a visual representation to see how it looks. Zhang Chu, who had some knowledge of design, found it manageable to produce a simple layout for his shop. In addition to the new sign, Zhang Chu intended to add some additional services to the shop. Engaging another advertising company for design work would incur additional expenses, so he opted to save that money by doing it himself, as he possessed the skills. Entrepreneurship is fraught with challenges, and one must be prudent with expenditures. After all, Zhang Chu, having weathered decades of life's trials, did not exhibit the flamboyance typically associated with youth. In his previous life, after parting ways with Li Dong, he transitioned to another computer company, where he engaged in the development of business cashier systems and theft prevention technologies. He also implemented various software solutions, including KingD, while dabbling in network monitoring and programmable telephone systems. He took on several factory jobs during this period, drawn by the significantly higher wages. Yet he found himself ill-suited to the factory environment and would soon seek new opportunities. His familiarity with both hardware and software related to computers was extensive, prompting him to incorporate these projects into his portfolio. At this moment, many of these projects were of a prestigious nature, effectively showcasing his capabilities. Even in instances where he might struggle, he could still rely on technical support from previous employers. Can you also engage in network engineering and programmable telephone systems? Inquiring about the projects depicted in the renderings, the middle-aged man seated at the round table with Zhang Chu was keen to assess their potential. Indeed, we can manage all of this, Zhang Chu replied confidently. Our engineering projects are not only of assured quality, but our construction techniques also hold a competitive edge in the industry. The middle-aged man's words stirred something within Zhang Chu, prompting him to share additional insights. Perhaps with a little initiative, he could secure another contract. In truth, Hard Innovation Computers had undertaken very few projects in the past, primarily limited to establishing internet cafes and creating simple local area networks. They lacked the capability for larger projects due to insufficient technical expertise and certification. Zhang Chu, however, was undeterred by technical challenges, as he had previously engaged with and executed significant projects in his former life. His technical acumen was substantial, and his construction abilities were commendable. Please leave me your business card. Our company is in the process of establishing a factory here, currently under construction, and we will require these services. The middle-aged man nodded in response, prompting Zhang Chu to feel a rush of embarrassment as he realized he had previously come across as somewhat inexperienced. He should have proactively offered his business card when he left the hard drive last time. Although such actions might not guarantee immediate results, casting a wide net was undoubtedly a prudent approach. Despite his lack of experience in business dealings in his previous life, Zhang Chu had heard ample advice on the subject. A little enthusiasm and a broad outreach could potentially lead to significant opportunities. Upon receiving Zhang Chu's business card, the middle-aged man and his companion, the bespectacled individual, reciprocated with their own cards. Zhang Chu noted that they were both high-ranking officials from a watch and electronics company. The bespectacled individual was the administrative manager, surnamed Zheng, while the man with the bag was the company's owner, surnamed Zhou. Their firm operated a headquarters in Hong Kong. Manager Zheng and General Zhou, please take a look at this hard drive. This is the device you brought for data recovery. You may verify whether the data within it is intact. After conversing with the two, Zhang Chu connected their computers to a functional unit, encouraging them to examine the data. This was a matter of 24,000 yuan. It was imperative to conduct a thorough check before proceeding with payment. The two approached the computer and inspected their hard drive. Numerous folders were encrypted, signifying that the information was of great significance, and they scrutinized it intently. Zhang Chu refrained from peering over, as he was aware that the magnetic tracks of the hard drive were unscathed. Only the circuit board was damaged, ensuring that the data remained unharmed. Zhang Chu was confident in this knowledge, allowing him to assure them of the data's integrity. All the data is intact. There has been no loss whatsoever. Your data recovery service is exemplary. It is identical to the data prior to the hard drive's malfunction. Even the files in the recycle bin are still present. Manager Zheng and General Zhou were particularly concerned about the completeness of the data within the hard drive. After meticulously reviewing the contents and confirming that everything, especially their critical files, was unharmed, they readily agreed to the payment. Zhang Chu's capabilities impressed them, as they had prepared for an alternative scenario involving a more severe outcome, which now proved unnecessary. The data was entirely preserved, making the payment process uncomplicated. The 24,000 yuan was in cash, neatly bundled with paper strips. The shop had a counting machine, making the task straightforward. As Zhang Chu watched the banknotes emerge from the machine, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him. With this substantial sum, Zhang Chu felt a renewed sense of confidence. Perhaps after a few more months of diligent work, he could accumulate enough to build a house for his family. Transferring several tens of thousands of yuan would enable the construction of a modest framework, with plans to gradually earn and enhance it further. It was essential for his family to have a new home, as the 5 of them were currently cramped in a dilapidated house, which was quite disheartening. This rebirth offered him the chance to rectify what he could not achieve in his previous life, beginning with this modest transformation. Zhang Chu was the second of 3 siblings. The eldest, Zhang Yong, currently works as a painter in a furniture factory in Xiangshan, earning just over 2,000 yuan a month. However, he often exhausts his salary before the month concludes. Zhang Chu remains unaware of how he spends it, but there always seems to be a lack of funds. According to their fellow townsfolk, Zhang Yong is deemed unreliable and has a penchant for gambling, losing all his earnings to it. Although this remark somewhat undermines Zhang Yong, it is not entirely unfounded. The youngest sibling, Huang Yan, is employed at a toy factory as a manual laborer, earning a meager salary that barely surpasses Zhang Chu's current income. Despite this, Huang Yan manages to send 200 to 300 yuan home each month. As for their father, Zhang Chu prefers not to comment extensively. He embodies a rather irresponsible and indolent character, having never contributed to the household since entering the workforce. Nor has he sent any financial support, occasionally causing discord with Zhang Chu's mother over divorce threats. Zhang Chu's mother was an ordinary rural woman, whose temperament, though somewhat irritable, never led her to contemplate divorcing Zhang Chu's father. This, in turn, fostered certain notions in Zhang's father, who never considered the well-being of his wife and children, instead focusing solely on his own pleasures. The one who suffered was Zhang Chu's mother, who tirelessly labored, always yearning to provide a better life for her children while enduring hardship in silence. She would only express her grievances about her husband's lack of financial support and his inability to assist with farm work, leading to quarrels that would eventually be followed by the continuation of their daily lives. This was typical of the older generation, where despite frequent arguments, divorce was seldom an option. Zhang Chu's mother spent her life rising early and toiling late, yet in the end, she reaped no rewards for her efforts. In his previous life, Zhang Chu experienced a similar existence, which left him unable to prioritize the well-being of his family. Now that he had been reborn, Zhang Chu had no specific aspirations regarding wealth. His sole desire was for his family and himself to lead a life that surpassed the hardships of his past. This desire for improvement was spurred by the recent achievement of a lucrative order worth 24,000 yuan. The sudden influx of happiness prompted him to contemplate the purpose of his life. Human nature dictates that in times of scarcity, thoughts of betterment seem futile. But when one achieves a modicum of success, aspirations for a more fulfilling life emerge. As for the emptiness and confusion that often accompany success, those concerns were still beyond Zhang Chu's current situation. His accomplishments were still too insignificant to warrant such feelings. After counting the money, Zhang Chu issued an invoice, which had been left behind by Li Dong. They had previously encountered clients requiring invoices, and there remained a substantial number, making them suitable for this occasion. Once Zhang Chu completed the renovations of the storefront, he also intended to update all necessary business licenses, ensuring that everything would truly belong to him. Chapter 11. Bold, careful, and thick-skinned. Having retrieved all the items, should we proceed to power on the monitors for testing? After bidding farewell to Mr. Zhou and his associates, Su Liang returned from the computer market with a small trailer carrying the requested components. Their shop's location made it convenient to collect items from the computer store. The components Su Liang fetched were for a computer ordered by a long-time client, not a walk-in business. The client had called, requesting that Zhang Chu assemble it and deliver it upon completion, settling the payment directly at their location. We need to test the new monitors to ensure they function properly. If they do not, we can exchange them at the computer market, as returning them after delivery would be quite troublesome. Zhang Chu refrained from intervening. He left the two machines for Su Liang to practice on. He needed to assist in designing business cards and then find someone to print them. Engaging a designer for layout and printing would incur costs similar to those associated with sign renovations. Additionally, Zhang Chu envisioned creating promotional flyers to distribute in industrial areas before the upcoming May Day holiday. Only when Mr. Zhou inquired about the business cards did Zhang Chu realize the necessity of proactive measures. While they were consistently generating revenue, relying solely on chance encounters was not a viable strategy. Zhang Chu harbored no specific ambition regarding his monthly earnings. In his mind, the more, the merrier was the ideal. The greater the sum of money he possessed, the more opportunities he could seize, thus enabling him to indulge in life's pleasures sooner. The cost of printing promotional flyers was minimal, yet casting a wide net meant that securing just a couple of orders could yield profit. Zhang Chu was astute enough to comprehend this equation. Otherwise, he would not have ventured into this endeavor. Upon receiving the funds from Mr. Zhang, he promptly initiated the renovation project for his storefront, aiming to complete everything before the May Day holiday. He had also settled the rent with the landlord and briefly discussed the transfer of the lease. The landlord had no objections. After all, he would continue to collect rent as usual. However, Zhang Chu's proactive payment improved the landlord's perception of him significantly, resulting in the landlord providing his personal phone number. If you encounter any difficulties while conducting business here, feel free to reach out to me, he said. This level of courtesy was a stark contrast to the treatment Li Dong had received in the past, as he had often been sluggish in his dealings, leaving the landlord quite displeased. Do we really have to distribute flyers? Zhang Chu's friend Su Liang voiced his reluctance. The idea of two grown men handing out flyers felt rather embarrassing, especially since he had only recently arrived and had yet to acclimate to such situations. There's nothing to be ashamed of, just muster up some courage. There are plenty of attractive girls in those industrial areas. Who knows? After a few rounds of handing out flyers, you might meet one or two, and when they come by to install machines, you might just find a potential partner. Zhang Chu encouraged. The prospect of distributing flyers in a crowded area was indeed daunting, a sentiment Zhang Chu could relate to from his own past experiences. However, this time, he was promoting his own shop, and embarrassment was a hurdle he had to overcome. The flyers he designed featured various standard configurations, such as office and gaming setups, along with promotional prices for both new and used machines. This strategy ensured he could attract young customers regardless of their choice. Distributing flyers could help me meet girls? Don't mock my lack of experience, Su Liang retorted, intrigued. For young men seeking work, the notion of going out to meet attractive women was undeniably appealing. I assure you, I'm not misleading you. Do you know what it takes to win a girl's heart? Zhang Chu responded with a smile, recognizing Su Liang's curiosity. With a little encouragement, he knew he could coax his friend into participating without hesitation. What do I need? Good looks? Su Liang inquired, clearly intrigued by Zhang Chu's question. Spending every day at the shop, although there are numerous beautiful girls around, they inhabit an entirely different realm. Zhang Chu's surroundings can be deemed prosperous, with several renowned hotels nearby, frequented by affluent Hong Kong businessmen and foreign tycoons, individuals of considerable wealth. The girls in this locale are quite famous in later times, though they have yet to be thrust into the limelight, a phenomenon that will occur following a certain event. These young women work in the hotels, associating with influential patrons. How could they possibly be interested in a young man from a computer shop? They can only admire from afar, watching them elegantly pass by. And indulging in a few lingering glances is permissible, but beyond that, one should not entertain further thoughts. In his youth, Zhang Chu might have fantasized about rescuing a fallen woman and embarking on various adventures, yet he has since matured beyond such naive dreams. He no longer indulges in whimsical fantasies, for those tales are confined to the pages of novels. In reality, one ought not to overthink. These are two disparate worlds. The pursuit of romance demands audacity, meticulousness, and a thick skin. Possessing these attributes greatly facilitates the quest for affection. Zhang Chu chuckled, recalling how often he had heard similar sentiments in his past life. Distributing flyers is an exercise in courage and resilience, skills that prove invaluable in the realm of courtship. These three qualities hold significant value in the present, yet they will wane in importance over the years. Later, what will matter are possessions, a car, a house, and savings. The same 3 points, yet the chasm between them is immeasurable. Su Liang, evidently familiar with this notion from conversations among young laborers back in his hometown, found merit in Zhang Chu's reiteration and dutifully accompanied him in distributing flyers. The industrial area boasts numerous establishments, primarily electronics and garment factories, thus attracting a multitude of young women, including many strikingly beautiful ones. While distributing flyers, Su Liang's eyes were certainly busy, yet he managed to remain focused on their task. They continued their efforts until around 6 o'clock, only retreating to the shop once the foot traffic in the industrial zone had diminished. Completing the distribution in one go was unrealistic, as the area comprises several factories, not merely a singular location. However, with several days remaining until May Day, they still had ample time to continue their efforts. For Su Liang, the consecutive days of flyer distribution had indeed introduced him to numerous lovely young women. Yet, his timidity prevailed. He could barely muster the courage to offer a flyer, let alone engage in conversation. Zhang Chu was of little assistance in this regard, for he too possessed a rather timid nature and would hesitate to converse with unfamiliar girls in such settings. Moreover, Zhang Chu was not particularly invested in the matter of finding a partner. He felt no urgency. Having experienced the life of a single man into his 30s in his past life, he was only 20 now and had plenty of time ahead of him. After completing their distribution, Zhang Chu remained unaware of Su Liang's fortunes. He rushed to the computer market to procure a batch of second-hand components, and together they managed to assemble around 10 prototypes just before the May Day holiday. These components were acquired with cash, and the prices offered were quite reasonable. Zhang Chu did not procure parts for the new machines, planning to acquire them once orders came in. Nevertheless, after this batch of goods and the expenses for renovations, Zhang Chu found himself with only a few thousand yuan left. At this point, he couldn't help but lament the swift flow of money. My sister and her friends had recently found their evenings free, not having to work overtime, and she mentioned coming over to hang out. While they were busy assembling machines in the shop, Su Liang turned to Zhang Chu, who had just stepped out to collect goods, and answered the phone. That sounds great. With her here, we'll have someone to help cook. Zhang Chu replied with a smile, noting how busy he had been lately and how returning home to cook added to his fatigue. With someone to assist in preparing meals, it would alleviate his burden. Chapter 12. Passing through your world, Su Li came over after her shift, skipping dinner at the factory. Upon arrival, she helped prepare the meal, and by that time, Zhang Chu and the others had finished assembling the remaining computers, so they all sat down to eat together. Would you two like to go ice skating tonight? After dinner, Su Li observed that both Zhang Chu and Su Liang seemed unoccupied and inquired about their plans, noting that there weren't many leisure activities available at that hour. The girls from my dormitory aren't working late tonight. They're all planning to go to the ice rink. Would you like to join us? They're all quite beautiful. Why don't we go take a look? Su Liang's interest was piqued. It seemed that despite the lack of progress in his recent flyer distribution endeavors, the prospect of an outing was irresistible to him. This fellow was certainly more proactive in this regard than Zhang Chu. In his past life, at this stage, Zhang Chu was still not very focused on work, never contemplating such outings with girls. Despite working in the same place as Su Li and the presence of numerous attractive young women at her factory, he had never considered seeking a partner among them, thus squandering a splendid opportunity. By the time he thought about finding a partner, he found himself devoid of suitable prospects, making it challenging to even meet someone of decent quality, leading to a prolonged period of romantic drought. As the years passed, even when resources became more plentiful, Zhang Chu's modest circumstances would render him unattractive to most girls, causing him to miss out on youthful opportunities. Only in this time, or perhaps in previous factory settings, could girls be so innocent, not demanding houses or cars, but simply desiring a boy who exhibits good character and sincerity. Alternatively, with a bit of audacity and thick skin, one could also find success. In the following years, regardless of how admirable one's character or performance may be, without material possessions such as a car or a house, prospects would be bleak. In life, a single misstep can lead to a series of setbacks, ultimately causing one to miss out on vital opportunities. Let us go take a look then. I'm not very skilled at it. Zhang Chu glanced at Su Liang, who appeared to be quite enthusiastic, and after some contemplation, he agreed. The shop typically saw little business in the evenings, making it inconsequential whether they were present or not. Their line of work usually did not afford them weekends or holidays, as they were often in the shop every day. On this rare evening of leisure, it is delightful to wander about without the urgency of assembling machines. Ice skating, singing, dancing, and playing billiards are quintessential pastimes for the young workers who emerge during this hour. Many young couples, during their holidays or free from overtime, find themselves gliding together on the ice. Conversely, many altercations also transpire in such venues. For these youthful laborers, these activities are merely fleeting moments of exuberance in their vibrant youth. Gradually, such pursuits will wane, yielding to the dominion of internet CAFS. Zhang Chu is proficient in ice skating. In his previous life, he dedicated time to learn it in pursuit of a romantic interest. Ultimately, he failed to win her affection. Yet he excelled in skating, which proved to be of little consequence. As he matured and the world around him evolved, his interest in skating diminished significantly, and he seldom ventured to the rink, finding it unappealing to go alone. In such places, attending solo would seem rather foolish, devoid of enjoyment. This evening, the skating rink is likely to be sparsely populated. With the presence of the two of you, our skating experience will be safer, as there are always some shameless men who approach to flirt, which can be quite bothersome. Su Liang and Zhang Chu both hail from rural backgrounds and have engaged in physical labor, making them quite robust. Zhang Chu has even learned a few skills from his grandfather and has never lost a fight in their village, so he is equally formidable in this setting. Su Li, observing their agreement, chuckled, noting that she is essentially treating them as bodyguards. It is quite commonplace for attractive young women at the skating rink to be approached by male admirers. Su Li is indeed beautiful, as are several of her dormitory companions. Without male company, how could one expect to evade unwanted attention in such a place? Su Li then used the shop's phone to page one of her dorm mates, who was also on her way to the rink, and they arranged to meet at a designated spot. After hanging up, Zhang Chu and Su Liang tidied themselves up and changed into fresh outfits before accompanying Su Li to the skating rink. Although Zhang Chu is skilled at skating, he has not engaged in such activities for years since his rebirth, and he will need some time to reacquaint himself. Su Liang, on the other hand, is entirely inexperienced. Upon arriving at the skating rink, they found Su Li's dorm mates already waiting. Zhang Chu recognized a few of these girls from his past life, though their connections were not particularly deep. One girl stood out in his memory, Shui, who was fair-skinned, well-proportioned, and always smiling. In his previous life, she had sought Zhang Chu's help with computer repairs, which left a lasting impression. Su Li, are these your two younger brothers? They are quite handsome, exclaimed one of the girls. Indeed, both Zhang Chu and Su Liang possessed charming looks. After spending some time working outside, Su Li's dorm mates have all become quite lively and began teasing the two brothers upon meeting them. Of course, just look at whose brothers they are. This is Zhang Chu, and this is Su Liang. They are new here and do not know how to skate yet, so you must keep an eye on them and not let them get distracted. Su Li appeared to have a rather pleasant relationship with her roommates, exchanging playful banter as she introduced Zhang Chu and Su Liang to them, while also mentioning the names of a few other roommates, including He Shui, Lu Ping, and Li Pei. At the ice skating rink, the charges were calculated on an hourly basis, requiring an initial deposit of 20 yuan per person, after which they would exchange their receipt for ice skates. Upon completion of their skating session, they would settle their bill based on the duration of their time on the ice. Observing the group of girls, Zhang Chu had no intention of making them pay. Being financially comfortable himself, he decided to cover the expenses for everyone. This act of generosity caught the attention of the young women, who couldn't help but look at Zhang Chu with renewed interest, sensing that he was somewhat different from the typical rural young men of the moment. With a hint of charm and a willingness to spend, he undoubtedly stirred a flutter of admiration among them. Zhang Chu felt little about it. It was merely a habitual gesture for him. The cost of skating was minimal, amounting to less than 50 yuan, a negligible sum for someone who had just been reborn. In the context of the future, 50 yuan was hardly significant. In the southern cities, one could easily spend that much on a couple of fast food meals, if not just one in a major city. After changing into skates, it quickly became evident who was skilled at skating. Su Li and her friends glided effortlessly onto the rink, executing their maneuvers with great finesse, while Su Liang could only cling to the railing, inching his way forward. In a moment of misstep, he tumbled to the ground, eliciting a pained gasp. Zhang Chu fared slightly better, though he too relied on the handrail to navigate the rink. Having lost some of his skating proficiency after such a long hiatus, he needed to reacquaint himself with the movement, starting with a stable stance and gradually pushing forward with an outward V-shape to glide smoothly. At this juncture, Su Li and her roommates playfully approached, offering their support to Zhang Chu and Su Liang as they encouraged them to join the ice skating fun. Since it wasn't the weekend, the rink was relatively uncrowded, a perfect scenario for a novice like Su Liang. Otherwise, he would likely find himself unceremoniously knocked down by the throngs of skaters. As Zhang Chu was pulled along by the girls, he couldn't help but chuckle at their animated instructions on skating, a teaching method that felt oddly familiar, reminding him of times when he had shared similar advice with others. Chapter 13. The restless youth. The ice skating rink resonated with blaring music and vibrant, flashing lights. The selections played in such venues were typically a mix of popular songs and disco tracks. After being guided around the rink a few times by the two girls, Zhang Chu had already adapted to the environment, though he chose not to show it. Meanwhile, Su Liang had begun to grasp some of the essentials and urged the girls to let go of him, opting to try skating independently. It wasn't particularly challenging. After a few laps, he realized he was beginning to glide as well. Upon releasing the grip, Su Liang began to glide awkwardly across the rink, exhibiting a clumsy demeanor that he seemed blissfully unaware of. With a proud smile, he glanced at Zhang Chu and chuckled. The girls, noticing their ability to maintain their balance without falling, joined hands and began to skate around playfully. Once Zhang Chu acclimated to the environment, he opted to rest against the edge, observing Su Liang wobble about like an ungainly penguin while lighting a cigarette. The nostalgic ambience stirred a plethora of sentiments within Zhang Chu, prompting him to contemplate the passage of time. Zhang Chu, come join us. It takes practice to master this. Su Li called out, her voice breaking through his reverie. The girls continued to glide rapidly, leaping across the undulating surface. Zhang Chu, though capable of performing such trivial antics, including skating backward, felt an age-old reluctance to showcase his abilities. After finishing his cigarette, he glided into the center of the rink, reminiscing about his past skating maneuvers, gradually finding his rhythm. At that moment, noticing that Su Li and her friends lacked male companions, both Zhang Chu and Su Liang took their time to adapt, while another young man circled around the girls. This individual, whether due to a lack of courage or skill, resorted to flaunting his speed and moves, occasionally startling the girls. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu and Su Liang remained unnoticed, as neither possessed the skill to skate. Su Liang, filled with frustration, wished he could confront the braggart, but his own inability to skate held him back. Zhang Chu observed the young man with a degree of indifference. He felt no inclination to intervene, focusing instead on refining his own techniques. He became increasingly familiar with the motions of skating, both forward and backward, as he prepared to reunite with the girls. The brash individual, oblivious to Zhang Chu's presence, hurried towards Su Li's roommate, He Shui, seemingly intent on scaring her. Such antics were not uncommon among young men seeking to capture the attention of girls, often veering into the realm of foolish bravado. Witnessing this, Zhang Chu's lips curled downward, for he had awaited this moment for quite some time. Suddenly, he pivoted and swiftly skated toward the girls, grasping He Shui's hand and veering just in time to avoid the approaching young man. The latter, realizing Zhang Chu's advance, attempted to evade, only to find himself with no space to maneuver. "Ah!" he exclaimed, colliding directly with the nearby railing, using his hands to cushion the impact, which resulted in a resounding thud. Zhang Chu watched as the young man grimaced in pain, unable to suppress a smirk. If you lack the skill, refrain from showcasing your tricks. In moments like these, it is the mastery of technique that prevails. Those lacking in ability only find themselves at a disadvantage. That fellow was rather fortunate, avoiding a fall. Otherwise, he would have been left dazed. "You are truly impressive. After merely a short while of practice, you glide so effortlessly." Zhang Chu, having taken hold of He Shui's hand to evade the intimidation of that individual, found that the other three girls, startled by the scare, had let go, leaving only him and He Shui together. As He Shui watched Zhang Chu glide towards her, gracefully maneuvering to avoid the bothersome fellow and even forcing him to collide with the railing, she couldn't help but praise him. Her sparkling, doe-like eyes twinkled with admiration, and a slight blush graced her cheeks, rendering her utterly adorable. She had genuinely been frightened. Such incidents were foreign to her. Being a boy, I possess a bit more courage, hence my swift learning," Zhang Chu replied with a smile, omitting the fact that he already knew how to skate. After a while, He Shui did not release his hand, and he felt it inappropriate to let go. Thus, they continued to glide swiftly across the ice rink, hand in hand. "Wow, Zhang Chu, how did you learn so quickly?" "I can only manage to skate slowly without falling," Su Liang remarked. Watching Zhang Chu and He Shui glide effortlessly across the rink, occasionally performing backward glides, his eyes filled with envy. Meanwhile, Su Li observed their harmonious skating with a tinge of melancholy on her face. In this dimly lit space, no one could discern her expression, nor did anyone pay heed to her feelings. Some matters unfold in such a way that the one who takes the initiative may seize the opportunity first. Love is no exception, though Su Li seemed oblivious to this truth. "Brother, call a few people over later. I've been bullied at the rink." After a while of skating, Zhang Chu decided to take a break and dashed out to fetch some drinks. As he approached the convenience store, he overheard the very person he had confronted earlier making a phone call. Such a trivial matter, and he feels the need to summon reinforcements, Zhang Chu thought, feeling a slight annoyance. Yet, reflecting on the tendencies of the youth in later times, where even minor disputes could escalate violently, he dismissed the thought. In those days, conflicts among the youth tended to be more restrained, merely involving a show of numbers and a bit of pushing. Nonetheless, it was prudent to remain cautious. One could never predict the emergence of a more ruthless individual. Fighting inside the rink was out of the question, as it was managed by local figures of some influence. Engaging in a brawl would undoubtedly result in expulsion. If things escalated, the local security would be summoned, and both parties would face consequences, leaving no one with a favorable outcome. This realization quelled Zhang Chu's desire to teach that fellow a lesson. However, after purchasing the drinks, he quickly returned to the rink, intending to send the girls home first. He and Su Liang were somewhat fortunate, able to make a hasty exit in unfavorable circumstances. Zhang Chu was not afraid of trouble. He simply recognized that there were several girls in their company. What is there to fear? If they bring reinforcements, we aren't afraid. Haven't we handled such situations before at home? We can manage them easily. What is there to be scared of? A few girls immediately changed their expressions upon hearing the news, while only Su Liang displayed an air of nonchalance, confidently thumping his chest in front of them. This fellow possessed a certain bravado. After all, he had engaged in numerous brawls at home and had emerged victorious more often than not, thus acquiring a wealth of experience. It is evident that you are formidable, yet the outside world is far more complex than the familiar confines of home, where adversaries may wield weapons. Before Zhang Chu could speak, Su Li chastised Su Liang. Having worked in this area for several years, they had witnessed enough to prevent their brother from courting danger. Let us depart for now. We can avoid this place for ice skating in the future. Those individuals will soon forget this incident, and it will be of no consequence thereafter. The other three girls chimed in, as it is natural for them to wish to avoid trouble outside. Otherwise, they would not have endured the earlier situation at the skating rink. Leaving now is wise. Neither Su Liang nor I possess temporary residence permits. If we were to provoke trouble, it would be quite problematic. We can simply take a couple of motorcycles to leave. They should not arrive too swiftly, Zhang Chu reflected. Though he was not afraid of a scuffle, both he and Su Liang lacked the necessary documentation, which could lead to complications if the security team apprehended them. The six of them promptly exited the skating rink, returning their skates and reclaiming their money. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted the earlier group of individuals loitering by the door, smoking cigarettes. Chapter 14. I was struck by youth, alas. The speed of these individuals is astonishing. It seems there is no escaping now. Su Liang could not help but curse as he saw them, yet Zhang Chu sensed a hint of exhilaration in his tone. There were 6 young men outside, appearing to be of similar age to Zhang Chu and Su Liang. Each one had a cigarette dangling from their lips. Their gaudy attire tied at the waist rather than buttoned. This was evidently a favored style among some young men in the southern regions who roamed the streets. Exuding an air of bravado, though none bore weapons. You 4 follow closely behind us. If a fight ensues, you must leave first on the motorcycles. We can handle this. We will be able to confront them. Zhang Chu assessed the 6 individuals, gauging their combat prowess before addressing the girls nearby. He felt confident that he and Su Liang could manage the situation. At that moment, Su Liang strode forward, positioning himself alongside Zhang Chu. His face radiated excitement, embodying a valiant spirit. Zhang Chu, having once been of the same age, was well aware of Su Liang's intentions. It was likely that he was eagerly anticipating such an occurrence to showcase his prowess in front of the girls. The archetype of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is a recurring theme in films, videos, and television dramas. What young man does not harbor some yearning for such moments? If a confrontation were to arise, the 6 adversaries would undoubtedly be no match for them. In their previous encounters at home, Su Liang and Zhang Chu had faced numerous opponents, and it was easy to assess the capabilities of such adversaries. It was that fellow who just bumped into me. Upon seeing Zhang Chu and his companions emerge, the man who had been rebuffed pointed at them, prompting the others to quickly encircle them. Bystanders, upon witnessing this scene, hastily retreated, standing at a distance to observe, with no one daring to intervene or call for help. When it comes to the spectacle of a fight, as long as they are not personally involved, many are quite willing to watch from afar. As for dissuasion, forget about it. Get out of the way. Su Liang, noticing the group closing in, immediately stepped forward with the audacity of a young bull unafraid of tigers. Zhang Chu, having given instructions to the 4 girls behind him, hurriedly followed, concerned for Su Liang's safety. In truth, Zhang Chu had overestimated the capabilities of those 6 men. They were far less formidable than he had envisioned. As Su Liang charged in, he swiftly took down 4 of them. The remaining 2 evaded Su Liang, but could not escape Zhang Chu. In fact, Zhang Chu was considerably quicker than Su Liang, and within moments, the last 2 were also sprawled on the ground. These fellows are remarkably easy to handle. I haven't even warmed up yet. Su Liang, observing the astonished expressions of the girls, declared with pride. Zhang Chu, however, was not inclined to engage with his boastfulness. He needed to manage the aftermath. Otherwise, this matter might drag on indefinitely. He refrained from further assaulting the incapacitated men and instead addressed them sternly. We are all here to make a living. Do not resort to violence at the slightest provocation. You instigated this conflict, and now you come at us in numbers. This is the consequence of your own actions. I hope this concludes here. Should there be a next time, it will not be so amicable. The men on the ground bowed their heads in silence, making no further moves. Zhang Chu and Su Liang's actions had been executed with such swiftness that they scarcely had time to react, clearly indicating that the 2 were no ordinary opponents, perhaps possessing some martial prowess. Initially, they had merely sought to intimidate, but having been taught a lesson instead, they now appeared subdued. Zhang Chu's words were not harsh, and even if they carried weight, they dared not retort. Those who recognize the situation are wise. Otherwise, they might find themselves on the receiving end of another lesson from Zhang Chu and Su Liang, which would be truly embarrassing. Seeing their demeanor, Zhang Chu chose not to continue speaking. It was unlikely they would pursue further trouble. He and Su Liang departed the scene and regrouped with the 4 girls, summoning 2 motorcycles to leave. Do you practice martial arts? You're quite skilled in fighting. As they disembarked at the factory entrance, Lu Ping could not contain her curiosity and inquired of Zhang Chu and Su Liang, impressed by their combat abilities. Zhang Chu is trained. I have not. I gained experience from many childhood scuffles, Su Liang interjected proudly. Zhang Chu smiled quietly, choosing not to diminish Su Liang's moment, simply reflecting on the exuberance of youth. It seemed he too had once been similarly impetuous, though when it came to emotions, his understanding had been somewhat murky, only clarifying with time. Even genuine passion and impulsive fervor are of little consequence in this era. You are truly remarkable. Lu Ping's admiration, whether genuine or feigned, seemed to intensify Su Liang's excitement. Are you hungry? We would like to treat you both to a late-night snack. The Delta Electronics factory is vast, employing nearly 10,000 workers. These employees inevitably contribute to the local economy, leading to an abundance of shops and food stalls surrounding the factory. Perhaps another time. We feasted quite heartily tonight, and are still quite full. The three of them had indeed indulged earlier, and now they could hardly manage another meal. Prompting Zhang Chu to decline Shui's invitation. Additionally, the hour was growing late. The two needed to rise early the next day to complete the assembly of the remaining computers, which would keep them busy. If they received any additional orders in the meantime, their workload would only increase. Zhang Chu, what do you think of Lu Ping? I have a feeling she might be interested in me. She kept looking at me earlier. As they walked back, opting for a stroll rather than taking the motorcycle due to the short distance, Su Liang, still riding the wave of excitement, turned to Zhang Chu. Lu Ping is quite beautiful, but her character remains an enigma to me. We have only just met. Who can say what kind of person she is? Zhang Chu replied evasively, his mind preoccupied with the affairs of his own shop. Otherwise, he would have pondered whether Su Liang was perhaps overly self-satisfied. Just because a girl glanced at him a few times, he presumed she had feelings for him. Such assumptions seemed rather presumptuous. Moreover, Zhang Chu's rebirth had led Su Liang to interact with other girls. What of his original wife? It appeared that in his previous life, their relationship had been quite harmonious. Did they still share that bond? As for Lu Ping's character, he could simply inquire with his sister later. He just wondered where she hailed from. Would that pose a problem? It was rumored that many girls were reluctant to marry outside their hometowns. Su Liang remained blissfully unaware of Zhang Chu's evasiveness, eagerly reminiscing about the evening's events. For him, it had been a splendid night. Young people, in their formative years, are often imbued with hope and enthusiasm for life. He even entertained thoughts of marrying Lu Ping and pondered whether her family would approve. At this moment, many young men and women working away from home grapple with the challenging issue of distance. Unlike Su Liang's unwavering confidence and enthusiasm, Zhang Chu found little interest in such matters. After all, he was no longer a youth. Although his body was youthful, his mind bore the wisdom of a middle-aged man who had experienced much. Having traversed myriad events, his perspective on matters of love had grown rather subdued. Chapter 15. I truly do not wish to show off. Wow. Zhang Chu, your place is bustling. Business is thriving. Your boss must be raking in profits today. Oh, Su Liang is working here too? During the Labor Day holiday, Zhang Chu's fellow villager made his way to Zhang Chu's side, witnessing both him and Su Liang engrossed in their tasks. In such instances, those who seek employment typically belong to the same village or share familial ties, as the custom is to bring one's own people along. Others, who may already be working in the area, often come to reconnect or socialize with acquaintances from their hometown. In a foreign land, this is how bonds are maintained. Zhang Chu and Su Liang were so preoccupied that they barely acknowledged the presence of this villager. Su Liang regarded him with a hint of mockery in his eyes, suspecting that this individual had come merely to show off. Unbeknownst to this man, however, Zhang Chu now owned the shop, and on certain days, he earned more in a single day than this fellow did in an entire month. By parading before Zhang Chu, he would ultimately find himself in an embarrassing position. Well, Su Liang has been working here for some time now. Feel free to find a spot to sit. There's water at the drinking fountain. Help yourself. We're quite busy at the moment, Zhang Chu remarked, noting that the man seemed unfazed, having long forgotten previous encounters. Individuals like him were not uncommon, and it was unnecessary for Zhang Chu to harbor resentment. Moreover, they were genuinely overwhelmed with work. The promotional flyers they had distributed and the recent renovations had yielded remarkable results, proving that casting a wide net was indeed effective. In less than half a day, they had sold 5 or 6 second-hand computers. Besides the old machines, there were also several new installations requested. After breakfast, Zhang Chu and Su Liang had been tirelessly engaged in their duties, leaving them no time to attend to visitors. "How much for your second-hand computers?" inquired Lu Sherwin, a fellow villager from a different group and bearing a different surname. This year, he had managed to gather some funds and was interested in acquiring a computer for leisure. "Over 2,000 each, inclusive of the monitor, keyboard, and mouse. The prices are displayed. Feel free to take a look. If you're interested, you can have one assembled here," Zhang Chu replied while continuing his work. The price was fair, consistent with those who came to have machines assembled. "Ah, I'll take a look first," Lu Sherwin responded, then began to peruse the promotional flyer. Nearby, 2 display machines caught his attention, and he began to fiddle with them. "Zhang Chu, you're quite busy today. Are you considering hiring more staff? How will you manage otherwise?" Not long after, Su Li approached, carrying groceries, with several girls from her dormitory in tow, chatting and laughing together. Their camaraderie had grown considerably since the ice skating incident. "Today is a holiday, and when you have your break, it coincides with our busiest times," Zhang Chu replied with a smile, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He hardly had a moment to wipe his brow, as several customers awaited their installations. Su Li and her companions had a day off during the Labor Day holiday and had called ahead to inform Zhang Chu of their arrival, mentioning they were bringing groceries, which alleviated a significant burden for him. Without their assistance, given their current level of busyness, they would likely only have time for fast food at noon, with no opportunity to shop or prepare meals themselves. "Oh, Lu Sherwin is here too. How many days off do you have for Labor Day?" Su Li, upon noticing Lu Sherwin idly playing with a computer in the shop, greeted him with a casual nod, a gesture that could hardly be deemed enthusiastic. Lu Sherwin, however, harbored a certain interest in her, often frequenting Zhang Chu's vicinity in hopes of conveniently pursuing Su Li. Regrettably, Su Li remained indifferent towards him, resulting in little progress. "Let us take a day off. We worked overtime every day last month to meet the demand. If today weren't May Day, the boss would hardly grant us a day off." When Su Li approached with a few girls and engaged him in conversation, Lu Sherwin exhibited an unmistakable enthusiasm, driven by his underlying intentions. "Isn't working overtime advantageous? The pay is higher. For those of you on piecework, the earnings are even greater. We were hoping for more overtime, but alas, there aren't enough shifts available." Su Li uttered these words without much contemplation, merely speaking her mind. These days, most workers do not shy away from overtime, as it signifies increased wages. Fortunately, last month's salary was over 5,000 yuan. Lu Sherwin seemed to have been anticipating this remark, responding with a hint of pride, and he deliberately switched to Mandarin. The group, accustomed to conversing in their regional dialect, was momentarily taken aback by his sudden use of standard Mandarin. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls accompanying Su Li couldn't help but glance at Lu Sherwin, which only served to bolster his confidence. Meanwhile, Su Liang, observing Zhang Chu's composed demeanor, couldn't resist a slight smirk. 5,000 yuan a month is quite a sum. After finishing his work this morning, Zhang Chu likely earned more than that. In these times, few shared Zhang Chu's vision of assembling second-hand computers to sell to young workers. Most businesses in the computer market focused on new machines. Zhang Chu stood apart as the sole computer shop on this street, with patrons needing to pass by his establishment to reach the computer market. Coupled with his aggressive advertising and reasonable prices, this resulted in the bustling scene today. For these workers, a monthly salary of over 5,000 yuan is indeed considered substantial. However, for Zhang Chu, this figure pales in comparison to his earnings, having made tens of thousands even without working a full month. "Your salary is quite impressive." Su Li, realizing Lu Sherwin was merely showing off, offered a mild compliment before retreating to the kitchen. "I will go prepare the meal. You all continue your conversation." Zhang Chu's shop was originally 2 combined storefronts, providing ample space. With Su Li and her friends present, they need not worry about lacking a place to linger. He Shui and Su Li headed to the kitchen, while Lu Ping and Li Pei observed Zhang Chu and his team assembling computers. "You all are remarkable. It's fascinating how these components come together to form a computer." "Oh, it's not that impressive. It's merely assembling the components," Su Liang replied. Feeling a bit smug after Lu Sherwin's earlier display, concerned that Lu Ping might engage with him instead. "Do you all recognize these English terms? How do you know what they mean?" Su Liang was inside configuring the boot settings for the installation system when Lu Ping, intrigued by the interface filled with English, inquired about it. "I don't understand this either," he admitted, "but Zhang Chu knows. I recall what these terms mean, and I can adjust the settings to my needs." Su Liang replied with a hint of pride, confident in his ability to navigate these configurations despite his unfamiliarity with the language. Zhang Chu, once the top student in school, naturally understood the English terms, but alas, he did not complete high school and now found himself working for others. Otherwise, he would surely excel even more. At that moment, Lu Shiwen, who had ceased his computer activities, interjected a comment. Su Liang immediately furrowed his brow upon hearing this, while the two girls nearby remained oblivious. Though Su Liang understood the underlying implication, Lu Shiwen's remark hinted that despite Zhang Chu's academic prowess, it bore little weight now since his salary did not exceed Lu Shiwen's. This sentiment was not new. Lu Shiwen had previously ridiculed Zhang Chu for his financial situation. Zhang Chu worked at Li Dong's establishment, earning merely 400 a month. A fact Lu Shiwen was well aware of, having mocked Zhang Chu for it before. Wasn't this shop supposedly Zhang Chu's own? How had it now become a place where he worked for someone else? Lu Ping, intrigued, questioned this. Recalling that she had received information from Su Li stating that the shop belonged to Zhang Chu, which was why they had felt comfortable dining there. Otherwise, they would have hesitated to visit. Indeed, this shop is Zhang Chu's. He has been managing it for nearly a month. Su Liang chimed in, casting a glance at Lu Shiwen with a smirk, eager to divulge the truth. Zhang Chu is truly impressive. At such a young age, he has taken over a shop and become a business owner. Li Pei, sensing the moment, praised Zhang Chu, which only deepened Lu Shiwen's discontent. Damn it, now I feel like a mere backdrop, he thought. While his monthly salary was substantial, it could not compare to the status of being a business owner. Despite the uncertainty of Zhang Chu's earnings, it's not as remarkable as it seems. It's merely a stroke of luck. Running a business is far from easy. The challenges are vastly different from working for others, and the burdens are much heavier, he remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. He had no intention of boasting. The money he earned was hard-won and relatively modest, hardly worth flaunting. After securing the machine, Zhang Chu greeted a client and completed the transaction. In the locked drawer of his desk lay a substantial stack of 100 yuan bills, a testament to that day's earnings. Lu Shiwen, seated at the back, caught sight of the thick wad of cash, amounting to at least 10,000, which only intensified his feelings of discomfort. Reflecting on how he had foolishly flaunted his own situation before Zhang Chu, it became clear that Zhang Chu had silently outpaced him in earnings. The silence of Zhang Chu only deepened his humiliation. Boss, take care. The usage is commendable. Remember to recommend it to relatives and friends. Should you encounter any operational issues, do not hesitate to call me. Here is my business card. Such phrases were uttered countless times by Zhang Chu throughout the morning. Every individual engaged in assembling machines tends to express similar sentiments, and he has distributed a considerable number of business cards. Zhang Chu has committed this act of card distribution to memory. Whenever potential clients arrive for assembly, he promptly hands them a card. Regardless of whether these individuals discard the card upon turning away, Zhang Chu continues to distribute them fervently. Even if just one or two express interest, it could yield a substantial profit, especially since a box of 100 cards costs merely 10 yuan. Zhang Chu printed 20 boxes in one go, while Su Liang printed 10. With such an abundance of business cards, they must be disseminated, otherwise it would be a sheer waste. Lu Shiwen's attention to the money in his drawer went unnoticed by Zhang Chu. The drawer is locked, and with familiar faces present in the shop, Zhang Chu feels no apprehension about theft. The amount earned is something Zhang Chu would not disclose. There is no necessity for ostentation. Among acquaintances, boasting serves little purpose. Time for lunch. Seizing the moment with few customers in the shop, Zhang Chu hurriedly decided to eat. After bidding farewell to the last customer of the morning, Su Li called from the kitchen, announcing that lunch was ready. The meal, prepared by Su Li and He Shui, was quite lavish. The group quickly washed their hands and seized the opportunity to eat before the busy afternoon commenced. In fact, Zhang Chu had only consumed half of his meal when new customers arrived, prompting him to rush out and greet them, instructing Su Liang to continue eating and that he would take over soon. After finishing their lunch, Su Li and her companions tidied the kitchen before heading out to enjoy some leisure time, as they felt they could not contribute much to the shop. Lu Shiwen also departed after lunch, citing a need to return home, a stark contrast to his previous habit of lingering until evening. Regardless of Zhang Chu and Su Liang's indifference, the previously discussed computer assembly matter remained unaddressed, and Su Liang, observing Lu Shiwen leave, could not help but scorn him silently. Zhang Chu chuckled at the sight, Had this shop not been transferred to him, perhaps Lu Shiwen would still be assembling machines here, seemingly looking out for Zhang Chu. However, now that he is aware the shop belongs to Zhang Chu, he undoubtedly refrains from seeking services here, wishing to avoid enriching Zhang Chu at his expense. Zhang Chu understands the mindset of such individuals well, yet he harbors no resentment. If he chooses not to assemble, so be it. He can simply take on additional orders from others. In truth, should Lu Shiwen truly require assembly services, Zhang Chu would be reluctant to accept his order. The first reason being the cost. Even if he were not to profit significantly, Lu Shiwen would likely feel he gained a great deal. The second reason is that individuals like him often become a source of trouble if any issues arise with their computers, regardless of fault. They would invariably seek Zhang Chu's assistance, often accompanied by unkind words. Such is the nature of human sentiment. In the mundane world, one cannot escape encounters with such individuals, regardless of one's willingness. Today, I find myself utterly exhausted and devoid of any desire to move. In the evening, Su Li and her companions came over to prepare dinner. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. Zhang Chu and Su Liang were so engrossed in their tasks that they could hardly muster the energy to move, reclining casually in their chairs. Having previously assembled around 10 old machines, they managed to sell 30 units together today, a commendable achievement, bolstered by the distribution of flyers and the holiday season. The process of running back and forth to the computer market for new components proved to be more laborious than assembling the machines themselves. Zhang Chu had successfully cleared out all the second-hand components he had initially acquired, reaping substantial rewards. The investment he had made was entirely recouped, with a net income exceeding 10,000. Amidst the hustle and bustle, he shui, observing their industriousness, couldn't he help but inquire about their earnings. A few thousand yuan. This is hard-earned money, Zhang Chu replied with a smile, concealing the truth, for his actual income far surpassed that modest figure. At this juncture, assembling computers was indeed lucrative, with prices being more transparent than before. Su Liang, well aware of the reality as he frequently sourced supplies from the computer market, chose not to expose Zhang Chu's fib, understanding the reason behind his statement, especially since he had only recently become acquainted with the other girls aside from Su Li. You earned several thousand in a single day? You are truly impressive, Lu Ping exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. Earlier that morning, someone had boasted about earning several thousand in a month, and they had envied him, but now Zhang Chu had achieved that sum in just one day. How could she not be amazed? Haha, it's not quite that simple. Today's earnings are exceptional due to the holiday. On normal days, there are times when not a single transaction occurs, which means I still have to cover the shop rent. Moreover, there are various expenses. Money is required everywhere. Although the envious expressions of the girls brought Zhang Chu a slight sense of satisfaction, he was not blinded by such feelings. Running his own business came with its ups and downs. Earnings would fluctuate, and it was unrealistic to expect constant profit. If it were that easy, he would truly be prosperous. Nonetheless, being a business owner was undoubtedly preferable to being an employee. The freedom it afforded him, free from constraints, allowed him to take leave without worrying about others' opinions. He shui chimed in, and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the myriad limitations of working for someone else, including the frequent wage deductions. After dinner, with several tens of thousands in cash at the shop, Zhang Chu chose not to accompany the girls home, sending Su Liang alone instead. The hour was late, and with it being a holiday, even if he wished to deposit the money, there were no available avenues. Automated teller machines had not yet been widely implemented, making it impractical to deposit cash. Zhang Chu had no choice but to stash the money securely in his small attic, carefully packaging it for safekeeping, intending to deposit it in the bank first thing in the morning. While the amount was not substantial, to Zhang Chu, it represented a considerable sum. He could not afford to lose it. He was not a wealthy magnate. He simply could not risk such a loss. Come quickly to our factory. Su Liang has just gotten into a fight and has been taken to the police station. Secure the funds. Zhang Chu was about to record today as earnings and expenditures when his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he was startled by Su Li's voice, tinged with tears. What has transpired? Did Su Liang not escort you back to the factory? Zhang Chu was intrigued by this question, for there were patrol officers stationed at the factory gate, and incidents of fighting were quite rare in such a secure environment. Having known Su Liang since childhood and now working alongside him, Zhang Chu was well aware of his character. Although Su Liang could be impulsive, he was not one to instigate trouble. His impulsiveness was only directed towards those who provoked him or those close to him. He would never bully others simply because he was capable of fighting. Chapter 17. The cost of impulsiveness. He encountered a boy who knew me while escorting us back, unaware that he was my brother. A conflict ensued between him and Su Liang. Su Liang swiftly subdued several of them, only to be apprehended by the patrol officers at our factory gate. Although Su Li's explanation was somewhat vague, Zhang Chu discerned the essence of the situation. It was easy to surmise. It appeared that Su Liang and Su Li had appeared rather close while returning to the factory, provoking the jealousy of a suitor who had witnessed the encounter. Zhang Chu pondered for a moment. Such occurrences were not uncommon and would likely continue to arise. The romantic entanglements between men and women often led to confrontations. However, the individual who clashed with Su Liang would undoubtedly be dissuaded from pursuing Su Li further. After all, being beaten by someone's brother while attempting to court them, and subsequently ending up at the police station, was hardly a matter that could be easily resolved. Do not fret. Su Liang possesses a temporary residence permit. There was no serious incident, so this should not pose a significant problem. Where have they taken them? I shall go and check immediately. Zhang Chu attempted to reassure Su Li, though he felt a pang of urgency. In truth, Su Liang's predicament was far from straightforward. Even with a temporary residence permit, it might prove futile. If Zhang Chu did not act swiftly to extricate Su Liang, he might find himself relocated by the following day, incurring even greater expenses. Such matters are typically handled in this manner, often lacking any clear resolution. Only years later, when an issue is magnified by a particular individual, does it come to light, leading to a relaxation of regulations regarding temporary residence permits and public safety in the southern regions. After inquiring with Su Li about the location where Su Liang had been taken, Zhang Chu contemplated and decided to call his landlord. Being a local and familiar with such matters, having him intervene could facilitate a smoother resolution. Yet, Zhang Chu was uncertain whether his landlord would expect any favors, as personal connections often played a crucial role in these situations. His interactions with the landlord had been minimal, having only delivered the rent once previously. Where exactly was your companion apprehended? The landlord's phone connected promptly, and after listening to Zhang Chu, he did not inquire about any benefits or express inconvenience. He merely requested Zhang Chu to inform him of the location. He had been taken away at the entrance of the Delta Electronics factory while escorting his sister back to work, where he became entangled with a few individuals, leading to a scuffle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu quickly divulged the location, prioritizing the rescue over any financial concerns. I will call over there now. You just need to go and pick them up, he instructed. I am currently occupied with other matters and won't be able to go in person. The landlord readily agreed without asking for anything in return, which surprised Zhang Chu slightly, as he had anticipated having to part with some money. When seeking favors, one typically incurs some cost, especially in an era where everyone is driven by monetary gain and people's hands stretch far. The landlord promptly ended the call, and Zhang Chu immediately pulled down the shutter of his shop, securing it before hailing a motorcycle to rush to the security point near Su Li's factory. Motorcycles were the common mode of transportation at that time, as taxis were relatively scarce. The entire Dongguan area had banned motorcycles until after 2008, and Chongping was merely a town with a security point established due to the Delta factory's presence. The landlord worked at the town police station, which afforded him a degree of influence. Upon Zhang Chu's arrival, Su Liang had just emerged, waiting at the entrance with Su Li, both scanning their surroundings. Clearly, he had not anticipated such an ordeal. At that moment, several other individuals exited from inside. Upon seeing them, Su Liang's expression soured immediately. Are you all right? Zhang Chu, noticing Su Liang's change in demeanor, quickly interjected. The individuals who had emerged were evidently the same ones who had confronted Su Liang earlier. Zhang Chu had not expected them to be released so soon after he had managed to get Su Liang out. Their appearances were not good. Each bore signs of having been beaten, with one sporting a bloodied nose, looking rather pitiful. Upon noticing Zhang Chu, Su Li, and Su Liang, the individual with the bloodied nose contemplated approaching them to say something, but ultimately refrained. It seemed he had learned of Su Liang and Su Li's relationship while inside. And now, wishing to apologize, he found himself too embarrassed to do so, leaving only silence between them. Su Li, upon spotting the individuals, immediately wore a displeased expression, regardless of her feelings toward one of them. The fact that he had fought with her brother and ended up in this predicament would not earn him any goodwill from her. I am fine. Had it not been for the patrol's swift arrival, I could have easily dealt with them myself. Su Liang exclaimed, glaring at the departing figures. When he was first apprehended, he was nearly overwhelmed with fear, never having imagined he could be caught in such a situation. Moreover, during his initial time inside, he had been subjected to intimidation. Had it not been for Zhang Chu's timely intervention, he might have endured further hardship. It's good that you're fine, just be careful in the future. In such places, it is you who gains nothing by taking action. It is wise to learn from this experience. Zhang Chu's remarks are rooted in wisdom. Su Liang must navigate relationships to extricate himself, unlike those few individuals who are shielded by their positions. Their employment at the Delta factory affords them a degree of protection, as the security personnel here would not trouble them. Provided the matter is not grave, the company would not dismiss its employees. For minor altercations, a simple acknowledgement of wrongdoing suffices to resolve the issue. However, Su Liang's situation is distinct. Zhang Chu's modest computer shop lacks such influence. Fortunately, the matter of ransom is manageable, albeit at a slight expense. Su Li, you should return to the factory. Su Liang and I will walk back to the shop. Everything is fine, so you need not worry. Upon reaching the entrance of Su Li's factory, Zhang Chu greeted her and encouraged her to head back, while he and Su Liang made their way on foot to the shop. Thank you for your help tonight. Otherwise, I would have remained inside for quite some time. My sister approached the factory leadership, and that wretched person claimed I was not one of their employees, despite the altercation involving their staff, and refused to assist. After Su Li departed, Su Liang recounted the events of the evening to Zhang Chu, confirming their earlier suspicions. Once inside, the group had been quite forthright. Initially, they intended to exploit Su Liang for some advantage, but a call from Zhang Chu's landlord intervened. I didn't contribute much. I merely called the landlord, and to my surprise, he holds considerable sway. It seems I should be more proactive in paying the rent to foster a good impression for future requests. Zhang Chu chuckled at this revelation, astonished by the landlord's willingness to help. He had anticipated a monetary sacrifice, but was pleasantly surprised by the landlord's amiability, who managed to extricate Su Liang with just one phone call. The landlord's willingness to assist is a testament to your reputation. I am well aware of this, Zhang Chu remarked. Su Liang recognized that Zhang Chu preferred not to dwell on his assistance and chose to change the subject. What a misfortune to encounter such a person. With such character, he dares to pursue my sister. How delusional. He should take a moment to reflect on himself. Su Liang's disdain for that individual was palpable, and should they cross paths again, a confrontation was inevitable. This was the price of impulsiveness. That man would have to abandon any thoughts of Su Li. Lest Su Liang pursue him further, Zhang Chu mused. As for Su Li's perspective, Zhang Chu could only speculate. Undoubtedly, this incident would weigh heavily upon her. Chapter 18. Returning home during this time. Most enterprises in the May Day period grant only a single day off. The notion of extended holidays, lasting 3 to 7 days, is but a distant dream. A company that offers 2 days off is considered exceptionally generous. The majority of workers at this juncture harbor straightforward aspirations to work more hours and earn overtime, thereby increasing their wages. Their goals include saving for their children's education, planning for marriage, or embarking on entrepreneurial ventures. For these individuals, extended holidays translate to a lack of income. Leisure activities incur expenses, leading to rapid financial strain. Hence, no one desires an abundance of holidays, a stark contrast to the future. After the holiday, business at Zhang Chu's shop returned to its usual slow pace. But during the weekends, trade improved significantly, consistently over several weeks. Both the assembly services and the second-hand computer seekers noticeably increased compared to the previous month. Zhang Chu's earnings also saw a substantial rise, likely a consequence of the promotional flyers he had distributed earlier. Su Liang, here is your salary for this month. We've secured considerably more orders than before, so I've included a bonus for you. Make sure to save this money wisely and refrain from frivolous spending. By the end of the month, Zhang Chu calculated the performance metrics and sent Su Liang a generous bonus, providing a brief explanation. Even though Su Liang currently had little time or inclination to spend recklessly. Is this amount correct? Did you miscount? At this point, Su Liang had developed his skills sufficiently to manage the shop independently, adeptly handling assembly and customer service without significant issues. Receiving a thick stack of cash as a salary took him by surprise, as it exceeded his usual 400 yuan salary by a considerable margin. If you think it's too much, feel free to return some. Zhang Chu shot him a glance, adding his salary, totaling 2,000 yuan for Su Liang. This sum was substantial and would be considered a high wage within the industry. However, relative to Zhang Chu's earnings that month, it was not excessive. Su Liang was diligent and resourceful, and given their amicable relationship, Zhang Chu would not skimp on Su Liang's compensation. As Zhang Chu earned more, he naturally extended greater rewards. On May Day, they earned nearly 20,000 yuan, making the 2,000 yuan in salary and bonuses for Su Liang reasonable. Yet, as a business owner, Zhang Chu had to weigh various considerations carefully, including the matter of salaries. Su Liang, in a couple of days, I need to return home. So you'll need to oversee the shop. Are you comfortable managing things alone? For Zhang Chu, the past 2 months had yielded a satisfactory income, bringing in several tens of thousands. With some savings, he felt a desire to visit home, especially since the shop was not overly busy at the moment, allowing him the opportunity to discuss building plans with his family. Zhang Chu felt it imperative to personally address the construction of the house, as he was not entirely confident in his mother's judgment regarding the matter. Moreover, he had some ideas about how the house should be built. In his previous life, he had contributed funds for his family's housing, albeit much later than now. With contributions from Zhang Yong and Zhang Yan, there was sufficient money to construct a house for both brothers. Zhang Chu's uncle by marriage was skilled in construction. However, Zhang Chu's mother chose to hire someone from the village instead. This decision inadvertently created a rift between Zhang Chu's family and his uncle's family, which had previously enjoyed a close relationship. More critically, the village contractor had taken advantage of Zhang Chu's family, mismanaging funds that could have built 2 houses, resulting in one large house of over 200 square meters. While wealthy individuals could manage such a project independently without issue, the Zhang family had 2 sons who contributed financially, raising the question of ownership once the house was completed. Zhang Chu was perplexed by Zhang Ma's actions at that moment, as he could not fathom why she would engage in such foolishness. This lingering discomfort resided within him, reminiscent of his previous life. Although he never quarreled with his brother Zhang Yong over the matter of the house, he had willingly relinquished his share once the construction was completed. Choosing not to reclaim any funds, he had bestowed the entire property upon Zhang Yong and continued to navigate life independently, selling houses to earn a living. Despite his lack of complaints, this situation left an indelible mark on his heart. Now, as he considered renovating the house, he was determined not to let his mother err again, especially since he wished to preserve the already tenuous ties with their relatives. No problem. But try not to linger at home for too long. And remember to bring back some food. The prices here are exorbitant, and much of it pales in comparison to what we have at home. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Su Liang responded in a subdued tone. The altercation from their last encounter had significantly impacted him, tempering his demeanor considerably. All right, I'll ask my mother to prepare some home-cooked items to bring along. What do you fancy? Should I call home and have her prepare something for you and your sister? Zhang Chu replied, fully aware that every visit home would entail bringing back an array of local delicacies, a necessity for anyone working away from home, regardless of how well one fared outside. The taste of home always evoked a profound sense of nostalgia, steeped in cherished memories. These home-cooked delights were irreplaceable and far superior to any store-bought fare. Without Su Liang's prompting, Zhang Chu would have prepared to bring some along. Yes, indeed. I'll call my mother shortly and ask her to bring some cured meats and fish. I find myself yearning for those at this time. Su Liang responded with a smile, noting that they preferred the home-cured meats to the ones available outside, as the latter simply could not compare. After organizing the details of their lodging, Zhang Chu reminded Su Liang to call him if any issues arose. Then he took some money and purchased a ticket to return home. The journey from Dongguan to his hometown in Hunan necessitated a transfer at the train station in Yangqing. Or alternatively, he could travel north from Dongguan and switch trains midway. There were no direct trains from Dongguan to his hometown, which was not considered a major station. Trains from his area typically stopped at either the preceding or following major stations. Zhang Chu opted for a direct train from Yangqing, as it offered services that stopped at his hometown station, making it a safer choice than transferring midway. Although his past experiences at Yangqing train station had left a sour impression, having once been cornered into purchasing an overpriced ticket, he still deemed it preferable to other, less familiar stations. At that time, the railway system was rife with ticket scalpers and pickpockets. Several trains traveled from Yangqing train station to the railway station in his hometown county, with several daytime options and 2 during the evening. Zhang Chu chose the one departing shortly after 9 in the evening. which would arrive in his county the following morning around 9, necessitating an entire night spent aboard the train. The journey would take 12 hours, a duration comparable to that of traveling by bus. However, at this moment, the risks associated with traveling by car far exceed those of taking the train, as there exists the peril of being sold off like livestock along the way. Furthermore, there is the chance of being coerced into paying exorbitant prices for meals or other surcharges. Such occurrences are frequent during this period, and once deceived, there is little recourse for redress. As for high-speed trains, they remain a distant dream, not expected to materialize for another decade or so. Currently, even the basic train services are lacking. The trains that stop in Zhang Chu's hometown are still the initial models, and the advanced trains will take several more years to arrive. Those trains could significantly reduce travel time by several hours. The atmosphere is filled with the scents of beer, beverages, mineral water, cigarettes, and snacks. Excuse me, could you please make some room? The experience of boarding the train, regardless of whether it is during the spring festival travel rush or if the seats are filled, feels akin to a battle. Zhang Chu carries little luggage. He hardly has to walk, as he is pushed along by the crowd onto the train. Once aboard, the initial chaos reigns, with a cacophony of noises. However, once seats are found, order begins to restore itself within the carriage. Conversations ensue, and passengers take out their food to enjoy, while the vendors begin to circulate with their carts. Zhang Chu, fortunate enough to have a reserved seat by the window, finds himself stirred by the familiar sounds of vendors hawking their wares, evoking a sense of nostalgia. In truth, it has been many years since he last boarded such a train. Before his rebirth, he would always take the high-speed train, arriving home in just over an hour. Why endure such discomfort otherwise? The scents within this train are peculiar, a blend of sweat, body odor, and food aromas merging into a variety of sensations. The carriage is not only stuffy, but also sweltering. It is only when the train reaches full speed that these odors gradually dissipate. A 12-hour journey in a hard seat leaves one's body aching upon arrival. The discomfort of such seats pales in comparison to those of high-speed trains. It is fortunate that there are not too many passengers during peak travel times. Some travelers might find themselves standing for the entire duration, a far more unpleasant experience. One might purchase a small plastic stool, searching for a spot to sit in the open areas of the carriage, or perch on the wash basin, squeezing in beside others. Such arrangements provide a modicum of relief, though the discomfort remains unyielding. When seated next to an uncommunicative individual, one may find it impossible to secure a seat. Is that Zhang Chu? A voice calls out, interrupting his moment of rest as he sits with his eyes closed. Surprised by the familiar voice, Zhang Chu's curiosity is piqued. Throughout his previous life, despite countless train journeys, he had never encountered an acquaintance on board, nor had he experienced any noteworthy encounters. Thus, he had always envied those fortunate souls who inadvertently met their future partners on trains or buses, believing such luck to be extraordinary. Who would have anticipated that in this new life, he would unexpectedly run into an acquaintance aboard a train? Regardless of gender, this fortune appears quite favorable. Has rebirth ushered in a stroke of luck? As I opened my eyes, I beheld 3 young individuals seated opposite me, one of whom bore a faint resemblance to someone I knew. Upon noticing my awakening, the one who had previously spoken greeted me with a smile. Yet my expression faltered upon recognizing him. Hijia, are you returning home as well? As soon as I identified the speaker, the name Hijia swiftly surfaced in my mind, my former classmate from middle school. Hijia left a significant impression on me, though not one that was particularly pleasant. My disappointment was palpable, for his greeting seemed more an exhibition than genuine camaraderie. I have spent over 2 months in Yanqing, having explored all the enjoyable places here. Now, there is little left to amuse me. It's time to return home. There's south no place like it for comfort. Indeed, as soon as I finished speaking, Hijia eagerly seized the opportunity to share his own recent experiences, his tone imbued with an unmistakable air of arrogance. Subsequently, he turned to his companions, a male and a female, introducing me with a hint of concealed disdain. This is Zhang Chu, my classmate from middle school. He was remarkable in his studies, consistently ranking first in the entire school, yet here he is, still working menial jobs. So, being academically gifted turns out to be of little consequence in the real world. I chuckled softly at his words, refraining from responding, merely observing Hijia's antics, reminiscent of a jester. His manner of speaking remained as grating as I remembered. To be candid, during our school years, there was no animosity between us. If anything, It was merely a slight resentment from a struggling student towards a high achiever, an unavoidable sentiment. In middle school, I typically had no conflicts with my classmates. However, both He Jie and Lu Shiwen, having been reprimanded by teachers in the past, harbored a lingering bitterness towards my academic success. The teachers often compared the underperforming students to me, Zhang Chu from class 64, and such remarks undoubtedly stoked their frustrations, eagerly awaiting the day when I would falter to vindicate their grievances. In truth, academic performance becomes trivial in the realm of adulthood. What truly matters is the wealth and connections one possesses. Unlike Lu Shiwen, who enjoys a high salary, He Jie boasts a father who is a well-known contractor in Yangqing, earning a substantial income. Their family has long since constructed a new house, making He Jie's background worthy of boasting. In contrast, I am left to seek employment on my own, earning a meager salary while residing in a humble abode. Individuals like He Jie undoubtedly find themselves ahead in life, having benefited from their father's influence early on. With a newly built house to their name, they can choose to work or indulge in leisure at their whim. Financial security is a given. When funds run low, they simply turn to their father. Hence, He Jie feels entitled to mock me, believing that academic excellence amounts to nothing when one still finds themselves laboring, while he does not have to endure such a fate. Moreover, he is not lacking in funds, leading a life of considerable ease. With only one son and ample financial resources, his family would unlikely compel him to seek employment. It is likely that his father, a contractor, has long since orchestrated the course of his life. Additionally, individuals who venture out to work typically do not return home mid-year, as factory holidays predominantly occur during the year-end festivities. Zhang Chu's return at this time suggests that his job search has not been particularly fruitful. It is indeed ironic that a once exemplary student now struggles to find work. Reflecting on this, He Jie could not resist inquiring about Zhang Chu's situation, even though Zhang Chu appeared reluctant to engage in conversation. "Ah, Zhang Chu, are you back home due to difficulties in your job search?" "Well, my former employer has ceased operations, and I have yet to secure a new position, so I thought I would return home for a visit," Zhang Chu replied, not contradicting him, but rather following He Jie's lead. Such individuals, the more attention they receive, the more they tend to flaunt themselves. It sufficed to feign interest, naturally. This fellow would have little else to say. The man and woman beside He Jie were strangers to Zhang Chu, but judging by He Jie's demeanor towards the girl, it was apparent that he was pursuing her. In his past life, Zhang Chu had endured a similarly unpleasant exchange with He Jie after graduation, where he had been subjected to this kind of ostentation, though not on a train. Yet, in that previous existence, Zhang Chu never managed to outshine He Jie in that regard. Thus he silently swallowed his pride, watching He Jie revel in his own self-importance. Now, however, Zhang Chu stood from the perspective of one who had been reborn, psychologically older by over a decade, perceiving He Jie merely as a pompous fool. The two were hardly of the same caliber, and comparing themselves only served to diminish one's own intellect. Hence, Zhang Chu could hardly be bothered to engage with him, allowing him to prattle on. He Jie had a father to rely on, whereas Zhang Chu did not. However, Zhang Chu now possessed the advantage of a rebirth's golden touch. To be preoccupied with such trivialities would be beneath the dignity of a reborn individual. Undeterred by Zhang Chu's lack of enthusiasm, He Jie remained eager to continue the conversation. At that moment, he seemed to recall something and prepared to extract an item from his pocket to boast about. Suddenly, Zhang Chu's phone rang. He retrieved a black brick-like device from his pocket and glanced at the screen. It was the shop's number, presumably a call from Su Liang. "Su Liang, what is it? Is there something you need?" Knowing that Zhang Chu was likely on a train, Su Liang's call suggested the urgency of a significant matter. Zhang Chu promptly answered the call. He had purchased the phone prior to returning home, fearing that Su Liang might encounter something important that he could not manage without contact. Otherwise, given the current design of mobile phones, Zhang Chu would be loath to spend thousands on such an unsightly contraption, too ugly and exorbitantly priced. "Tonight, Mr. Zhou and the others called, saying they need you to visit their factory to check on the network wiring and the programmable telephone system. Their computers will also need to be assembled from our end, so they urge you to return promptly." On the other end of the line, Su Liang's voice was somewhat intermittent. After listening, Zhang Chu immediately responded, requesting Su Liang to run an errand for him the next day. However, there was no reply from Su Liang, as if he had not heard at all. Hello? Damn it. This wretched global communication. The signal is atrocious. Zhang Chu repeated hello several times, but his mobile phone remained silent. Upon inspecting his phone, he found that it had lost signal completely. Just as he was about to curse his unseemly device, a sudden howling sound erupted from outside. He could barely hear himself speak. The train was entering a tunnel. Traveling north from Yangcheng, there are numerous tunnels along the way. Not only was his phone useless at this moment, but even when the network is fully covered in the future, one would still be unable to make calls inside a tunnel. Zhang Chu had not anticipated that upon boarding the train home, Zhou and his team would seek him out for a network engineering project. The timing was truly unfortunate. There was nothing he could do now but fret anxiously. Chapter 20. Wealth bolsters courage, a network engineering project for a new company. Along with the installation of a programmable telephone and computer setup, undoubtedly represented a significant opportunity for Zhang Chu at this juncture. If executed well, he could earn tens of thousands, perhaps even more. Naturally, Zhang Chu was reluctant to forego such a lucrative deal. Yet, at this critical moment, the inability to make a call left him in a state of agitation. Feeling somewhat dejected, he stowed away his phone into his pocket. It would be wiser to disembark the train and take a landline in the city. That would be far more reliable. The mobile service, while exorbitantly priced, also incurred roaming charges. Moreover, despite being touted as a global network, Zhang Chu knew that once he returned to his rural hometown, the phone would be utterly useless. Only operable in urban areas. Is that a Nokia phone? After casually putting away his phone, Zhang Chu noticed the three individuals across from him gazing at him with astonished expressions. Upon seeing Zhang Chu stow his device, one of Hejia's companions could not help but inquire. At this time, mobile phones were still a rarity. Zhang Chu had just been reborn, accustomed to smart devices, and thus did not think much of it. In fact, he felt somewhat disdainful of the brick-like gadget he held. Yet for most people, spending money on a phone was a luxury they could hardly afford. Many were still using pagers. A mobile phone back then could cost several thousand. Hejia's father used a pager, which had not yet been entirely phased out and was still quite popular in the mainland. As for Hejia, he was preparing to showcase his newly purchased Chinese character pager. However, Zhang Chu was defying expectations. Here was a man who could not even secure a job, yet he was casually brandishing a mobile phone. How could that allow anyone to maintain their composure? He had planned to pull out his pager from his pocket, but instead kept it hidden, feeling a surge of frustration that left his face slightly flushed. At that moment, producing the pager would only invite ridicule. A pager simply could not compare to a mobile phone, regardless of its features. Hejia felt he could not bear the embarrassment. Ah, yes, it's a Nokia phone. My previous employer was unable to pay salaries, so he used his phone as a form of wage collateral. Zhang Chu glanced at the three individuals, nodding slightly as he offered an explanation. He refrained from mentioning that he had purchased the tickets himself, not wishing to flaunt this information before them. Despite Zhang Chu's assertions, the others were not convinced. Who were they trying to deceive? Just moments earlier, during the phone call, arrangements had been made for tasks. Had they not heard it all? The conversation dwindled, and Zhang Chu found solace in the ensuing silence. Positioned by the window, he leaned against the train and closed his eyes to rest. On such trains, vigilance is paramount at three specific times when one is most susceptible to losing money or belongings: during boarding, when jostled by others, while asleep at night, and when disembarking amidst the crowd. Zhang Chu, with only a mobile phone and several thousand yuan in cash on him, dared not succumb to a deep slumber. With passengers still moving about and train attendants making their rounds, he managed to keep his eyes closed while remaining alert. As midnight approached and the others succumbed to sleep, Zhang Chu remained wide awake, acutely aware that this was when pickpockets were most active. To combat drowsiness, he had prepared a pack of cigarettes to smoke during the night. On these trains, smoking is permitted in the aisles near the restrooms. Such restrictions against smoking are typically found only on high-speed trains, while most others allow it. Fortunately, Zhang Chu encountered no incidents throughout the night. The following morning, as he disembarked, he noticed that Hejia and his companions had mysteriously vanished without a word. Zhang Chu chuckled softly to himself as he shouldered his bag and exited the train station. After finding a place to freshen up, he treated himself to a bowl of 3-flavor rice noodles for just 3 yuan. Having endured a night on the train without food or a decent rest, he was ravenous and eager to eat. The vicinity of the train station boasted numerous rice noodle shops, with similar establishments near the city's bus station and schools. Zhang Chu never grew weary of the 3-flavor noodles from his hometown, which he always indulged in during his visits to the city in his previous life. priced reasonably and generously portioned. The bowl was filled to the brim with noodles, ample slices of pig liver and lean meat, topped with a fried egg and some wood ear mushrooms. A sprinkle of chili powder enhanced the experience, providing Zhang Chu with immense satisfaction. In contrast to the 10 yuan bowls he had eaten in another city, which contained only shredded radishes and cabbage, this bowl of 3-flavor noodles was a true testament to quality. I'll return home for a couple of days before heading down, he had discussed with Mr. Zhou over the phone. Please have them report the approximate quantities, and I'll visit their company to assess the situation. Once I have a general understanding, I'll prepare a quotation for them upon my return. After enjoying his breakfast, Zhang Chu called Su Liang to arrange matters regarding the store before heading into the city to purchase some fruits and other items to take back home. It is customary for those who work away to bring back gifts upon their return, a tradition among laborers. Traveling from the south was inconvenient for carrying items, but it was much easier once he reached the city. From the city to Zhang Chu's home, there was a bus, specifically the number 3 line, which ran every half hour, quite convenient, though it only reached the town. The concrete road connected the city to the town, but the final few miles to his home required either walking or hailing a motorcycle. At this moment, motorcycles are available for rent in the countryside, though few choose to ride them. Zhang Chu opted not to hail a motorcycle, instead choosing to walk back. The rural folk at this time exhibit a certain frugality. Those who can walk prefer to do so rather than call for a vehicle at the slightest whim. The road from town to Zhang Chu's home would not be paved with cement for another decade. For now, it remains a dirt path riddled with deep ruts created by coal trucks. As Zhang Chu traverses this road, he experiences a faint sense of returning in glory. He carries several tens of thousands of yuan in his pocket, a sum that holds significant value in this era, instilling him with confidence. In contrast to his previous experiences walking this path, when he would often lower his head, feeling a sense of embarrassment at encountering familiar faces, Zhang Chu now walks with a transformed demeanor. In any era, wealth serves as a person's backbone. With money in his pocket, he walks with an upright posture. Zhang Chu has returned. Is he preparing for the double harvest? Upon meeting acquaintances along the way, he greets them or offers a cigarette. Familiar villagers return his salutations until he reaches the village entrance. No, he has come home to attend to some matters. There is still over a month until the double harvest. Scattered throughout the village are several new houses, with others still under construction. Zhang Chu's earthen brick house stands out conspicuously among a cluster of red brick homes, a painful reminder from his past that has long troubled his heart. He had always yearned to earn enough to replace it, but never found the opportunity. Now that the chance has arisen, it is indeed prudent to make the change sooner rather than later. As Zhang Chu approaches his home, he finds the door locked. He does not have to wait long, as his mother, Zhang Ma, arrives home from the market, saving him the trouble of searching for someone. She carries 2 bamboo baskets, one containing a duck bound at the wings, and the other filled with peppers and eggplants. Observing this, Zhang Chu deduces that his mother must have gone to town to sell the duck along with the peppers and eggplants, and it seems she has had a good harvest. The vegetables, grown in their own garden, are still early in the season, and the peak yield has yet to arrive. With only Zhang Ma at home, they cannot consume all of it, making it fortuitous to sell what they can. In the town, there is a state-owned coal mine where locals procure various living necessities. Many nearby families, unable to consume their surplus vegetables and fruits, take them to market during the trading days. Mother. Seeing his mother's weathered expression, Zhang Chu, having lived 2 lives, feels a swell of emotion that nearly brings him to tears, despite any grievances he may have held against his parents. In this moment, he is overwhelmed with a sense of indebtedness to her, recognizing that he has never truly repaid her for all she has done. In the past, he had used the excuse of not earning enough to properly repay her as a means of self-deception, never considering other reasons for his shortcomings. Now, reflecting on his past actions fills him with guilt. He realizes he has been exceedingly selfish. Xiao Chu, why have you returned at this time? Did you not just go to Dongguan a few months ago? Zhang Ma, surprised by her son's unexpected arrival, wonders if he has been unable to find work. I've come back to handle a few matters. I will be here for just a couple of days. Outside, in addition to Zhang Chu's mother, several women from the village were present. After vaguely explaining his reason for returning, Zhang Chu helped his mother with the burdens on her shoulders. It was fortuitous, as there was still a duck unsold. I had initially planned to wait until all were sold before returning, but recalling some matters at home, I decided against selling the duck and returned early. You've come back just in time to prepare it for a meal. You are indeed fortunate. Zhang Ma, not pondering too deeply, smiled in response to Zhang Chu's words. The nearby village women laughed, commenting on the return of the prosperous son of the Zhang family, suggesting that they should prepare something nice for their meal, and that killing a duck would suffice. Once mother and son returned to their room, Zhang Chu spent some time chatting with his mother. They proceeded to slaughter a duck, culminating in a sumptuous lunch. All the ingredients were homegrown, akin to the so-called organic produce touted by the trendy folk of later years. Indeed, the flavors far surpassed those found outside. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. You look as if you've been starved for ages, as if you've never had enough to eat while working outside, Zhang Ma remarked, observing Zhang Chu devour his meal with great haste. It had been a while since he had savored such delicacies, and he was ravenous. Zhang Ma couldn't help but comment on her son's voracious appetite. Your mother's culinary skills are unmatched. Nothing outside can compare to home-cooked meals, which makes one crave more. Zhang Chu, smiling, responded that he felt splendid. Upon returning home, it seemed that all tension melted away, and he found his appetite rekindled. There was no need to fret about earnings or confrontations. He could simply savor the moment. This was a sanctuary of warmth, a refuge from the fatigue of life's burdens. This was the essence of home, a stark contrast to the frenetic pace of his previous life and the long stretches of time spent away, hesitant to return. It had been ages since he had felt such comforting warmth. The changing times transformed many, and with it, the significance of money became paramount in society, overshadowing other values. Xiao Chu, where did you acquire such wealth? How long have you even worked in Dongguan? How could you possibly earn so much? You must not stray onto the wrong path. After their meal, with no one else around, Zhang Chu revealed the money he had brought back, startling Zhang Ma immensely. It was a thick bundle amounting to several tens of thousands, the pale blue bills dazzling her eyes. Notably before the advent of the Red Bull version of the 100 yuan notes. Mother, rest assured, this money is earned honestly. Your son has become a small business owner in Dongguan. Earning this amount is quite normal. Observing his mother's reaction, Zhang Chu explained, including details about his computer shop. Otherwise, given her timid nature, she would likely lose sleep over it. For rural folk at that time, being a small business owner in the southern regions was indeed a remarkable achievement, regardless of actual profits. Thus, upon hearing his explanation, Zhang Ma's expression transformed into one of delight. To her surprise, her son had become a small business owner in such a short span in Dongguan. Compared to others in the village who ventured out to work, Zhang Chu undoubtedly stood out as the most exceptional among them. Moreover, he had invested tens of thousands to substantiate his worth, which filled Zhang Ma with an increasing sense of pride for her son. This youngest son was indeed her most cherished. He excelled academically during his school years and proved to be a competent worker alongside her throughout the years. Now, as he adeptly earned money, how could she not feel proud? You mentioned that you have started a computer company? Could you perhaps invite Xiao Yanzi to work with you? I've heard that her factory has been struggling lately, often closing down, and she has developed a skin condition from the paint used on those toys. Upon understanding the origins of Zhang Chu's wealth, Zhang Ma felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was merely a simple and ordinary rural woman, timid by nature. After reveling in her pride, she recalled her youngest daughter, who had gone to work immediately after finishing middle school. Her concern resurfaced, prompting her to bring up Zhang Yan's situation. Yes, certainly. I had actually intended to bring Xiao Yanzi to my company. I was just in need of personnel. I'll go to Xiangshan to pick her up. It's not far from here. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chu agreed, as he had already planned to do so. He anticipated that he and Su Liang would often need to be away, and it was better to have his sister manage the shop, as he could teach her certain aspects of the business. Wouldn't it be wiser to save this money as capital for your business rather than using it to build a house? Delaying the construction won't hinder your entrepreneurial pursuits, will it? Zhang Chu had indeed contemplated this matter. However, he believed that having a few tens of thousands for his computer shop would suffice for operational flexibility. In his view, investing in home repairs was of greater value, albeit the benefits were intangible yet significant. Due to his father's circumstances, Zhang Chu's family was regarded as one of the poorest and least respected in the village, with few willing to lend them money, not even his father's own brothers. Had he received the opportunity to attend university, his family might have garnered more respect within the community. Yet, that simple aspiration remained unfulfilled. Consequently, because of his father's situation, Both the village and distant relatives were unwilling to lend them money, forcing Zhang Chu to abandon his studies in search of work. In his previous life, Zhang Chu and his family failed to accumulate substantial wealth, making it difficult even to save enough for home repairs, resulting in their continued residence in a mud house, a fact that drew scorn from others. By 2015, they had finally built a new house, albeit a modest single-story structure with no furnishings, just bare walls. This reality only furthered their disdain in the village, a thorn in Zhang Chu's heart that led him to avoid returning home. Now that he possessed some funds, the question of earning more became secondary. His priority was to construct a proper home for his family. At the very least, this would elevate their status within the village, providing his mother with a modicum of pride when conversing with others. Such is the harsh reality of society. Wealth garners attention and respect, while poverty invites neglect. The city is undeniably realistic, and the rural landscape is equally intricate. In this era, where material desires run rampant, only money can truly bring warmth. Zhang Chu has never contemplated how much he could earn in the future. With his limited abilities, it seems improbable to casually construct an empire akin to a financial mogul. Therefore, he chooses to tread carefully, uncertain of how far he might journey. Nonetheless, he is determined to transform his life and improve his family's circumstances. If spending a modest sum could bring joy to his mother, he would willingly do so. Some regrets from the past can only be compensated for now. Unfortunately, in his previous life, luck was not on his side, and he earned little, failing to grasp this principle, a significant regret. In 2002, building a new house in the village did not place him among the pioneers, but he was certainly in the upper tier. By this time, many villagers had begun constructing new homes. However, having completed his house and having established himself as a small business owner in the south, he could now make his mother proud in front of the villagers. Chapter 22. Family ties, but finances must be clear. I have money from my business. I am not lacking in funds. Zhang Chu refrained from disclosing the exact amount he possessed, and instead continued discussing the house construction with his mother. This matter required confirmation within the next few days, as he was pressed for time. In his previous life, their family was the last to build a house in the village. By then, the prime locations had already been claimed by others, forcing them to demolish and renovate their old home. This time, however, the situation was different. Numerous appealing plots remained unoccupied. Zhang Chu had the opportunity to select a favorable location, which was why he felt a sense of urgency. Their family house would be built at the village entrance by the communal fields, which were now theirs. A simple report to the village would suffice. In the future, when the village redistributed land, they could simply deduct a portion from the population's share. This was merely a way to placate his mother, for Zhang Chu understood that in a few years, all communal fields would be developed, leaving no land to distribute. The issue of utilizing communal land for construction would ultimately be forgotten, and only those who had not claimed land would suffer. However, his mother was naive. If he did not present it this way, she would never consider encroaching upon the communal fields for construction. Ultimately, their portion of the communal land was claimed by others, who built their houses upon it. Will the village authorities have any objections regarding the use of communal land? Even after Zhang Chu explained the plan, his mother hesitated at the mention of occupying communal fields. Don't worry, I will speak with the production team leader tonight. You just need to arrange for the foundation to be dug and the house to be built, he reassured her. For the construction, he would consult his uncle-in-law, who was knowledgeable about such matters, ensuring that family connections would bring peace of mind. Zhang Chu did not wish to burden his mother with the entire house-building process, but he knew she would struggle with it. She was too gullible and easily deceived. In his previous life, the house they constructed suffered from such issues, prompting Zhang Chu to believe it necessary to oversee everything personally. After discussing the matter regarding the house, Zhang Chu accompanied his mother to inspect the plot of land in the mobile fields. This area is sufficient for the construction of 2 houses, perfectly suiting the needs of him and his brother. I intended to call Zhang Yong on his pager to discuss the construction of the houses. If he fails to send money home, once the houses are completed, he shall have no claim. The financial burden must not rest solely on one person. After surveying the land, Zhang Chu's mother suddenly recalled this matter and emphasized it to him. While familial ties are strong, financial responsibilities must be clearly delineated. This principle holds significant weight in rural areas, particularly in families with many brothers. Zhang Chu's mother clearly endorsed this notion and took the time to highlight it. She was quite vexed that Zhang Yong, despite his high salary, never saved a penny to send home, and she was prepared to use this issue to press him. This left Zhang Chu somewhat perplexed. At this moment, why could his mother think of such matters, yet in his previous life? They had made such grave mistakes regarding the house. Frankly, in his past life, it was Zhang Chu who relinquished his claim to the house, so no issues arose. If the brothers were to quarrel over the property, it would only complicate matters. Zhang Yang's character was well known to Zhang Chu. He resembled their father in his tendency to spend freely and had a penchant for gambling. When Zhang Chu was in high school, he requested Zhang Yong to prepare a semester's tuition of 1,000 yuan, only for Zhang Yong to lose his entire salary in a game of cards. With a monthly salary exceeding 2,000 yuan, Zhang Chu's tuition was merely a little over 1,000. Such a modest request caused Zhang Chu to struggle with his studies. Upon learning of this incident, it was impossible for Zhang Chu to suppress his anger. Reflecting on subsequent job searches, it was evident that while Zhang Yong could assist others, he was unable to lend a helping hand to Zhang Chu. How could Zhang Chu not be infuriated? In truth, several past grievances lingered in Zhang Chu's mind, such as when Zhang Yong, during a prosperous period, paid little attention to Zhang Yan and Zhang Chu. Yet, when his fortunes waned, he incessantly sought financial assistance from them, often borrowing money without repaying, even relying on Zhang Chu and Zhang Yan to fund his girlfriend's childbirth. However, these events belonged to the past and had either transpired or were yet to come. Dwelling on them served no purpose, and Zhang Chu could no longer return to school. Ultimately, blood ties remained significant. Despite Zhang Yong's failures as a brother, Zhang Chu and Zhang Yan could not forget that he was their elder brother, and they could not ignore him in his times of need. Although Zhang Yong had faltered in his role as an elder brother, he had not committed any acts that harmed his siblings. The bond of kinship cannot be entirely disregarded. Thus, I shall keep a ledger of expenses for both houses and demand reimbursement when the time comes. He will have to cover his own renovations if he lacks the funds. The house shall belong to me, and he shall not reside there. Zhang Chu did not oppose his mother's words. Indeed, a conversation with Zhang Yong was necessary. Otherwise, if this situation continued to linger, he would inevitably descend into the same dismal state as in his previous life. In his earlier years, Zhang Yong had lived rather extravagantly, with a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan spent recklessly, leaving no savings behind. One may indulge in a carefree lifestyle. Yet such extravagance often leads to a gradual decline in fortune. Eventually, that man found himself a girlfriend and fathered a son, even borrowing money from Zhang Chu and Zhang Yan to cover the expenses of childbirth. Consequently, his partner abandoned him due to his financial struggles, leaving their child in the care of Zhang Chu's mother. As for Zhang Yong, having failed to save any funds in his youth, he found himself compelled to toil endlessly for his son as he aged. This unfortunate fate was all too familiar to Zhang Chu, who was well aware of Zhang Yong's past experiences. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, Zhang Chu felt an urgent need to alter these circumstances. Perhaps the hardships of his previous life had instilled in him a deep yearning for the well-being and happiness of his family, a desire to prevent a recurrence of past miseries. The specifics of how much money one earns were secondary. What mattered most was the contentment of the family, each member finding stability in their respective lives, a vision Zhang Chu cherished dearly in his rebirth. To realize this dream, he understood that effort was paramount. After confirming the plans for house renovations with his mother, Zhang Chu ventured to a nearby small shop to purchase a pack of premium white sand cigarettes, which he found useful. Following dinner, he took the cigarette and approached the production team leader of his brigade to discuss the matter of building on the collective farmland. This was a task he had to undertake himself, for his mother was not equipped for such negotiations. Rest assured, Xiao Chu, just write a construction application. Have your mother gather a few villagers to provide their fingerprints, and I will assist in getting the approval for your family, the team leader assured him. In those times, securing permission to build a house required villagers' fingerprints. In later years, anyone wishing to construct a home could simply occupy their farmland and build without any hassle, later spending a bit to obtain property documentation. At this stage, few people paid attention to constructing on collective farmland, and there were no related policies. So the production team leader had no objections, especially after receiving the premium white sand cigarettes from Zhang Chu. For someone in his modest position, such cigarettes, valued at 10 yuan a pack, were considered quite luxurious. It is worth noting that most rural folks smoke the cheaper 2 yuan packs, while even a decent hard pack of white sand was 5 yuan. The premium version was favored by city dwellers, affluent businessmen, or officials, as other brands had yet to gain popularity. Chapter 23. The heart of every parent. This is the pressed powder. You can use it for cooking later. Here is the homemade cured meat, along with some offal that you enjoy. This is rice noodles. I happen to dry some. And you can soak them in water for breakfast. I have also prepared some chopped chili and dried peppers, as well as some pickled vegetables in the jar. Having settled the arrangements for the house, Zhang Chu prepared to return to Dongguan, as he needed to promptly follow up on the orders from Mr. Zhou, which could not be delayed. As Zhang Chu was about to leave, his mother stuffed numerous items into his bag, seemingly a gesture to convey her love. "Mom, this is too much. I won't have enough space to carry it all on the train," he protested. Zhang Chu gazed at his mother, a hint of bittersweetness in his heart, as she prepared an abundance of provisions for him, chuckling softly to halt her from adding more. 2 hefty bags were already full. In addition to the food prepared at home, Su Liang's parents had also brought along a substantial bag. Both Su Liang and Su Li were working away from home, and their parents could not help but worry. Upon learning of Zhang Chu's return, they promptly prepared a generous amount of food for their son and daughter. Indeed, the hearts of parents everywhere resonate with the same love and concern. "Very well, do take care of your health once you go up. You are still young, and good health is your greatest asset. Wishing you a smooth journey, and may you earn a fortune in Dongguan." Zhang Chu's mother reluctantly ceased her efforts to pack more into his bags, then proceeded to offer him a litany of advice and heartfelt wishes. When Zhang Chu traveled to the town, he simply walked over, as there were no motorcycles available in the village. A few kilometers was hardly a challenge for someone accustomed to walking, though carrying 2 heavy bags along with a large backpack made him feel somewhat fatigued. He had even managed to lighten his load a bit. Otherwise, it would have been even more cumbersome. "Little Chu, why have you returned home at this time? In such a rush to leave?" As Zhang Chu awaited transportation to the city, he stopped by his aunt's house, which was conveniently located just off the roadside. Upon seeing him, his aunt and uncle were filled with curiosity. They were unaware of Zhang Chu's recent financial success in Dongguan. The timing of his visit seemed unusual, as people typically did not return home at such hours, especially when the Double Ninth Festival was still a month away and the Spring Festival was even earlier. His unexpected return raised their concerns. "I came back to discuss building a house with my mother. I will need Uncle to help oversee the project," Zhang Chu explained. Compared to other relatives of Zhang Chu, his aunt's family, though not well off, maintained a close relationship with them, often supporting one another in various endeavors. In his previous life, a misunderstanding had created a slight rift due to Zhang Chu's mother, but he was determined not to repeat such mistakes. After all, blood ties hold a certain reliability that surpasses mere acquaintance. His uncle understood this sentiment well. It was far better to earn money for family than for outsiders. "Are you planning to build a house? Has little Chu earned quite a bit from this stint?" his uncle inquired, fully aware of the situation surrounding Zhang Chu's family. The fact that he had returned specifically to discuss housing clearly indicated financial success. "Yes, I was fortunate enough to earn some money. If we don't secure a foundation now, soon enough there will be no good land left in the village to build upon," Zhang Chu candidly admitted, refraining from disclosing the exact amount he had earned. "Building a house is indeed a good thing. Rest assured, Uncle will keep an eye on your family's new home. Where do you plan to lay the foundation?" "I think the land near your family's cultivated fields is quite suitable," his uncle eagerly responded, demonstrating the unwavering support that had characterized their relationship over the years. The new housing project is situated in the designated area of Jidongshan, and the village's approval has been secured. My primary purpose for returning was to finalize this matter. My mother has become somewhat more cautious, fearing she may not manage these affairs adequately. After engaging in discussions regarding the construction of the house at his aunt's home, Zhang Chu boarded a bus. Upon his departure, he left behind a pack of finely crafted white sand cigarettes and a bottle of quality liquor for his uncle. His uncle's family never imposed any conditions for supporting their kin, and Zhang Chu is not one to overlook such gestures of goodwill. It is essential to observe propriety. What one offers to others is also a reflection of oneself. Zhang Chu's younger cousins, a brother and sister, are currently pursuing their studies, one in high school and the other in middle school, and both are away from home. His aunt and uncle are under considerable pressure, as the expenses for their children's education are substantial. It is a pity for these children. If they were to attend university, their potential would surely flourish. Zhang Chu's uncle graciously accepted the gifts he offered, unable to resist expressing his sentiments. My unfortunate sister has finally seen the end of her hardships. Having married a man of such character, she has endured a lifetime of struggle. Now that her son is thriving, her life will improve. Zhang Chu's aunt echoed these sentiments, as she shares a close bond with Zhang Chu's mother, while her relationships with other sisters are more distant. Zhang Chu's family has provided significant support, even though their own circumstances are not particularly favorable. With 2 children in school, the financial burden is considerable. Zhang Chu's uncle has remained close to home, taking on local work to earn a modest income while caring for the family. When Zhang Chu was in high school, their situation was similarly challenging, and though there was a desire to assist his nephew, they lacked the means. Upon returning to his shop, Zhang Chu found a customer engaged in a computer assembly, with Su Liang explaining the process. After placing his belongings down, Zhang Chu chose not to interrupt Su Liang but instead organized his items, putting kitchen supplies away as necessary. Su Liang, during his solitary hours at the shop, had neglected the kitchen, relying entirely on takeout. It is indeed time to purchase a refrigerator for the kitchen, otherwise, certain perishables cannot be stored for long. The weather in the south turns warm early, and it is already quite hot. I visited Mr. Zhou's company, which is rather expansive. I diligently noted their requirements and sketched a rough layout of the factory. After organizing the local specialty products I brought, Su Liang, having completed his external tasks, eagerly shared the updates on the matters Zhang Chu had entrusted him with. However, Zhang Chu found it challenging to comprehend the sketch that Su Liang had drawn, which required significant effort to grasp. Given Su Liang's academic performance, which barely secured him a middle school diploma, it is commendable that he attempted to illustrate the factory structure. Understanding his abstract representation will necessitate further explanation from Su Liang himself. Mr. Zhou had emphasized that an invoice is required. Once Zhang Chu understood the sketch and reviewed the equipment specifications, Su Liang added that there were additional instructions to follow. Well, I shall prepare the quotation shortly. The invoice will be straightforward. After listening, Zhang Chu did not lift his head and simply replied, then took the notes recorded by Su Liang into the shop to begin drafting a quotation. Su Liang was not adept at this task. At that moment, the matter of the invoice was indeed straightforward. Zhang Chu had seen Li Dong handle it a few times and knew how to proceed, so there were no issues. However, he was uncertain whether Su Liang had misremembered the data. If all the items he recorded were to be transformed into equipment and materials for construction, the order would be overwhelmingly large. With Zhang Chu's current meager capital, he simply could not manage such a venture. Over 100 brand new computers alone would incur substantial costs just for installation. Adding to that the switches, cabinets, networking cables, and programmable telephone systems. This order could not possibly be fulfilled for less than 1,000,000 yuan. The costs alone would approach several hundred thousand, leaving Zhang Chu in a quandary. Chapter 24. The taste of home. Are you certain about these quantities? He inquired, having roughly compiled a table and conducted a tally. Upon seeing the total amount on the table, he could not help but voice his doubts to Su Liang. I am certain. I haven't even accounted for the system and the licensed office software. I was unfamiliar with those items, so I did not include them. I thought it best to inform you directly, Su Liang responded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu's frown deepened. If the quantities were indeed accurate, along with the software costs, the actual price would likely be even higher. In this day and age, companies in China that utilize licensed software were either publicly listed or foreign enterprises. Zhang Chu was well aware of the situation, as he was quite familiar with it. Such companies were either publicly traded or foreign-owned, and certainly not state-owned enterprises, which had a formidable entry barrier and often required substantial kickbacks. Their small shop lacked the qualifications. Additionally, it was unlikely to be a small domestic private enterprise, as they would certainly not use licensed software. Only publicly listed companies and foreign enterprises fit the bill, and both types of companies were undoubtedly formidable entities at this time. Typically, the general populace utilized pirated software. After working alongside Zhang Chu for a while, Su Liang could not even distinguish between pirated and licensed versions. Simply understanding the prevailing circumstances. For these publicly listed companies and foreign enterprises, several million yuan for computer equipment and software construction was inconsequential. They could easily allocate such funds for development, and their vision extended far beyond the immediate. They were willing to invest in such ventures. What to do? Zhang Chu found himself in a state of turmoil. He yearned for sufficient capital to undertake this significant project, as securing this single order could turn his fortunes around. Yet, he found himself lacking. Even if he refrained from returning home, he possessed less than 100,000 yuan. This amount was a mere drop in the ocean compared to the requirements of this order from the Zhou Corporation. The materials and equipment alone would exceed 1 million, and he would need to front a portion of these costs. Beyond equipment and material expenses, there were also labor costs to consider. This undertaking would require hiring additional workers, as the two of them could not manage it alone. Hiring would necessitate skilled labor over a considerable period, thus adding yet another significant expense. For now, he resolved to complete the quotation and proposal, then assess the actual situation to make a decision. Furthermore, Zhang Chu must contemplate whether to assemble a computer or procure a complete system, as the publicly listed company may have certain stipulations. With this in mind, Zhang Chu dismisses his concerns regarding capital and prioritizes the creation of a proposal and quotation that will satisfy General Manager Zhou and his team. Securing the contract is paramount. Any other issues can be addressed in due course. If the contract is not finalized, it will not significantly affect Zhang Chu, who is acutely aware of the dynamics at play. Zhang Chu, have you brought the steamed flour with you? It has been ages since I last enjoyed this. Shall we prepare steamed pork with it today? Perhaps we could also saute some cured fish? Su Liang, unable to assist Zhang Chu with the quotations due to his unfamiliarity with office software, diligently begins organizing the ingredients that Zhang Chu has brought. Steamed pork is a dish from Zhang Chu's hometown, wherein meat is wrapped in steamed flour and cooked. Typically, this dish is prepared only for significant family events or during the new year, as indulging in meat is still a luxury in rural areas. Such a dish is seldom found outside, thus Su Liang is pleasantly surprised upon seeing it. All right, go purchase some meat. Remember to call your sister and ask if she needs to work late tonight. If not, she should come over for dinner. We have brought some delightful ingredients from home. Zhang Chu is focused on meticulously drafting the wiring plans for computer equipment and network-controlled telephones, leaving other tasks to Su Liang. The market is not far. A short walk of several dozen meters leads to the shops. For Zhang Chu, devising quotations and wiring plans is a familiar endeavor from his past life. He understands well how to present them in an aesthetically pleasing and comprehensible manner, ensuring professionalism. This work serves as a stepping stone to showcase his capabilities, especially for a substantial contract. A well-crafted and visually appealing proposal will undoubtedly leave a positive first impression on the client, enhancing acceptance, although a reasonable price remains crucial. Despite having established a connection with General Manager Zhou, Zhang Chu aspires to refine the project further, aiming for a flawless presentation that would garner favorable feedback from Zhou's team. General Manager Zhou has not rushed for the proposal. To ascertain the final effect, Zhang Chu plans to visit Zhou's company the following day. As Su Liang's sketches lack the clarity that an on-site visit would provide. Zhang Chu, you're back from home so quickly? It seems you barely spent a few days there. Mostly on the train. Su Li did not have to work late that evening, as her schedule for the week was relatively light. He Shui and a few others had other commitments and did not join them tonight. Su Liang called her at noon, and after finishing work in the afternoon, he hurried to Zhang Chu's place, opting not to eat at the factory, while Zhang Chu was still engrossed in his project. Yes, I returned promptly to handle matters here. There are pressing tasks that require my attention. I cannot linger at home, Zhang Chu replied. Noticing that he was preoccupied, Su Li silently moved to the kitchen to assist. This sister is adept at managing the household, and since Su Liang cannot cook and Zhang Chu is busy, it falls to her to prepare the meal. She harbors no complaints and finds joy in the task at hand. While chatting with Zhang Chu, I busily moved about the kitchen with a cheerful spirit. Being from the same hometown, the camaraderie felt much more comforting than being among outsiders. Returning home felt akin to a bustling market. With only a fleeting amount of time to spare, the distinction between being one's own boss and working for someone else is palpable. When we return, we either wait for the factory to close for holidays or must request leave ourselves. Although being one's own boss offers a modicum of freedom, the demands of fulfilling orders can be considerably more arduous than conventional employment. Zhang Chu chuckled at this notion, contemplating that if the wages for labor were more enticing, he might have opted for a job instead. His temperament lacks a strong ambition. Often, if life is manageable, he does not exert himself excessively. The delights of home-cooked meals are unparalleled. It has been over 6 months since the Spring Festival, and he has not savored the flavors of home. The dishes, prepared by Zhang Chu, were in good hands. While Su Li chopped the vegetables, Zhang Chu meticulously arranged the plans, then set aside his tasks to handle the cooking himself. He was particularly concerned about Su Li's ability to prepare the steamed pork, a dish requiring finesse, as missteps could waste the precious ingredients he had brought along. On this occasion, Su Li joined them in drinking a few beers, something she seldom indulged in. Today, however, the abundance of food Zhang Chu had brought from home encouraged her to partake. Although there are countless dishes available outside, none can replicate the essence of home-cooked meals. Just the aroma of their homegrown chili peppers, which could fill the entire village with fragrance when stir-fried, is seldom matched by the lackluster peppers here. Su Liang chimed in, affirming the truth in Su Li's words. Sometimes, despite the apparent similarity of ingredients, the taste can be strikingly different. Hey, Zhang Chu, when you go home next, will you be there for the double harvest? Su Li suddenly recalled, inquiring about the timing of the double harvest season following the May Day holiday. Zhang Chu pondered, uncertain of his availability, fearing that he might be too occupied at the shop to leave. His mother was the sole caretaker at home, and managing the double harvest alone on over 5 acres would be an overwhelming task, even with his aunt's family lending a hand, as they too had their own fields to tend. The term double harvest refers to the southern practice of reaping the first crop of rice in summer and immediately planting a second crop, thus the name. In Zhang Chu's hilly region, mechanization has not been widely adopted, relying heavily on manual labor. In the past, during the double harvest season, it was Zhang Chu and his mother, along with his aunt's family, who would manage the work. Since Zhang Yong and Zhang Ba took jobs elsewhere, they have not participated in the harvest, leaving Zhang Ma to shoulder the burden alone now that Zhang Chu is also away. Isn't your mother going to handle the double harvest by herself? Can she manage it alone? She will also have to pay the grain tax, which is quite taxing. Su Li remarked, clearly considering the challenges Zhang Chu's mother would face. Observe, if time permits, I shall return home for a brief visit. If not, I shall have my mother expend a little money to hire assistants for the harvest. The same applies to the agricultural tax. Monetary compensation suffices. It is not uncommon in rural areas to hire labor for rice harvesting. Zhang Chu's family had previously refrained from such expenditures, as Zhang Ma was reluctant to part with her money. Should Zhang Chu be unable to return home, hiring help becomes inevitable. At this juncture, the agricultural tax remains in effect, and after the summer harvest, one must still deliver the required grain. It is unrealistic for Zhang Ma to bear the burden of carrying over 2,000 pounds of grain alone. Assistance is essential. Your family is fortunate, as relatives can offer considerable support, and your father is present at home. After sharing his own circumstances, Zhang Chu felt a twinge of envy toward the harmony of Su Liang's family. The influence of parents is profoundly significant, extending beyond mere household matters. When parents are good and familial relations are harmonious, young individuals can embark on their endeavors with greater ease. Conversely, if familial discord prevails and parents are neglectful, one must exert far greater effort to achieve success. In his past life, Zhang Chu was not an extraordinary talent. He lacked any miraculous abilities to forge a prosperous career independently. The circumstances surrounding his parents had a substantial impact on him. With no one to rely upon, neither in social connections nor in wealth, coupled with his unfortunate luck, this greatly contributed to his struggles in his previous life. Good morning, Mr. Zhou. The following day, Zhang Chu took a bus to Mr. Zhou's company, and after a brief exploration, he found it to be quite similar to what Su Liang had described. At that moment, he fortuitously encountered Mr. Zhou, who was inspecting the project's progress, and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Zhou's company was not particularly large, yet the demand for computers was high, with nearly every workshop equipped accordingly. The office was even more impressive, housing a substantial design department where the computer specifications exceeded those of standard office equipment. Ah, you've returned from home sooner than expected. I thought you would linger there for a few more days, Mr. Zhou remarked with a smile upon seeing Zhang Chu, and the two engaged in conversation. The figure Mr. Zhou had previously quoted to Su Liang was, in fact, rather conservative. It was evident that the workforce would need to expand, necessitating an increase in the number of computers as well. This realization weighed heavily on Zhang Chu, as it implied a greater need for initial capital. After discussing matters with Mr. Zhou, Zhang Chu departed, his mind laden with concerns. After some contemplation, he resolved to visit the computer market in Chongping. Zhang Chu was quite familiar with this marketplace, having frequented it to procure hardware. He was not well acquainted with all the companies there, as his previous collaborations had been limited, primarily involving the acquisition of computer components. However, given the extensive requirements for Mr. Zhou's project. It was imperative to explore the offerings of other vendors. Boss, we have collaborated for quite some time, and you have always been accommodating. Might it be possible to extend our payment terms? The current timeline is rather tight, and the back and forth is quite cumbersome. Zhang Chu meandered through the computer market, occasionally greeting familiar shop owners. At that moment, the sound of negotiations from a nearby printer company reached Zhang Chu's ears, jolting him with a sudden realization. Of course, he could request a payment term from the company he intended to collaborate with. How could he have overlooked this crucial detail? In the future, numerous enterprises would adopt such an approach, as did the company Zhang Chu worked for in his previous life. The mindset determines the path. Had he not been impulsively wandering this way and overheard that conversation, he would never have contemplated this method of operation. In the contract proposal he presented to President Zhou, the payment was structured at 3331. Upon signing the contract, the second party was required to pay a 30 advance, thereby securing a portion of his initial capital. With this funding, he could acquire a substantial amount of equipment and subsequently negotiate a payment term with the suppliers. If he expedited the construction process, he could quickly receive another payment for the equipment, thus completing the transaction seamlessly. Upon reflecting on this, Zhang Chu felt invigorated. He was on the verge of tackling a significant project with the potential for considerable profit. Given that President Zhou represented a publicly listed company, it was unlikely they would default on payments, creating a favorable opportunity for him. In these times, fortune favored the bold while the timid faced starvation. With courage to take a risk, he could transform his single vehicle into a motorcycle this year. Hesitating would only allow this opportunity to slip away. He headed directly to several suppliers he frequently collaborated with, intending to discuss the matter of payment terms. In prior dealings, they had not entertained the notion of payment terms. Goods were exchanged for immediate payment, often within the same day, at most delayed by a day. However, the current situation differed. If Zhang Chu wished to secure President Zhou's large order, he needed to extend the payment terms, or he would be unable to take on the order. Nonetheless, payment terms came with their own limitations. The suppliers he had previously worked with were relatively small and could not afford to extend him excessive credit. Moreover, these suppliers were not first-tier providers. They sourced their goods from leading channels in Pengcheng or Yangcheng, which meant their prices were higher. Zhang Chu recognized that in order to obtain favorable payment terms, he must accept a certain degree of loss. Alternatively, he could possess sufficient funds to approach first-tier channels directly and secure better prices. Given his established relationships with local suppliers, he found it more prudent to pursue them, despite the cheaper options available in Yangcheng and Pengcheng, as he had no prior dealings with those first-tier suppliers and they would undoubtedly require immediate payment. In the computer market, he identified a supplier for network cables and equipment, another for printers and consumables, and two options for computer hardware. The same applied to servers. While there was only one supplier for licensed software, the sole entity within the entire computer market, the software sector was notoriously complex, especially regarding foreign professional software. After considerable effort and engaging in thorough discussions with several computer market proprietors, Zhang Chu ultimately received a favorable response. Each supplier offered credit terms ranging from 30,000 to 50,000 with a 1-month payment term. Exceeding this amount or reaching the term would necessitate immediate payment without the possibility of extension. This is primarily due to the proximity of Zhang Chu's shop to the computer city, where these individuals frequently pass by. Moreover, given their previous successful collaboration, he has managed to secure a payment term. Otherwise, such a concession would be unattainable. Upon reflection, it appears that Zhang Chu could potentially defer nearly 200,000 in receivables, with a payment period of 1 month. Coupled with the funds he currently possesses and the initial payment from the contract, it seems feasible for him to independently shoulder the order from General Zhou. As this realization dawned on him, Zhang Chu's eagerness to secure the order from General Zhou intensified. He resolved to dedicate time to follow up on this order, ensuring it would not slip through his fingers. Upon returning to the shop, Su Liang was busy assembling a machine. Having gained experience over time, he was now capable of quoting and securing orders on his own. This particular order was one he had procured himself, for which Zhang Chu would grant him a commission. Fortunately, after refining the proposal, he intended to print it and deliver it to Su Liang, hoping it would lead to the successful acquisition of the order. With the payment term secured, Zhang Chu felt a significant alleviation of stress. He had prepared 2 versions of the proposal, one for assembled machines and another for complete units. Noticing Su Liang was preoccupied and had customers to attend to, Zhang Chu suddenly remembered it was time to call his younger sister, Huang Yan, to bring her to work here. Hello, could you please help me find Huang Yan in dormitory 306 to take the call? The following day, after delivering the proposal to General Zhou, Zhang Chu used the shop's landline to call Huang Yan's dormitory. Since it was a shared phone, he needed someone to assist in calling her. Chapter 26. Character revealed in subtle details. Second brother? Are you coming to Shangshan? Upon receiving Zhang Chu's call, Huang Yan recalled their mother's instructions, which indicated that Zhang Chu would come to take her to work at Dongguan. She hadn't expected him to contact her so promptly. Is it troublesome for you to leave your factory? Huang Yan resided in the company dormitory, where employees typically required a pass to take items out. Zhang Chu was concerned about this issue. As for the withheld wages, he had no intention of having Huang Yan pursue them. It's not a hassle. We haven't worked much over the past 2 months, and there has been little to do. Many employees have left the company. They've been quite lenient with those willing to depart, Huang Yan replied. She had been contemplating a job change recently, but had yet to find a suitable factory, which is why she hadn't left. Surprised to learn that her second brother had become a boss in Dongguan, she naturally thought to offer her assistance. All right, I will take a bus there tomorrow morning and should arrive before noon. Make sure to gather your things and wait for me at the factory. I will come to pick you up. Zhang Chu was familiar with the factory where Huang Yan worked from his previous life. It was a small toy factory located not far from the national highway. He could easily reach it by taking a bus from Dongguan to Shangshan. The proposal for General Zhou would not be confirmed quickly. He would be notified via his mobile phone once it was approved. So Zhang Chu felt no anxiety regarding that matter. Coincidentally, Li Dong was operating a supermarket in the urban area of Shangshan, and Zhang Chu thought this would be a good opportunity to meet his partner and engage in a brief conversation. Li Dong's partner hails from Heyuan's Huang village, bearing the surname Zhong, with whom Zhang Chu had dealings in a past life. Zhang Chu is not entirely certain of this individual's business acumen, yet he is acquainted with numerous proprietors of commercial enterprises. Presently, in the southern region of Dongguan, those engaged in the clothing or supermarket sectors are predominantly from Heyuan, with few representatives from other locales. The people from this area tend to congregate. When one attains success, their relatives and friends are invariably brought along. The interconnectedness among them is substantial. Securing a business deal with one individual often leads to opportunities with others. Hence, Zhang Chu aspires to establish a connection with Boss Zhong, hoping to forge links with other supermarket and shopping mall proprietors in Dongguan to conduct business. For Zhang Chu, both supermarkets and shopping malls represent lucrative avenues. They require a variety of computer equipment and related items. Whether it be machines, cash register software, or anti-theft systems, Zhang Chu possesses a comprehensive understanding of the installation techniques. He could even replicate cash register software based on his previous experience as an agent for such programs. At this juncture, the software he once represented has yet to be developed, and the supermarkets and shopping centers in the area are only just beginning to take shape. This constitutes Zhang Chu's competitive edge. If he can penetrate this market, the rewards will undoubtedly be significant. Whether he can secure the order from General Manager Zhou remains uncertain, but he recognizes the necessity of broadening his avenues. Brother, how did you find our factory so swiftly? I was still waiting by the public phone for your call. Concerned you might struggle to locate us. The following day, upon arriving at Huang Yan's factory entrance, just as he was about to call her, Zhang Chu spotted her emerging from the dormitory and promptly waved. Huang Yan was slightly taken aback upon seeing him at the factory gate. Your company's name is quite recognizable. After I alighted from the vehicle, I inquired with someone, and they directed me here. Zhang Chu chuckled. How could I not be familiar? I had visited this factory several times in my past life while searching for you. Quickly gather your belongings. We must depart shortly. We will dine in the city before taking a long-distance bus back. I just inquired, and the return bus is scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. After a brief conversation with Huang Yan, Zhang Chu urged her to hasten her preparations for departure. There was little to miss about this dilapidated factory, marked by low wages and harsh treatment of employees. It merely served to earn a pittance for newly arrived young women. The sooner they left, the better. Indeed, my belongings are already packed and ready to go. Huang Yan nodded in response, then returned to her dormitory to gather her things. She emerged carrying a suitcase, a backpack, a bucket, and a blanket. You might want to leave the blanket and bucket behind. Carrying such items all the way to Dongguan seems rather awkward, Zhang Chu remarked. feeling somewhat conflicted about the blanket and bucket. Transporting these items felt akin to fleeing a disaster, evoking a sense of embarrassment. In his past life, he would have discarded them, typically managing with just one backpack. These items cost quite a bit, and they are still relatively new. Losing them now means you will have to repurchase them once you reach Dongguan, which would be quite wasteful. Huang Yan did not heed Zhang Chu's words and confidently stated that, in this regard, she excelled far beyond her brother. Thus, despite earning the same salary, she managed to save money while Zhang Chu could not. The siblings, with one dragging a suitcase and the other carrying a quilt and a bucket, waited by the roadside for a bus to the city where they would need to transfer. On the bus, some passengers glanced at them with disdain. While Zhang Chu felt a twinge of embarrassment, Huang Yan remained entirely unperturbed, observing her surroundings with a calm demeanor, unaffected by the negative gazes. In that moment, Zhang Chu realized that, in certain aspects, he was indeed inferior to his younger sister, and his older brother, Zhang Yong, was even less capable. Huang Yan's adeptness at navigating life's challenges and managing a household was evident in the subtlety of her actions. Consequently, it was Huang Yan who thrived in their previous life, while the two older siblings fell significantly short. After working for several years, Huang Yan eventually married a young man and purchased a home in the city. The couple engaged in small business ventures, living a reasonably comfortable life, while Zhang Chu and Zhang Yong struggled, with Huang Yan still supporting the family. Reflecting on this, Zhang Chu recognized that he had not done enough to improve their situation. Once they alighted from the bus, Zhang Chu became more accepting of their circumstances, carrying a quilt and a bucket. So what if others looked down on them? They had neither stolen nor robbed. They were simply seeking honest work. Why should they care about others' opinions if they lived simply and frugally? Yan, please wait for me here. I need to meet a friend inside and discuss potential collaboration. He instructed. The siblings enjoyed fast food for lunch at a nearby supermarket, costing 5 yuan each. After their meal, Zhang Chu asked Zhang Yan to wait for him in a resting area by the supermarket while he sought out Li Dong. Zhang Chu had contacted Li Dong prior to their arrival, and since the supermarket had yet to officially open, Li Dong was not particularly busy and was willing to meet. In fact, Li Dong was somewhat intrigued by Zhang Chu, having noticed that his employee seemed to have undergone a significant transformation during their time apart, making him a bit difficult to manage. The previous transfer had presented a challenge. Li Dong had initially intended to extract a transfer fee from Zhang Chu, but ended up relinquishing the shop without receiving a penny. This piqued Li Dong's curiosity about Zhang Chu's remarkable change. Zhang Chu is here. Come, let us have tea. Upon entering Li Dong's office, Zhang Chu found him engaged in conversation with his business partner. Li Dong greeted Zhang Chu with a smile. Southerners have a penchant for tea, and it is customary to enjoy it during discussions. Zhang Chu was well aware of this cultural practice. Having recently settled in the area, Li Dong had quickly adopted this habit. With a smile, Zhang Chu offered cigarettes to both Li Dong and Boss Zhong before joining them for tea. They exchanged casual conversation to familiarize themselves with one another. This is my former associate, Zhang Chu, who conducts business in computers over in Dongguan. Li Dong introduced once Zhang Chu was seated. Zhang Chu promptly retrieved his business cards, handing one to both Li Dong and Boss Zhong. Deep Blue Technology? You've changed the name. Upon glancing at the name on the business card, Li Dong inquired briefly before placing the card beside him. In contrast, Boss Zhong scrutinized the projects listed on the back of the card before pocketing it. Yes, we renovated the place, hence the name change. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to obtain the business license. Zhang Chu offered a casual excuse, refraining from expressing his disdain for the original shop's name. After engaging in conversation with Li Dong and Boss Zhong regarding matters pertinent to the shopping center, Zhang Tao glanced at the time and prepared to take his leave. His purpose for visiting today was merely to make Boss Zhong's acquaintance, and with that goal achieved, he intended to maintain contact in hopes of establishing a connection. Are you heading back to Dongguan today? Why not linger a bit longer? Li Dong casually inquired while sipping his tea, observing Zhang Chu's demeanor. Well, I'm here to escort my sister to the shop for some assistance. She's waiting downstairs, and we need to catch a bus soon. I'll come by to chat next time, Zhang Chu explained, nodding as he bid farewell to Li Dong and Boss Zhong. Mindful of the time constraint with the 3 p.m. bus, are you returning to Chongping in Dongguan? If you're not in a hurry, you could ride back with me. I have to head that way after wrapping things up here. I live near the bridge and can conveniently drop you off in Chongping, Boss Zhong interjected with a smile, revealing his residence's proximity. Considering the rare opportunity, Zhang Chu felt compelled to accept, desiring to converse further with Boss Zhang. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "I'll head downstairs to inform my sister to bring her things into the supermarket." He offered another cigarette to Boss Zhang and Li Dong before excusing himself to find Huang Yan, hoping to alleviate her boredom while waiting. Boss Zhang did not keep Zhang Chu waiting long. By the time Zhang Chu returned after greeting Huang Yan, Boss Zhang had already completed his tasks. They descended together, and the trio set off towards Dongguan. "Ah Chu, do you deal with anti-theft equipment for shopping centers? I never heard of a Dong-esque computer store engaging in that." Boss Zhang casually recalled, his interest piqued given his own involvement in supermarket management. "I don't, and I've never been involved with it. However, a classmate of mine works for a company that manufactures such equipment, so I've picked up some knowledge. We cover shopping mall systems, cash register software, and anti-theft solutions." Zhang Chu replied with a smile, recognizing that his purpose in giving Boss Zhang the business card was precisely for such discussions. Boss Zhang's inquiry was an opportunity for Zhang Chu. He elaborated extensively on these topics, drawing from his extensive experience in his previous life, where he had worked for several years in this field, gaining profound insights into products and supermarket operations. Boss Zhang, having relatives in the supermarket business and managing similar establishments himself, understood Zhang Chu's explanations well, frequently interjecting with questions that Zhang Chu swiftly addressed, leaving Boss Zhang quite satisfied. However, despite the engaging dialogue, Boss Zhang did not make any promises regarding future business opportunities before dropping Zhang Chu off at the computer store. Zhang Chu remained unperturbed, as such matters seldom yield immediate results upon first acquaintance. Otherwise, it would indeed be a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The journey from Xiangshan to Dongguan was swift at this time, taking merely 2 hours. However, in the ensuing years, such convenience would become a distant luxury. With the increasing volume of vehicles, traffic congestion at the human bridge became a daily occurrence. Grateful for Boss Zhang's company during the ride, Zhang Chu extended an invitation for him to visit his shop. "Perhaps another time. I must hurry back to Quoto," replied Boss Zhang. "However, your renovations have certainly made the place more appealing than when Dong was here. That fellow was rather stingy and lacked diligence. He wouldn't even invest in a decent sign." Boss Zhang chose to remain in the car, casting a glance at Zhang Chu's shop before complimenting it, and driving back to Quoto. The journey from Chongping to Quoto would still take some time. "Have you arrived so swiftly? I assumed you would not return until tomorrow," said Su Liang, who swiftly emerged from the shop upon hearing the commotion outside. As he had no pressing tasks at hand. "This is Dongguan, and it appears to be significantly more prosperous than Xiangshan," remarked Huang Yan after alighting and surveying the surroundings. The area seemed bustling, with a steady flow of traffic and pedestrians. "The two places are comparable. Your time in Xiangshan was spent in a rather unimpressive town, though there are indeed a few large towns there that are developing nicely. Chongping, on the other hand, is a commendable town, being the town center. It naturally appears more vibrant," Zhang Chu explained with a smile. He elaborated that businesses in the computer trade typically flourish in economically vibrant districts. Who would venture into obscure corners and risk starvation? However, relatively speaking, Dongguan at this time boasted substantial size and numerous prosperous towns, its strength surpassing that of Xiangshan. Currently, Xiangshan could only present a handful of towns of note, while the rest languished economically. Yet, the potential for growth in that region remained promising, poised for a period of rapid development. In contrast, Dongguan had advanced ahead of Xiangshan, but after some time, the local economy and popularity dwindled due to the downturn in industrial growth and a crackdown on illicit activities. During midday, with Zhang Chu absent from the shop, Su Liang opted for takeout instead of cooking. Upon Zhang Yan's arrival, Zhang Chu planned to send Su Liang to procure some ingredients, adding to the local specialties he had brought from home to prepare a sumptuous dinner. He also intended to invite Su Li to join them, as she had not been working late shifts recently. While on the phone, Su Liang subtly inquired about Su Li and Lu Ping, hinting at a burgeoning interest in Lu Ping. Su Li, unaware of Su Liang's intentions, informed him that they need not purchase groceries, as her dormitory companions would be coming over and bringing food with them. This spared Su Liang from another trip to the market, and upon learning that Lu Ping would be joining, he hung up the phone with a goofy grin. Huang Yan, observing his peculiar behavior, remarked that he seemed rather foolish. Zhang Chu, Huang Yan, Su Liang, and Su Li, being from the same locality, were already acquainted, along with 3 other young and lovely girls of similar age. They quickly became familiar with one another, creating a lively atmosphere. The culinary tasks were entrusted to Zhang Chu, with Su Li and He Shui assisting him. He Shui hailed from Sichuan, and her culinary skills were quite commendable. While helping, she prepared a delightful Sichuan-style cucumber dish that was visually appealing. As the trio busied themselves in the kitchen, Su Liang showcased his prowess in front of Lu Ping, simultaneously teaching her the intricacies of computer usage. Li Pei and Huang Yan were engrossed in watching television, as Zhang Chu had a second-hand color TV in his establishment. Zhang Chu, you are truly remarkable. Upon the completion of the sumptuous feast he had prepared, the young women could not help but lavish him with praise as they admired the bountiful spread before them. The ingredients for the meal had been collectively purchased by the girls, resulting in an abundant banquet. Their familiarity with one another, coupled with the less than satisfactory conditions of their lives in the factory, made this gathering a welcome reprieve for them, often finding solace in Zhang Chu's hospitality by either dining with him or bringing ingredients along. In the 20th chapter, it became evident why there had been a disparity in their previous encounters. Previously, due to their busy schedules, the girls had always been the ones to cook when they visited. It was at this moment they realized Zhang Chu was not only adept in business, but also a skilled cook. Moreover, he exhibited a maturity and composure that was rather uncommon among young men, which altered the way the girls perceived him. Only Huang Yan remained curious. She recalled how her second brother was typically reticent at home and not particularly skilled in the kitchen. Yet, upon entering the workforce, he had transformed into someone who not only cooked well, but also engaged in conversations with ease. Come, let us raise a toast to our newfound acquaintance. The table was laden with an array of dishes, and naturally, beer was in abundance. The locals enjoyed drinking, although their tolerance was modest, typically content with just a drink or two. Once seated, Zhang Chu raised his glass and toasted with everyone. Recently, the string of fortunate events, coupled with the effects of his rebirth, had significantly uplifted Zhang Chu's spirits, and his demeanor bore a striking contrast to his former self. He resembled a once downtrodden tech enthusiast who had transcended time and his own limitations, now radiating confidence and vitality, dispelling the shadows of his previous despondency. Today, someone inquired whether we assist in game leveling. Su Liang suddenly recalled amidst their meal and shared his thoughts with Zhang Chu. He found the notion intriguing, as it presented an opportunity to earn money while engaging in play. That's not urgent. Let us observe the situation for now. Assisting just a couple of individuals wouldn't yield substantial earnings. It lacks excitement, Zhang Chu replied thoughtfully. He immediately recognized the game in question. He occasionally played it, while Su Liang was a daily player. Last year, a game released by Shengda had rapidly gained nationwide popularity, subsequently giving rise to a new profession, game leveling. As someone well-versed in technology, Zhang Chu was certainly aware of this game. He had played it in his previous life and had even engaged in leveling for others, albeit with minimal financial gain. Leveling demanded considerable time, required hiring individuals, and necessitated a significant investment in computers. Nevertheless, Zhang Chu had an advantage. Before the emergence of cheats, he had utilized them to gain an edge. Crafting an external program was beyond Zhang Chu's capabilities. However, he retained a vague recollection of similar endeavors from his previous life. He was well acquainted with the components involved and believed that with some modifications, he could repurpose them. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Zhang Chu decided against pursuing this venture. Such endeavors demanded not only luck, but also considerable investment. And he had not delved deeply into this realm in his past life. Who could say if there were pitfalls? Utilizing a few computers occasionally yielded little in practical significance. The potential profitability of such programs was also uncertain, as he had never engaged in such pursuits. He regarded himself as an ordinary individual, thus opting to steadily focus on what he was familiar with and skilled at, rather than venturing into territories he hardly understood. If he truly possessed remarkable abilities, he would not have fared so poorly in his previous existence. This realization resonated deeply within him. Hence, he resolved to diligently attend to the tasks at hand, which could still prove lucrative. As for games, who in their right mind would spend money to hire others to play for them? Such folly. Su Li and her companions, toiling away in the factory, were oblivious to these matters and inquired with curiosity upon hearing about them. To them, such phenomena were utterly incomprehensible. While they labored earnestly to earn a living, others squandered money on trivial pursuits like gaming. What a peculiar world. In the realm of games, it was said that players possessed wealth, enabling them to realize experiences unattainable in reality through financial means within the virtual world, hence their willingness to spend. Zhang Chu found it challenging to explain this concept to them. How could someone unfamiliar with gaming grasp the fervor and obsession that enthusiasts held for it? It was an entirely different universe. The game is quite engaging. We've installed it on our computers, Su Liang remarked, noticing the girl's interest. Many customers enjoy playing it. After lunch, I'll show you. Seizing the opportunity, he eagerly prepared to demonstrate the game, confident in his ability to play. Indeed, the display computers in the shop were equipped with the game, serving both as a showcase for customers and as a pastime for Zhang Chu and Li Dong during their idle moments, facilitated by the shop's internet connection. Following their meal, the girls assisted in tidying up, and then Su Liang took them to play the game, simultaneously instructing them on computer usage. Zhang Chu, however, refrained from joining them, as he was genuinely occupied with numerous pressing matters. This moment prompted reflections on his past life. What had he been doing during such times before his rebirth? After some contemplation, he realized that he was either engrossed in games or engaged in conversations with others, or perhaps reading web novels. His mindset back then was largely one of merely collecting a paycheck. He performed tasks when available and indulged in leisure otherwise. There was little thought given to the future, nor any planning for his life. Perhaps this distinction between being an employee and an entrepreneur was significant, yet regrettably, he had not excelled in this aspect in his previous life, having never charted a course for his future. Thus, his lackluster outcomes were not without reason. What Zhang Chu needed to focus on now was retrieving the memory of the cash register software he had envisioned, a task he had neither the expertise nor the capability to execute independently. However, in his previous life, he was quite familiar with the developers of this software, often assisting in modifying certain aspects, which granted him a profound understanding of its architecture. Eventually, as the business began to decline, the developer lost interest in the software and entrusted its management entirely to Zhang Chu, even providing him with the source code. Thus, Zhang Chu possessed a clear and deep impression of the software's core structure. He was merely in the process of recreating this software from memory, initially focusing on the essential components before refining the details. After dedicating some time to testing, it would be ready for deployment. When Zhang Chu first implemented this cash register software, it received favorable feedback from clients, and its pricing was relatively modest, making it quite palatable for many business owners. Furthermore, besides the supermarket version, there were also editions tailored for clothing, footwear, and electronics, which expanded its applicability. While larger chain supermarkets employed their own dedicated developers for cash register software, smaller markets and shops faced no such obstacles. During his journey today, he had a conversation with Boss Zhong, from whom he gleaned a wealth of valuable information. Boss Zhong's relatives were currently quite interested in the supermarket sector, planning to invest significantly in the prosperous towns of Dongguan City over the next 2 years. Hardware could be sourced from computer markets, as could the cash register software. However, the market was sparse regarding cash register software, creating a gap. Reliance on other software meant limited profit. Now that Zhang Chu was aware of a mature cash register software, why not develop it himself? It merely required time and effort, and as for accusations of plagiarism, who would truly know? Therefore, Zhang Chu needed to expedite the release of this software. Whether he could secure the order from General Zhou remained uncertain, and he could not afford to fixate on just that one opportunity. If he could connect with Boss Zhong and integrate the entire cash register and anti-theft systems for his relatives' businesses, it would represent a substantial contract for Zhang Chu. The revenue from a single supermarket may not be significant, but collectively, from dozens or even hundreds, it would be a different story. Zhang Chu had witnessed the potential of Boss Zhong's relatives in his past life. Chapter 29. Life requires planning. What are you doing? It looks quite complex, all in English. Zhang Chu now utilized a dedicated computer, which facilitated the storage of his materials and enabled the installation of necessary software. While he was writing code, Shui brought him a glass of water and curiously observed his actions. Since their encounter at the ice skating rink, her attitude towards Zhang Chu had notably transformed. This is programming code. Since it was developed by foreigners, it is entirely in English. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu paused briefly before explaining further to Shui. He could only justify it this way, as computers were indeed an invention of foreigners. He was proficient in several programming languages and had a commendable skill level. Yet his lack of a high school diploma remained a significant barrier. In his previous life, even after obtaining a degree from a night school, this limitation continued to hinder Zhang Chu's development. In his previous life, when seeking employment, many companies dismissed him outright based on his qualifications. They required a full-time diploma. Night school credentials often held little weight. Zhang Chu felt that had he been afforded an opportunity, he might have ventured further in programming, rather than ultimately relegating himself to the role of a network administrator in a company. Regrettably, no one offered him such a chance. Perhaps he was simply unfortunate, failing to encounter the right company at the right time, which led to his current predicament. Did you not graduate from high school? How do you possess such a command of English? Quite impressive, He Shui exclaimed, standing behind Zhang Chu as she gazed at the screen filled with English text. Zhang Chu had indeed not completed his high school education, a fact He Shui learned from Su Li. In contrast to Zhang Chu, He Shui was a bona fide high school graduate, yet she found many of the English terms unfamiliar. In truth, there are numerous terms I do not recognize either, but I understand where they ought to be placed. Why don't you join them in playing games? There are still available computers over there, all connected to the internet. You could engage in other activities as well. Regarding coding, Zhang Chu felt that discussing it with He Shui would be futile. Furthermore, he was no longer merely a high school dropout. He had pursued night school courses for his associate and bachelor's degrees, as well as English enhancement classes, achieving a commendable level of proficiency in reading and writing English. However, Zhang Chu was intrigued by why He Shui chose not to join Su Liang and the others in their gaming pursuits. It seemed that young people today were often preoccupied with computer games, which were considered fashionable. The games lack substance. The violence is something you men seem to relish. I do have an account. I registered while attending the computer class training here, He Shui replied, glancing at Su Liang and Lu Ping, who were deeply engrossed in their gaming. She expressed her disinterest in video games, deeming them unsuitable for her. Zhang Yan, Li Pei, and Su Li had also opened a computer to explore, their curiosity evident as they clicked around, entirely unfamiliar with how to utilize a computer. After observing them for a moment, Su Liang paused the game and proceeded to teach them how to create an account and how to navigate the web to read news or listen to music. What subjects are you studying in the computer class? He inquired. Computer classes were quite popular at this time, with such training programs available in nearly every city, generally focusing on skills like typing, office software, and graphic design. Office software. I am planning to enroll in graphic design. He Shui responded proudly after hearing Zhang Chu's comment, asserting her knowledge of computers, which distinguished her from Su Li and the others. Zhang Chu was momentarily taken aback. He wished to express that office software held little practical value, and that practicing typing with the Wubi input method seemed rather pointless. In the future, office clerks proficient in office software would not earn more than ordinary employees, and with numerous input methods available, including stylus options, mastering Wubi typing would likely not yield a significant market advantage. However, after a moment's reflection, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm. At this juncture, her willingness to dedicate time and energy to study and improve herself outside of work indicated that this young woman possessed an admirable ambition. I believe you should consider pursuing accounting. With your knowledge of office software, that field would be suitable for you. The profession of accounting seems quite suitable for young women, and it offers opportunities for advancement, being a permanent career. Zhang Chu offered the suggestion that accounting is indeed a lasting profession, as every industry relies on financial management. Accountants are indispensable at all times, and their role knows no limitations. He Shui nodded in agreement, recognizing that Zhang Chu's words resonated with her thoughts. Now, with Zhang Chu's encouragement, her resolve seemed to strengthen. Is accounting easy to learn? I wish to pursue it as well, Su Li interjected, having overheard their conversation. She had long desired an opportunity to learn, realizing that working in a factory indefinitely was not a viable option. It's manageable. First, you need to obtain an accounting qualification certificate, and then you can gradually advance, Zhang Chu replied. For specific inquiries, you might consider reaching out to training schools, as they appear to assist with job placements. Zhang Chu had gathered some knowledge about accounting while implementing Kingdi software, although he never pursued the accounting certification himself. This rendered him ineligible to work directly with Kingdi's branches, as both Yanyu and Kingdi are publicly listed companies, typically seeking candidates with at least a full-time college diploma and an accounting certificate. At that moment, Zhang Chu possessed neither qualification, preventing him from pursuing that path. However, Su Li had successfully navigated this route in her previous life. having studied finance and accounting before securing a position as an accountant in a small company after leaving an electronics factory. Over the years, she climbed the corporate ladder and became a financial supervisor with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Since Su Li had successfully traversed this path in her past life, it suggested its feasibility. He Shui, having a stronger foundation than Su Li, should find it easier. This was merely Zhang Chu's personal recommendation. It was ultimately up to them to make their own decisions, being adults with their considerations. Lu Ping and Li Pei showed little interest in the discussion. One accompanied Su Liang, wielding a machete and playing with their dog in the game, while the other quietly listened to music. Huang Yan, having just arrived, was still acclimating to the surroundings. After a while, the girls decided to return to the factory, and Zhang Chu and Su Liang closed the shop to escort them back. Huang Yan joined them, taking the opportunity to admire the night scenery. Subsequently, Zhang Chu retrieved the business license and obtained some invoices, also assisting Zhang Yan with her temporary residence permit, thus resolving the matters concerning the shop. Yet, he had not received a response from General Zhou, and Zhang Chu felt an urge to call and inquire about the situation. However, he hesitated, uncertain of the appropriateness of such a call, leaving him in a quandary. After some contemplation, he resolved to wait a few days. If there were still no updates, he would follow up. Passively waiting was not a solution, as he often faced setbacks due to this personality trait in his previous life. Just as he was mulling over this, unexpectedly, General Zhou called Zhang Chu. Upon answering, Zhang Chu felt a surge of excitement, believing that his order had finally materialized, only to discover that was not the case. Chu, are you aware of any software that can control a computer to shut down at a scheduled time? The price should not be exorbitant. Mr. Zhou's call was not about a contract, but rather a search for a timed shutdown software. Chapter 30. A vision for transportation timed shutdown? What system do you have? There is no need to complicate matters by searching for software. I can create a small program for you directly, free of charge. Zhang Chu responded with a smile, stating that this task was indeed simple, achievable by combining a batch process with a scheduled task. Years later, numerous free intelligent shutdown software with calendar desktop features emerged, rendering the search unnecessary. Oh, you can write programs? Mr. Zhou on the other end appeared taken aback by Zhang Chu's response and curiously inquired. He was not well versed in computing, merely capable of operating a computer. I possess a modicum of knowledge. Occasionally, we develop customized reports for certain clients. Thus, I have a basic understanding of related matters. Zhang Chu was cautious not to exaggerate his skills. Batch processing and programming were distinctly different realms, not to be conflated. Mr. Zhou may not grasp this, but surely someone in his team would. However, Zhang Chu did mention the customized report aspect, subtly promoting his own capabilities, albeit aware that Mr. Zhou's company likely would not require such services. Mr. Zhou's company was publicly listed, and should they seek to implement a system, they would undoubtedly opt for products from reputable firms, such as King D or Yufida. These well-known companies would enhance their corporate stature. Regarding customized reports and secondary development, they would certainly consult with those companies, leaving Zhang Chu to realize that his qualifications were insufficient for such endeavors. In his previous life, Zhang Chu indeed created customized reports for small software, such as inventory management applications, extracting data from King D and Yufida databases to generate the reports he needed. This was no exaggeration. Haha, you certainly have some ideas. You seem to explore aspects related to your industry. You will receive a response regarding your proposal in a few days. Prepare the contract, and I will notify you when the time comes. After conversing with Mr. Zhou, the two ended the call. Mr. Zhou had reassured Zhang Chu, instructing him to prepare the contract, which indicated that Zhang Chu had likely secured the order. Once the call ended, Zhang Chu immediately utilized his computer's notepad to write a shutdown command, then saved it in batch format. After testing it on his own computer and confirming there were no issues, he proceeded to Mr. Zhou's company. They had a temporary office here, with only a few personnel working, and the computer requiring timed shutdown was designated for print sharing. Due to frequent use for network printing, the staff often forgot to turn off the computer after working late, leading to unnecessary electricity consumption, hence the need for this solution. Upon arriving at their temporary office, Zhang Chu directly edited a batch command on that computer. This task was straightforward. It could be easily accomplished with the built-in notepad of the system. After completing his task, Zhang Chu conducted a recent time test, and upon finding no issues, he greeted General Manager Zhou before returning to his own shop. He considered this minor task as a simple act of assistance, without any thought of compensation. Herein lies the pricing for all the hardware in our store, along with the necessary components required to assemble a computer and several configurations and prices for the types of computers we frequently sell. Upon returning to the shop, Zhang Chu noticed the absence of customers and proceeded to compile a list of some hardware available for sale, marking the selling prices. He then asked Huang Yan to review it, which included the internal components of the computers. These items needed to be memorized so that when customers arrived, Huang Yan could engage in conversations with them. Furthermore, when Zhang Chu and Su Liang went out for installation work, the shop would rely solely on Huang Yan for supervision. It would be troublesome if she was unfamiliar with these details. Huang Yan was perceptive, and after her 2 days at the shop, several machines had been assembled, allowing her to observe the process multiple times. Once Zhang Chu provided her with the list, all she needed to do was remember the configurations on it, which was not overly complex. "Brother, today someone inquired whether we handle second-hand computers. Do we have any of those in the store? I didn't see any listed here." Huang Yan remarked after glancing at the list handed to her by Zhang Chu. "Yes. The next time someone asks, simply reply that we do, and then inquire about their budget or intended use. Just give me a call afterward," Zhang Chu responded without hesitation. He had recently made a profit from second-hand computers, so it was unthinkable not to engage in that business. The second-hand computer market was essential in the coming years and held significant potential. New machines were typically purchased by those with better financial means or by certain enterprises due to their high prices. For many young workers, second-hand computers were the only affordable option available to them, considerably cheaper yet sufficient for their needs. When they began learning about computers, their requirements were not particularly high. However, the pricing for second-hand computers was rather flexible, heavily influenced by the buyer's financial capacity and intended use, thus yielding higher profits. Many components of second-hand computers were discarded foreign products, acquired at low costs. Zhang Chu was well acquainted with this market, having dealt with such discarded items in his previous life. A single motherboard contained various languages, yet curiously lacked Chinese. One had to rely on intuition to set it up, often requiring several attempts. The components of old machines lacked fixed pricing and could only be tailored according to the customer's needs or budget. "I will prepare a few configurations and quotes for second-hand computers for you, so you have a general understanding of the situation," he added. "Okay, I understand," Huang Yan nodded, feeling a tinge of regret. Had she known earlier, she would have called her brother to potentially secure a second-hand computer order, which could have yielded considerable profit. Huang Yan's current salary was on par with Su Liang's, and she earned commissions on the orders she secured, in addition to a year-end bonus. As for the amount of the bonus, that was determined by Zhang Chu, given that Huang Yan was his sister, which made a difference in considerations. Upon returning to the store, with no customers in sight, Zhang Chu diligently attended to the refinement of his cash register software, while Huang Yan engaged in mastering office software operations, simultaneously practicing her typing skills. "Zhang Chu, should we consider purchasing a motorcycle? Every day we spend considerable amounts on transportation, whether by taxi or motorcycle. Today, I noticed someone selling a second-hand motorcycle at a reasonable price," Su Liang suggested after returning from a delivery. They frequently ventured out to deliver parts or provide on-site repairs, and the transportation expenses accumulated significantly over the month, proving to be quite a hassle. "A motorcycle? Can you ride one?" Zhang Chu rolled his eyes at Su Liang's proposition. Back in their hometown, motorcycles were quite a trendy item, but they never had the means to learn. However, Zhang Chu possessed the skill, having learned it in his previous life. "Well, one can always learn. It's quite similar to riding a bicycle. I believe it shouldn't be too difficult," Su Liang replied, scratching his head, recalling his extensive experience with bicycles, from the classic 2/8 bar to women's models. Nevertheless, riding a motorcycle exuded far more prestige. "A motorcycle is unnecessary. It can't carry much cargo. Once the project for Mr. Zhou is completed, I will contemplate purchasing a van instead. It can transport goods and accommodate people," Zhang Chu responded thoughtfully. The transportation costs had indeed become burdensome, as they were required to deliver goods almost daily, often wasting considerable time waiting for transportation. A van, reasonably priced and practical, would be quite suitable for their needs. "A van. Neither of us has operated one before. We've only driven tractors back home, which are entirely different," Su Liang remarked, surprised by Zhang Chu's suggestion of acquiring a van, as his thoughts were still fixated on the idea of a motorcycle. In their youth, they had led rather adventurous lives, often following the village tractor drivers, helping transport coal and sand for a bit of pocket money, thus gaining proficiency in operating tractors. From hand tractors to more modern steering wheel models, they had navigated various types with ease, yet the skills required for driving a car were markedly different. But I can drive. I plan to acquire a license soon, Zhang Chu declared. At that time, one could purchase a driver's license without the need for examinations. Having obtained a license in his previous life, Zhang Chu felt no need to invest time in retaking the test. Purchasing a license cost about the same as taking the driving test, but saved considerable time and effort. Recently, Zhang Chu had heard from a computer shop owner that he had simply bought his license, prompting Zhang Chu to contemplate inquiring about it. In truth, regulations regarding unlicensed driving were not overly stringent in the town, but for the sake of safety, Zhang Chu deemed it wiser to invest in a legitimate license. This endeavor required merely a financial expenditure, devoid of excessive mental strain. However, in the future, the scrutiny regarding licenses would become considerably rigorous, demanding substantial time and effort to obtain. This is quite splendid. Once we have a vehicle, our outings will be significantly more convenient, and we shall no longer worry about waiting endlessly for a bus that may never arrive. Su Liang chuckled upon hearing this, noting that sometimes when they had numerous deliveries, they had to spend their own money to hire a vehicle. If one possesses a car, such expenses become unnecessary. Moreover, we shall no longer be delayed by the tardiness of public transportation, thereby increasing the number of tasks we can accomplish, making travel far more accessible. Let us discuss purchasing a vehicle after we complete this current order. It is still too early to dwell on that matter. Zhang Chu smiled in response, suggesting that the issue of buying a car could be postponed. At present, the most pressing concern is to fulfill the order from Mr. Zhou. For only when the payment is secured can it truly be considered ours. As the three conversed, a call from Mr. Zhou came in, requesting Zhang Chu to come over and sign the contract. The proposal had been finalized, selecting the assembly machine option. This plan would considerably reduce the total cost. Yet Zhang Chu's earnings would also see a substantial increase, as his shop previously thrived on the profits from assembly work. Upon answering the call, Zhang Chu transformed, exuding an infectious excitement. Good news. We have secured that significant order from Mr. Zhou. Really? This time, we stand to gain. Su Liang and Huang Yan, upon hearing this, were equally exhilarated. The total value of this contract amounts to over 2 million, encompassing network cabling, equipment, computers, printers, servers, as well as software and construction costs. Completing this order would suffice to sustain the three of them for an entire year. Su Liang and Huang Yan were already aware of the general details from Zhang Chu and understood the situation. The process of signing the contract proceeded without any issues, and the payment agreement was acceptable. The first tranche of funds would be an advance payment, which could be collected immediately upon signing the contract. Mr. Zhou had not delayed even a single cent. After the contract was signed, the finance department was instructed to proceed with the payment. Following this, Zhang Chu needed to prepare the network cabling materials and construction costs, with 30% of the total project funds being entirely sufficient at this stage, leaving a considerable profit margin. Construction projects tend to yield better profits, offering ample potential, as they involve labor, timelines, and budgets for construction materials. Initially, Zhang Chu had planned to commence with the cabling before receiving the payment, and then continue with the subsequent equipment procurement. Compared to cabling, the costs associated with equipment are far more substantial. Each component incurs expenses, and the profit margins are slim, leading to significant financial pressure. Now that the advance payment has been received in full, coupled with a 1-month credit period granted by the computer market, Zhang Chu could effectively manage this project with a minimal initial investment. Has Xiao Chu just taken on a major project? After signing the contract and securing the funds, Zhang Chu immediately hurried to the computer market, presenting a comprehensive list to several pre-arranged suppliers, requesting them to prepare the necessary stock. Several companies frequently collaborated with Zhang Chu and were naturally aware of his circumstances. Upon receiving such an extensive list all at once, they could not help but inquire out of curiosity. Things are going well. I've been fortunate enough to secure a new order for network cabling and equipment for a factory. This order could not remain concealed from these individuals, as Zhang Chu would need to source materials from them. However, he refrained from disclosing how much he would earn or the total quotation, merely indicating that there was indeed a substantial order. You truly are quite lucky, my friend. Dong has been working there for several years without securing a project of such magnitude. However, your reliability in executing tasks far surpasses his. That lad is too shrewd and often loses sight of the bigger picture due to minor details. The owner of the network equipment and cabling business hails from Xiang province and has interacted frequently with Li Dong and Zhang Chu. Thus, he is well aware of the distinctions between them. He commented on Li Dong and offered Zhang Chu a piece of advice to venture out more, as there is a significant chance he could land 1 or 2 substantial contracts in the future. Zhang Chu merely smiled in response, refraining from engaging in discussions regarding Li Dong, yet he acknowledged the merit in the suggestion of expanding his outreach, akin to casting a wide net. Zhang Chu possesses an acute understanding of the demand for materials in network cabling, a skill honed through extensive experience in the field. He meticulously calculates the quantity of materials required based on his available funds and payment timelines. This particular order is substantial, and Zhang Chu cannot afford to incur losses. Therefore, he must ensure meticulous calculations for every aspect, balancing the quality of materials with the maximization of his own profits. This equilibrium is achieved through experience and expertise, as luck plays no role in the equation. He is adept at determining the length of cable in each box, its potential applications, and calculating other materials to minimize waste. Having handled numerous contracts in his previous life, he has mastered these estimations. Zhang Chu is equally knowledgeable about materials that can streamline labor and ensure reliability. He compiled a list, which garnered admiration from the owner of the cabling business, who noted that Zhang Chu's understanding of these materials rivals his own. "You've made considerable progress lately. Even Li Dong was not privy to such details," remarked the owner. "If I were not professionally engaged in this field, I would not possess as much knowledge as you do." As they reviewed the list together, the owner engaged Zhang Chu in conversation. Zhang Chu had annotated the materials and equipment with remarkable clarity. Fortunately, these items are required for the order. The personnel on their side are well informed and have strict requirements, so I must adhere to their specifications. Zhang Chu delegated these responsibilities to the personnel at the headquarters, humbly downplaying his own expertise, well aware that his colleague possesses greater knowledge. The fortune of securing this large order is largely attributed to luck, perhaps a boon for a reborn individual like Zhang Chu. Given the challenges he has faced in establishing himself, it is unlikely he would have succeeded otherwise. In addition to Zhang Chu's competitive pricing for hard drive data recovery, his positive impression on Mr. Zhou has significantly enhanced his standing. This was revealed during a dinner Zhang Chu hosted for Mr. Zhou and manager Zhang, where they explained their reasons for their favorable view of him. When Mr. Zhou and his team sought assistance for hard drive data recovery, the quotes from computer shops exceeded 30,000, while Zhang Chu innocently quoted 25,000. Had he mishandled the situation, it could have led to considerable trouble. Mr. Zhou and manager Zhang prepared contingency measures, assuring that as long as the hard drive data remained intact, they could afford Zhang Chu some leniency. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chu successfully completed the order with remarkable proficiency, a feat that left Mr. Zhou exceedingly satisfied with his technical capabilities. Subsequent encounters have fostered a considerable fondness in him for Zhang Chu, perceiving him as a remarkably reliable individual, which is why he entrusted this project to Zhang Chu. In Chapter 32, Smooth Sailing, it is revealed that aside from the quotations and proposals from Zhang Chu, their company had also received several bids from Hong Kong, which is quite commonplace. However, upon comparison, they discovered that Zhang Chu's proposal was not only more reasonable, but also more cost-effective. The only slight criticism was that Zhang Chu lacked the necessary qualifications. Initially, the head office had intended to conduct a bidding process, yet Mr. Zhou consented to allow Zhang Chu to undertake the project, especially given the significantly lower costs, leading to no objections from the other side. Consequently, the project was awarded to Zhang Chu, who opted for assembled machines rather than complete systems, thereby increasing his profit margin. He felt a sense of relief and reflection. Why had no one recognized his integrity in his previous life? If they had, perhaps his circumstances would not have been so dire. Zhang Chu felt a mix of gratitude and nostalgia, aware that societal values often overlooked character. In his past life, perhaps he had been somewhat naive, failing to manipulate situations, thus retaining a semblance of integrity. Life was already arduous. One ought not to be so calculating. Leaving some leeway for others and offering the world a touch of kindness might just lead to unforeseen rewards in the future. Indeed, perhaps his fortune, abilities, and character all played a role in securing this project, instilling in Zhang Chu an increasing confidence in his post-rebirth life. For the network cabling project, Zhang Chu enlisted several electricians on a day-rate basis to assist with the wiring, with Su Liang supervising, which sufficed. However, Zhang Chu personally oversaw the routing of all cables, the construction methods, and the overall plan, ensuring to check the work daily for quality assurance. He had substantial experience from his previous life, possessing a clearer understanding of the tasks at hand than the electricians themselves, and knew how to execute the work more efficiently. The quality of the entire project hinged on these details, and Zhang Chu made it a point to emphasize the importance of diligence to the electricians he hired. If the work met his standards, he would consider them for future projects. Moreover, if they performed exceptionally well, he would be inclined to offer additional compensation. "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang," they replied. "We are diligent workers and will not disappoint you." This assurance proved invaluable. For these electricians, it meant an additional opportunity for employment. Those who had experienced the labor market during this period knew that finding work was considerably more challenging than in the future, coupled with a more benevolent spirit among people, lacking the restlessness that characterized later times. In contrast, finding casual labor in the future could be disheartening, as some workers lacked reliability, often dragging their feet or demanding more money unexpectedly. The electricians demonstrated commendable performance, working diligently enough to ease Zhang Chu's concerns. Had they not, he would have been compelled to seek replacements. While network cabling may appear straightforward, improper installation could significantly impact future network performance and lead to numerous complications. Zhang Chu aspired to elevate the reputation of his shop through this project, and naturally, he was willing to invest considerable effort to ensure its success, as financial gain was equally important. In addition to overseeing this venture, he also had to address matters concerning his shop. Although there were currently no substantial orders, only a scattering of installations and repairs, even the smallest of earnings were worthwhile. Every bit counted. Zhang Chu was not an overly ambitious individual. For him, his current income was satisfactory, and he preferred to seize every opportunity to earn. The revenue generated here would help sustain the daily expenses of his shop and cover the wages of his staff, allowing for smoother expenditures related to the major project. Moreover, in the evenings, Zhang Chu dedicated time to refining the cash register software, which represented a crucial direction for his future development that could not be neglected. The majority of the software's architecture was already in place, but it still required extensive testing to ensure flawless functionality. If successfully executed and well received in the market, this software could provide him with an additional and stable source of income. He could easily authorize a few companies to collaborate with him, supplying the software and technical support while allowing others to sell it at a base price. What a busy yet fulfilling life the boss led. Each evening upon returning to the shop, he observed Su Liang, who, after finishing the project, was contentedly engrossed in a video game, while Huang Yan effortlessly studied computer operations. In contrast, Zhang Chu found himself tirelessly revising and testing the program, leading him to feel somewhat disheartened as he reflected on how much harder he worked than his employees. In addition to managing the shop and modifying the program, Zhang Chu had to prepare materials for the next day's construction, leaving him with scarcely any time to eat. Yet, the thought of the nearly 1 million yuan income awaiting him upon the completion of General Manager Zhou's project quickly reignited his enthusiasm, dispelling any grievances. General Manager Zhou, the network cabling has been completed, and the servers in the computer room are properly arranged. Could you arrange for the second payment? After verifying the completion of the cabling and the setup of the computer room, Zhang Chu approached General Manager Zhou once more. According to the contract, it was indeed time to collect the second installment. Of course, no problem. I'll have the finance department arrange it for you. Your efficiency is commendable. Manager Zhang and his team have reviewed your work, and the quality is indeed impressive. I hope you can maintain this standard moving forward. It would be reassuring to entrust future projects to you. Xiao Chu, please don't let me down. General Manager Zhou seemed unperturbed by Zhang Chu's visit, as though he had been anticipating it, and he greeted him with a smile. In truth, apart from Manager Zhang's assessment, the departmental manager from their headquarters also recognized the value of these low-voltage projects, which greatly enhanced General Manager Zhou's standing. It was evident that the person he had chosen to trust was performing admirably, earning the respect of those from headquarters, which was a testament to his capabilities. Otherwise, General Manager Zhou would not have been so amiable. Although the position of General Manager Zhou was significantly higher than that of the departmental manager, such recognition transcended titles. This merely attests to Chairman Zhou's discerning eye for talent, much to his delight. After securing the second payment, Zhang Chu has already received 60% of the contract value. This amount nearly allows him to recover most of his costs. With a little additional outlay, and considering the payment terms, he can manage comfortably. Once the payment terms are accounted for, the remaining funds will be Zhang Chu's profit. At this juncture, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that he has indeed successfully undertaken this project. Following the second payment, the remaining expenses pertain solely to equipment, whether it is installation or software setup. These are significant financial commitments. Zhang Chu and his team plan to assemble everything in batches and dispatch them accordingly, a process that, in fact, proves to be quicker than the wiring phase. However, expenses are also incurred swiftly. Almost every week, Zhang Chu finds himself settling accounts at the computer market, his funds dissipating like water through fingers. The second payment received by Chairman Zhou soon vanished entirely, leaving Zhang Chu to rely on the payment terms. With these terms in place, he can effortlessly ensure the timely delivery of this batch of equipment. It has indeed been a bustling time here. By the next weekend, when Su Li and her friends visited, they found the shop filled with assembled computer towers. Zhang Chu and Su Liang were absent, out on deliveries. It's been nearly 2 months since we last saw you, remarked one of the girls. Huang Yan has also been assisting with assembly, her skills rivaling those of Su Liang. Upon seeing Su Li and her friends, she greeted them warmly. We've been busy with work and classes. Only just finding time today. After glancing around the shop, Su Li headed to the kitchen with some groceries, while the other 3 girls observed the computer assembly process. The harvest season is approaching at home. Have you called back yet? After placing the items in the kitchen, Su Li stepped out to inquire of Huang Yan. My second brother called a few days ago. Currently, he is swamped with work and often toiling late into the night. He sent some money home recently, asking our mother to find someone to help out. Huang Yan looked up and replied, Your family is fortunate. Both parents are home and can enlist the help of relatives. It doesn't matter if you return or not. In contrast, Su Liang's relatives collaborate during the harvest season, taking turns to complete the tasks together. As for Zhang Chu's family, they lack such support. Only his aunt and her family lend a hand, while others remain indifferent. Relying solely on his aunt's family is insufficient for the workload. Although Zhang Ba has several brothers, their relationships are rather strained. Given Zhang Ba's demeanor, the families scarcely communicate even during festive occasions. While Huang Yan may not fully grasp the complexities of her family dynamics like Zhang Chu does, she certainly harbors some resentment towards the actions of her elder brother and father. However, such grievances can only be internalized, as her mother cannot control them. And being the youngest, she has even less influence. She can only hope her second brother can intercede, as he holds some sway in the family. Oh, you've all come today? It's been ages since we last met. As they were conversing, Zhang Chu drove over in a small, empty four-wheeler. Upon noticing several young women inside the shop, he greeted them with a smile. The vehicle was rented. The driver had 2 cars and, overwhelmed with work these days, had allowed Zhang Chu to use one for transporting goods. Since Zhang Chu could drive and had just acquired his license, he took on the task. Although the rental fee still needed to be paid, Su Liang had long wished to see Lu Ping, but due to his busy schedule, he had to wait. Now that he had spotted her, the weariness that had once made him feel like a dog instantly vanished, and he was revitalized. Zhang Chu, observing from the side, shook his head. He did not harbor high hopes for Su Liang and Lu Ping. After spending some time together, he sensed that it would be quite challenging for Su Liang to pursue a relationship with Lu Ping, as she seemed too enamored with leisure. Among the 4 girls in their dormitory, Shui and Su Li were currently enrolling in accounting courses, while Li Pei was attending a computer training class. Only this girl had not pursued any studies. It was said that she frequently visited skating rinks and nightclubs, mingling with those who were unemployed. Recently, she had developed an obsession with online gaming, often spending time in internet cafes. Such a girl would likely not be suitable for Su Liang. However, Zhang Chu felt it was unwise to voice these concerns to Su Liang at this moment, as he was in high spirits. Anything Zhang Chu said would likely fall on deaf ears, so it was better to let Su Liang learn from his own experiences. This passionate youth would only settle down after encountering a few setbacks. Zhang Chu could relate, having gone through similar phases himself. In the past, he had also believed he was always right, disregarding others' opinions. It was only after facing a few hardships that he understood who truly cared for him and who did not. Yet, some things are irrevocable. Once past, they cannot be retrieved, and all one can do is lie awake at night, occasionally wrestling with restless thoughts. Wow, Zhang Chu, you can drive? Upon stepping out of the car, Lu Ping, who was inside the shop, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. It seemed that since she had come to know Zhang Chu, he had never ceased to amaze her with his capabilities. Zhang Chu felt a touch of embarrassment as he glanced at Su Liang, who had been eagerly looking at Lu Ping, only to find that she seemed entirely oblivious to him, focusing solely on the driving Zhang Chu instead. There was no choice. Our driver is swamped today, and our goods need to be delivered promptly, so I had to step in, Zhang Chu replied, wishing to steer clear of the topic with Lu Ping, as he held no interest in her. After a brief explanation, he headed towards the shop, greeting Su Li and He Shui, who were busy sorting vegetables. They had truly been so occupied lately that they barely had time to cook, resorting to takeout every day. They needed to assemble over 100 machines, including software installations, which demanded significant time and effort. Moreover, there was an effect to consider. Every day, they assembled numerous machines to display in the shop, which attracted more customers. Passers-by, seeing so many computers, perceived the shop as thriving, leading to an increase in visitors looking to have machines assembled. If it were not for the sudden increase in demand, Zhang Chu and his team would not be in such a rush. They had ample time for the installation. The computers requested by General Zhou had a specific time frame, but the technicians arriving for the setup were not bound by it. Once they arrived, they would need to complete the installation immediately and take the equipment away, which is why they were pressed for time. For Zhang Chu, this situation was a bittersweet experience, a feeling that invigorated him and filled him with passion. Once this busy period concluded, purchasing a van would pose no issue. Renovating their home to include a second floor would be feasible, and even acquiring a property in this area would not be problematic. At that moment, aside from Pingching and Yangqing, housing prices in other southern cities were relatively low. Zhang Chu was planning to earn a significant sum, buy several properties in these locations, and then await their appreciation for future profit, securing a comfortable income for his lifetime. At that point, he would no longer need to be so busy. He could leisurely wander, indulge in outdoor activities such as hiking and fishing, and reside in a seaside home, gazing at the ocean and anticipating the arrival of spring. He envisioned building a quaint villa in his hometown, where he could retreat when weary of the outside world, tending to the fields, herding sheep, and enjoying the serene beauty of the mountains in the distance. This idyllic lifestyle was what Zhang Chu had always yearned for, yet he lacked the means to realize it in his previous life. Devoid of ocean view apartments or charming country retreats. Upon arriving at the shop, Zhang Chu and Su Liang casually found a spot to sit, appearing utterly exhausted. He Shui poured each of them a glass of water. Zhang Chu, do you have a girlfriend? Look how kind Shui is to you, pouring you water despite your hard work. Why not consider her as a girlfriend? Lu Ping teased, her carefree demeanor causing both Zhang Chu and He Shui to blush. This is how relationships often develop among young workers today, through playful teasing or encouragement from acquaintances, leading to mutual attraction and a budding romance. Zhang Chu did not anticipate that. After his rebirth, he would experience such a moment, being playfully teased by someone familiar. It was Lu Ping's lighthearted comment that prompted Zhang Chu to realize that perhaps He genuinely harbored feelings for him. He had noticed signs of this before, but had overlooked them. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chu discreetly stole a glance at He Shui, only to find her looking back, causing both of them to flush once more. She was indeed remarkable, gentle in nature, ambitious, capable of managing household tasks, and possessing a beauty that aligned with Zhang Chu's aesthetic preferences. For someone of his age, she was undoubtedly an excellent choice, and at that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably. A long-forgotten desire for romance surged within him. Considering his past life of solitude, he had not experienced love for a considerable time. However, the recollection of his past romantic encounters felt like a cold shower, dousing him with a profound sense of chill. In the mind of Zhang Chu, a man of extensive experience, love is merely a feverish bout, followed inevitably by an unshakable cough of longing. The irretrievable losses haunt him, fueling an insatiable resentment that creeps into the night, making sleep elusive. The vows of past loves echo in his mind, striking like a resounding slap. Each recollection is akin to a stinging rebuke, leaving him unable to savor the scent of a woman for years. This profound understanding runs deep, etching fear into his heart and eroding his self-confidence. Chapter 34. Genuine emotion requires a gentle nudge should he embark on this journey once more. The thought sends a twinge of pain through Zhang Chu's heart, prompting him to dismiss such musings. what lies ahead for him, and he shui. Only time will tell. In his previous life, he was wounded by love, and the fear of disappointment lingers still, even in this new existence. Another figure occupies his heart, a person with whom he shares a mutual, albeit unspoken, connection. Yet, he finds himself oblivious to her whereabouts. Every man harbors a woman in his heart who is not his spouse, perhaps a first love or a fleeting encounter. Zhang Chu is no exception, although he was never married. A woman resides in his thoughts, not his first love, but someone he met at another time. At present, she is likely still in school. Calculating the timeline, she would be in high school in their home country. Zhang Chu does not know which school she attends, as she never revealed it to him. She is not a native, and he cannot venture to her foreign homeland. In their past life, while they shared a certain spiritual bond, there was no physical intimacy. Their timing was simply misaligned. One remained unmarried, while the other became a wife to another. Zhang Chu would never seek to undermine a union, leaving this affection to linger within him, a bittersweet entanglement. In his rebirth, memories of that woman resurface vividly. He recalls every moment they shared and the profound understanding they possessed. In their previous existence, they lamented their ill-fated timing. Could this be fate's way of offering him a second chance to encounter her before she becomes someone else's? Each time he contemplates this possibility in his new life, a flutter of excitement stirs within him, as he yearns for the day he might once again behold her familiar silhouette. However, he must wait 5 years to meet her. The woman, of Chinese descent, will not arrive in mainland coastal regions to work until 2007, presenting Zhang Chu with his opportunity. In this brief span of time, countless thoughts have flitted through his mind. On one side, he shui, and on the other, the woman who occupies his heart, alongside the scars of his past. Look at shui. She is charming, adept in both the kitchen and the parlor, and currently mastering accounting. Finding a partner like her would surely promise a life of comfort. Lunch was prepared by Su Li and he shui, while Zhang Chu and the others busied themselves with assembling the equipment. After the dishes were served, Lu Ping began to stir up excitement again. This time, even Li Pei joined in. It is often the case that something initially inconspicuous becomes pronounced when subjected to collective ribbing. For instance, the matter between men and women. He shui, after being teased by 2 girls, grew bolder and brazenly sat beside Zhang Chu during the meal. In fact, ever since the incident at the ice skating rink, it seemed that this girl had developed feelings for Zhang Chu. However, her earlier visits to his side had not been particularly conspicuous, so others had not noticed. Wow, you two are really planning to get together, huh? Just remember to prepare us some candy. Otherwise, that won't do. We certainly won't give you any opportunities to interact in the future. Lu Ping continued to tease the pair, with Li Pei providing her support, their banter flowing effortlessly. Huang Yan watched from the side, secretly amused. She held a favorable impression of he shui, feeling that this girl was indeed a good match for her second brother. Beside her, Su Li managed a forced smile, remaining silent. Su Liang, who also felt somewhat troubled, was not a fool. Today's events led him to believe that Lu Ping likely did not harbor romantic feelings for him. Perhaps he had been overthinking it, which left him feeling conflicted. Among the group gathered at the table, although they appeared to be enjoying themselves, each harbored their own thoughts. The ambiguous matters between young men and women are unpredictable in their outcomes. After lunch, Li Pei and Lu Ping departed, each with their own plans and activities. He shui and Su Li stayed behind to help tidy up the shop. Following their meal, Zhang Chu and the others scarcely took a moment to rest before assembling another batch of machines, which they transported to the headquarters of the company. The computer towers occupied too much space in their store. Monitors, keyboards, and mice were directly taken to the headquarters for testing. At this time, the monitors were purely display screens, taking up more space than the towers themselves. Thus, it was even less suitable to keep them in the shop. As each computer tower was installed and debugged, the funds Zhang Chu had on hand dwindled day by day. Whenever he received goods from suppliers up to the previously agreed amount, he would promptly settle the account. Once all the computers were assembled, he was left with just a few thousand for daily expenses. Not only had he paid out all the previously collected funds, but he also owed several suppliers nearly 100,000. However, this large order had significantly enhanced the reputation of Zhang Chu's Deep Blue Computer Technology Company. And given his prior promptness and accuracy in settling payments, the suppliers in the computer market slightly relaxed their payment deadlines. By this time, the scale of the order Zhang Chu had secured was apparent to his competitors. The local computer vendors were now aware that Zhang Chu had landed a substantial deal worth millions. Although this figure might seem somewhat exaggerated, it was likely that Zhang Chu's earnings over a few months surpassed what they made in an entire year, an estimation that seemed quite plausible. "Ah Chu, I heard you recently secured a large order?" From afar in Xiangshan, Li Dong, having caught wind of the news from an unknown source, made a special call to Zhang Chu to confirm. "Fortunately, I find myself in a stroke of luck, having secured a contract for network and equipment services with a newly established factory." Zhang Chu is uncertain of Li Dong's intentions on the other end of the line and is unaware of how the latter's business is faring at the mall in Xiangshan. He offered a brief explanation, yet Li Dong refrained from probing further into how Zhang Chu acquired this project. Although he was cognizant of certain technical aspects that were beyond his own capabilities, even if he were present, he might not have been able to clinch this contract. A sense of disappointment washed over him, for Zhang Chu was nonetheless the apprentice he had recruited and the one he had taught the intricacies of computer assembly. How could it be that, in such a short span, Zhang Chu was able to independently secure a significant contract? This compelled Li Dong to reassess Zhang Chu's potential. He felt he had misjudged the young man's abilities, which had far surpassed his expectations. What he failed to realize was that this Zhang Chu was not the same as the one he once knew. As for the supermarket venture, Li Dong was not experiencing the anticipated success. After investing several $100,000, the revenue during the opening phase fell drastically short of his expectations, leaving him disheartened. However, he refrained from sharing his disappointment with Zhang Chu, engaging in casual conversation before terminating the call. This left Zhang Chu perplexed, uncertain of the true intent behind Li Dong's call. Once all equipment was delivered and accounted for, Zhang Chu received the third payment. The remaining 10% would have to wait until General Manager Zhou's factory had been operational for 6 months, as stipulated in their contract as a form of security deposit. Although this sum was significant, Zhang Chu was able to manage it, as it was earned through his own efforts, and he had already settled accounts with other suppliers. Moreover, his earnings exceeded this amount, and he was confident that waiting for half a year would present no considerable issues. Chapter 35. Celebrating the harvest. With the completion of the order from General Manager Zhou, it was now approaching the National Day holiday. All factories would close for the holiday period, and for Zhang Chu, this was a crucial moment to seize, as it heralded a wave of potential profits for his shop. During the holiday, workers from the factories would venture out to indulge in some shopping. Some young individuals, with money in their pockets, would be inclined to purchase computers, as they had already made a profit during the May Day holiday. After receiving payment from General Manager Zhou, Zhang Chu decided to buy himself a vehicle. He planned to drive to either Pengqing or Yangqing to meet with some distributors and perhaps bring back some imported goods. The components available there were considerably more affordable than those in the local computer market. Now equipped with ample capital and a vehicle, Zhang Chu deemed it prudent to procure supplies from Yangqing himself. He chose not to buy a compact car, but rather a van, which offered ample space for both passengers and cargo and was reasonably priced, ideal for his current needs. Should I also consider obtaining a driver's license? Upon seeing Zhang Chu's new vehicle, Su Liang felt a twinge of envy. Having completed the large order for General Manager Zhou's company, Su Liang received several months' worth of wages and a substantial bonus. Now, with over 10,000 in savings, his mind began to wander, contemplating various ventures he could embark upon with this newfound wealth. After Zhang Chu purchased a vehicle, he found himself eager to acquire a driver's license. Envisioning the thrill of driving and the allure of impressing others, the thought of driving to meet women invigorated him. "You should definitely take the driving test. It's not particularly difficult, and I'll cover half the cost for you," suggested Su Liang. However, Zhang Chu swiftly dismissed Su Liang's proposition, for he was already adept at driving and had previously held a license, thus opting for a shortcut. Su Liang, on the other hand, was entirely inexperienced behind the wheel. Zhang Chu, lacking the time to instruct him, recommended that he enroll in a driving school instead, emphasizing the seriousness of driving. After contemplating Zhang Chu's advice, Su Liang realized the wisdom in his words, especially with the prospect of Zhang Chu reimbursing half the expenses, making it more economical than simply purchasing a license. Wow, Zhang Chu has really bought a car. How impressive. After taking possession of the vehicle, Zhang Chu called He Shui, inviting her and their dorm mates to celebrate, as his circle of acquaintances here was limited. During this time, He Shui and Su Li frequently came by to assist in the shop, cooking meals, and helping Zhang Chu organize his belongings. effectively playing the role of a girlfriend. This nurturing dynamic gradually softened Zhang Chu's previously held reservations, fostering a warmer relationship between him and He Shui. Zhang Chu was not a particularly decisive man when a charming and affable woman approached him. It took little time and effort for him to become enamored. As for the woman who occupied his heart, he dared not contemplate her. Uncertain of how to confront the past and whether their reunion would mirror their previous existence. In this regard, He Shui exhibited considerable initiative. Even as Zhang Chu, somewhat of a passive man, hesitated, time would inevitably bring about change. Lu Ping remained unchanged as ever, but Li Pei seemed to have undergone a transformation, casting a notably different gaze upon Zhang Chu. It felt as though every encounter with Zhang Chu revealed significant developments in him. He Shui and Su Li had long been aware of Zhang Chu's intention to purchase a new vehicle, and upon witnessing his acquisition, their expressions were filled with joy. The vehicle, though not particularly valuable, was primarily intended for convenience in transporting goods, as hiring others for transportation was costly. Zhang Chu chuckled, deeming the van unremarkable and reserving his excitement for the day he could afford a luxurious car, like a Mercedes-Benz. Yet, compared to his past life, where even a van was beyond his means, he recognized the substantial progress he had made. This was a source of pride, as he had forged a path distinctly different from that of his former existence. This year, we won't have to scramble for train tickets to return home for the new year. We can all ride back together in this vehicle, Su Li remarked with a smile. For those like them, working away from home, traveling during the Spring Festival was often a nightmare, particularly when it came to train journeys. Securing tickets was a challenge. Boarding was difficult, and the journey itself was arduous. Moreover, an unfortunate mishap could result in losing a year's worth of hard-earned money, a recurring plight that, nonetheless, could not deter these workers from returning home for the festivities. Aside from those distant places, the majority of people work away from home throughout the year, primarily with the intention of reuniting with their families during the Spring Festival. Aside from this time, they are consumed by their work commitments. Thus, despite the challenges of travel during the festive season, their determination to return home for the new year remains unwavering. No worries, I shall drive you all back, Zhang Chu replied with a smile, observing the excitement on Huang Yan and Su Li's faces. Zhang Chu certainly intended to return home for the Spring Festival, as their new house would be ready for habitation by the end of the year, and everyone was expected to come home. The transition from their old house to the new one required certain rituals. In Zhang Chu's hometown, this was referred to as moving the fire, signifying that all unmarried individuals must be present. By the time the new year arrives, I will also have obtained my driver's license, and I will be able to drive. Su Liang chimed in, casting a glance at Lu Ping, who displayed a hint of admiration, which pleased Su Liang immensely. Although he had grown somewhat indifferent towards Lu Ping, showing off in front of women was an endeavor he could never resist. Let us go, everyone get in the car. Today, we shall dine out and enjoy a splendid meal rather than cooking ourselves, Zhang Chu decided, closing the door of the shop since there were no customers at the moment. And he led everyone out to celebrate this rare, joyous occasion. At this time, Sichuan cuisine was all the rage, with the town's prominent restaurants predominantly serving this style of cooking, driving brisk business for the Sichuan establishments. In a few years, Hunan cuisine would begin to dominate, pushing Sichuan cuisine from its esteemed position. While both Sichuan and Hunan cuisines share similarities, they also possess distinct characteristics. Sichuan cuisine is renowned for its spiciness and numbing qualities. Many relish the heat, but may not necessarily embrace the numbing sensation. I will order a spicy hot pot and boiled fish. You all can choose the rest, Zhang Chu said, not even glancing at the menu upon arrival. These two dishes were staples in any respectable Sichuan restaurant. Su Li and her companions were likely familiar with the local offerings, and each selected a dish. Su Liang and Zhang Yan, less acquainted with the menu, opted not to order anything. Let us raise a toast to celebrate Zhang Chu's new car. May his love with Shui flourish, and here's to a bountiful harvest. As the dishes were served, Su Liang promptly stood up, raising his glass in preparation for a toast, with others following suit. I shall refrain from drinking today, as I need to drive you all back. Being intoxicated would hinder my ability to drive safely. I shall substitute tea for wine, Zhang Chu remarked. At that time, enforcement against drunk driving was not particularly stringent, yet Zhang Chu was reluctant to take such risks, as he harbored a significant apprehension about drunk driving. During his previous attempts to obtain a driver's license, The scrutiny over drunk driving was at its peak, with the written tests and safe driving courses emphasizing the severe penalties and grave consequences associated with such offenses. This rigorous examination left an indelible impression on him regarding the dangers of drunk driving. Chapter 36. A familiar face in a foreign land. If Zhang Chu cannot drink while driving, then it shall be Shui who does. The two of you have yet to savor the candied fruits. This is something to remember. By the way, I wish you both a swift marriage and the blessing of children soon. The others did not force Zhang Chu to drink, but they did not let Shui off the hook. Their relationship is now public, and a few of them often tease the pair. Without candied fruits. What is wrong with treating you to a sumptuous feast? After all, Zhang Chu is treating you all to a grand meal today. Shui, unfazed by their remarks, smiled and replied that these fellows, eager for some entertainment, were merely hoping to see her intoxicated. This is different. Candied fruits are candied fruits. They have no relation to a feast. This banquet is to celebrate Zhang Chu's new car. We must not confuse the two. Lu Ping cheerfully insisted, with Li Pei offering her support from the sidelines, while the others looked on with amused expressions. Zhang Chu watched their playful banter, feeling the joys of youth. In the end, Shui could not escape the fate of downing a few drinks. However, this young lady held her liquor well. After consuming 2 bottles of beer, she remained sober, albeit with a rosy complexion. Once the meal concluded, the hour was quite late. The girls seemed to have indulged a bit too much, appearing somewhat dazed, leaving them unable to pursue further activities. Zhang Chu decided to drive the girls back to their factory before taking Su Liang and Zhang Yan back to his shop. The following day, Zhang Yan was left to oversee the shop alone, while Zhang Chu took Su Liang on a trip to Yang City. Regardless of whether he had been reborn or had a girlfriend, the demands of life must be met. Such is life. To live is to be busy. Zhang Chu planned to import some foreign goods, assembling them into second-hand computers in time for the National Day sales, which would undoubtedly be lucrative. Additionally, he intended to search for distributors of anti-theft devices for supermarkets and malls, as the supplies in Dongguan were scarce, necessitating a trip to Yang City and Peng City. Once the project for Mr. Zhou was completed, Zhang Chu's next focus would be to follow up on business with Boss Zhong, aiming to secure contracts with several malls. Previously, he had boasted to Boss Zhong about having classmates in this field, but in truth, he had no such channels, so he needed to find suppliers himself. The cash register software he had developed was complete and had undergone extensive testing. He had adequately addressed the issues he encountered in his previous life when implementing this software in malls, ensuring its reliability. Now it was time to launch this software, which promised to generate profit over a period of time, a venture that Zhang Chu was particularly invested in. He created a trial version of the software, burned it onto a disk, and took it along. Should he encounter a suitable distributor in Yang City, he planned to collaborate with them to promote the software. Have you ever been to Yang City? You seem quite familiar with the area, Su Liang remarked, as he sat in the passenger seat, his driver's license still pending. The journey from Dongguan to Yang City was not particularly long. It took just over 2 hours by car. Zhang Chu had accompanied others on a few trips in his previous life and had a reasonable understanding of the area, with the routes being relatively easy to navigate. Su Liang observed Zhang Chu skillfully maneuvering through the bustling urban streets, curiosity prompting him to inquire about Zhang's familiarity with a myriad of routes. The sheer number of paths was dizzying to Su, leaving him baffled as to how Zhang seemed to navigate them with ease. I've been here before. I accompanied Li Dong on 2 occasions, Zhang replied, although in truth, he had never visited with Li Dong, who had not restocked in Yancheng since Zhang's brief tenure with him. You have an impressive memory. This place is far more complex than Dongguan, with its multitude of roads. It's astonishing that you can recall them all, Su exclaimed, filled with admiration. Zhang merely smiled, choosing not to respond. What is this compared to the time when all the various overpasses and one-way streets emerge? Driving in Yancheng truly tests one's skills. As they conversed, the vehicle came to a halt in a parking lot. Have we arrived? Su queried. Yes, we have. This is Pacific Computer City. Let us take a look around. Zhang confirmed. Today, we shall explore the computer city here in Yancheng and then procure some goods before heading back. Turning off the engine, Zhang exited the vehicle. He was well aware of where to find second-hand components, having visited this place in a previous life. However, he intended to explore the market's offerings, particularly the machines and anti-theft devices, before making any purchases. Zhang Chu. Suddenly, a youthful voice, tinged with the dialect of their hometown, called out to him. Upon hearing the name, Zhang looked up to see a familiar young woman beckoning from a store selling printer supplies. Though she seemed somewhat familiar, Zhang could not quite place her. Yet, she recognized him immediately as they passed by. "Isn't that Lu Chahua from your class? What a coincidence to run into you here." Su quickly identified the girl, reminding Zhang that she was indeed a classmate from his middle school days. Although Su and Zhang were not in the same class, he was familiar with everyone in Zhang's class, as their school was relatively small, with only 3 classes per grade, all comprised of students from the same elementary schools. "Zhang Chu, what brings you here? Have you stopped studying?" she inquired. "Yes, I'm not studying anymore. I'm working in Dongguan. I came to check out some items." "Are you working here?" Zhang scrutinized her, finally recognizing the girl after so many years. It was remarkable to identify someone from his middle school days after decades had passed. Zhang chose not to discuss his studies, a subject laden with regret, as his family's circumstances had dictated otherwise. "I've been working here for over 3 years now, having come right after middle school graduation. This shop belongs to my sister and brother-in-law. My sister has gone back to prepare dinner. It's such a pity that someone with your academic prowess isn't continuing their education," she remarked. In the southern region, it was unexpectedly delightful for Zhang Chu to encounter an old classmate from middle school, Lu Chahua, who looked quite excited as she addressed Zhang Chu and his companion. "Did you come here to set up a machine?" she inquired. "No, we are here to collect goods." Zhang Chu initially intended to affirm her question, but Su Liang, ever the opportunist, interjected, causing Zhang Chu to swallow back his words. During their school days, Zhang Chu, whose family circumstances were far from favorable, had only superficial relationships with most classmates. They merely recognized each other. His peers seldom interacted with him, and after entering the workforce in his previous life, he had only attended one reunion, leading to a complete severance of ties with his middle school friends. If one were to ask Zhang Chu if there was anyone from his middle school days worth reminiscing about, he would feel a burning sensation on his face, as memories of past affections struck him like a slap. For someone who struggled in his previous life, these recollections were akin to stinging slaps. Each memory evoked a painful reminder. During middle school, Zhang Chu excelled academically and was quite presentable, catching the attention of a girl who once gifted him a notebook. However, after completing her vocational training, she began working and, after 2 years of dating Zhang Chu, she chose to marry a man from a more affluent background upon realizing Zhang Chu's own financial struggles. Such memories were ones Zhang Chu preferred to avoid, yet upon encountering his old classmates after many years, he couldn't help but recall her, metaphorically slapping himself in regret. Chapter 37. Old love is like a blade, each cut piercing the heart. "You are here to collect goods? Are you now running a computer business, Zhang Chu?" Lu Chahua asked. In Zhang Chu's recollections, Lu Chahua had always been a quiet and reserved girl during their school days, but after 3 to 4 years in the workforce, she had become quite articulate. She had started working in the southern region right after middle school, while Zhang Chu continued his studies for 2 additional years in high school and then worked in construction for another year, thus emerging into the workforce later than Lu Chahua and her peers. In contrast to Su Liang, who had helped at home after middle school and only recently joined Zhang Chu in the south, Hijia had always been caught between his home and the city, never holding a proper job, and therefore was not in the same league as Zhang Chu and his friends. "I've opened a small shop in Dongguan, just earning a modest living," Lu Chahua mentioned. It was nearing lunchtime, and her shop was relatively quiet, allowing her the opportunity to chat with Zhang Chu and his companion. "You've opened a computer store? That's impressive. You excelled in your studies, and now you've managed to establish a shop so quickly after entering the workforce. How remarkable. The computer business is thriving now. If you work diligently, you could earn quite a bit," Lu Chahua remarked, genuinely acknowledging Zhang Chu's academic achievements without a hint of sarcasm. Unlike Hijia, after all, Zhang Chu had consistently ranked first in their grade throughout middle school, making him unforgettable to his classmates. "Well, it's just average," Zhang Chu replied modestly. "Does your brother-in-law deal in receipt printers and thermal paper?" Lu Chahua has joined Zhang Chu, and in this regard, Zhang cannot conceal anything. She undoubtedly possesses some understanding of the matter. As for Lu Chahua's claim of excelling academically, Zhang Chu chose not to respond. Just as Hijia remarked, what significance does academic excellence hold? Ultimately, one still ends up working. Past events bear no relevance. They have merely become memories now. Small receipt printers and thermal paper? Are you facilitating purchases for a shopping mall or perhaps another retail establishment? Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Lu Chahua immediately grasped the situation. This young woman is indeed quite adept in her field and quickly deduced Zhang Chu's intentions. I have a client interested in the type of receipt printer used in shopping malls and supermarkets, so I came to gather some insights. There are very few companies engaged in this sector in Dongguan, Zhang Chu promptly replied. If Lu Chahua has stock available at a reasonable price, he could source it from her. After all, they are classmates, and earning for someone else is akin to earning for oneself. We can provide that. Do you need a cash drawer for the receipt printer? We have those too. If you're ordering in bulk, I can secure a lower price for you, Lu Chahua responded. Clearly taken aback by the possibility of turning a casual greeting into a business transaction, much to her pleasant surprise. Zhang Chu requested samples of the printer and thermal paper, inquiring about the prices. Lu Chahua was fair, not attempting to take advantage of Zhang Chu. The products were of good quality and the prices aligned with Zhang Chu's expectations, which endeared him to her. While Zhang Chu claimed he was merely inquiring about market conditions, he harbored some memories of the realities involved, subtly gauging whether Lu Chahua might offer better terms due to their acquaintance. In these times, friendships can sometimes conceal treachery. You also deal in cash drawers for receipt printers, which seems unrelated, Zhang Chu noted. Most people are unaware of cash drawers. Only those in the supermarket and retail sectors are familiar with such items, which are not typically paired with cash register computers. My brother-in-law operates 2 stores, one selling printer supplies and the other specializing in such equipment for malls. Lu Chahua replied with a smile, indicating she could handle business from both stores, thus enthusiastically promoting the cash drawer, which is generally required by supermarkets and malls. How fortuitous. I was just looking to learn more about these items. Where's the other store? Shall we go and check the samples? Zhang Chu expressed his surprise at the coincidence. He was seeking a partner in this area, and if Lu Chahua's brother-in-law was suitable, collaboration could be on the horizon. Please, take a seat while I make a call to my sister. She'll be bringing lunch shortly, and I can have her cover my shift. I'll take you to see the other store, which is also located in this computer market, Lu Chahua suggested. She then called her sister, who would take some time to arrive, and in the meantime, engaged Zhang Chu and Su Liang in conversation about their academic past. Hey Zhang Chu, did you know that Zheng Shui has a crush on you? Are you two still in touch? After a while, Lu Chahua seemed to recall something and playfully inquired of Zhang Chu. Zheng Shui is the girl who once delivered a notebook to Zhang Chu. Lu Chahua, who shares a good rapport with Zheng Shui, is privy to some details. It seems Zheng Shui has likely graduated from vocational school by now. We have lost touch. A flicker of pain briefly crosses Zhang Chu's eyes, though he conceals it adeptly, leaving no one the wiser. Some memories, though past, still evoke heartache when mentioned. These are remnants of a former life. Zhang Chu has no intention of rekindling any narrative with Zheng Shui. He would never engage in deceitful games, planting seeds of discord only to abandon her later. You haven't kept in touch? I recall that when you graduated from middle school, Zheng Shui had someone deliver a notebook to your home. So, you haven't spoken since then? At that moment, Su Liang seized the opportunity to speak up, inadvertently betraying Zhang Chu. He was aware of the notebook incident. That was at the time of our graduation. We lost contact afterward. I am unaware of her school's location, and I have no knowledge of her current employment post-graduation. Zhang Chu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Discussing such matters while Su Liang was present was ill-advised. His friend was far too candid, revealing everything without a hint of subtlety, making it impossible for Zhang Chu to mask certain truths. Zheng Shui was his first love. How could they not have had any contact? However, after Zhang Chu dropped out of high school, he indeed ceased communication with her. In his previous life, he encountered Zheng Shui again only after relocating to Xiangshan for work, while she had begun her career in Binhai. This woman stirred Zhang Chu's restless heart, yet ultimately withdrew when he became deeply invested, marrying a man of means. She left Zhang Chu's heart battered and alone. Not all past loves are adorned with beautiful memories. For Zhang Chu, each recollection was like a knife, piercing his heart anew. She has graduated and is working in Binhai now. She visited me during the new year at the start of this year to catch up, Lu Chahua noted, revealing her limited knowledge of Zheng Shui's contact details. Otherwise, with her enthusiasm, she would have surely provided Zheng Shui's information to Zhang Chu. Is she a classmate of yours? Lu Chahua continued to engage Zhang Chu in conversation about Zheng Shui, but at that moment, her sister arrived with lunch, interrupting their discussion. This is Zhang Chu, the top student from our middle school, and this is Su Liang. Lu Chahua introduced them. Zhang Chu is now in the computer business in Dongguan, and he has come here to source equipment for the mall. I'll take them to check out some shops downstairs. After Lu Chahua introduced Zhang Chu and Su Liang, she led them to another store where her brother-in-law was working. Upon arriving, they first examined the equipment before inquiring about prices. Chapter 38. When love becomes a memory. After familiarizing themselves with the prices, Zhang Chu found that they were reasonable. He requested Lu Chahua's contact information and provided his own, along with the store's landline. However, he refrained from sharing his mobile number, fearing that she might pass it on to Zhang Shui. Zhang Chu had no desire to reconnect with that girl. He wished to avoid any encounters altogether. Some things belong to the past and should remain there. Clinging to them only leads to endless nostalgia. Moreover, having resolved to pursue a romantic relationship with Shui, there is little reason to dwell on other women. Between Zhang Chu and Zhang Shui, he believes that they are best left as mere memories, with no potential for further narrative. After finalizing matters regarding hardware, Zhang Chu engaged in discussions with Lu Chahua's brother-in-law concerning the cash register software, which was one of the primary purposes of his visit. Establishments like Lu Chahua's brother-in-law's frequently interact with commercial venues and computer vendors in this sector, thus possessing numerous channels through which Zhang Chu hoped to promote his software. Is this software of your own creation? Has it been registered? Lu Chahua's brother-in-law, more knowledgeable in this area than Lu Chahua, inquired after listening to Zhang Chu. The origins of software must be clearly established to avoid complications. Yes, I developed it myself, and I have already arranged for its registration over in Dongguan, Zhang Chu replied. He was determined to ensure everything was in order, as he planned to launch this software into the market, necessitating thorough groundwork. Please prepare a complete introduction for me, preferably accompanied by a demo version of the program. I can assist in promoting it, Lu Chahua's brother-in-law agreed, nodding in response. Zhang Chu was elated. He had prepared for this encounter, although he had not anticipated running into Lu Chahua and her associates. His intention was to collaborate with others in the area, and Lu Chahua's brother-in-law's involvement was fortuitous. Installing the software did not take long. Zhang Chu set it up on a demonstration cash register and showcased its functionality alongside the cash drawer to Lu Chahua's brother-in-law. He had also prepared a document outlining the operational processes, which he packaged onto a CD, having completed these preparations prior to his arrival. This cash register software is impressive, simple to understand, and convenient to operate. It should find a market, Lu Chahua's brother-in-law remarked. In recent years, the number of individuals entering the supermarket sector has increased, with available options either being somewhat expensive or complicated to use. Having gained a favorable impression of the software, Lu Chahua's brother-in-law readily agreed to assist in its promotion. This arrangement promised mutual benefit. He would help Zhang Chu market the software while also earning a commission and potentially selling additional equipment. Such a lucrative deal was too advantageous for Lu Chahua's brother-in-law to refuse, and he genuinely believed in the potential of Zhang Chu's cash register software, which was significantly superior to others he had encountered. Unbeknownst to him, this software was originally slated for release several years later, having matured through the incorporation of other software technologies. Have you had lunch yet? Let me treat you, Zhang Chu offered, suggesting a meal at a restaurant owned by a fellow townsman nearby, known for its delightful flavors. After solidifying the software collaboration, he requested a catalog of various commercial equipment from Lu Chahua's brother-in-law, which would be useful for client introductions. He did not intend to acquire stock or samples just yet. He would procure them once he secured orders, as it was unnecessary to spend money on samples at this stage. These items were only applicable within the supermarket context and could not be utilized elsewhere. Lu Chahua suggested dining out, and both Zhang Chu and Su Liang accepted without reservation, as they were already planning to have lunch in the vicinity. This locale was her territory, and she was far more familiar with it than either Zhang or Su. Is it far? Should we drive there? As they strolled outside, Su Liang abruptly interjected a remark, prompting Lu Chahua to exchange a surprised glance with Zhang Chu. Did you come by car? Yes, since we need to transport some second-hand computer parts later, we drove over. We have quite a few items to carry, so we can't bring too much by public transport. Zhang Chu had initially hesitated to disclose his ownership of a vehicle, but Su Liang's hasty comment compelled him to reveal it. Nonetheless, he bore no ill will towards Su Liang for this trivial matter. After all, the truth would eventually come to light. Perfect. Since you have a car, we can drive there. The food around here is neither appetizing nor reasonably priced. If we venture a little farther, there are many eateries offering much better prices, and a restaurant run by our fellow countrymen is located there. The computer market here is one of the largest distribution hubs for computer parts in the southern region, attracting countless visitors daily. Regardless of the quality of the food, these establishments manage to thrive due to their popularity. Consequently, the fare in such bustling locales tends to be either exorbitantly priced or disappointingly subpar, as the shopfronts incur higher costs that are inevitably passed onto the food, leaving flavor neglected. Once the trio settled into the car, Liu Chahua refrained from discussing vehicular matters with Zhang Chu. She noticed his reluctance to talk about his current situation, so their conversation drifted towards nostalgic tales from their middle school days. They reminisced about who fought with whom when they were desk partners, who developed crushes, and who had penned love letters. While Zhang Chu was only vaguely aware of these anecdotes, Su Liang possessed a wealth of knowledge. Being well acquainted with the dynamics of all three classes, including which girls were the most beautiful and who was regarded as the school's belle. In contrast, Zhang Chu felt significantly out of the loop. He had no idea who the campus beauties were, nor did he express interest in such matters. Zheng Shui was the belle of our class. Many boys were infatuated with her. As the conversation veered back to Zheng Shui, Zhang Chu wished to avoid the topic. Having love become a distant memory only left behind pain. Liu Chahua, do you know anyone in the second-hand computer parts market over there? I'm not very familiar with that area, but my brother-in-law should know. He has connections with many shop owners in the computer market. I'll ask him when we return. Liu Chahua contemplated before responding, having not paid much attention to the computer parts sector. Upon Zhang Chu's diversion, she ceased discussing Zheng Shui. Are there many small internet cafes in your area? These second-hand computers are typically used by such establishments, right? Not exactly. These are sold to individuals. Some of the younger workers in the factories around Dongguan have a bit of money and want to get themselves a computer for leisure. New computers are too expensive and unreliable. Second-hand ones are just right since losing or damaging them won't be too painful. In the past, Li Dong had taken on contracts for second-hand computers in internet cafes. However, such contracts yielded minimal profits. If any issues arose, maintenance required a visit, which was quite cumbersome. Zhang Chu was not particularly invested in this endeavor. If there were internet cafes willing to invest in new computers, Zhang Chu need not venture to Yanqing to acquire used components. He could simply procure new parts directly from Dongguan. It was rumored that the internet cafe business was currently quite lucrative. Had they considered establishing an internet cafe in Chongping? This information had reached Liu Chahua from others. Upon seeing Zhang Chu with a car, she assumed he was now financially well off and shared this news. Chapter 39. The girl is extraordinary indeed. It was profitable. However, obtaining the necessary licenses was arduous. I lack connections in Dongguan to secure such permits. Operating an illegal internet cafe is unnecessary, as being caught would incur hefty fines. Presently, internet cafes are indeed quite lucrative, charging a few yuan per hour, and with 100 or so machines, one could merely sit back and collect fees. During peak business hours and in prime locations, daily earnings could approach 10,000 yuan. However, lucrative ventures inevitably attract attention, and without connections in the southern region, opening an internet cafe is exceedingly difficult. The challenge of acquiring permits is one aspect, but one must also guard against potential troublemakers. While numerous people run illegal internet cafes, such enterprises can easily lead to conflict. Zhang Tao wished to earn money, but had no desire to entangle himself in such matters. It is true that obtaining an internet cafe license is challenging, and the environment is quite complex. Internet cafes near schools tend to be somewhat better, while those in other areas are fraught with issues. Liu Chahua nodded in agreement, choosing not to further discuss the matter as they arrived at their dining establishment. The trio casually ordered a few stir-fried dishes, prepared by a fellow townsman, perfectly aligning with their palates. They ate swiftly, as Liu Chahua had to return to work, while Zhang Chu and his companions were eager to retrieve their goods and head back to Dongguan. Isn't the food here delightful? Does it remind you of home? Liu Chahua inquired. Though I find it a bit hard to adjust to the spiciness here, it tends to cause discomfort. After finishing their meal, she smiled at Zhang Chu and Su Liang, who had indulged quite a bit and should be pleased with the local flavors. The taste is indeed quite good. However, the weather here differs from home, and the spiciness can lead to discomfort. It is prudent to eat less for the sake of one's health. Zhang Chu was acutely aware of this. He had an immense fondness for spicy food in his previous life, a habit that remained unchanged even after over a decade in the South. In his youth, it was manageable, but after turning 30, it became unbearable. Consuming spicy foods led to discomfort, sore throats, and dental pain. forcing him to relinquish his penchant for spice. Upon returning to the computer market, Zhang Chu accompanied Lu Chahua to her brother-in-law to ascertain the market conditions for second-hand components. He later visited the places his brother-in-law had recommended. While Lu Chahua's brother-in-law had introduced several locations, Zhang Chu needed to negotiate directly with the shop owners to finalize arrangements. He was currently occupied and could only facilitate an introduction through a phone call. Following the guidance provided by Lu Chahua's brother-in-law, Zhang Chu and Su Liang visited each recommended location before settling on a store that offered a commendable cost-performance ratio, ultimately acquiring a substantial quantity of goods. However, these items were not particularly valuable. Zhang Chu ended up filling several boxes with components, spending less than 20,000 yuan in total. If all these items were sold, he would approximately earn half of the revenue, thus making the second-hand business quite lucrative at this juncture. However, the risks are significant, and one must exercise caution when procuring goods. These are essentially discarded items, and there are bound to be defective products among them. If the purchased components are riddled with issues, the business becomes untenable. After we return, you can visit me in Dongguan when you have time. There are convenient transport options available. Once Zhang Chu gathered all the necessary items, he exchanged pleasantries with Lu Chahua, then prepared to head back to Dongguan with Su Liang. "All right, if you are online tonight, we can chat," he added. At that moment, Lu Chahua was engaged in a business discussion with a client. Upon hearing Zhang Chu, she smiled and acknowledged him and his companions. This young woman has transformed remarkably since entering the workforce. She was rather unremarkable during her school days. But after a few years, she has blossomed into a stunning beauty. As Zhang Chu and Su Liang descended with their belongings, Su Liang glanced back at Lu Chahua and teasingly remarked, "Aren't you pursuing Lu Ping? Have you suddenly developed an interest in Lu Chahua?" Zhang Chu shot him a sidelong glance, suppressing an eye roll. This fellow only dared to jest, but when it came to conversing with unfamiliar women, he would immediately falter. "Let's not discuss Lu Ping. That girl is rather complicated. My sister is aware of my interest in her and has warned me against pursuing Lu Ping," Zhang Chu replied. Su Liang, disheartened by this, recounted how his sister had cautioned him against getting involved with Lu Ping, mentioning that she had ambiguous connections with individuals from the outside world, often frequenting nightclubs and bars, sometimes even not returning to her dormitory at night. "She has ties with those kinds of people? That is hard to believe. When we went ice skating last time, she didn't seem like someone with such connections," Zhang Chu remarked, intrigued, as he had been unaware of Lu Ping's associations. "She appeared to be just an ordinary girl next door, not someone with a hidden side. The individual she was linked to, it was said, had encountered some trouble and was currently recuperating in the hospital. He had been there for 6 months. Otherwise, her recent behavior wouldn't be so well behaved." Su Liang trusted that his sister wouldn't mislead him regarding such matters. Though he could be impulsive and prone to fights, he considered himself fundamentally good-natured and not part of that world. Moreover, he instinctively resisted such individuals, making it difficult for him to reconcile with a girl who associated with them. Furthermore, Lu Ping had always been indifferent towards him, and being a man of pride, he resolved to abandon his pursuit of her. "I truly didn't expect Lu Ping to have such a formidable side. She seems quite delicate," Zhang Chu mused, realizing that every girl possesses her own complexities. Indeed, the world outside is profoundly intricate. Su Liang echoed, "Please give me Lu Chahua's contact information. I shall add her later." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth in disbelief at the abruptness of the transformation. Perhaps this is where Su Liang and he diverge in matters of the heart. While Zhang Chu stumbles in one place and takes years to recover, Su Liang seems to navigate these waters with ease. "Has your sister mentioned anything about Shui? How is she?" Suddenly, Zhang Chu recalled Shui and felt a pang of anxiety. What if this girl was not as simple as she appeared? At that moment, his heart raced with apprehension regarding such matters. "Rest assured, if there was anything amiss with Shui, I would have informed you long ago. However, my sister and her friends are not well acquainted with her family situation, as Shui seldom discusses her home life." After several trips, they finally loaded all their belongings into the car, leaving only the front row of seats vacant. The rest of the vehicle was crammed with their acquisitions from this trip to Yangqing. "Are you not working overtime tonight?" Upon returning to the shop in Dongguan, they found Shui cooking, accompanied only by Huang Yan, while the other 3 girls were absent. "Yes, I took half a day off this afternoon due to some matters and didn't go back to work tonight. The others are busy," so I thought I'd come over to see you. Shui smiled as she noticed Zhang Chu and Su Liang returning with a heap of items. Zhang Yan was in the kitchen, assisting her in preparing dinner. Did you go to Yanqing today? Are all these computer parts? Shui inquired, noticing the multitude of components. Yes, these are all second-hand computer parts. We need to install and test them in the coming days. We hope to secure a few orders on the 11th, depending on how business goes that day. As they unloaded the items, Zhang Chu engaged in conversation with Shui. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Would you like to assemble a computer for yourself? Aren't you attending classes now? You might need it. In his previous life, it was around this time that Shui had requested his help in building a computer, and this thought resurfaced now. No need. I can come here to use your computer when I need it. It wouldn't be safe to leave a computer in the dorm. Shui chuckled at the realization that this seemingly oblivious guy had finally considered her needs. Nevertheless, she firmly declined his suggestion. Well, that is fine. You're welcome to use my computer anytime. Zhang Chu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped her intent. Shui preferred using his computer, allowing them to see each other more frequently, as it was not far apart. Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready, Shui announced. Having completed the meal and beckoning the three of them to join her at the table. Sister Shui's cooking is truly delightful, far superior to my own, Zhang Yan remarked, feeling quite pleased after successfully assembling a computer and selling several components that day. As she brought the dishes to the table, she looked at the spread and smiled. She can indeed cook. When Zhang Chu and Zhang Ma were working in the fields, it was Zhang Yan who managed the household affairs, her culinary skills rivaling those of Shui. This was a compliment, subtly elevating her elder brother's girlfriend. During their time together, she developed a very favorable impression of Shui, and the two found themselves in delightful conversation. Brother, what does a red invoice signify? After complimenting Shui, Zhang Yan turned her gaze to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu had developed a software to manage the transactions in his store, and it was Zhang Yan who was currently operating it, though she found the workings of this simple inventory management software somewhat perplexing. This serves as a voucher for returns. For instance, after returns of purchased or sold goods, the generated documents are all red invoices. This is generally how systems define them for differentiation. Shui responded before Zhang Chu could speak. She had not operated the software created by Zhang Chu, but had recently learned a bit about finance, which made her familiar with this aspect. The software in Zhang Chu's store was essentially a revised version of his cash register software from the mall, incorporating some concepts derived from financial definitions. Indeed, that is precisely the meaning. Once our store's operations stabilize, Yanzi should also learn accounting. Otherwise, she will struggle with bookkeeping in the future. Zhang Chu smiled affirmatively at this suggestion, as he had long planned for Zhang Yan to study accounting. Knowing it would not require a significant investment, he was willing to cover half the cost for Su Liang to obtain a driver's license, so naturally, he would fully support his sister in her pursuit of accounting knowledge. This education would not only be beneficial in Zhang Chu's store, but would also serve Zhang Yan well in her future endeavors. Ah, I should also study accounting. I haven't even graduated from middle school. Can I really do it? Zhang Yan asked, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Chu's words. She felt somewhat insecure about her academic background. Certainly, just spend a few dollars to obtain a fake high school diploma, then get an accounting qualification certificate. Later, you can attend night school to earn a degree, and your accounting certification can be upgraded. In his previous life, Zhang Chu had acquired his night school diploma in just this manner. It was said that one could pay extra to receive a legitimate diploma without attending classes. Zhang Chu believed this to lack real significance. Individuals without understanding would still be unenlightened with such a certificate. It would be far more beneficial to study and earn a certificate through genuine effort. Well, I suppose I shall give it a try, Zhang Yan said, feeling somewhat inspired. The time spent with Zhang Chu had broadened her horizons and enriched her thoughts. Let us eat first. We can discuss these matters afterward. Su Liang was less interested in such topics, focused instead on obtaining his driver's license as soon as possible, viewing finance as something primarily for girls. After dinner, Zhang Chu and Su Liang organized all the parts that had arrived that day, preparing to assemble a batch of computers from these components. They aimed to display them in the store to attract customers by the time of the National Day holiday. This batch of goods was considerably superior in quality and quantity compared to the previous one during the May Day holiday. After assembling a few machines, Zhang Chu checked the time and decided to escort Shui back to the factory, turning to Su Liang with instructions. I will take Shui back to the factory. You should start installing the system on one of the machines. If there is anything you find confusing, just leave it here. Assemble the main unit, and I will return to install the system. With the National Day approaching, time was of the essence, necessitating that Zhang Chu and his team work overtime to complete their tasks. Typically, their evenings are not filled with many tasks, and they remain in a state of repose. All right, Su Liang responded, feeling that he had little to amuse himself with at night, preferring to work overtime at the shop. As for that legendary game, Su Liang had ceased to engage with it. Not long ago, he had acquired a remarkable piece of equipment, rumored to fetch several thousand yuan. The excitement he felt then surpassed even his monthly salary. Yet, before he could truly savor his victory, he was tragically hacked, losing the newly acquired gear worth thousands in an instant. This misfortune left him irritable for several days, prompting him to distance himself from the game entirely. Moreover, although Zhang Chu initially promised Su Liang a monthly wage of 400 yuan after the completion of a significant project, he generously rewarded Su Liang with nearly 10,000 yuan, far exceeding his usual earnings. Su Liang is a man of integrity. With Zhang Chu's generosity, he felt compelled to fulfill his duties diligently. After all, it would be unbecoming to accept such a substantial salary without merit. Let us stop here. I need to buy something. Would you like a drink? As Shui accompanied Zhang Chu towards her factory, they passed a store. She requested him to halt the vehicle, expressing her intention to make a purchase. Zhang Chu parked by the roadside, and Shui promptly exited the car to shop, returning shortly thereafter. Once inside, she offered him a piece of chewing gum, fresh from her purchase. At that time, chewing gum was not yet available in the convenient small bottles of individual pieces. Instead, it came in sheets wrapped in paper. Zhang Chu accepted it, popping it into his mouth, and resumed driving. Let us take a stroll by the river behind my factory. Su Li and the others won tea finish until 10:30 tonight, and it would be rather dull returning to the dormitory alone. Shui's voice carried a slight tremor, perhaps from nervousness or the car's motion. Upon hearing her mention the riverside path, Zhang Chu's heart raced. This path was reputedly known as the Lover's Lane among the local factories, where couples would meander together. With the recollections of his past life flooding back, he pondered Shui's sudden purchase of gum, and his heart quickened with an unfamiliar excitement. Could something significant transpire tonight? After parking the car at the roadside, they exited and naturally intertwined their fingers, strolling leisurely. The dim lighting in this area was perfect for couples to hold hands or engage in playful antics, likely contributing to its moniker. Shui's hand felt smooth, yet it was damp, possibly from her nervousness. They walked in silence for a while, hand in hand, savoring the moment without uttering a word. Gratitude and explanation, I express my heartfelt appreciation to Mo Chengxian, the foolish and naive, who lingers for whom the brother has passed, igniting a passion, the immortal Zhang. Gracefully passing by, dreams intoxicated in the eastern tower, the meteor shower of Pisces, the silence of the foolish, Zhuang Xiaoi, having tasted many varieties of wine. Fatty Bin loves you all, I am too lazy to type, like a Russian saying. The third treasure, strangers by my side. Ho Jiantao, half good, half bad. Setting sail at 888, 307, proud immortal. The winds of change, the eagle perches upon the tree. Xiao Feng has arrived. The rewards from digging gold in the earth. I also extend my gratitude to everyone for their support, though much of it stems from the goodwill of the esteemed. Gratitude is essential. I am especially thankful to all the readers who have continuously supported, collected, and voted for my work. Without your encouragement, I would find little motivation to write. Regarding this book, allow me to clarify. I previously authored a fantastical historical novel, but it unfortunately floundered, garnering only a few hundred subscriptions. It seems I am not truly suited for the genre of imagination, thus I have returned to urban narratives. At the conclusion of that book, I mentioned I would write a more subdued story, devoid of pretentiousness, merely recounting certain experiences or perhaps delving into the essence of Southern dreams. Since 2002, I have worked in the South, witnessing and experiencing various events, hence my current writing largely reflects these themes. However, I cannot assure you of my ability to craft it well. I can only endeavor to do my best, so updates may not be swift. Chapter 41. Love blossoms in its intensity. The moonlight, gentle as water, graced the ground, adding a layer of hazy beauty to the night. A distant song drifted towards them, its origins unknown. Zhang Yu was passionately belting out, I admit it is all the moon's fault. Such enchanting moonlight. You are so tender that in an instant I only wish to grow old with you. Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu was attentively listening to this old song when he Shui spoke up, appearing somewhat anxious and hesitant to meet his gaze. Do you like me? Yes. Zhang Chu responded promptly, tightly grasping he Shui's hand. He genuinely liked her, especially after returning from Yangqing. In his past life, he had experienced numerous relationships that ultimately led nowhere, causing profound emotional turmoil and a deep disillusionment with love. Romance was not akin to songwriting. No matter how earnestly he approached it, he could not realize his own style. His former partners were too pragmatic. When it came to material matters, without money, nothing held value. After so many disappointments, he had completely lost interest in the idea of romance. Now, a wonderful girl liked him during a time when he was not particularly thriving, actively pursuing him with utmost care. Thus, he resolved to cherish this relationship. For status and other concerns mattered little. He now possessed the confidence to ensure that those who loved him would not suffer harm. I like you too very much. He Shui's voice was soft and slightly tense, yet in the tranquility by the riverside, Zhang Chu heard her clearly. He remained silent, believing that actions spoke louder than words at that moment. Gently, he took hold of her other hand, and they gazed into each other's eyes. The shadows of two individuals were elongated by the moonlight, eventually merging into one. The breeze by the river became gentler, intertwining, while the moonlight grew increasingly intoxicating. It had been an eternity since I last received a letter from you, and no one has been here to confide in me about the nature of your relationship with him. Is there genuine affection blossoming between you? Do not conceal it from me. Speak openly, and do not fear my sorrow. I cannot ascertain how much time has passed, when suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry from a man pierced the tranquility of the night, rousing the two individuals engrossed in a shared moment. They hastily separated, their faces flushed, and intertwined fingers turned toward their vehicle. Approaching them were two young men, one swaying unsteadily, clutching a bottle of liquor, while the other occasionally steadied him, offering futile counsel. You two are bound to encounter troubles if you remain apart. If it is over, then let it be. There are plenty of beautiful girls in our factory. Finding another should not prove difficult. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu surmised that this unfortunate fellow was likely a victim of a long-distance relationship gone awry. Such scenarios were not uncommon. Zhang Chu himself had once been among the afflicted. Casting a sympathetic glance at the young man, Zhang Chu silently wished for him to avoid the same fate he had endured in a past life, hoping his romantic journey would be smooth. We shall not follow their path. Feeling the shift in Zhang Chu's emotions, he Shui grasped his hand tightly and whispered softly, Indeed, we shall not. We certainly will not. Zhang Chu affirmed with a nod, his newfound confidence enough to restore the self-worth he had lost in his previous life. Hand in hand, they returned to the car, their bond deepening significantly, leading to more engaging conversations. Such is the nature of relationships between men and women. Once a barrier is breached, familiarity blossoms until a deeper connection is forged. Zhang Chu recalled a saying from a woman he once encountered. The best way to a woman's heart is through a certain avenue, which often holds a kernel of truth. Though Zhang Chu and he Shui had not reached that level, their kiss had undeniably altered their dynamic. For a girl like he Shui, who had never interacted closely with a male, being kissed likely meant she now regarded herself as Zhang Chu's. After getting into the car, he Shui settled into the passenger seat, her face adorned with a sweet smile. After Zhang Chu dropped her off at the factory, she reluctantly exited the vehicle. He waved at her with a smile before turning back toward his shop. Why are you back so early? Didn't you take he Shui to watch a movie? Perhaps to deepen your relationship? Su Liang, surprised by Zhang Chu's swift return, raised an eyebrow and inquired with a knowing look that conveyed a sentiment familiar to all men. Huang Yan, puzzled by Su Liang's insinuation, shot him a confused glance, unsure why a simple mention of a movie elicited such a myriad of expressions. Su Liang was referring not to films in cinemas, but to those shown in video halls, which held entirely different connotations. In cinemas, films are viewed one at a time, with only a single screening allowed per visit, and ticket prices can be rather steep. Conversely, video rental shops offer a different experience altogether. During this period, most small cities in the South lack cinemas, yet they abound with video halls. For merely 2 yuan, one can enjoy several films, and late into the night, there are special features to behold. It is said that these special films are best enjoyed in the company of a girlfriend, allowing for certain unique activities within the confines of the video hall. Su Liang is quite familiar with this, which is why he shared such insights with Zhang Chu. Having not gone to the video hall, Su Liang inquired about the computers in the store. Have you installed the operating systems yet? Observing Su Liang's relaxed demeanor, Zhang Chu, curious, asked if he had completed the installations. No, the machines are assembled, but I couldn't install the systems. I don't recognize the components on these motherboards. It seems some of the languages are Indonesian and Korean. How am I supposed to install it? Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Su Liang's expression fell. He had successfully assembled the hardware for about 10 machines, a commendable feat, albeit with Huang Yan assisting him. All machines powered on, but he was at a loss for how to install the operating system, unable to decipher the languages displayed, thus rendering him incapable of configuring the optical drive for installation. At that time, operating systems were typically installed via optical drives, as bootable USB drives or external hard drives had yet to emerge, and most motherboards did not support such options. However, the principle remained the same across languages. First, check if the interfaces of these motherboards are similarly arranged. If they are, simply select the options in the same positions as the familiar English interface. If not, you can try each one individually, and you'll be able to discern the correct settings. Zhang Chu suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu chuckled, realizing that Su Liang had likely given up on attempting due to his inability to comprehend the languages displayed, a situation he himself had encountered in the past. He encouraged Su Liang to power on 2 machines, and as Zhang Chu demonstrated the process, he guided Su Liang through each step. They were using a green, free version of the operating system. However, since all the hard drives were of identical size, they had effectively installed the operating system on just one machine, cloning it onto the others for operation, significantly increasing their efficiency. Unfortunately, at that time, the green version of the operating system was not yet perfect, necessitating separate installation of hardware drivers. Once iterations like Tomato, DPin, and Computer City emerged, the process of system installation truly became a straightforward task. Chapter 42, Readying for National Day. With most hardware drivers integrated, the installation process became worry-free with a simple setup of the system disk. This ease of installation is one reason why computer systems and repairs became increasingly affordable in the future, as they posed little challenge and required minimal technical skill. Is this really possible? I thought you understood the languages on these motherboards. It turns out you were just guessing. Su Liang exclaimed after observing Zhang Chu's operations, smacking his forehead in realization. Had he known he could have merely guessed as well, he would not have overestimated the complexity of the task. It is not solely reliant on guesswork. One must first comprehend the interface of this type of motherboard in other language versions. When encountering unfamiliar terminology, one can then make educated deductions. Zhang Chu chuckled, noting that relying entirely on conjecture would be rather cumbersome. In truth, while the languages within may differ, the interfaces remain largely consistent. Alas, why is there no version in our language? Such a provision would undoubtedly simplify the assembly process. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu found himself at a loss for words. At that time, several brands of computers were available domestically, yet they all operated in English. It would take over a decade before certain motherboards included options for Chinese, though English would remain the default language. For now, there is no point in dwelling on such matters. After all, the computer was a creation of foreigners, and naturally, they would utilize their native tongue. I shall assemble a machine as well. At that moment, Huang Yan also initiated the setup of a systemless machine, following Zhang Chu's instructions. The trio worked diligently to install the system on the remaining machines, toiling until midnight to complete the task. Observing the assembled cases in the shop, Zhang Chu felt a gradual sense of accomplishment. If he could sell all these computers in a single day, it would yield a modest profit. After securing the order from Mr. Zhou, Zhang Chu began to view other orders as minor in comparison. They had assembled over 10 second-hand machines that night, yet only half had been fully outfitted, with the remaining components still needing installation. Selling them all within a day or two posed a challenge. However, it was not entirely impossible. A few special strategies could be employed. For instance, he could print some promotional flyers the following day and distribute them in the nearby industrial area after work. Although this tactic had been utilized during the May Day holiday, it would not be outdated during the National Day festivities. Distributing flyers to employees of several profitable companies should yield better results. Su Liang, please install a selection of single-player games on those computers according to their configurations. I have burned a few game and software installation disks. Use those to set them up. And also install a typing software for practicing Wubi input. The next morning, Zhang Chu instructed Su Liang, noting that they had merely installed the operating systems and basic drivers the previous night, and that it was now time to install the necessary software. Meanwhile, he needed to create a promotional flyer featuring his computer configurations and models, and arrange for the printing of several thousand copies to distribute later. Why are you printing so many materials? Can the two of us possibly distribute that many? Su Liang furrowed his brow upon seeing the flyers Zhang Chu had printed. He understood Zhang Chu's intentions, recalling their previous flyer distribution during the May Day holiday, which had not involved such a large quantity. The thought of distributing so many flyers made him feel a bit uneasy. It's not just you. I will assist as well. This time, we'll drive, which will make it much easier. Moreover, we plan to broaden our distribution area, so naturally, we will need more flyers. Zhang Chu had not considered enlisting help for the distribution. That would serve little purpose. Those who distribute flyers often do so haphazardly, and if someone inquires about details, they would be unable to provide any answers. Thus, he resolved to undertake the task himself with diligence. Once all the computers were set up, the store was already stocked with a considerable amount of inventory. Typically, computer shops do not accumulate such a surplus of machines due to the financial strain it imposes. However, Zhang Chu possessed ample capital and was unconcerned about the sale of these units, which allowed him to take this risk. This decision was based on projections made for the demand during the May Day holiday, and during this period, inquiries had been made regarding potential promotions for the National Day. This marketing strategy had not yet become overly saturated, thus yielding some positive effects on promotions. In reality, although it was framed as a promotional event, the discounts offered were not significantly substantial, and Zhang Chu still managed to earn a considerable profit. Distributing flyers served as a valuable experience. Remember how your confidence soared after we last distributed them together? Your boldness has certainly increased, and you have become quite daring and engaging with Lu Chahua. Noticing Su Liang's reluctance to participate, Zhang Chu could not resist teasing him. After acquiring Lu Chahua's contact details, Su Liang had begun a vigorous pursuit. Once we finish handing out the flyers, there is a stretch of road nearby that is relatively deserted, where I can teach you to practice driving. Su Liang, who has yet to receive his driver's license, was eager to drive, and Zhang Chu typically refrained from letting him do so. He knew that by using this excuse, Su Liang would eagerly accompany him. Really? Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Su Liang enthusiastically inquired. The allure of driving surpassed even the prospect of admiring beautiful women. Have I ever deceived you? Isn't there an area in the industrial zone that is still under planning? The road has been completed, and there aren't many people around. Once we finish distributing the flyers, we can head over there to practice. Observing Su Liang's reaction, Zhang Chu could not help but chuckle inwardly. After knowing him for so long, Zhang Chu had a good grasp of Su Liang's mindset. After they finished distributing the flyers, Zhang Chu entrusted the store's affairs to Su Liang and Huang Yan while he took his car and made rounds through several large towns in Dongguan. He continued to engage with local suppliers and promote his cash register software. Relying solely on Lu Chahua's brother-in-law for software promotion would yield limited results. Dongguan had numerous computer markets, and although he was uncertain about the effectiveness of reaching out to these individuals, casting a wide net was undoubtedly a sound strategy. With a bit of diligence, he was bound to see rewards. After completing his rounds in Dongguan, Zhang Chu ventured to Pingcheng, where he similarly approached several businesses to promote his cash register software. At that time, cash register software in shopping malls was still relatively niche. There were not many suppliers in this area, and those who developed such software were few. The suppliers exhibited interest in Zhang Chu's cash register software, particularly since the base price he offered was significantly more affordable than that of other software, enticing them further. After Zhang Chu finished these visits, the National Day holiday arrived. Zhang Chu, do you think today's customer turnout will exceed that of the May Day holiday? Su Liang asked as they opened the store that morning. For Su Liang, a thriving business meant higher earnings for Zhang Chu, and consequently, a better salary for himself, fostering a sense of hopeful anticipation. It should be greater, as the feedback from those who had computers installed during May Day was quite positive. Besides, we have a promotion running now, so many promotional flyers have been distributed. It should be better than on May Day. Zhang Chu roughly estimated that the number of customers this time should surpass that of the National Day holiday. After all, they had made extensive preparations and addressed some shortcomings from the May Day event. Chapter 43. Busy, you two have arrived remarkably early today, not long after opening. Zhang Chu and his team received orders from several young customers, all seeking second-hand computers. Zhang Chu simply introduced them to the assembled machines for their trial use. At this moment, He Shui and Su Li approached, carrying some groceries. Lu Ping and Li Pei did not come, knowing that Zhang Chu would be quite occupied today. There's no helping it. Your Shui was concerned that you would be overwhelmed and exhausted. She urged me to come and assist you early this morning, even sacrificing her chance for a leisurely sleep during the holiday. Su Li rolled her eyes in response, feeling a bit irked by the duo's closeness, but having come to terms with it in some respects. He Shui smiled quietly, choosing not to engage Su Li's comment, and proceeded to take the groceries to the kitchen at the back. There, Zhang Chu had purchased a refrigerator and a second-hand washing machine. The business today surpassed that of May Day significantly. Even with Huang Yan joining the assembly team, they were still quite busy. After He Shui and Su Li arrived, as they were unfamiliar with the technicalities, they assisted in attending to customers, offering them water and showing them some materials, while also lending a hand to Zhang Chu and his team. With their assistance, Zhang Chu and his crew found their workload considerably lightened. Once the main units were assembled and packaged, along with accompanying complementary accessories, they entrusted these tasks to He Shui and Su Li. The day's income should certainly exceed that of May Day, given the increased number of computer units sold. As dusk approached, they finally wrapped up the day's business, and Su Li glanced at the now empty store, inquiring about the results. She lacked deep knowledge of the sector, but made her estimation based on the visible quantity. It should be more than double that of that day, but the business may not remain so prosperous in the future. Soon, others would follow suit in the second-hand computer market. The town is limited in size, and they would inevitably engage in price wars. Zhang Chu nodded in agreement, feeling comfortable disclosing the situation to his close associates. Su Li and her brother were trustworthy, so he had no worries about them divulging anything back home. Furthermore, Su Liang had also earned a considerable sum by assisting Zhang Chu, who had generously provided him with commissions and bonuses. Su Liang now earned significantly more than Su Li in a year. He even obtained his driver's license with half of Zhang Chu's financial support, something Su Li was well aware of. Zhang Chu had never shortchanged Su Liang in terms of benefits, so she naturally held no grievances against him. The trend followers are quick to emerge. When we left today, we encountered some individuals distributing flyers for second-hand computer sales at the factory entrance. He Shui recalled their earlier encounter and remarked, such occurrences are unavoidable. Currently, due to limited information flow, it is somewhat manageable. However, in a few years, there will be even more trend followers, quick to jump on the bandwagon, unable to bear seeing others profit, and flocking together in droves. However, Zhang Chu did not intend to continue in this line of work indefinitely. He had long been exploring new business ventures for himself. In the realm of commerce, he aimed to focus on cash register software as his forthcoming flagship project. Their response was somewhat delayed. How many clients could they possibly attract with promotional flyers at this juncture? The National Day holiday was but a single day. Zhang Chu chuckled and remarked that distributing flyers now would merely allow them to follow behind, picking up the scraps. Yet, he was aware that earning as much as he did during the upcoming new year would be quite a challenge. Come, today, I shall treat you all to a grand feast. You have all worked hard. For dinner, Zhang Chu insisted that Su Li and her companion refrain from cooking, as they had both assisted him significantly and deserved to be treated to a lavish meal. I want seafood. You've made quite a bit today. You must treat us to seafood. Su Li promptly interjected, having seen the thick stacks of cash stuffed into the small safe he kept in the shop. No problem. Today, we shall indulge in seafood. Zhang Chu replied with exuberance. After all, a seafood meal was merely a modest expense given their current consumer price levels. Naturally, this was at a seafood restaurant of moderate quality. Dining at more upscale establishments could easily cost several $1,000s for a single meal. Upon arrival, although they did not select the most expensive dishes, they nonetheless enjoyed a hearty meal, which totaled only a few $100s. The quality of the venue was as such, and due to its location away from the sea, items like lobsters and abalone were a rarity, with only commonplace seafood available. After their meal, Zhang Chu initially considered taking them out for karaoke, but Su Li and He Shui declined, as they had to return to work the next day. For Zhang Chu and He Shui, while others were busy enjoying romantic escapades during the National Day holiday, they had spent the day laboring in the computer shop, with no time for romance whatsoever. Zhang Chu's career was still in its nascent stages, and he could not afford to miss out on the lucrative opportunities presented by the holiday. Once his endeavors stabilized, perhaps he would find himself with more time at his disposal. Shui was less concerned about this, as long as she was with Zhang Chu. It mattered little whether they were busy working or taking leisurely strolls together. Hello? Upon returning to the shop, Zhang Chu's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number from the Dongguan area. It was unusual to receive calls at such a late hour, piquing his curiosity. Is this Zhang Chu? I am Wang Xiaofan. Are you still in Chongping? A somewhat familiar voice emanated from the other end, and upon hearing the name, Zhang Chu quickly recalled who it was. Wang Xiaofan, his classmate from both middle and elementary school, much like Su Liang. This individual had graduated from vocational school not long ago and was now working in Dongguan. Wang Xiaofan was in the same industry as Zhang Chu, engaged in the field of computers. His cohort from vocational school had all found similar employment in the area, some in software development, while others worked as network administrators. At this moment, the gentleman should be employed at a computer market, later becoming the supervisor of the computer department at a chain store, much like Su Liang. Wang Xiaofan, where are you currently working? Zhang Chu inquired with a smile upon recognizing a familiar classmate in Dongguan, naturally feeling a surge of joy. I'm working at Fangzhong Computer City in the urban area. I got your number from your mother when I returned home. Wang Xiaofan, clearly in good spirits, teased Zhang Chu before happily discussing his job. When Zhang Chu and Su Liang were searching for employment, Wang Xiaofan had already secured a position. He had spent some time in Yangcheng engaged in pharmaceutical sales, but with unsatisfactory results and low wages. After returning home during the double harvest in July, he had asked Zhang Chu for his phone, intending to seek him out, but fortuitously received a job introduction at Fangzhong Computer City. After working there for a while and becoming quite busy, he had forgotten to reach out to Zhang Chu. Recently, with less workload, he stumbled upon Zhang Chu's contact information and decided to call. Fangzhong Computer City? I was just there a couple of days ago. Which company do you work for? Zhang Chu remarked, feeling a sense of coincidence, as he had indeed visited to promote his cash register software. Though he had not encountered Wang Xiaofan. I'm on the third floor at Huang Yan Company. Are you familiar with it? After hearing this, Wang Xiaofan disclosed his company's name, which specialized in inventory and financial software, and Zhang Chu had a vague recollection. After conversing for a while, Wang Xiaofan shared his contact details, inviting Zhang Chu to visit him in the urban area or to meet up during his days off, as Wang Xiaofan had Sundays free. Chapter 44. Old acquaintances. Has Wang Xiaofan come to Dongguan as well? Su Liang, listening intently to Zhang Chu's conversation with Wang Xiaofan, inquired with curiosity. Yes. He is currently working in the urban area, not too far from us. Indeed, Chongping is a mere half-hour from Dongguan, significantly closer than places like Quoto or Fenggang. Haha, then we can pay him a visit when we have the time. I've never been to Dongguan's urban area, Su Liang remarked, delighted to have another familiar face around, as he too had known Wang Xiaofan from their elementary school days. Upon receiving Wang Xiaofan's call, Zhang Chu suddenly recalled several of Wang Xiaofan's classmates from vocational school. At this juncture, a few were working as network administrators and held some influence, perhaps paving the way for potential collaboration. Zhang Chu knew a few of Wang Xiaofan's classmates, notably Yang Ming and Lu Wei, with whom he had shared work experiences in a past life. Both were now network administrators in a company. Visiting him sounds wonderful. Once things settle down here, we can head over to spend some time with him. At present, there isn't much to entertain in the urban area, quite akin to Chongping. Zhang Chu was not exaggerating. At that time, Dongguan's urban area was rather unremarkable, lacking in comparison to several larger towns, although it would gradually develop over time. After getting in touch with Wang Xiaofan, Zhang Chu took a leisurely evening when Shui was not working overtime and had the following day off. He decided to take her and Su Liang for a stroll in the city, viewing it as an opportunity for some romantic escapades. As neither of them had ventured out much together, Huang Yan stayed behind to manage the store, as it was a gathering with classmates. Wow, you not only bought a phone, but also a car. Impressive. Wang Xiaofan, now working as a software implementer at Huang, had a background in finance from his vocational studies, which provided him with a solid foundation. Coupled with his computer knowledge, he adapted quickly to his role. It's just a delivery vehicle. It's not worth much. Zhang Chu chuckled in response, clarifying that he did not look down upon his own vehicle, a modest van that he felt was hardly a matter of pride. Such a car might hold some status in the countryside, but ultimately, it was just 4 wheels. In Dongguan, where luxury vehicles abounded, It was hardly noteworthy. Do you still keep in touch with the school after graduation? I'm looking to recruit some fresh graduates and provide training for software implementation. Zhang Chu revealed one of his motivations for visiting Wang Xiaofan. His cash register software had just been launched, and upon acquiring clients, it was imperative to have someone on-site for training. Otherwise, the software would remain unused. Graduates from finance schools possessed a fundamental understanding of computers along with financial knowledge, making them quick learners with minimal training. Su Liang alone isn't sufficient. Moreover, while Su Liang has a decent grasp of hardware, mastering software would require considerable effort and time. Wang Xiaofan inquired about the salary. We still maintain contact with our alma mater, which is actively assisting graduates in finding job placements. However, I cannot take advantage of my juniors, Zhang Chu responded after a moment of contemplation. The base salary is 500, excluding meals and accommodation. After the probation period, salary adjustments will be based on performance, plus a commission for completed projects. He had factored in his own circumstances, ensuring that he did not undercut the compensation. His living situation was limited, and hiring more staff would complicate meal preparation, so he opted not to provide food and lodging, although the salary was slightly higher than the industry average at that time. Wow, that salary is nearly equivalent to mine. Perhaps I should consider working for you. Wang Xiaofan exclaimed somewhat dramatically, as he was currently earning a mere 600 a month. Despite the commission, he was an individual with some work experience. If you want to join, you certainly can, but I worry about your adaptability. Wouldn't it be awkward for someone with a vocational diploma to work alongside someone who hasn't even graduated from high school? Zhang Chu remarked with a laugh, indicating that he meant no offense, merely jesting. Wang Xiaofan, unlike Su Liang, was quite astute. It seemed that their peers from vocational schools shared a similar mindset, potentially due to the differing educational approaches compared to junior and senior high schools. In his previous life, Wang Xiaofan had worked as a supervisor in the computer department of a shopping mall, where he had taken the opportunity to network with several mall owners. He subsequently delved into the realm of computer equipment and cash register software development. After earning a sum of money, he swiftly leveraged his connections with mall owners to establish a clothing counter within the shopping center. When business began to wane in the south, he promptly followed those owners inland, continuing in the retail sector and thriving. The others Zhang Chu knew followed a similar trajectory. Yang Ming accumulated some wealth after working as a network administrator before branching out to collaborate on the implementation of UF software. Eventually, he took over the Huasoft that Wang Xiaofan is currently managing, becoming his own boss. He then married a junior from his alma mater, settling down in Dongguan by purchasing a home, thus marking his success. Lu Wei's journey was akin, though he initially worked with King Di for a time before cultivating a strong relationship with a client company's owner, which led him to become a project manager, also establishing his residence in Dongguan. During Zhang Chu's previous life, when he mingled with them, they were all still striving, each possessing a measure of ability and the foresight to plan their lives, resulting in their relative success compared to Zhang Chu. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Wang Xiaofan hesitated. Although Zhang Chu had outperformed him academically, he ultimately only graduated from high school, while Wang Xiaofan was a graduate of a financial institution. This comparison left him somewhat conflicted. In contrast, Su Liang approached his endeavors with a clear focus on acquiring skills and earning money, being merely a junior high school graduate with a keen awareness of his capabilities. Wang Xiaofan, however, was different. He possessed his own ambitions and plans, along with the requisite skills, preferring to navigate his path independently rather than align himself with his classmates, thus diminishing his stature. Let me consider, Wang Xiaofan replied, not immediately acquiescing. The two classmates he referred to were Yang Ming and Lu Wei, who worked outside the city, one in Liaobu and the other in Dongqing, both not far from Chongping. They were visiting the city to spend time with Wang Xiaofan on their day off. Each had brought their girlfriends along, but Zhang Chu discerned at a glance that neither couple would ultimately remain together. After becoming acquainted, Wang Xiaofan introduced them. This is Zhang Chu, my junior high school classmate. And this is his girlfriend. This is Su Liang. As they gathered, he continued, this is Yang Ming and his girlfriend, also my classmate. And this is Lu Wei, whose girlfriend is likewise a classmate. The introductions left Zhang Chu feeling somewhat embarrassed, having spent 3 years in vocational school without a girlfriend. Su Liang, overhearing, found it equally ironic that among the 8 of them, 6 had formed couples, leaving only him and Wang Xiaofan single. At that time, the term dog food had yet to be coined, or else they would surely have lamented their plight. Nevertheless, both maintained a positive outlook, sharing a light-hearted banter before shifting the conversation. As contemporaries, they quickly found common ground, discussing their respective careers. Chapter 45. Who accompanies me on my journey? How does your company generally handle hardware procurement? During a meal together, several individuals grew increasingly familiar with one another. Once the girls had stepped away, Zhang Chu casually inquired with Yang Ming and Lu Wei. Zhang Chu had been consistently engaged in hardware, and if he could secure contracts with these companies, it would guarantee a steady monthly income, naturally piquing his interest. Now that he owned a car, his mobility had greatly improved. Are you contemplating taking on our company's computer equipment procurement? Upon hearing this, Yang Ming grasped Zhang Chu's intent, as his current computer equipment was sourced from another collaboration. That's manageable. I have the final say in my company. However, the payment terms operate on a monthly settlement basis, which requires an upfront deposit. Do you think this can be arranged? Perhaps due to Zhang Chu's connection with Wang Xiaofan, or the fact that he was treating them to dinner, along with the youthful disposition of both Yang Ming and Lu Wei, they verbally agreed to discuss further. What followed was Zhang Chu finding a suitable time to visit their company and arranging a private conversation with Yang Ming and Lu Wei, which would also involve discussions regarding some form of compensation. It's still early. Do you have any plans? How about we go karaoke together? Upon receiving their affirmative responses, Zhang Chu felt reassured. After the meal, he invited the group to sing, as this was the extent of their entertainment options. Both Yang Ming and Lu Wei had their girlfriends with them, making a trip to a more questionable establishment unrealistic, but karaoke posed no issue. Zhang Chu, having frequented such venues in his previous life, had some knowledge of them. The Eastern District was renowned for certain aspects, and its foot massage establishments often involved inappropriate elements. While the karaoke venues were far more acceptable, with just the men, any destination would suffice. Perfect. They have no plans, just looking to explore the city. I haven't had much opportunity to sing in the Eastern District, and I recall Lao Yang's girlfriend has a lovely singing voice. The others remained silent. But Wang Xiaofan readily acquiesced, noticing Zhang Chu's intention to cultivate a connection with Yang Ming and Lu Wei and therefore agreeing on their behalf. Then let us go sing. Yang Ming and Lu Wei exchanged glances with their girlfriends, and upon seeing no objections, they nodded in agreement. Wang Xiaofan, well acquainted with the city, led the way to a venue they had previously visited for a significant contract. Although it's a bit far, we'll need to drive there. Zhang Chu's van was a 7-seater, but with additional seating, it could accommodate 8, perfectly suitable. Wang Xiaofan took the front passenger seat to navigate, while the 3 men and 3 women comfortably filled 2 rows in the back. This was the advantage of owning a van. It could transport goods and accommodate extra passengers, especially since enforcement against overloading was lax at that moment. Upon arrival, they booked a private room and requested drinks and snacks from the server. The 3 girls adeptly began selecting songs while Zhang Chu and the others engaged in casual conversation. Cheers. Let us raise a glass to our newfound friendship. In such establishments, everything was promptly prepared. As soon as the drinks arrived, Wang Xiaofan filled everyone's glasses and raised his in a toast. I shall refrain from excessive drinking this evening, as I must drive home later. Consuming too much will hinder my ability to depart. After a couple of drinks, Zhang Chu voiced his concerns, knowing his limit was merely a bottle, beyond which he would succumb to inebriation. However, Wang Xiaofan interjected, insisting that since it was a rare occasion for them to gather, there was no reason to return home when they could easily stay the night at a nearby hotel. Wang Xiaofan's enthusiasm was contagious, and soon the others, Yang Ming, Lu Wei, and Su Liang, joined in the revelry, urging Zhang Chu to indulge. Realizing that resisting would be futile, Zhang Chu cast a wry smile at He Shui, who appeared indifferent to his plight and resigned himself to lift his glass. As the rounds of drinks continued, the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly vivacious. Let us hear a couple of songs. They called for Earth and the Great Wall by the legendary Huang Yan. With each drink, the energy surged, and Zhang Chu could not help but smile at the boisterous camaraderie. He had witnessed their penchant for these songs in his past life, and for people of their generation, Huang Jiaju evoked profound nostalgia. After entering middle school, anyone who heard their music, young or old, was inevitably drawn to it, and Zhang Chu was no exception. As the lyrics resonated, they spoke of distant lands, vast frontiers, ancient ruins, and the passage of time, weaving together memories of both the past and future, though officially deemed forbidden. Thanks to the resourcefulness of bootleggers, Many such songs and films found their way into the hands of eager listeners. "Why don't you sing?" Zhang Chu inquired, glancing at Su Liang, who was quietly sipping his drink. To Zhang Chu's surprise, he had never heard Su Liang sing, unsure of his vocal prowess. Su Liang, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I can't sing. You all go ahead." He preferred to remain a spectator, reluctant to expose himself to potential ridicule. At that moment, Wang Xiaofan, microphone in hand, announced who chose this song. It was Zhang Chu's selection, and without further delay, he took the microphone from Wang Xiaofan. This particular song, also by Huang Jiaju, was Zhang Chu's favorite from his previous life. Regrettably, he had never found anyone to accompany him on his journey. He had always wandered alone. As he sang, "Who will accompany me on my adventures? The path ahead is unclear, and I find myself in narrow alleys." His heart poured into the lyrics. The song resonated deeply with him, and though he lacked the emotional depth it once held, he still cherished its essence. He noticed He Shui sitting beside him, attentively listening, captivated by his performance. Unaware of her gaze, he continued to sing with earnest passion. "Su Liang, everyone has sung. You must join in. It wouldn't be right otherwise." After Zhang Chu finished singing, Wang Xiaofan quickly turned his gaze to Su Liang, compelling him to take the stage for a performance. Regardless of Su Liang's persistent reluctance, at that moment, Zhang Chu understood why Su Liang had refrained from singing. Once he opened his mouth, the entire room could scarcely endure it, erupting in laughter as if they were witnessing a pig being slaughtered. While others sang for monetary gain, he sang as if for his very life. Although this phrase had yet to gain popularity, Zhang Chu was aware of its existence but chose not to voice it, as the others remained oblivious to anyone having previously described poor singing in such a manner. As the night progressed, several individuals lost their enthusiasm for singing altogether, opting instead for a lively disco atmosphere. Wang Xiaofan and his companions, invigorated by the music, leaped onto the glass table in the private room to dance exuberantly. Fully immersed in their revelry, Zhang Chu and Su Liang, however, remained more reserved, observing their friends' merriment from the sidelines. Those who had attended vocational school appeared, for some reason, to be markedly different from Zhang Chu and Su Liang, seeming more extroverted and mature in certain respects. Chapter 46. A beautiful evening in vain. Su Liang and I shared a room, while you all could enjoy a romantic night with your girlfriends. The group continued to revel until the late hours of the night, their spirits slightly inebriated, before finally concluding their singing session and cheerfully heading to a nearby hotel. Wang Xiaofan chuckled, exchanging knowing glances with a few of the men behind him, clearly suggesting a shared understanding, while not making any effort to avoid the attention of the women present. Yang Ming and Lu Wei merely smiled, their girlfriends seemingly unfazed, accustomed to such playful banter. These vocational students were much like university students in many ways, exhibiting a certain openness. He Shui appeared somewhat bashful, her cheeks flushed. Zhang Chu, genuinely intoxicated, did not respond, as the three of them insisted on pouring drinks for him, leaving Su Liang and Shui powerless to intervene. When it came time to select rooms, Zhang Chu entrusted He Shui with the payment, collectively booking 4 rooms, as retrieving his wallet took him a considerable amount of time. For Zhang Chu, this evening constituted a significant expenditure. The total cost for the night exceeded his earnings from the previous 2 months. Yet, certain investments must be made, a necessary prelude to future gains. Yang Ming and Lu Wei were his potential clients. Securing supply contracts with their companies would undoubtedly yield far greater profits than this outing. After receiving the room keys, Wang Xiaofan and Su Liang headed to their own quarters without waiting for the remaining 3 couples, who each departed to their respective rooms. Despite his intoxication, Zhang Chu felt a twinge of awkwardness. The decision to rent a room had come rather unexpectedly, leaving both him and He Shui unprepared. Though they had shared embraces and engaged in more intimate activities on a previous occasion, their relationship had not yet reached the level of sharing a hotel room. Zhang Chu was uncertain of He Shui's intentions, his mind slightly hazy from the alcohol. He was genuinely intoxicated, not feigning it, in such situations. He found no need to pretend. The manifestations of drunkenness varied among individuals. Zhang Chu, when inebriated, simply desired sleep, an overwhelming urge for repose. Aside from feeling a bit weak in his limbs, his mind remained relatively clear. Upon arriving at the door of their room, Zhang Chu hesitated for a moment. He Shui had been quietly following behind him, saying nothing and not suggesting they book a separate room. "Allow me to open the door for you," he offered. Holding the access card, Zhang Chu attempted several times to unlock the door without success. At that moment, He Shui, standing nearby, spoke up, took the card from Zhang Chu's hand, and effortlessly opened the door. Upon entering the room, which was a single occupancy with a large bed, Zhang Chu disregarded everything and collapsed onto the bed. All he desired at that moment was a peaceful slumber, devoid of any thoughts. He Shui remained silent after entering. Zhang Chu had intended to say something to her, yet his eyelids grew heavy, and he merely murmured a few sounds. He could not discern what He Shui replied. As he succumbed to sleep, uncertain of how long he had slept, Zhang Chu, in a hazy state, sensed someone removing his clothing. He felt a twinge of impatience and sought to resist, but his half-conscious attempts lacked any force. Subsequently, a damp towel brushed against his body several times. Regardless of his willingness, after this unwelcome disturbance, he finally managed to settle back into a peaceful slumber, sleeping soundly until dawn. Upon awakening, Zhang Chu discovered He Shui nestled beside him, her face pressed against his chest, appearing quite serene and at ease. He remained still, taking a moment to observe his surroundings. The room was dimly lit, and his outer garments lay draped over a nearby chair. Gently extending an arm, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and checked the time. It was 9 in the morning. He was late for work, as he typically would have been up by now. "What time is it?" He Shui, resting atop Zhang Chu, seemed stirred by his movement and lifted her head to see him glancing at his phone, softly inquiring. 9 o'clock. Noticing that He Shui had awakened, Zhang Chu turned on the bedside lamp. She was clad only in form-fitting attire, while he wore nothing but his underwear. The illumination transformed the atmosphere between them into something almost intoxicating. Observing Shui's fair complexion, Zhang Chu swallowed hard. His youthful body, despite the weight of age upon his mind, longed for youthful desires. The vigor of the morning invigorated him, and soon his body responded in kind. Seemingly still in a state of drowsiness, He Shui appeared momentarily dazed when Zhang Chu suddenly embraced her. As he sealed her lips with his, her eyes widened in surprise, then gradually softened with a dreamy gaze before closing again. The ambience within the room grew increasingly fervent, and without either of them realizing, Zhang Chu had begun to remove the garments from Shui's body, both on the verge of entering an intimate state. Suddenly, the shrill ring of Zhang Chu's phone pierced the air, an unwelcome interruption. He chose to ignore it, fully engrossed in the moment. Just as he had disrobed Shui, how could he possibly attend to a call? "Go answer the phone. It might be Xiao Yin with something important," He Shui urged, nudging Zhang Chu. With a sigh of resignation, he reluctantly picked up his phone. Frustration bubbled within him as he didn't even glance at the number before pressing the answer button. Just as he was about to voice his displeasure, the caller launched into a flurry of words. "Second brother, when are you coming back?" Early this morning, Mr. Li from Huang Yan called, requesting 5 new machines to be assembled and delivered this afternoon, as he urgently needs them at his company. The call was made by Huang Yan, who, unaware of Zhang Chu's circumstances, simply reached out to expedite the order since she could not deliver it herself. Initially, Zhang Chu mistook the call for one from Wang Xiaofan, preparing to chastise him for disturbing others so early in the day. However, upon realizing it was Zhang Yan, he refrained from expressing his annoyance. The experienced Yang Ming and others would surely not call at such an hour, and Wang Xiaofan was cunning enough to avoid doing so. When he heard Zhang Yan's voice, he wondered if there was an issue at the store. He Shui, lying in bed, inquired about the call. Their relationship had evolved to a new level, allowing for more natural conversation. "Yes, there's a client urgently needing a computer. Damn it. Even Sunday doesn't allow for a proper rest." Zhang Chu had every reason to be upset, especially at such a critical moment. Having drunk too much the night before, he had missed a golden opportunity. He had hoped to make up for it in the morning, only to be confronted with business demands, thus losing the beautiful moment. Of course, it wasn't impossible to seize the opportunity, but for Zhang Chu, it was their first time together. He sensed that both he and He Shui were experiencing this for the first time, and there was no need to rush. Hasty encounters often lacked meaning. Furthermore, if they were to engage in intimate activities, it would take more than an hour to truly savor the experience. Zhang Chu was quite aware of his own capabilities. After this evening, their relationship would take a significant step forward. Zhang Chu desired He Shui, and she would be willing to oblige at any time, making the urgency of the morning insignificant. Their first encounter deserved to be on a suitable evening, rather than in a hurried morning that would leave no regrets. Let us get up and freshen up. I'll call Wang Xiaofan. After a reluctant embrace with He Shui, Zhang Chu released her, urging her to wash up, while feeling a pang of regret about the day's circumstances. Hey, boss is up quite early. Did you enjoy last night? Any instructions? In another room, Wang Xiaofan and others, clearly awake, were watching television and chatting. After answering Zhang Chu's call, he teased him. I have some matters at my store and will head back shortly. Are you all planning to explore the city today? Or would you like to accompany me to my store for a while? Zhang Chu ignored Wang Xiaofan's jest. The implications of Yang Ming and Lu Wei's intentions were something Wang Xiaofan needed to discuss. Zhang Chu had only just met them, and their relationship had yet to reach that level. I'll ask them for you. They just called, and it seems they're already awake. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xiaofan replied, Yang Ming and Lu Wei would certainly want to consider their girlfriend's opinions. As for Wang Xiaofan, he was indifferent. He could go anywhere alone. In truth, he was curious to see Zhang Chu's store. Chapter 47. It's best esteemed for nutrition. Let us go have breakfast first. There's a place with dual specialties nearby. How about we eat there? Yang Ming and Lu Wei had no objections to visiting Chongping, and soon they agreed. The group packed up and set off from the hotel. Last night's hotel expenses were returned to Zhang Chu by the three, who did not require him to pay, which took Zhang Chu by surprise. In Wang Xiaofan's words, Zhang Chu covered the meals and entertainment, while accommodation was unnecessary. They were all there with their girlfriends. And as the host, Wang Xiaofan felt it inappropriate to let Zhang Chu foot the bill. Let South choose another place, he suggested. Although steamed food is more nutritious, it lacks flavor. When it comes to food, taste is paramount. The most delectable dishes are often found in narrow alleys. Zhang Chu shook his head in response. He had little interest in that. He had dined there a few times in his past life, and the flavor had never appealed to him. At this time, Shuangzhangzi had gained some renown in the southern region, particularly in Dongguan, where they had established numerous branches. They were currently known as Shuangzhangzi, but would soon rebrand to Zhengongfu, expanding into several cities across the nation with promising business prospects. Their motto emphasized that steaming is the healthiest method, although it ultimately depends on personal taste. While their steamed fast food and rice rolls were acceptable, the flavor of steamed soup noodles was rather bland. Let us head to the nearby Stone Mill rice rolls. Their business is thriving and the taste is significantly better. After hearing Zhang Chu's suggestion, Wang Xiaofan contemplated briefly before walking towards the other direction. In truth, Stone Mill was also more economical. He had merely considered the preferences of the girls. Girls, after all, tend to harbor a touch of vanity. The decor at Shuangzhangzi appeared considerably upscale, albeit at a higher price. In contrast, the Stone Mill rice rolls resembled a modest workshop and lacked sophistication. People often believed that a well-decorated establishment exuded more grandeur, a sentiment not shared by Zhang Chu, who understood that the most delightful food often comes from places that prioritize culinary excellence over aesthetics due to their busy schedules. Zhang Chu, pressed for time, suggested otherwise. We could take a detour to Songshan Lake afterward. I've heard it's undergoing significant development, and the scenery there is lovely. During breakfast, Wang Xiaofan mentioned that he initially intended to use Zhang Chu's car for a group outing to Songshan Lake. It's quite convenient for us, being so close. We can plan to visit together another time. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming chuckled. Songshan Lake is right at the boundary of Liaobu. How could I not know it? We sometimes go there on weekends. It's great for fishing. We should go together sometime. Zhang Chu responded with a smile. I'm familiar with that area too, though it's not quite developed yet. In a few years, it will flourish. In his previous life, he frequently fished there during his leisure time. Fishing at Songshan Lake requires a bit of timing, as there are occasionally regulations. Zhang Chu enjoys fishing. Yang Ming's eyes lit up at the revelation, sparking Zhang Chu's curiosity. He hadn't realized his companion had a penchant for angling in his past life. Zhang Chu is quite skilled at fishing. In the days of my youth at my hometown, every time I ventured out fishing with this fellow, he would invariably return with an impressive catch, earning us a notable reputation in the vicinity. Su Liang interjected on behalf of Zhang Chu, reminiscing that during their fishing excursions, he was often outshone by Zhang Chu, leaving him with a profound psychological shadow. Indeed, Zhang Chu possessed remarkable fishing skills. He was adept at catching fish, and during his time in the hometown, his family often enjoyed a bountiful supply of fish, much to the envy of others. Wang Xiaofan chimed in, recalling his own fishing experiences alongside Zhang Chu. As a child, he envied the consistent availability of fish at Zhang Chu's home, which could even be sold for money. While other families had to wait for festive occasions to enjoy a meat meal, Zhang Chu's family, thanks to his exceptional fishing prowess, frequently feasted on a variety of fish. Let us plan a trip to Songshan Lake for fishing when we have time. I've fished there a few times, and the fish are quite substantial, Yang Ming remarked with a smile, surprised to discover a shared passion through casual conversation. Indeed, fishing is a splendid way to unwind and can help one to clear their mind, he added. Zhang Chu's affection for fishing stemmed from a lifelong interest, and it also represented a leisurely lifestyle that allowed him to relax and contemplate matters more effectively. After their breakfast, the group boarded Zhang Chu's vehicle and headed towards his shop, all eager to observe its condition. They were of similar age, still toiling in factories to amass their initial fortunes, while Zhang Chu had already embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, sparking a sense of curiosity among them. Upon arriving at the shop, they were met with an impressive sight. The decor was quite striking. The group felt a twinge of envy, pondering when it might be their turn to establish their own ventures. You've done an impressive job with this shop. It must have cost a pretty penny. What is your monthly income like? One inquired. It's not too bad. I designed it myself, but I did hire someone for the renovations. One must mend their net well if they wish to catch big fish, Zhang Chu replied with a smile, omitting the details of his income, fearing it might astonish them. Considering their meager monthly wages, your earnings are certainly substantial, Wang Xiaofan commented, noting Zhang Chu's car and smartphone. In less than a year, when will it be our turn to start our own business? He mused. A car alone must cost tens of thousands, averaging that out. You must be making thousands each month. Just from this income, our wages lag far behind. Big brother, you're back, Zhang Yan greeted as she saw Zhang Chu enter with his companions. I've retrieved all the computer parts and assembled 2 mainframes. Though I couldn't manage to bring the monitors. She recognized Wang Xiaofan but was unfamiliar with Yang Ming and Lu Wei, offering them a polite smile as a greeting. All right, I'll ask Su Liang to fetch the remaining items, Zhang Chu nodded, feeling reassured by Zhang Yan's capabilities. In certain respects, she exceeded his own skills. Zhang Yan was preoccupied with assembling computers when Zhang Chu entrusted He Shui with some money to purchase vegetables for their lunch, as they planned to cook for themselves. The computers were scheduled for delivery in the afternoon, allowing ample time. Su Liang was tasked with retrieving monitors and completing the assembly of the remaining computers alongside Zhang Yan. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu engaged in conversation with Wang Xiaofan and a few others, also introducing them to the cash register software he had developed. Unable to leave at that moment, he sent his girlfriend to procure the ingredients. He Shui had no objections to this arrangement and, after inquiring about the details, made her way to the market, which was not far away. The revelation that Zhang Chu was capable of software development piqued the curiosity of Yang Ming and Lu Wei, who listened intently. According to Wang Xiaofan, Zhang Chu had not graduated from high school, prompting questions about how he had acquired such skills. Well, I self-studied a bit and managed to create a shopping mall cash register software, which seems adequate as there is a demand for it here, Zhang Chu modestly explained. He acknowledged that without the advantage of his rebirth, it would have been quite challenging for anyone to develop such software due to its complexity. In truth, the software was not merely adequate, but rather exceptional. This cash register software had the potential to thrive in his previous life, indicative of its outstanding features. Is it possible to create a program that exports data from a software's database dictionary and imports it into another system? Yang Ming inquired, intrigued by the concept. Their company's storefront utilized a set of inventory management software, yet there was a disconnect between the incoming and outgoing records and the company's financial software. Their leadership had long sought a solution to automatically generate and import these records into the financial system to streamline accounting. But previous discussions with several vendors had yielded no results. Either the costs were exorbitant, or the desired outcomes were unattainable. That depends on the circumstances. Generally speaking, the difficulty is not substantial, Zhang Chu responded thoughtfully, admitting he had not seen the 2 programs in question, and thus could not provide a definitive answer without further examination. This type of solution is also referred to as a data interface. In his previous life, Zhang Chu had developed several data interfaces. With the appropriate database dictionary and a little investigation, the task would not be overly complex. However, during his previous endeavors, he had worked on such projects later in his career, where the fees for services like importing time card data into human resources management or interfacing with control programs were modest. Such contracts were scarce, typically ranging from 1 to 2,000 yuan. More complex projects would not be directed towards him, and the fees differed accordingly. I will discuss this with our company leaders. We currently have a pressing need for this, Yang Ming remarked about his company's situation, leaving room for negotiation on pricing. Zhang Chu, who might have once struggled to grasp such implications, now understood the underlying potential. If you can manage this, perhaps our company will also have similar needs. Akin to what you're facing, Lu Wei chimed in, affirming the genuine necessity rather than merely offering polite remarks. All right, I shall await your notification, and I will respond accordingly. Zhang Chu smiled and replied, believing that this task was well within his capabilities. A quotation below 30,000 yuan was considerably more expensive than those data interfaces he had dealt with in his previous life, making it a worthwhile endeavor. Unexpectedly, while merely discussing his cash register software, he found himself with 2 additional potential business opportunities, significantly lifting his spirits and dispelling the morning's gloom. Please, take a seat while I prepare lunch. We have some local specialties brought from home that we can enjoy together. At this moment, He Shui returned from grocery shopping. Upon seeing her, Zhang Chu greeted a few individuals before heading to the kitchen with her to begin their preparations. Chapter 48. Good relations bring business. Zhang Chu, I believe you ought to consider a career in the restaurant industry. You would likely earn more. Your culinary skills surpass those of many local eateries. After a few started eating, Wang Xiaofan couldn't help but praise Zhang Chu's cooking. The others, hailing from Hunan province and accustomed to such flavors, nodded in agreement with Wang Xiaofan's sentiments. The meal included stir-fried bacon with green peppers and garlic, pan-fried Christian carp, a vegetable dish, steamed pork, fragrant dried tofu from Yu County, and a farmhouse stir-fried meat dish, complemented by a winter melon and pork rib soup. Both the variety and flavor of the dishes were indeed commendable. Satisfied with their meal, the group naturally lavished praise upon Zhang Chu, while Yang Ming and Lu Wei's girlfriends looked at him with curiosity. This young man not only owned a shop, but also possessed remarkable cooking skills, a rare combination indeed. Most of the lunch was prepared by Zhang Chu, as he spent little time in the kitchen, with Zhang Yan usually taking on the cooking duties. On weekends, Su Li and He Shui would often come by to assist. Feel free to heap on the compliments, but do remember that my opportunities to cook are limited. I cannot provide daily meals for you. Zhang Chu responded with a smile to Wang Xiaofan's remarks, while He Shui wore a proud expression, delighted to hear her boyfriend praised. After the meal, Zhang Chu and Su Liang transported the computer to Huangnatang, while Wang Xiaofan and Yang Ming wandered around Chongping, planning to return to their respective workplaces later. Zhang Chu had no choice but to comply. The client was awaiting his computer. He Shui chose to stay at the shop with Zhang Yan, and Zhang Chu would escort her home in the evening. Xiao Chu, you've arrived. When they delivered the computer, President Li was already at the company awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Zhang Chu, he greeted him with a smile. President Li was an established client of Zhang Chu's, relying on him for any computer or peripheral equipment needs. Notably, payments were made upon delivery, eliminating the need for monthly billing, which was quite convenient. President Li, your business appears to be thriving. Have you expanded your operations with the addition of computers? As Zhang Chu helped Su Liang set up the computer, he engaged in casual conversation with President Li. As always, it was essential for him to connect with Li during his visit. President Li operated a dental prosthetics business, a modest establishment with only a few dozen employees. The production process here is rather unique. It operates based on orders received from local dentists, crafting dental molds accordingly. This model necessitates a swift turnaround, leaving little room for unforeseen complications, lest all efforts be rendered futile. The earnings here are hard-won. Recently, I have secured several clients from Pengcheng, where demand is notably high. After listening to Zhang Chu, Mr. Li chuckled in response, acknowledging the limitations of this model, due to its nature and the challenges of transportation. Achieving success beyond the southern provinces would be quite remarkable, and assisting clients from other regions may not be feasible. Dentures are fabricated based on molds crafted by dentists, tailored to meet client specifications, and subsequently processed by Mr. Li's team. The urgency for clients to receive their dentures is palpable, leaving no time for delays. The considerable distance results in significant delays in the back-and-forth exchange of molds, complicating matters further. In contrast, your line of work seems promising. If you could secure numerous orders from the factory in Chongping, The monthly business volume would be quite substantial, allowing for steady income. I too aspire to this. But it presents certain challenges. There exists a computer city here, where various companies also pursue external orders, resulting in considerable competition. Zhang Chu smiled in response, expressing a shared desire but recognizing the impracticality of it. Securing orders from those factories is not an easy feat. It requires opportunities and connections. In fact, he currently maintains a stable clientele of nearly 10. This is also why Zhang Chu is looking to hire, as aside from assembling machines. They must also deliver goods to clients, which is quite overwhelming for the three of them. Among his clients, the demand from Mr. Li's side is modest. His company is relatively small, typically requiring only printing paper and toner. Mr. Zhou's equipment is also procured through Zhang Chu, but as they have just begun their operations, their primary needs also revolve around printing paper and toner. A few others fare slightly better, receiving some equipment payments monthly, along with supplies. However, like Mr. Zhou, they operate on a monthly settlement, meaning Zhang Chu must wait a month for payment. Moreover, there are some hidden expenses, particularly during holidays. For instance, during the recent Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhang Chu felt compelled to present mooncakes to the individuals overseeing these places. While the cost was not exorbitant, it nonetheless accumulated to a significant sum. This year alone, Zhang Chu spent nearly 1,000 yuan on mooncakes, more than twice Su Liang's monthly salary. However, with investment comes reward. These gestures ultimately yield returns. Thus, he is contemplating consolidating the businesses of Yang Ming and Lu Wei, as accumulating such orders could indeed prove profitable over a month. Cultivating new clients while nurturing existing ones is paramount for Zhang Chu. It is customary to offer tokens of appreciation during festivals, as is the norm in the country, fostering social connections. Zhang Chu has also presented mooncakes to Mr. Li, who, despite having fewer orders, has shown considerable support. Given that Mr. Li is of a similar age to Zhang Chu's father, it serves as a gesture of respect towards an elder. Nevertheless, despite distributing so many mooncakes, Zhang Chu finds himself unable to provide them for his own family. He found himself at a loss regarding this outcome, desiring to share the experience of tasting the local Hong Kong-style mooncakes with his mother, yet facing obstacles. At that moment, sending a box of mooncakes back from the south was only feasible through the postal service, which was notoriously slow. It could take a fortnight or more for the package to arrive. By the time the mooncakes reached home, they would likely have spoiled. Thus, Zhang Chu opted not to send mooncakes, but instead transferred some money home, encouraging his mother to purchase quality ingredients to prepare her own meals. In their rural hometown, the custom of enjoying Hong Kong-style mooncakes was scarcely practiced. Previously, the notion of eating mooncakes was virtually unheard of. Nevertheless, the Mid-Autumn Festival was still held in high regard. During their childhood, they would gather homemade sesame cakes, and the family would slaughter a chicken or duck, stir-fry some sesame and peanuts, and boil taro. Symbolizing unity and completeness, this constituted their festive celebration. This year, Zhang Chu celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival with Su Liang and a few others. Su Li, whose factory had no overtime that evening, joined Shui and two other dormitory mates to celebrate at Zhang Chu's establishment. In this instance, the Mid-Autumn Festival was devoid of holidays, and the mere absence of overtime with the distribution of a small mooncake was indicative of a commendable employer. Many were still working late without even receiving a single mooncake. They arranged a sumptuous feast and purchased an abundance of fruit. Zhang Chu distributed numerous mooncakes to clients, reserving a few boxes for himself, sending one to Su Liang, and sharing the remainder among the group. Su Li's factory had somewhat lesser provisions, offering each employee just a single, rather ordinary mooncake along with a small assortment of fruit. This prompted Zhang Chu to recall a matter regarding his brother, who was preparing to establish a printing factory in Hengli, requiring new equipment. He resolved to inquire about the situation and, if no personnel were found, to have his brother assist. Zhang Chu passed a cigarette to General Manager Li, who, upon receiving it, suddenly recalled matters related to the factory and chuckled as he spoke with Zhang Chu. Is General Manager Li planning to open a factory? That is indeed splendid news. Thank you for your consideration. Zhang Chu refrained from discussing any benefits or favors, recognizing that such matters were contingent upon individuals. General Manager Li was not in want of money, and should Zhang Chu offer a favor, it would imply that he had profited substantially from Li's brother. Such actions would render Zhang Chu in a precarious position, and he was not one to make such foolish mistakes. At most, he would earn slightly less from the equipment sourced from General Manager Li, providing him with a discount. This is merely a matter of convenience. No thanks are necessary. Zhang Chu, you conduct your affairs diligently and possess commendable character. By taking on my brother's order, you will alleviate a considerable burden for him, resulting in mutual satisfaction. After hearing Zhang Chu's remarks, General Manager Li waved his hand with a smile. His decision to place an order with Zhang Chu stemmed not from a desire for gratitude, but rather from an intrinsic affinity for Zhang Chu's demeanor. Chapter 49. A chance encounter at the bar. The computer was assembled. Su Liang, having completed the setup, approached Zhang Chu to inform him. At this juncture, Zhang Chu and General Manager Li had nearly concluded their conversation, and he presented the order for General Manager Li's signature before proceeding to the finance department. The finance department was managed by General Manager Li's wife, and the couple treated Zhang Chu well. This client was originally under Li Dong's purview, but due to Li Dong's mismanagement, the relationship had significantly improved once it came under Zhang Chu's care. Zhang Chu, my daughter Ying is about to start university, and her classmates have all mentioned the necessity of acquiring a computer. What do you think would be a suitable choice for her? After Mr. Li's wife handed the money to Zhang Chu, she inquired with a smile. They are not short on funds here, as transactions are conducted in cash, resulting in a significant daily cash flow. Ying is heading to university? It would be more appropriate for the girls to have a laptop. Desktop computers can be rather cumbersome for school. A laptop would undoubtedly be more convenient for her to carry. Nowadays, laptops are not as expensive as they used to be, making it a good time to purchase one. Zhang Chu had previously met Mr. Li's daughter, Li Ying, and was surprised to learn that she was already entering university, a fact he had overlooked before. Well, when she returns during the winter break, you can discuss with her what type of laptop she would like. You have a good understanding of this matter. We are not well versed in it. Certainly, when Ying comes back, I will take her to select a suitable model, ensuring it is both high quality and reasonably priced. Zhang Chu readily agreed, as he was not involved in the laptop business. They could go directly to the computer market to acquire it at the same price as their peers. Zhang Chu could guarantee the performance specifications, ensuring it would be both excellent and affordable. Upon returning to the store with Su Liang, they found Wang Xiaofan and the others had already left. At that time, the store was rather quiet, and He Shui was teaching Zhang Yan some basic financial knowledge. He Shui was studying finance, while Zhang Yan was preparing to enroll. How about we explore the bars in the area? I have heard they possess quite a charm. With little to do, the four of them had an early dinner, after which Zhang Chu led them around the town. Su Liang then suggested visiting a local bar. What is so enjoyable about bars? They can be quite chaotic. He Shui immediately retorted upon hearing Su Liang's suggestion, as she had previously experienced the atmosphere with workers from the factory and did not hold a favorable impression. It will be fine to just take a look. We won't drink. Neither Su Liang nor I have ever been in, so it would be merely an opportunity to broaden our horizons. After He Shui's comment, Su Liang turned his gaze towards Zhang Chu, realizing he was merely seeking an excuse to enter. Zhang Chu, upon noticing this, smiled in response, providing Su Liang with a plausible reason. At that time, the bar scene was rather unremarkable. It was only when the new establishments in Xindi and Dongguan emerged that the peak of nightlife began. Xindi was located in Chongping. Zhang Chu had visited during his previous life, but people like him typically only followed others in for a glimpse. He could not afford the extravagant experiences there. Inside, there were many unsavory elements, which were also beyond the reach of individuals like Zhang Chu, who belonged to a lower social tier. Those two establishments eventually faced significant issues due to their scale. New Dongtai even had a major incident, though Zhang Chu was not entirely aware of the specifics, only hearing rumors. Generally, bars and nightlife venues are rather complex environments. For ordinary individuals, it is best to avoid causing trouble once embroiled in conflict. It can be challenging to resolve matters, as the patrons tend to be quite formidable. Such establishments can only thrive through a blend of power and influence. Without it, survival becomes difficult. Therefore, ordinary people should not overthink their experiences there. It is simply the way of the world. These matters are far removed from the world of Zhang Chu's previous life. He is merely a diligent worker. Aside from his honest routine of commuting, he generally avoids provoking any trouble. For an ordinary person, a bar is merely a venue to dance, enjoy a drink, and admire beautiful women. Beyond that, they have little to engage with, nor do they possess the means to partake in more. After a brief exploration within the bar, Zhang Chu and his companions decided to leave early, as Zhang Chu abstained from alcohol. Su Liang, however, felt a sense of yearning for the lively atmosphere, captivated by the alluring women. Yet, even with a twinge of temptation, he realized that he could not revel alone in such a setting and reluctantly followed the group as they departed. Such places are best observed from a distance, frequented sparingly. The individuals within are not to be trifled with. Even if one is capable of fighting, it would be insufficient. Noticing Su Liang's captivated expression, Zhang Chu felt compelled to caution him. He had witnessed the consequences of frequenting such venues and wished to steer Su Liang away from a path that could lead to chaos. Su Liang was the sole son in his family. They could not afford such indulgences. Isn't that Lu Ping? After they had entered the car, Su Liang suddenly turned to Zhang Chu, pointing towards a girl ahead, his voice tinged with disbelief. Zhang Chu followed his gaze and indeed recognized Lu Ping, though her current attire rendered her nearly unrecognizable to the average eye. Should we greet her? Zhang Chu observed Lu Ping being embraced by a rather imposing man as they made their way towards the bar, questioning Su Liang whether this meant he had not completely severed ties with Lu Ping. No need. If you're not going to greet her, why should I? Su Liang displayed neither disappointment nor sorrow. Noticing that neither Zhang Chu nor He Shui showed any inclination to approach, he felt no obligation to do so himself. For Su Liang, there had been neither a beginning nor an end with Lu Ping. It had merely been his misguided belief that she held affection for him. Now that he had let go, he felt a sense of relief. The men surrounding Lu Ping were not to be trifled with, and it was wise to avoid unnecessary interactions that could lead to complications, especially since she likely preferred to keep her circumstances private. He Shui, seated in the back, elaborated on Su Liang's sentiments. She explained that approaching Lu Ping at that moment would likely not bring her joy. In fact, it might provoke irritation. Both Zhang Chu and Su Liang fell silent, having previously only heard tales of Lu Ping's complexity. Experiencing her reality firsthand revealed that she was even more intricate than they had imagined, leaving them momentarily speechless. I'll first drop you two off at the shop, then take Shui back to the factory. After witnessing this unfolding scenario, Su Liang's enthusiasm waned, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Observing the time, Zhang Chu deemed it prudent to return them to the shop. It was the weekend, and the streets were bustling with shoppers. As Zhang Chu escorted He Shui towards her factory, they encountered many pedestrians along the way. Shall we take a stroll by the river? Upon nearing Shui's workplace, Zhang Chu glanced at her, sensing her reluctance, and inquired with a smile. Sure. I hope this won't impede your plans for tomorrow. He Shui's mood lifted instantly upon hearing this, and she cautiously inquired of Zhang Chu. Since I arrived here, I've grown accustomed to staying up late. Our working hours are later than yours. Won't you find it affects your sleep? Zhang Chu chuckled in response. It's only a little past 10 in the evening. Since his arrival, he had formed the habit of not sleeping until nearly midnight. I feel the same. Returning too early prevents me from resting, he continued. The fellows in the dormitory typically chatted until after 11, making sleep elusive. As they drove towards the riverside road behind the Delta factory, they noticed a considerable number of people, likely taking advantage of the evening to engage in romance. This left the two of them unable to act on their own desires. They decided to sit on the concrete railing by the river, enjoying the breeze while sharing amusing anecdotes about their lives, typically surrounded by others. This rare moment of solitude was refreshing. The night was beautiful, with the moonlight cascading like water onto the ground, and the river breeze carried a faint, briny scent. He Shui rested her head on Zhang Chu's shoulder, recounting trivial matters from the factory. Zhang Chu listened attentively, occasionally chiming in with comments or light-hearted jokes that made He Shui giggle, creating an atmosphere of warmth and comfort. Chapter 50. Data Interface. It has been said that poverty brings sorrow to couples. Zhang Chu was deeply affected by this sentiment, having experienced a breakup due to it. He perceived the underlying message as a belief that financial instability precludes marriage. Conversely, he found more credibility in the adage that a harmonious home fosters prosperity. His own family served as a prime example. Had his parents maintained a cordial relationship and worked together to nurture their household, he believed his past circumstances would have been entirely different. Thus, Zhang Chu placed significant importance on marital relationships. He found He Shui to be a commendable young woman, and their interactions were devoid of any mental strain, flowing naturally. Her gentle disposition and adaptability made her a truly suitable match for him. In comparison to the women he had encountered in his previous life, none could rival Shui. Not as a means of disparagement, but as a reflection of his growing satisfaction with her. Su Yang, please stay at the store today to handle matters here. I need to step out and discuss some issues with Yang Ming, he instructed. The following morning, Zhang Chu organized the store's affairs before setting off to Yang Ming's company to address the data interface matters. As for the collaboration, he decided to set it aside for now. Once the data interface was secured, and if Yang Ming's company was satisfied, coupled with Yang Ming's support, Zhang Chu felt confident about procuring the necessary computer equipment for the company. Should the data interface negotiations falter, subsequent matters would require gradual follow-up, as software and hardware remain distinct entities. This is our inventory management system, and this is the financial software, he stated. Upon arriving at Yang Ming's company, Zhang Chu first called Yang Ming and then followed him inside. Yang Ming was evidently more eager than Zhang Chu to finalize this deal, and upon Zhang Chu's arrival, he promptly began to explain the situation. This matter had long been under the purview of their department, and the finance department had raised numerous complaints, expressing considerable dissatisfaction. If someone could successfully complete the task at a reasonable price, it would alleviate a significant burden for him. Both systems were databases, and retrieving data should be relatively straightforward. Here is the database dictionary for the inventory management system and the financial software. Take a look. Let me examine it first. Are there any testing versions of these two systems? Zhang Chu was familiar with both software from his previous life and did not require further introduction from Yang Ming. However, he still needed to conduct tests if they were to create an interface. I have the installation program. Once the inventory management software is installed, there will be a 1-month testing period, while the financial software offers 3 accounting periods for data testing. After Yang Ming explained this, he inquired of Zhang Chu. With such an extensive testing data period, it should be sufficient for testing, right? Absolutely. I can manage this data interface. It will take me a week to complete, including testing. After reviewing the details, Zhang Chu was confident that he could handle the project without any issues. Once it was confirmed that the task was feasible, Yang Ming took Zhang Chu to meet their supervisor. This individual had been troubled by the matter and, upon learning that Zhang Chu could take it on, requested a quotation. If the price was reasonable, they would proceed with Zhang Chu. You can quote the price you mentioned. I will take 25,000. And whatever you report beyond that is yours. After discussing with Yang Ming's supervisor, the workday came to a close. Zhang Chu then invited Yang Ming to a nearby restaurant for a meal and reserved a private room. Noticing the surroundings were relatively empty, Zhang Chu directly disclosed his bottom line to Yang Ming. Completing the project within a week without incurring costs, 25,000 was more than sufficient. In fact, Zhang Chu felt he could finish it in half that time, although testing was necessary. Yang Ming had set the bottom price at 30,000, which Zhang Chu was aware included Yang Ming's share. All right, you can quote 30,000. There will be a negotiation process, and we can adjust the price downwards later. With Yang Ming's current salary being less than 1,000 a month, Zhang Chu had essentially gifted him a substantial opportunity. The extent of negotiation was entirely at Yang Ming's discretion. Yang Ming provided Zhang Chu with copies of both programs, including the relevant parts of their database dictionaries. These documents did not encompass the entirety of the database dictionary, as both software companies were understandably reluctant to expose their complete database to prevent theft. Nevertheless, for Zhang Chu, this was more than adequate. In fact, during his previous life, he had access to the complete database dictionaries for both systems, but upon being reborn, he had lost all that information, as he had not brought his external hard drive with him. After accepting the project, Zhang Chu hurried back to his shop and prepared a quotation based on the current situation, which he emailed to Yang Ming for discussions with their company. I'll cook lunch today so you can see my culinary skills. The matters at the shop were rather few. Throughout the morning, only a handful of customers inquired about prices, resulting in the sale of some network cables and various loose items. Su Liang observed Zhang Chu busily engaged in his tasks, while Huang Yan was immersed in her studies, leaving him somewhat idle. This fellow took it upon himself to procure groceries and prepare meals. Good. Once your culinary skills improve, you'll have no trouble charming your girlfriend with this talent, Zhang Chu replied with a smile, not lifting his head as he remained occupied. In this era, a man's ability to cook holds little value. As the years advance, expectations will escalate. Women will only need to maintain their beauty, while cooking, purchasing cars, and acquiring homes will be deemed the responsibilities of men. As long as a woman is beautiful, such expectations are somewhat reasonable. In truth, most women in the future regardless of their appearance, will have an array of demands. That will be the real challenge. Indeed, that is precisely my aim, Su Liang exclaimed, his face beaming with pride. Whenever Zhang Chu prepares a delicious dish, the way those girls look at you changes entirely. One day, when my culinary skills reach their pinnacle, then it will be my time to shine. Su Liang's confidence seemed to grow thicker. After hearing Zhang Chu's words, he spoke as if he were a culinary master. Cooking, in reality, is not particularly difficult. Claiming one cannot cook or does so poorly is merely an excuse. The notion that cooking will turn one into a yellow-faced woman is the most far-fetched excuse of all. After dining with Zhang Chu and the others for a while, Su Liang began to frequent the kitchen, and his cooking became quite commendable, both in flavor and presentation. With a bit more practice, he would undoubtedly score points in the realm of romance. After tasting Su Liang's dishes, Zhang Chu praised him, which would likely motivate Su Liang to invest more effort in his cooking, thus alleviating some of Zhang Chu's burdens. Yes, I also believe I do quite well. With a bit more improvement, if things do not pan out, I could always open a fast food restaurant. Su Liang, evidently unaware of Zhang Chu's ulterior motives, became somewhat smug after receiving the compliment. Huang Yan, watching from the side, stifled a laugh, realizing she would no longer need to cook daily. Chapter 51. The memory of Camellia. The response from Yangming Company was swift. By the following day, they had replied to Zhang Chu. The final price was set at 28,000, and he was requested to come in to sign the contract and provide a deposit. The contract followed a 3-3-1 structure, wherein the final payment would only be made after a 6-month trial period confirmed stability. Zhang Chu had no objections to this. After all, they were providing funds and needed to ensure the interface's reliability, making the deposit a reasonable request. Once the deposit was secured, Zhang Chu returned to the shop to focus on the data interface, delegating other matters to Su Liang for follow-up. The timeline for this order was tight. The sooner it was completed, the better. Earnings from software far surpassed those from hardware. A single order can effortlessly yield thousands. I, too, wish to delve into this field. Su Liang was aware that this order was worth 25,000 and realized that Zhang Chu could complete it within a few days, sparking his interest in the lucrative software sector. It is commendable that you wish to learn. However, first, grasp the process of the cash register software thoroughly, and then we can proceed to the subsequent topics which I can teach you later. After hearing this, Zhang Chu smiled and replied that Su Liang's willingness to learn was a positive development, as it would alleviate some of his own pressure. However, certain fundamentals were necessary. His cashier software was the foundation. Once Su grasped that, Zhang could gradually impart some basic coding knowledge. For now, the core elements would remain undisclosed due to copyright concerns. When are we going to Yangqing? Why hasn't there been any news from Lu Chahua's brother-in-law? It's been quite a while, and I haven't seen him bring in a single client from the shopping mall. Zhang had previously mentioned to Su Liang that if he became proficient with the cashier system, he should implement it whenever there were orders, and the most likely source for orders was indeed Lu Chahua's brother-in-law. Su was now fairly adept with the cashier software, coupled with his feelings for Lu Chahua, leading him to consider an implementation in Yangqing. At this moment, during their online chat, the pretentious slang was only known to a few individuals, terms like rascal and seeking pleasure. Su Liang diligently noted down these phrases and relentlessly bombarded the chat with them. Unfortunately, Lu Chahua had been immersed in the online sphere far longer than Su, and she was well aware of these individuals, rendering his efforts futile. This left Su feeling somewhat ineffective, prompting him to think about meeting in person. Is Xiao Chu not going out today? As they were discussing these matters, Boss Zhong entered with a companion, greeting Zhang Chu with a smile upon seeing him in the shop. Boss Zhong has arrived. I am currently occupied with another data interface and haven't stepped out. Upon noticing Boss Zhong's entrance, Zhang Chu promptly rose to welcome him, recognizing this potential major client and the importance of proper hospitality. I just came from Shanshan and thought I'd swing by to check out the cashier system and the mall's anti-theft measures you mentioned last time. After settling in, Zhang Chu offered cigarettes to both Boss Zhong and his companion, then began preparing tea to entertain them. Zhang Chu's shop had a two-part entrance. Apart from the kitchen and restroom, he had designated an office space for receiving guests. Many in the southern region had a penchant for tea, so he had also equipped the office with tea-making utensils for leisurely brews. Xiao Chu's tea skills are quite impressive. It looks rather refined. This tea is delightful and fragrant, Boss Zhong remarked as Zhang Chu served the tea. This is mountain tea from our region. I brought some back last time I visited home. Zhang Chu had not initially known how to brew tea, but had learned by observing others. In their area, tea was typically brewed directly with the leaves submerged in boiling water, unlike the methods employed in the south. Nevertheless, their mountain tea was indeed a commendable variety, and seasoned tea drinkers like Boss Zhong could easily discern its quality. Is the yield of your mountain tea substantial? After listening to Zhang Chu, Boss Zhong inquired with interest, clearly intrigued by its exquisite flavor. It's fairly good. If you're interested, Boss Zhong, I can bring some for you when I return home for the new year. In my home, there are 2 ancient tea trees, and every year, we dry some tea leaves. Zhang Chu replied with a smile, though his heart raced slightly. If it weren't for Boss Zhong mentioning the tea leaves, he would have forgotten an important matter. The tea trees in their possession are actually quite valuable. It seems that upon returning home for the new year, he must discuss this with his family. It would be best if he could acquire those precious tea trees and place them in his family's tea garden. Zhang Chu's family possesses 2 venerable tea trees, and if nothing unexpected occurs, in a couple of years, his mother will likely complain about the trees taking up space and decide to cut them down. To their dismay, their own tea trees had been recently felled, while nearby, other families had sold their ancient trees for $1 million each, which had caused quite a stir in the area. Now, with Boss Zhong mentioning that the tea from his hometown is excellent, Zhang Chu recalled this matter immediately. It appears he must act swiftly to secure those 2 trees and unite them with his families. This wealth is a legacy from his ancestors and should not be squandered. Selling the 4 ancient tea trees could enable Zhang Chu to purchase several properties in the southern cities. The computer software for the cash register can be demonstrated to you. In the shopping mall, the anti-theft devices only have color pages, not actual stock. The tea trees back home are not in a hurry. They one tea run away. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Chu cheerfully began introducing the products to Boss Zhong and his companions. Our space is somewhat limited, as the computer equipment occupies considerable room. Hence we do not display any actual stock. The color pages are quite similar to the real products, with minimal distinction. The anti-theft doors in the mall consist of 2 aluminum frames, and the difference between the color page and the actual product is indeed negligible. The anti-theft tags resemble round buttons, which are easier to differentiate. In the mall, these tags are primarily used on cans of milk powder, certain expensive liquors, and clothing. If a customer fails to pay and walks through the anti-theft door with the tag still attached, the door will sense it and trigger an alarm. These 2 items serve that purpose. However, for individuals who engage in professional theft, their effectiveness is rather limited, as such individuals always find ways to circumvent them. Boss Zhong did not mention plans for a new shopping mall, and Zhang Chu was uncertain whether the area near Xiangshan utilized anti-theft measures, as he had not observed any during his last visit. As Boss Zhong took the color page introducing the anti-theft and cash register systems from Zhang Chu, he and his friend examined it closely. While reviewing, they inquired about the prices and functionalities, to which Zhang Chu responded thoroughly. He did not need to memorize this information, as he had ample experience in his previous life and was well acquainted with these parameters. He simply needed to observe the differences between the products from Liu Chahua's brother-in-law and those he had previously worked on, remembering these distinctions, along with the pricing. Now, let us take a look at your cash register software. After reviewing, Boss Zhong's friend looked up at Zhang Chu and remarked, without commenting on whether the prices of Zhang Chu's anti-theft equipment were high. Good. Zhang Chu paid little heed to the matter at hand, understanding that such issues could not be conclusively determined from mere illustrations. Price remained a significant factor, alongside the urgency of their needs. However, it became apparent to Zhang Chu that their visit was not motivated by Boss Zhong's desire to open a new venue, but rather by a friend of Boss Zhong who intended to do so. Zhang Chu proceeded to unveil both the front and back ends of the cash register software on his computer, demonstrating its features to the 2 visitors. He showcased the supermarket version, the clothing and footwear variant, and the electronics edition. Chapter 52. The nature of fate. This software is truly remarkable. It surpasses the one we currently utilize in Xiangshan by a considerable margin, Boss Zhong expressed, sincere admiration glimmering in his eyes after a thorough examination. He recognized that this system was indeed far superior to the antiquated cash register software employed in his establishment. Just by hearing its name, Zhang Chu understood the limitations of Boss Zhong's system, which was no match for his own in terms of operation or interface, both of which were notably more user-friendly. Once they acknowledged the interface's efficacy, the only remaining concern was the price. Boss Zhong turned to Zhang Chu. curious as to whether this superior system would come at a steep cost. 5,000 per point, encompassing both the front and back ends, Zhang Chu replied, observing their reactions with a smile, fully aware that his pricing would take them by surprise. If memory served him well, the cash register system utilized by Boss Zhong was priced at around 10,000 per point, or perhaps even more, as such systems were notoriously expensive at that time. In the future, prices might drop to 2,000 or even 1,000 per point. But due to the influx of various cash register systems and the emergence of capable merchants developing their own solutions, the pricing landscape had become quite chaotic. Zhang Chu's intention in quoting 5,000 per point was straightforward: to seize the opportunity while only a handful of cash register systems were available, allowing his own system to swiftly capture market share. Otherwise, once competitors caught wind of the situation and began launching their systems, it would be too late for him to act. For Zhang Chu, the development costs were negligible, as he determined the pricing himself. Rather than waiting for others to instigate a price war, he preferred to dominate the market in the meantime. Future developers would face significant costs, and should they engage in price competition, Zhang Chu would not be intimidated. This price is quite acceptable, Boss Zhong remarked, though his tone betrayed a hint of insincerity. Zhang Chu noted the surprise etched on his face, clearly astonished by the low cost. After discussing the cash register system, the two men accompanied Zhang Chu to sit down for tea, choosing not to delve further into the commercial matters at that moment. It seemed they needed to return and deliberate further before reaching a decision. Zhang Chu refrained from pressing them, recognizing that inquiries about uncertain deals would yield no fruitful results. After enjoying tea together, he bid farewell to Boss Zhong and his companion, prioritizing the completion of the data interface. Should Boss Zhong secure a deal, Zhang Chu felt confident in his ability to clinch it. The advantage of pricing is evident, and the expertise displayed in the shopping mall sector suggests they would not consider alternatives. Therefore, Zhang Chu must expedite the completion of the orders at hand. Otherwise, he might have to visit Boss Zhong's friend to assess the situation. Zhang's estimation was not misplaced. Indeed, as soon as he finished testing the data interface for Yangming Company, a call arrived from Boss Zhong's acquaintance, indicating they had opened a shopping mall in Hengli and requested Zhang's presence for a visit. Upon hearing the location mentioned by Boss Zhong's friend, Zhang felt a stir of interest and glanced at Su Liang beside him. This individual had become quite adept with the cash register system and was ready to be dispatched for implementation. "Why are you looking at me? Is there a cash register order in Yangqing that needs attention?" Su Liang inquired, noticing Zhang's sudden gaze after answering the phone. He was perplexed by Zhang's attention and could not fathom how this matter concerned him. "No, it's about a shopping mall opening in Hengli, and they want me to discuss it. There's a significant chance of securing this order, and you may need to go there for implementation, requiring a 2-night stay. Although Hengli is not far from Chongping, implementation would necessitate evening sessions for training. Thus, Su Liang would need to remain there for several days." At this moment, the only shopping mall Zhang could think of in Hengli was the one where Su Liang had previously worked in his past life. Instinctively, he recalled Su Liang, for it was at that very mall that Su Liang had commenced his employment, ultimately leading him to meet his future wife. It was astonishing how fate had woven their lives together once more, now linking them to this shopping mall again. Zhang harbored doubts that if Su Liang were to go, he might inadvertently relive the events of his former life. Zhang pondered the enigmatic nature of fate. Many occurrences transcend human understanding. He had assumed they had moved past the shopping mall's influence, only to find it re-emerging in their lives. If Su Liang were to implement the project, he would undoubtedly spend several nights there. In his previous life, his wife was among the first employees to join as a cashier, and Su Liang's implementation would likely lead to their encounter. With a significant order at stake in Hengli, should I go for the implementation? Upon hearing Zhang's words, Su Liang immediately brightened, unaware of the connection awaiting him there. The prospect of a substantial order meant his earnings this month would surpass his usual income. He had earned a considerable amount under Zhang's guidance and sent some back home, receiving numerous praises from his parents, thus heightening his enthusiasm for earning money. "Yes, you will handle the software aspect. I will guide you through the security system this time. Pay close attention, as it will soon be your responsibility." Zhang nodded after hearing this. Securing this order would mark their first victory in the shopping mall sector, and he was determined to oversee the proceedings. It was imperative to execute this order flawlessly, leaving a lasting impression on Boss Zhong and his friends. Future opportunities in this domain would undoubtedly be routed through Zhang Chu. The following day, as Boss Zhong's friend had arranged to visit the shopping mall in Hongli, and since the data interface on Yang Ming's side was completed, Zhang Chu promptly called Yang Ming. "Is the data interface ready?" Yang Ming inquired upon receiving Zhang Chu's call, surprised to find that this fellow was even more eager to see the results than he was. "If it's ready, could you possibly bring it over this afternoon for us to review? Our company's executives are all present, and it would be beneficial for them to be informed." "Certainly. I shall drive over this afternoon." Zhang Chu had initially intended to deliver it himself, so he readily agreed after hearing Yang Ming's request. "This is our general manager Wu. This is our financial manager, Manager Sun, and this is Zhang Chu, the programmer responsible for our data interface." Upon arriving at Yang Ming's company, Yang Ming directly escorted Zhang Chu to the executive office, where both the general manager and the financial manager were present, clearly indicating their significant interest in the matter. "Good day, General Manager Wu and Manager Sunday." After Yang Ming's introduction, Zhang Chu greeted the two and handed them his business card. The two executives engaged in a brief conversation with Zhang Chu before instructing Yang Ming to take him to the finance department for testing the data interface. Evidently, they placed considerable trust in Yang Ming, delegating all related responsibilities to him. Chapter 53. Surveillance Equipment. Zhang Chu had tested the data interface numerous times and felt confident in its functionality. However, upon arriving at the finance department, he prudently backed up the databases of both systems before proceeding with the test. This task was of utmost importance, as both systems dealt with financial transactions, and any data loss was unacceptable. Zhang Chu could not bear the repercussions of any issues arising from his data interface tests. The testing process was swift and smooth. Once the data interface was installed, the transaction records from the inventory management system were quickly imported into the financial system. After a meticulous review by the finance team confirmed that no data was missing, they reconfirmed with Yang Ming. The financial manager, observing that the data was indeed accurate, instructed Zhang Chu to take the payment receipt to General Manager Wu for signature. According to the contract, they would receive 30 upon delivery, another 30 after a month of operation, while the remaining amount would be payable after some time. Finally, this significant hurdle was cleared. Zhang Chu had faced considerable challenges from the finance department regarding this interface. As Yang Ming saw Zhang Chu off, he sighed with relief, acknowledging the pressure he had been under, not merely due to the financial aspect, but the overall stress of the situation. Zhang Chu was about to inquire about the hardware procurement when Yang Ming preemptively spoke. "Regarding the hardware procurement, I will call you next month to arrange for your company to supply us. We will also need printing paper and toner. Can you provide those?" "Not a problem. I have several clients with factories in Chongping who frequently require these supplies," Zhang Chu replied with a smile. Even if he didn't have these items on hand, he could procure them from industry peers. Why wouldn't he take on this opportunity? It seemed that Lu Wei was also anxious about such matters. Zhang Chu planned to give him a call to inquire about the situation. As Yang Ming exited the factory gates, he recounted the issues concerning Lu Wei to Zhang Chu. After Zhang Chu resolved the matter, Yang Ming's spirits were considerably lifted. "Well, thank you in advance," he expressed. Lu Wei had previously contacted Zhang Chu, inquiring about data interfaces. The circumstances on Lu Wei's side differed from those of Yang Ming's system, and he remained uncertain of Zhang Chu's capabilities, thus opting to await confirmation before reaching out again. If Yang Ming were to place a call to Lu Wei, it would carry significantly more persuasive weight than Zhang Chu's own efforts. Given the distinct nature of Yang Ming's relationship with Lu Wei, following the successful procurement of computers and peripheral supplies for Yang Ming's company, Zhang Chu and his team had acquired yet another outlet for business. It was likely that Lu Wei would eventually come around, prompting Zhang Chu to expedite his hiring process for the shop. Wang Xiaofan's team indicated they would not arrive until after the new year. Yet Zhang Chu was in immediate need of personnel. His recruitment notice had been posted for several days, but the candidates who came for interviews were largely unqualified. Zhang Chu was not one to discriminate. He simply required individuals with a foundational understanding of computers. The situation was markedly different from when Li Dong was present, as he now dealt with both hardware and software. Without a basic grasp of computers, one could not navigate the software effectively. Should he hire apprentices, he would need to invest considerable time in their training, which was a lengthy endeavor. For instance, Su Liang had been with Zhang Chu for over 6 months, and only now was he beginning to grasp the system. "Hello, boss." The following day, after a busy morning at the shop, Zhang Chu took Su Liang to Hongli after their lunch. Boss He, a friend of Boss Zhong, awaited Zhang Chu in his office. "Young Chu has arrived. Come." Let us enjoy some tea. I have pu'er, boss, he greeted with a smile, pleased by Zhang Chu's punctuality. This was their customary practice. The marketplace was nearby, and they could peruse it after their tea. My market has 2 floors. The first floor is a supermarket, and the second is dedicated to clothing. The clothing section is managed by my cousin, and they too require a cash register system and anti-theft measures, so do take a look later. During Boss He's previous visit to Zhang Chu's shop, Zhang Chu had demonstrated his cash register system, which encompassed versions for supermarkets, apparel, and electronics. Certainly. Let us examine it together, Zhang Chu replied. Regardless of whether it was for a supermarket or clothing, he could cater to both, naturally hoping for as many orders as possible. Oh, by the way, do you handle surveillance systems? Boss He inquired after pouring tea for both Zhang Chu and Su Liang. I've noticed that larger supermarkets have installed surveillance setups. We can indeed provide that service, Zhang Chu replied, though at this time, surveillance equipment is quite expensive, significantly more so than anti-theft systems. However, the effectiveness is not particularly high, lacking infrared night vision. To ascertain precise pricing, we would need to consult with vendors in Pingcheng and Yangqing. In truth, the installation of surveillance systems posed little difficulty. In a few years, even those in the renovation trade would be able to manage it. However, at present, the demand for such systems was limited, largely due to their high cost and the technical challenges involved. Furthermore, the domestic market predominantly featured black and white surveillance without infrared capabilities, resulting in inferior performance compared to later advancements. Zhang Chu was well versed in these nuances and understood the intricacies involved. Could you kindly inquire about the pricing? If it proves to be reasonable, I would like to install surveillance cameras at the entrance and checkout areas, as it would be quite beneficial. Upon hearing this, Mr. He responded that such installations within the mall are indeed necessary. However, if the cost is exorbitant, we shall need to reconsider. Very well. I will make inquiries on your behalf. After further discussions with Mr. He summoned the manager from this side to accompany Zhang Chu to inspect the site at the mall. At this moment, the mall was still under renovation, and it was essential for the manager to guide Zhang Chu and his team regarding the placement of the wiring. Otherwise, they would not know how to proceed. The supermarket had a considerable number of checkout counters, specifically 10, which necessitated the installation of 10 corresponding security gates, as well as 10 sets of cash registers. In addition, the office required several back-end setups, one designated for inventory management and another for data analysis. After inspecting the supermarket, Zhang Chu proceeded to the clothing mall above. This location had significantly fewer points compared to the supermarket, totaling only 8 when including the back-end setups. Only 4 sets of security gates were necessary here. However, the demand for anti-theft tags was considerably higher, as all garments needed to be equipped with them. As Zhang Chu walked alongside Su Liang, he discussed the situation regarding the checkout counters and network wiring. All malls operate under a similar model. Once he comprehends the approach taken by one, he can replicate it in future endeavors. Upon returning, Zhang Chu reported the situation to Mr. He, detailing the pricing and construction status. Mr. He expressed no objections and requested Zhang Chu to prepare a contract and a list for him. This indicated that the deal was nearly finalized. However, while Zhang Chu and Su Liang took a stroll, they did not encounter Su Liang's future wife. Given that the premises were still being renovated, it was likely that she had yet to arrive for her examination. Back at the shop, Zhang Chu first made a phone call to Lu Chahua's brother-in-law to confirm the prices of all equipment and materials on his end. Subsequently, he prepared the list and contract. After presenting it to Mr. He for signature and collecting the deposit, Zhang Chu and Su Liang set off towards Yangqing. Zhang Chu intended to personally inspect the equipment before bringing some back and arranging for the remainder to be shipped via express delivery. Chapter 54. The soaring price of white vinegar. Please take care and avoid unnecessary movements in this area. Should you require anything, I can assist with shipping. The situation in Yangqing has become quite tense, making it less suitable for visits. Upon arriving at the computer city, Zhang Chu noted a noticeable decrease in foot traffic compared to previous times. When Lu Chahua saw Zhang Chu, she relayed some information, her demeanor notably serious. There seemed to be various rumors circulating recently regarding an emerging illness, causing the local populace to spread tales. Hearing this, Zhang Chu suddenly recalled that he had forgotten about this matter since his rebirth. The issue Lu Chahua mentioned was something Zhang Chu had encountered detailed accounts of in his previous life, and he recognized it as one of the most significant events of this period. However, during his past life, Zhang Chu did not sense any atmosphere of tension while working. Those preoccupied with daily survival hardly had the luxury of concern. The only exaggerated aspect was that, during this time, the sales of Banlan root and white vinegar in the southern region had skyrocketed, with prices even reaching over 1,000. For the majority, the situation remains imperceptible. As most news has been suppressed, the widespread reporting will not commence until next year. For now, this matter has only surfaced in the southern regions. If Lu Chahua had not brought it up, Zhang Chu might not have recalled it. I understand. You must also exercise caution, especially given the constant influx of people in your area. The efficacy of Banlangen and white vinegar is negligible. Do not succumb to the allure of overpriced alternatives. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu nodded. It was due to their camaraderie that Lu Chahua even broached the subject with him. In Yangcheng, there are already discernible trends, and the situation is rather dire. Are you playing charades? I cannot comprehend your conversation. What relevance do Banlangen and white vinegar hold? Su Liang, initially pleased to see Lu Chahua, now felt perplexed, unable to grasp their cryptic dialogue. Not understanding is inconsequential. This matter does not greatly concern us, and soon you shall witness the developments on television. Zhang Chu remarked that in our country, whenever an incident occurs, there is a tendency to conceal the truth. However, this situation inevitably leads to misfortune for some, as the suppression of information only fuels speculation. Well, we have also heard whispers of this issue. We have yet to see any concrete news. Now that Zhang Chu has spoken, I am more inclined to believe its veracity, Lu Chahua replied, acknowledging that they had not received any substantive information as all details were tightly controlled. Let us change the topic. We should first visit your brother-in-law to inspect the cash register equipment. This order serves as my sample order. If it satisfies them, subsequent orders will surely follow. Thus quality must be ensured. Regarding the previous matter, Zhang Chu preferred not to dwell on it further, deeming it pointless. They were only concerned with their own affairs. The leaders would take care of the rest. Rest assured, we have numerous clients and have yet to receive complaints about quality. Moreover, given our relationship, I would never deceive you. Otherwise, how could I return home for the new year? Lu Chahua rolled her eyes in response, as if Zhang Chu's words were somewhat hurtful. Zhang Chu chuckled, remaining silent. In the realm of business, some things are best taken with a grain of salt, and matters must unfold as they will. Aware that this was your first commercial order, I have ensured everything has been tested to guarantee the quality of your goods. Once your channels are established, my business will thrive alongside yours. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Leading Zhang Chu to the area with the cash register equipment, Lu Chahua's brother-in-law was engaged in conversation with a colleague. Upon noticing Zhang Chu's arrival, he greeted him. Xiao Chu has arrived. Your items are ready and placed over there. You may count them. The colleague, seeing a business opportunity, chatted briefly before departing. However, Zhang Chu overheard their discussion regarding memory sticks. Recently, the prices of memory sticks have been plummeting, indicating they might be speculating on them, which has heightened their concern as they watch the prices decline day by day. Feeling anxious, upon hearing this, Zhang Chu became intrigued. He was aware that the prices of memory sticks had been declining recently. However, he was not well versed in the intricacies of trading memory, thus he could only observe. Now, overhearing the conversation, he felt a spark of interest. The prices of memory would continue to drop for a while, reaching a nadir before surging dramatically, often doubling in value. Having dealt with computers in his previous life, Zhang Chu possessed some knowledge in this area. In the past, lacking both funds and connections, he had never entertained such thoughts. However, with Lu Chahua's brother-in-law engaged in this business, he sensed an opportunity to leverage that connection. After reviewing his possessions, Zhang Chu set aside a portion that he could take with him, while arranging for the remainder to be shipped, with the payment made up front. Given their familiarity and the relatively low value of this batch, the cost would not be exorbitant. After receiving a deposit from Boss He, Zhang Chu found that with a little extra cash, he could settle the payment. Is your brother-in-law involved in the memory business? After inventorying the items, Zhang Chu began conversing with Lu Chahua's brother-in-law. He too called him brother-in-law as a means of fostering a closer rapport rather than as flattery. Well, we've accumulated a bit. What about you, Xiao Chu? Are you interested in this? Lu Chahua's brother-in-law chuckled in response to Zhang Chu's words. He had numerous channels for trading memory and had been quite successful in this venture. After several years in Yangcheng, he had managed to purchase 2 apartments, most of his wealth being derived from trading memory. China is indeed a peculiar place where virtually anything can be speculated upon. be it Wally wood, memory sticks, or hard drives. Zhang Chu, however, felt ill-equipped regarding other commodities, only possessing familiarity with computer peripherals. If he had the right connections, he would certainly be inclined to venture into trading memory and hard drives. He was aware that from this point onward, the annual price fluctuations of these items presented significant operational opportunities. Nevertheless, Zhang Chu believed it unnecessary to involve himself at all times. He only needed to engage during the peak periods of price fluctuations to earn a quick profit. The adage "a horse cannot thrive without grass at night, and a person cannot become wealthy without windfall" was well understood by all. Zhang Chu genuinely needed a few windfalls to accumulate his initial capital. In comparison to others who effortlessly made millions, Zhang Chu felt his earnings were meager, accumulating only in the tens of thousands, which was hardly comparable. Yes, the current drop in memory prices is quite severe, and there seems to be ample operational space. So I would like to observe and perhaps invest a little. Zhang Chu smiled, acknowledging his interest. Otherwise, claiming familiarity with the fluctuations due to his past life would be implausible, a secret he preferred to keep to himself, quietly amassing wealth. Chapter 55. Trading memory sticks. That does seem a bit unusual. However, how much do you wish to invest? Trading memory sticks requires calculation. The entry barrier is not easily crossed, Lu Chahua's brother-in-law replied with a smile, sensing that Zhang Chu, having spent less than a year in the computer field, likely had limited savings. Thus, he kindly offered a word of caution. This line pertains to the calculation unit of 1,000, where 1 signifies 1,000. A memory stick costs several hundred, while a single unit would amount to hundreds of thousands. This establishes the threshold. This issue is not insurmountable, as I have some savings on hand and should be able to acquire a few, though I am uncertain if my brother-in-law has reliable channels for procurement. Once Mr. Zhou's order is completed and combined with the earnings from this period, Zhang Chu possesses nearly $1 million in capital, making the acquisition feasible. Crucially, Zhang Chu is aware that memory prices will rise, particularly as the year draws to a close. Such an opportunity is rare. He intends to invest all his funds, eagerly awaiting this moment. As long as he enters the market and sells at the right time during the price surge, this transaction will yield a secure profit, significantly outpacing the slower pace of conventional work. Lu Chahua's brother-in-law, recognizing Zhang Chu's genuine interest in this venture, engaged in extensive discussions with him. With Lu Chahua as a mutual connection and their collaborative relationship, her brother-in-law felt compelled to clarify the stakes involved. Every business endeavor has its profits and losses, and no one can guarantee success. Otherwise, if future losses occur, he would be unjustly blamed, jeopardizing their relationship. However, what Lu Chahua's brother-in-law did not realize was that Zhang Chu was indeed well-versed in this field. Losses were not easily incurred. Otherwise, he would not dare to invest all his funds. Having resolved to delve into the memory trading market, Zhang Chu remained in Yanqing for an extended period to thoroughly investigate the situation. Yet, he was not inclined to make a purchase at this moment, as the current prices of memory sticks were not at their lowest. The memory price's lowest point remained vividly etched in Zhang Chu's memory, as it had dropped to an almost unimaginable level. Can memory sticks truly be traded? Su Liang inquired curiously on their way back to Dongguan. He had been listening in on their conversation, but was unfamiliar with the intricacies of memory trading. Indeed, there are profound depths to this matter. When we assemble computers, we observe that the prices of memory and hard drives fluctuate significantly, lacking fixed rates, due to manipulation by certain individuals. Zhang Chu elucidated that such matters are often opaque to those outside the industry. How much savings do you currently hold? Would you care to join me in this venture? I have 30,000 to invest alongside you. After all, I trust you won't lead me to a loss. Su Liang responded without hesitation, placing his faith in Zhang Chu. Very well, when I decide to make a purchase, I will inform you so you can manage the funds. We might just enjoy a bountiful year upon our return. Su Liang's trust filled Zhang Chu with a sense of satisfaction, affirming his judgment in choosing the right companion, who may indeed become a valuable ally in the future. Having heard about the risks associated with memory trading, Su Liang still dared to invest all his savings in Zhang Chu, demonstrating his substantial trust in him. Will we need to hire someone for the wiring? Upon returning to the shop, the two organized the items they procured, and Su Liang inquired of Zhang Chu. The supermarket and the mall had numerous tasks to undertake, and it would be impossible for him to manage alone. Yes, we shall hire 2 electricians to assist you. The ceiling in the mall is quite challenging for wiring, and it would be overwhelming for you. At this moment, the electrician at the mall is likely quite busy and unable to assist us with these tasks. The ceiling within the mall is a unified structure, with a gap separating it from the floor above. The wiring runs from the ceiling, descending alongside the walls to various points. Zhang Chu's project requires extensive wiring, which Su Liang cannot manage alone. Furthermore, Zhang Chu cannot consistently come over to lend a hand, necessitating the hiring of additional help. Boss He, upon observing the exorbitant prices for the surveillance system, opted not to proceed with it, but instead added a broadcasting system, which he had initially overlooked and later decided to incorporate. Typically, malls are equipped with such systems to play light music and to remind customers when necessary. The complexity of this task is not significant, as Zhang Chu has experience with it. Given Boss He's suggestion, he decided to undertake it as well. However, the wiring is substantial, with a speaker needed at every interval, making the hiring of additional personnel essential. This cost will be included in the project budget, and Zhang Chu does not mind at all. It would not be cost-effective to maintain a few dedicated construction workers, as projects here are not frequent. Fortunately, finding laborers in this area is relatively easy. Zhang Chu has contacts for several electricians. A simple call in advance to confirm the timing suffices. These individuals have previously collaborated with Zhang Chu, and he is quite satisfied with their work ethic. With the commencement of Boss He's project, Zhang Chu finds himself busier than ever. Su Liang must remain on-site for some time, which leaves Zhang Chu and Huang Yan to manage the store's affairs. In addition to these responsibilities, Zhang Chu must occasionally deliver goods to several companies. Thankfully, he now owns a vehicle. Otherwise, running around and relying on public transport would render him ineffective. I need to hire more people. Despite this, Zhang Chu feels overwhelmed, as if he must split himself in two to manage all the tasks. Unfortunately, his job postings have been up for quite some time without attracting suitable candidates. The individuals seeking work at this time generally possess low educational qualifications, with even vocational school graduates being scarce. Conversely, those with higher education often dismiss the prospect of working in such a small establishment, viewing it as unstable. "Brother, there's a girl here for an interview. Would you like to come and have a look?" As he pondered these matters, Huang Yan called Zhang Chu to inform him of a young woman arriving for an interview. "A girl? Didn't I specify in my job posting that I was only hiring boys? What is a girl doing coming for an interview?" Zhang Chu was perplexed. He preferred hiring males for this role due to the frequent need to travel. He felt uneasy about hiring a girl, especially considering the area's safety concerns. "Brother, you should come take a look. I think she's quite impressive. She is a university graduate with a degree in computer science and seems quite capable." Huang Yan remained persistent, advocating for the candidate despite Zhang Chu's reservations, which left him feeling somewhat confused. Until now, matters regarding the store had always been under his sole discretion. Both Huang Yan and Su Liang typically followed his directives without voicing differing opinions. "Would you mind waiting for her in the store? I'll return shortly to take a look." Zhang Chu had been struggling to find a suitable candidate and was now contemplating whether to relax his standards. Upon hearing Huang Yan's remarks, he resolved to investigate the situation of the young woman. Zhang Chu had faith that his sister would not engage in any unreasonable behavior. The girl must possess certain qualities that appealed to her, prompting her to consult him. Chapter 56. Ma Xiaoyan. Ma Xiaoyan, is it? Are you adept at assembling computers? Upon arriving at the store, Zhang Chu encountered the girl Huang Yan had mentioned. She appeared to be a demure and attractive young woman with a commendable physique. Zhang Chu cleared his throat, reminding himself to refrain from inappropriate glances. He was no longer the socially awkward individual he once was. Now, he was a shop owner. How could a proprietor gaze upon a woman and immediately focus on her physique? Ma Xiaoyan was indeed the name of the girl before him. A graduate of a prestigious university in the south, Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It was quite remarkable that she sought employment at his humble establishment. Zhang Chu scrutinized her credentials multiple times, though he was not particularly skilled at assessing their authenticity. Indeed, she just assisted me in assembling a machine, displaying remarkable proficiency. Before Ma Xiaoyan could speak, Huang Yan interjected, providing a commendation for her. Zhang Chu shot a sharp glance at Huang Yan, who quickly retracted her presence. Wary of interrupting the interview, "I have had some exposure to computer hardware during my studies, as I majored in computer science. Besides software, I have also paid attention to hardware and possess some knowledge of networking." Ma Xiaoyan offered a grateful smile to Huang Yan, responding calmly. "Well, I am curious. With your qualifications, securing a better position should not be challenging, correct? This is merely a computer shop, and there is another computer market nearby. I find it perplexing that you would choose to interview here. Zhang Chu voiced his suspicions regarding her decision to apply for a job at his store. I inquired at the computer market, but their wages are not as high as yours, and they do not provide meals or accommodation. I am currently short on funds and urgently need employment. Ma Xiaoyan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of melancholy. Yet, Zhang Chu remained unmoved by her explanation. Her rationale placed him in a difficult position. If Ma Xiaoyan's credentials were genuine, coupled with her skills in assembling computers, networking, and software, he indeed had a need for someone of her caliber. However, he was seeking an individual who could commit long-term. Ma Xiaoyan's current predicament stemmed from her financial struggles and lack of housing, leading her to seek work at his establishment. Once she secured some funds, it was likely she would depart, complicating Zhang Chu's decision further. How much do you need to return home? After pondering, Zhang Chu chose to shift the conversation away from the interview and inquired about Ma Xiaoyan's situation. In this era, devoid of the advanced information networks of the future, encountering financial hardship could render life exceedingly difficult. Zhang Chu had experienced this in his past life, and he understood. He chose not to pry into the reasons behind Ma Xiaoyan's current state. He could discern from Ma Xiaoyan's expression that her current situation was undoubtedly dire. For a young woman to encounter such circumstances is often more challenging than it is for a man, especially given the already precarious security environment. Regardless of whether she was genuinely in distress, Zhang Chu felt compelled to offer her some fare to return home. Even if he were to be deceived, the amount was negligible, and he could afford such a loss. As for the job opportunity, he honestly did not desire Ma Xiaoyan as an employee. Her identification was authentic, and she was 2 years his senior. Hailing from Hunan province as well, her hometown lay to the west, somewhat distant from Zhang Chu's own. May I inquire why I am not being considered? Ma Xiaoyan, not lacking in intelligence, grasped the implication of his words and timidly posed the question. Do you understand why I am only hiring one person and thus making things difficult? Zhang Chu responded with a smile, noticing her confusion. He continued, proficiency in both hardware and software is essential, as that is the core of my business. Additionally, I value loyalty in my employees. You possess both the skills and credentials. However, I fear you might find my establishment too limited, and consequently, you may not remain for long. At that moment, He Shui returned with groceries. Having the day off, Su Li typically visited infrequently, only coming around during holidays. After hearing Zhang Chu's remarks, He Shui furrowed her brow but remained silent. Conversely, Ma Xiaoyan seemed to regain her composure and replied, people strive for higher ground, while water flows downward. The duration an employee stays depends on the owner's capabilities and compensation. How long I can work here should ultimately be determined by you, the owner. Her words held significant merit, causing Zhang Chu to feel a subtle tremor within. Although he had undergone considerable change through his own efforts, he still lacked a clear vision for his future, merely navigating one step at a time. More often than not, he did not perceive himself through the lens of a business owner, nor did he regard his career and interpersonal relationships from that perspective. The ability of a boss to retain employees indeed hinges on the boss's qualities, as most employees prefer stability and are disinclined to jump from one job to another. Zhang Chu furrowed his brow and then looked up at Ma Xiaoyan. It was remarkable that she maintained such composure and clarity of thought in her current predicament. How had she ended up in this state? Forgive my boldness, but may I ask how you came to be in your present condition? Your current demeanor does not suggest how you could have arrived at this point. This young woman, freshly graduated, exuded a commanding presence. Given the right opportunities, she would undoubtedly be a formidable figure. Frankly, Zhang Chu could not fathom how someone like her had arrived at such a juncture. There is nothing that cannot be spoken of. For me, the past is merely a bygone chapter. I merely made the sort of mistakes that any young girl might, placing trust in someone who was unworthy of it. Ma Xiaoyan's expression remained inscrutable, as if recounting events that had not transpired in her life, embodying the essence of a heart rendered desolate. Please, take a seat. I shall be right back. I need to use the restroom. As Zhang Chu gazed at the girl before him, he felt an increasing headache. The qualities she exhibited were truly remarkable. Perhaps with such an individual assisting him, his career could ascend to a new level. If it weren't for the circumstances of his rebirth, he wouldn't even measure up to half of her potential. Should he retain Ma Xiaoyan? Zhang Chu found himself increasingly conflicted. He preferred to keep matters within his control. Yet it was evident that Ma Xiaoyan was not someone he could easily manage. His initial intention was merely to recruit some minor talents, but unexpectedly, he had caught a significant fish, which had completely exceeded his expectations. Now he understood why Zhang Yan had specifically called him back to interview Ma Xiaoyan. "What do you think of Ma Xiaoyan?" Shui gently inquired as she noticed Zhang Chu's arrival in the restroom and kitchen area. "Too outstanding. I feel my temple is rather small," Zhang Chu replied with a wry smile. He harbored no grand ambitions. He merely wished to earn enough to live without the constant worry of financial strain. "Did you decide to keep her?" "No, I'm uncertain if I should. She was in a difficult situation, or she wouldn't have come to interview here." Zhang Chu shook his head, genuinely unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 57. The new employee, I believe you should retain her, regardless of how long she may stay. If you keep her now, she will surely remember your kindness. In the future, should she succeed, it might foster a beneficial relationship for you, which can only be advantageous. Let me think it over. Shui's words redirected Zhang Chu's thoughts. Perhaps there was merit in her perspective. He excused himself to resolve a personal matter in the restroom before returning to the office. "You have nowhere to stay?" "No. In fact, I spent a night sleeping in the park." Zhang Chu's shift in attitude brought a flicker of hope to Ma Xiaoyan, whose body finally relaxed, revealing that she was not as composed as she had appeared. Convincing Zhang Chu to hire her was likely a significant challenge. Finding employment in this era was far from the ease it once was. It was not uncommon for individuals to find themselves sleeping in parks or stations. Zhang Chu had experienced this in a past life and understood the profound sense of abandonment it instilled, rendering one particularly vulnerable in a foreign land. The unfortunate might encounter even worse misfortunes in the park. The experience was deeply unsettling. "All right, you have persuaded me. Congratulations. You may bring your belongings and stay with Huang Yan. There is an attic upstairs. Meals will be provided at the company, but you are the last employee to receive this benefit. Future hires will not have meals or accommodation included." Zhang Chu spread his hands, a look of helplessness crossing his face. "Consider it a stroke of good fortune. It seems unlikely that I can accommodate such a significant talent." "Thank you, boss," Ma Xiaoyan replied, bowing deeply. For someone who had reached a dead end, this job was undoubtedly a timely assistance, especially with meals and lodging provided, alleviating all her concerns. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Allow me to elucidate the situation. This establishment operates as a familial workshop. Huang Yan is my sister, overseeing the shop while also engaging in some assembly work. Upon observing Ma Xiaoyan's reaction, Zhang Chu waved his hand dismissively. He was not one for unnecessary formalities, especially since Ma Xiaoyan was his senior by several years. "Another acquaintance, Su Liang, is my classmate, currently engaged in external construction projects. The young lady preparing meals in the kitchen is my girlfriend, employed at this factory, and you are already acquainted with her. Presently, our company's scope of business is rather intricate and expansive, as we have only recently commenced operations. We handle all computer and peripheral equipment, in addition to a self-developed retail point-of-sale system. Su Liang is currently involved in the implementation of this system, along with a security broadcast system for shopping malls in Hongli. This marks our inaugural project, and should it yield favorable results, we anticipate a significant influx of clientele in the future. Moreover, we are currently supplying hardware and consumables to nearly 10 factories, which ensures a steady monthly revenue stream." Zhang Chu provided Ma Xiaoyan with a brief overview of his shop, which is notably more substantial than most outlets in the computer market. After sharing this information, Zhang Chu inquired about Ma Xiaoyan's programming skills. "Occasionally, we undertake custom data interface projects for clients. Furthermore, as the cash register software is of our own design, it may require modifications later on." "Fairly competent," she replied. "During university, I developed a structural mixing system for a concrete mixing station, and the client found it satisfactory." Ma Xiaoyan's response surprised Zhang Chu pleasantly, though there was no immediate urgency to delve further into such matters. Having recently completed her interview, she had ample time ahead. "Where is your luggage? Let us get it moved and settled so we can have lunch together." "My luggage has already been moved. I've kept it with me at all times," Ma Xiaoyan replied, indicating there was no suitable place to store it, thus necessitating that she carry it with her. "Very well, go greet Huang Yan. You two will be sharing a room from now on." Zhang Chu instructed Ma Xiaoyan to take care of her belongings, considering today her official start date. With the addition of another person, Zhang Chu found his responsibilities considerably alleviated. Ma Xiaoyan's dual expertise in hardware and development rendered her even more valuable than Su Liang. However, her salary remained the same as Su Liang's, 600, inclusive of meals and accommodation, with commissions for completed orders and implementations. Zhang Chu refrained from disclosing the commission rates, as she would discover them upon receiving her salary. At Zhang Chu's establishment, there was no custom of withholding a month's salary. Typically, wages for the previous month were disbursed within the first few days of the new month. There was no fixed schedule. Both Su Liang and Huang Yan followed this practice. As the workforce expands, Zhang Chu may need to consider establishing a consistent pay schedule to ensure employee peace of mind. Finally, a female colleague has been recruited. Otherwise, I would have been the sole woman in this shop, which would have been quite dull. Sister Shui only visits on weekends or during holidays, seldom appearing during the week. Zhang Yan was particularly delighted by Ma Xiaoyan's arrival, likely perceiving it as an opportunity to find companionship. In the future, when you venture out to purchase items for girls, it would be preferable to have someone accompany you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu could not help but smile wryly, realizing that her earnest request for him to keep Ma Xiaoyan around seemed akin to finding a companion for herself. After sharing a meal at noon, and since Ma Xiaoyan had little to pack, Zhang Chu took her along for a run to Hengli, without pausing for respite. As they arrived, they stumbled upon Su Liang, who was entertaining several girls with drinks, including Su Liang's wife from a past life. The girl bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Chu's memories, easily recognizable due to her height. Indeed, Zhang Chu observed Su Liang jovially amusing the girls, an involuntary smile tugging at his lips. This fellow had returned to his former romantic pursuits. The whims of fate are truly remarkable. Su Liang, what are you doing? ISNT at working hours? You're slacking off and flirting. I'll deduct your wages. Unable to resist teasing his friend, Zhang Chu rolled down the car window and shouted at Su Liang. Someone is calling you. Su Liang, caught up in his revelry, failed to hear Zhang Chu's words. It was only when his former wife nudged him, indicating someone was searching for him, that he turned around. It's break time. I just finished lunch. Are you trying to make me work during my break? Upon recognizing Zhang Chu, he displayed no hint of embarrassment, replying with a serious demeanor. It seemed his audacity had been honed. Didn't you come by this morning? Why are you here again this afternoon? Unlike Zhang Chu, Su Liang understood the jest behind his friend's words. Yet, he still greeted the girls before approaching Zhang Chu. I just recruited a new colleague and brought her to see the site. She will be working in this area as well. Zhang Chu gestured towards Ma Xiaoyan in the car, introducing her to Su Liang. This is Ma Xiaoyan, the new colleague I brought on this morning. And this is Su Liang. Chapter 58. Software Implementation. Hello. Su Liang, upon noticing a girl in the car, exhibited a look of curiosity as he greeted Ma Xiaoyan, puzzled by Zhang Chu's decision to bring a girl into their midst. However, he maintained his composure, waiting until Ma Xiaoyan was out of sight before seizing the opportunity to inquire. Why did you hire a girl? Many tasks here are not suitable for women, are they? Surely, you didn't recruit her simply because she is attractive? Zhang Chu, feigning a frown, responded, I initially noticed you were single, so I thought to introduce you to an unmarried female colleague. Little did I know you would be pursuing her at the mall. Observing Su Liang's reaction, Zhang Chu teased him, recalling how he had previously been enamored with Lu Chahua, only to see that interest wane. You're talking nonsense. I merely ran into Yaling and her friends during lunch and invited them for drinks. Su Liang, feeling slightly bashful, scratched the back of his head and confessed. As soon as I opened my mouth, I revealed everything. Ah, you even know her name, Yaling, and you address her so intimately. Was this merely a chance encounter? I presume you treated her to lunch? Su Liang's wife in his past life was named Huang Yaling, and Zhang Chu, without needing further introduction, was already aware of this name. It was astonishing that this fellow, having only been here for a few days, had managed to forge such a connection, prompting Zhang Chu to marvel at the wonders of fate. Oh dear, we were discussing new employees, were we not? Why has the conversation turned to me? Zhang Chu's remark left Su Liang momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he realized that his comments were indeed not on topic. This is about you, after all. You were the one making advances everywhere, and here I was, concerned for your sake. Zhang Chu stifled a laugh, fearing that he might burst out in mirth. Su Liang was a perplexing character. While he wasn't unkind, he certainly didn't embody the traits of a loyal companion. I have not been making advances everywhere. Clearly, there has been no response. That Lu Chahua asks me about you every time we chat. indicating I'm not held in high regard. I cannot simply dangle my hopes on one possibility, Su Liang retorted with an eye roll. Unlike Zhang Chu, who had girls pursuing him, Su Liang had to take the initiative. He had mastered the art of casting a wide net, believing that with enough effort, he would eventually catch the interest of a girl. His endeavors were finally yielding fruit, as Huang Yan evidently harbored some feelings for him. Not only had he learned her name, but he had also acquired her contact information, which greatly uplifted his spirits. What Su Liang did not realize was that the past incarnation of Zhang Chu envied his situation. In matters of the heart, the former Zhang Chu felt he paled in comparison to Su Liang. While Su Liang understood the importance of being proactive, Zhang Chu had always been rather passive in romantic pursuits. When he had mustered the courage to act, the girls he attracted were hardly worth reminiscing about. All right, you make a valid point. I permit you to spend your free time courting girls, but do not neglect your responsibilities. Zhang Chu's words only heightened his amusement, and he struggled to suppress his laughter as he urged Su Liang to focus on his work. His own rebirth had interfered with Su Liang's romantic developments, alleviating Zhang Chu's previously anxious heart. As for what lay ahead, it was uncertain. They would just have to see how it unfolded. Ma Xiaoyan, a graduate in computer science, is someone you must pursue diligently. Do not let her slip past you. After a light-hearted exchange, Zhang Chu provided a brief overview of Ma Xiaoyan's situation, subtly increasing the pressure on Su Liang. This fellow bore some resemblance to the former Zhang Chu in that he required a little pressure to ignite his motivation, as he tended to be somewhat lackadaisical. Progress in the business sector was promising. The wiring for the network and broadcasting systems was nearly complete, with only the installation of speakers and security doors remaining. Zhang Chu planned to oversee this aspect, with Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan following closely behind. He shared some techniques with them regarding the installation process. In truth, the technical demands of these tasks were not particularly high, although they might seem daunting without prior experience. One would soon discover that the installation was quite straightforward after a few attempts. Before Zhang Chu and his team arrived, the shopping mall had already commenced renovations. At this point, the work was nearing completion and the recruitment of staff began. The cash registers for Zhang Chu's team had been set up, and in the evening, they needed to tag all the products, which coincided with the training for the cash register system. This way, once the renovations were finished and the merchandise was in place, the employees would be ready to start their duties. Ma Xiaoyan, having a foundational knowledge, quickly grasped the operation of the cash register system. After several explanations from Zhang Chu and a review of the operational manual, she was able to operate it independently. Consequently, Zhang Chu decided to assign her to the second floor to conduct training for the clothing department. Typically, in the southern regions, supermarkets are often integrated with clothing stores, one on the ground floor and the other on the second, with the owners usually having some connection. Zhang Chu was less familiar with other regions, but this was a common arrangement in the south. It was rare to find standalone clothing stores and supermarkets, although they did exist. After separating the two, Zhang Chu contemplated the possibility of assigning them distinct responsibilities in the future, the supermarket focusing solely on its operations while the clothing department concentrated on its own, thus minimizing conflicts and expediting progress. However, Zhang Chu was uncertain how long Ma Xiaoyan could sustain this arrangement. For now, he decided to proceed as planned. Ma Xiaoyan possessed immense potential, and by recruiting her, Zhang Chu felt he had benefited as well. Xiao Chu, are you coming over this evening? Zhang Chu would also come by when he had the time. Compared to Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan, he had a deeper understanding of the system. His presence was intended to clarify any uncertainties for the two and gather feedback. The quality of software can only be assessed by those who use it. Although these trainees were novices, their insights could prove invaluable for the software's application. On this particular day, as Zhang Chu was observing Su Liang training the employees on the back-end system, he was surprised to see Bossy come to check on the situation. Upon spotting Zhang Chu, Bossy greeted him. I came to see if they are encountering any issues. Are you here this evening as well? In response, Zhang Chu smiled and explained, it's unavoidable. We are preparing for the grand opening. I am spending most of my time here, eagerly awaiting the launch. Come, let us go to my office for some tea. Bossy appeared to be in good spirits, looking quite pleased. Zhang Chu exchanged pleasantries with Su Liang before following Bossy to his office for a chat. Zhang Chu was not naturally inclined toward conversation, nor was he particularly skilled at least not in his previous life, where he could doze off mid-discussion. However, for the sake of his business, he was compelled to learn to engage in dialogue. Occasionally, he would share humorous anecdotes he had learned over time, which helped him navigate the conversation. Please support with recommendations and collections. Today, I present an additional chapter as a token of sincerity. I kindly ask for your recommendations and collections. Although the book's data is not lacking, it has faced stiff competition and has been overshadowed, resulting in lower performance. I appreciate your support in advance. Chapter 59. Printer supplies. Recently, I have heard whispers that shopping malls and supermarkets, due to their concentrated foot traffic, cannot operate as usual for the time being. Otherwise, I would have planned to establish a store in Gaobu. While conversing with Boss He suddenly expressed his concerns. The rumors from Yangcheng have escalated. I heard that there was a death in Xiangshan, resulting in widespread anxiety throughout the southern regions. Such establishments as malls and supermarkets are profoundly affected by these circumstances. Although the authorities are imposing strict measures, those with the means remain informed about the developments. Indeed, this period is not particularly suitable for opening new malls. However, it is anticipated that things will settle down in due course. This situation cannot be sustained indefinitely. Eventually, the truth will emerge, and then everyone will be aware of the facts, rather than the current chaotic speculations. How the authorities handle the situation is not for Zhang Chu to dictate. His standing is too low, and he is merely recounting the situation based on his past experiences. Once the tumult subsides and calm returns, new venues can be established. Most individuals in these areas are migrant workers, and many factory workers are not preoccupied with such concerns. I concur with your assessment, which is why I wanted to discuss it with you. I am currently negotiating in Gaobu, and once finalized, I plan to proceed after the new year, aiming for an opening on May Day next year. Upon hearing this, Boss He nodded in agreement. He finds Zhang Chu's insights to be quite astute. Although Zhang Chu may not excel in conversation, his words often strike at the heart of the matter, providing refreshing perspectives. The May Day project is still in its early stages, and Zhang Chu does not need to prepare extensively at this point. When Boss He confirms the details, there will be ample time for preparations. After observing Boss He's mall a few times, Zhang Chu has shifted his focus elsewhere, leaving the remaining matters in the capable hands of Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan. At this juncture, the price of memory modules has approached Zhang Chu's target, prompting him to travel to Yangcheng for a meeting with Lu Chahua's brother-in-law regarding a deal on memory modules. With the income from Boss He's mall, along with Su Liang and Huang Yan's savings, Zhang Chu has approximately 1 million in capital. This sum represents his earnings over the past year, including the cost of a van and funds for home renovations. This amount will allow him to acquire a significant quantity of memory modules, enabling him to enjoy a prosperous spring festival at home. He has never experienced such affluence in his previous life. I underestimated you, my friend. You have amassed quite a fortune. Upon returning to the computer market in Yangcheng, the atmosphere has grown increasingly desolate. Apart from those with necessity, others are hesitant to congregate in crowded areas. When Zhang Chu revealed his funds, Lu Chahua's brother-in-law was taken aback, having not anticipated that Zhang Chu could gather such a substantial amount, surpassing his own reserves. This year has been fortunate. I secured several large orders, thus earning some money. Relying solely on the meager business from the store, amassing such wealth is indeed challenging. Zhang Chu smiled and responded, the orders from Mr. Zhou, along with those from Boss He and the miscellaneous earnings from the shop, have enabled me to gather this capital. Otherwise, it would have been unattainable. Lu Chahua's brother-in-law did not inquire in detail about these matters. Instead, he accompanied Zhang Chu to execute the purchase of memory modules. Consequently, Zhang Chu spent a night in Yangcheng. The matter was thus settled, and he reminded Zhang Chu to inform him when the goods were ready for shipment, promising to accompany him on that occasion. After this transaction, Zhang Chu would be able to come on his own in the future. Thank you, brother-in-law. Zhang Chu expressed his gratitude. Once everything was finalized, he treated Lu Chahua's brother-in-law to a meal as a token of appreciation for his assistance. At that moment, the atmosphere felt somewhat desolate, with fewer people traversing the streets than usual. Those ineffectual bureaucrats still believe they can control everything as they did in ancient times. If they had this much energy, they might as well focus more on the welfare of the common folk, Lu Chahua's brother-in-law remarked, observing the street conditions. Zhang Chu, hearing this, could only manage a wry smile, unsure of how to respond. At that time, those in power had yet to recognize the influence of the internet, mistakenly believing that controlling the media meant controlling the narrative. Yet, they failed to comprehend the immense power of the digital realm. Historically, officials have often been ineffectual. Those abroad are not much different. Their primary concern lies in preserving their own positions. Zhang Chu's comments did not spark any notable reaction from Liu Chahua's brother-in-law, prompting him to shift the conversation to other topics. Xiao Chu, with your substantial funds, have you considered venturing into industry or acquiring some assets? Liu Chahua's brother-in-law inquired. I haven't thought about industry, and I'm uncertain about which projects to pursue. However, I am contemplating acquiring property after the new year, perhaps in Dongguan or Pengcheng. Zhang Chu replied. Starting a factory? Liu Chahua's brother-in-law suggested. Zhang Chu felt he lacked suitable projects and expertise in that area, thus he hadn't considered it. The prospect of buying property was already on Zhang Chu's mind. The current real estate prices were astonishingly low compared to future trends, making it an opportune time to invest. Once the computer-related ventures dwindled, he envisioned transforming into a property mogul, safeguarding his assets as an unpredictable wealth, rather than toiling endlessly. I have some friends involved in foreign trade. They are currently interested in printer consumables. Would you be interested? Liu Chahua's brother-in-law regarded Zhang Chu favorably, appreciating his conversational skills, technical ability, and insight. He had a project in mind, but could not manage it alone. Observing Zhang Chu's capacity to invest around $1 million, he contemplated whether Zhang Chu would be interested in collaborating. Printer consumables? Where are they planning to operate? Zhang Chu inquired, intrigued by the potential of this project, which held significant promise at that time. If managed well, it could even evolve into a publicly traded company. They aim to establish operations in Binhai, making foreign trade more feasible, Liu Chahua's brother-in-law revealed, noticing Zhang Chu's apparent interest. Indeed, it is that very location. After Liu Chahua's brother-in-law spoke, Zhang Chu immediately understood. In his previous life, there were indeed numerous companies in Binhai engaged in this line of work, and many of them operated on a grand scale. Is there a specific plan available? May I take a look? However, Zhang Chu remained quite cautious regarding business collaborations, as the risks involved were substantial. He certainly did not wish to see his investments vanish inexplicably. In his former life, Zhang Chu had witnessed many partnerships dissolve into conflict, leading to significant financial losses and even enmity. Chapter 60. The system. Are you optimistic about this? Rather than providing a plan, Liu Chahua's brother-in-law turned the question back to Zhang Chu. He had a favorable view of the project, but was eager to hear another's perspective. If this project possesses the right technology, it could prove promising. After all, those consumables are necessities, and as the proliferation of computers continues, the demand for such products will only increase. Although there are advocates for paperless offices, completely eliminating paper usage will require a considerable amount of time, suggesting that this sector could remain viable for a while. After some contemplation, Zhang Chu organized his thoughts. He refrained from declaring that the project was particularly promising, but acknowledged that with the right technology and funding, entering the market at this time would likely yield profits. Indeed, I also find this appealing. I will send you the proposal via email later. You can take a look then. The two had yet to discuss the memory module issue, which seemed futile at this juncture. Only time would reveal the outcome, and Liu Chahua's brother-in-law could not be certain of the results at present. After dinner, Zhang Chu drove back to Dongguan. The matter of the memory modules would not yield immediate results. He recalled that prices were projected to peak around New Year's Day, before gradually returning to normal levels. He simply needed to make his move before the holiday, as timing would be crucial, and that period would coincide with the approach of the Lunar New Year. Brother, Mr. Zhou's office requires a new printer. Please deliver it today. Upon returning to the store, and before he could settle in, Huang Yan informed Zhang Chu of this development. It was still early enough, as Mr. Zhou's company would not close until 6 in the evening. All right, I will head over now. Mr. Zhou's factory was not far, and after checking the time, Zhang Chu agreed. The printer was not in stock at their store and would be directly sourced from the computer market. While driving to Mr. Zhou's company, Zhang Chu's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Wang Xiaofan's company. This fellow sometimes used the company phone to chat with Zhang Chu, and it seemed he was calling for a reason. Mr. Zhang, what business are you busy with lately? Wang Xiaofan's voice boomed from the other end, carrying a hint of jest. This fellow had taken to calling Zhang Chu Mr. Zhang, making it seem as though Zhang Chu were a substantial boss. What business could I be busy with? I'm just about to deliver goods to a client. Does Mr. Wang have any instructions? Zhang Chu replied with a smile, their relationship allowing for a casual exchange devoid of excessive formalities. Isn't the weekend approaching? Yangming has long been eager to accompany you to fish at Songshan Lake, and Lu Wei will join as well. Do you have time? It is this weekend. I will see. I cannot confirm now as I have a task at hand, but I will inform you by Saturday afternoon if it is feasible. Zhang Chu's schedule is indeed uncertain. On Saturday, Boss He's Mall will open, and he will be rather occupied. If all goes well, Ma Xiaoyan will return on Sunday, allowing Su Liang to oversee matters in her absence. Once Ma Xiaoyan returns to the shop, Zhang Chu's responsibilities will lighten considerably. Moreover, his delivery clients will all be resting on Sunday, relieving him from deliveries. Understood. However, have you prepared your fishing rod? I do not possess one, and Yangming has only a single rod, while it appears Lu Wei does not have one either. Zhang Chu is well aware of the situation. When it gets busy, time becomes unpredictable, unlike those who work fixed hours. I also lack a fishing rod, but I can purchase a few when the time comes. Zhang Chu replied that he has never had a moment's respite, hence no time to buy a rod. Nevertheless, he could acquire a few to keep for future outings. Well then, let's tentatively agree on this. Remember to call on Saturday. Earning money is indeed important, but one must also indulge in leisure. A balance between work and relaxation is essential. Wang Xiaofan, on the other end of the line, shouted emphatically, prompting Zhang Chu to chuckle. Among them, Wang Xiaofan is the most diligent. Presently, he is employed by another, which explains his fervor. Once he embarks on his own venture, he will work even harder than anyone else. His health has deteriorated for this very reason. After turning 35, various issues began to arise. Got it, General Manager Wang. Health is the capital for revolution. I will be mindful, and you should look after yourself as well. I have arrived at the client's location. I must end our conversation. The two engaged in casual banter for a while, and at that moment, the vehicle arrived at Mr. Zhou's company. Zhang Chu ended the call and proceeded to carry the printer toward Mr. Zhou's office. Why has Xiao Chu come by himself today? As Zhang Chu entered, he coincidentally encountered Mr. Zhou exiting. He greeted Mr. Zhou, who curiously inquired. Recently, we have been installing a cash register anti-theft system for a mall, and several of our team have been dispatched there. Only one remained to oversee the shop, which is why I came alone, Zhang Chu replied with a smile. Oh, are you heading out? Mr. Zhou acknowledged Zhang Chu before departing. A person of his stature is even busier than Zhang Chu, leaving little time for idle chatter. After delivering the printer, Zhang Chu engaged in casual conversation with the personnel present. The installation of the printer does not require his input, as there is a dedicated team for that task. Alas, we are swamped lately. The company is implementing a new system, and our department is bearing the brunt of it. Every division must coordinate and communicate. Has your company begun system implementation? Which system are you using? Upon hearing the complaints from the departmental head, Zhang Chu inquired with curiosity. He was not particularly interested, merely intrigued. The system at Mr. Zhou's company has little to do with Zhang Chu, and he cannot influence it. However, it seems that there are not many systems available domestically at the moment, and Zhang Chu was curious about which system Mr. Zhou's company had adopted. Having expended over $1 million, one finds the situation rather cumbersome. The manager in charge has a decent rapport with Zhang Chu. Upon heeding Zhang Chu's advice, he returned. Oh, can the foreign system adapt to our environment? Zhang Chu is aware, yet has had limited exposure to it. Similarly, Zhang Chu himself has not engaged deeply with it, hence lacks comprehensive understanding. The situation is far from ideal, riddled with numerous issues that necessitate coordination. Otherwise, we would not be as overwhelmed as we are now. After listening to Zhang Chu, the supervisor shook his head. Furthermore, due to this system, the company has recruited a separate department manager, specifically to oversee the system, thereby diminishing the authority of the main official significantly. Initially, the company intended to utilize Tianxin, which I felt would suit us better. However, it was ultimately rejected by the headquarters and replaced. Zhang Chu has encountered Tianxin. This company hails from Taiwan and is a venerable name in the system industry, still holding some renown in the southern regions, albeit its reputation seems to have waned over time. Of course, this is within the scope of Zhang Chu's experience. Nevertheless, this company's standing pales in comparison to King Di and Yanyu. When many in the country reference them, they often say, Southern King Di, Northern Yanyu. Both are publicly traded companies that originated from financial software and later diversified into other areas. They appear to be more attuned to the domestic environment than other systems. Chapter 61. Sweetness Yet. This is merely talk. Zhang Chu believes that the preceding series of these two systems primarily comprises standardized modules. Aside from the finance specialty, other modules seem somewhat lacking. Although they appear universally applicable, the practical application often falls short, failing to fully meet specific needs to achieve closer alignment. One must resort to secondary development. Consequently, specialized industry systems have emerged, such as Zhang Chu's cash register system and others tailored to different sectors. These systems cater to specific clientele and closely align with particular industry applications. While they may not achieve vast scale, they possess a unique survival strategy. However, for these industry systems, the financial module remains their Achilles heel. Naturally, they do not possess the robustness of those two mainstream systems, nor do they exhibit the same level of professionalism. Zhang Chu is well acquainted with the industry. In his previous life, he implemented an industry system, and upon his rebirth, the company he joined employed another industry-specific system. Both of these systems share a common attribute. Their structure differs from that of the two mainstream systems. Such structures allow for convenient modifications, enabling changes to be made within the framework's permissible limits to meet client needs. Thus, in certain sectors, these industry systems are, in fact, more widely utilized than the two standardized systems, as they are more aligned with client-specific requirements. Nonetheless, given the vastness of the domestic market and the proliferation of computing technology, there is ample opportunity for all to partake in this lucrative sector. In a broad context, these industry systems naturally cannot rival the two giants. After conversing with the supervisor, Zhang Chu prepared to take his leave. In regards to the system, Zhang Chu lacks sufficient expertise, thus refraining from making any evaluations. The manager responsible for the system, who is also named Zhang Chu, has remained elusive, making it difficult for the two to meet. Consequently, Zhang Chu has not made an effort to greet him. As a mere supplier of computer peripherals, he would only exchange pleasantries if they crossed paths. However, in the absence of such an encounter, he finds no necessity to seek out the new manager. Zhang Chu's business relies on the connections he has with Zhou, and as long as Zhou is present and there are no significant issues with Zhang Chu's supplies or unreasonable pricing, he will continue to secure his contracts. As the end of the workday approached, Zhang Chu called He Shui at her dormitory, learning that she would not be working overtime that evening. He intended to pick her up for dinner at the store before taking her to her training class. With her impending exams, she had been dedicating more time to her studies. "How is your factory doing?" "Busy." Upon arriving at the factory entrance, Zhang Chu found He Shui waiting. He parked in front of her, allowing her to get into the car, and inquired about her workload. "Don't mention it. I've been swamped lately. This situation will likely persist until the spring festival. It's always the busiest time of year, and now there is hardly any time off on weekends. It's all overtime. Taking a leave requires considerable effort on my part," she lamented. Zhang Chu responded, "Why not consider resigning? Working at the factory is not a sustainable long-term plan. It would be wiser to focus on obtaining your certification and then pursue a job aligned with your field of study." He Shui nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Factories lacking technical proficiency would only worsen over time, with diminishing returns. Currently, factories are hiring, but prospective workers must often provide incentives to recruiters or pay fees to agencies for introductions. Yet, in a few years, these factories may face challenges in attracting employees, leading them to offer monetary incentives to motivate staff or agencies to recommend candidates. By 2008, there was a wave of factory closures. Even the Delta Electronics plant ultimately succumbed to the economic pressures, disappearing overnight. "Quit. Who would support me?" He Shui rolled her eyes, though her complaints did not equate to a genuine desire to resign, as the financial implications were too daunting. "Of course, I would support you," Zhang Chu replied without hesitation, confident that his current income could sustain his partner. Although he had yet to achieve great wealth, he had at least reached a modest level of affluence. "You're dreaming." He Shui chuckled, her heart warmed by the sentiment even as she playfully contradicted him, as women often do. "I'll consider it. Perhaps I should wait until I'm fully trained before resigning. You have considerable business expenses, and you work so hard every day. I cannot add to your burdens," she explained, seemingly anxious that Zhang Chu might misunderstand her. Deep down, she did not wish to hinder his efforts, aware of the tireless dedication he put forth. Men can indeed be challenging. Is it not a given that they are expected to earn a living, support their families, and care for their wives? A wife's role is to be beautiful and bear children. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu chuckled and replied, "This is a phrase often uttered by women in later times. Moreover, irrespective of their beauty, many possess such attributes. I do not claim to be stunning, so I prefer to be practical and avoid causing you any trouble. A household is a shared responsibility. It requires the concerted efforts of both partners rather than relying on one person alone. Shui rolled her eyes again. After that night, although their relationship did not deepen further, it had certainly become more profound. Well said. My Shui is indeed impressive. Come here for a kiss as a reward. At that moment, the car had arrived at the shop's entrance. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Zhang Chu parked the car and suddenly leaned in for a surprise kiss. Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan were outside, while Huang Yan was likely busy cooking at that time. How inappropriate. We are in the street. Someone might see us. Shui did not resist, but felt a bit embarrassed, her face flushing after the kiss. This was in public, and others could see them from the car. What is there to fear? Haven't you seen husbands kiss their wives before? This is a perfectly natural occurrence. Observing Shui's rosy cheeks, Zhang Chu felt an indescribable sense of pride. He had never experienced such moments in his previous life. Who is your wife? That will only be the case once I am married to you. Who knows? You might find someone more beautiful and abandon me. You must have faith in yourself. In my heart, you are the most beautiful one, and I would not exchange you for anyone else. They playfully bantered before stepping out of the car and heading towards the shop. By this time, Huang Yan had finished preparing dinner and emerged from the kitchen. Second brother, sister Shui, you're back. Seeing Zhang Chu holding Shui's hand as they entered, Huang Yan greeted them with a smile. She had always been pleased with her second brother being with Shui. Your cooking skills are improving significantly, Yanzi. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate. Upon arriving at the shop, Shui released Zhang Chu's hand and assisted Huang Yan in setting the table for dinner. She was pressed for time, needing to hurry to her class after the meal. Although Zhang Chu's car made transportation convenient, and a slight delay would not pose much of a problem, Shui still preferred to arrive punctually. This had always been her approach. Unless it was an urgent matter, she would not neglect her classes. Chapter 62. Selling the building. Mr. Zhang, how is business lately? After dropping Shui off for her class, Zhang Chu returned to the shop. He knew that Shui would not finish her class until around 9 in the evening, so he would come back to pick her up later. As soon as he returned, a call from Lu Wei came through. As usual, Mr. Lu, what instructions do you have? To his surprise, Lu Wei was now addressing him in the same manner as Wang Xiaofan, prompting Zhang Chu to chuckle in response. It was easier to relate when younger people were more casual. Isn't this regarding our company's data interface? I was wondering when you might come over to provide your guidance. Lu Wei replied with a laugh, mentioning that Yang Ming had called him, having discussed matters pertaining to the data interface. Zhang Chu's efficiency and the resulting product were met with great satisfaction. This fellow seems quite restless. The situation within their company is somewhat akin to that of Yang Ming Company. However, the pricing is not as strictly regulated, leaving ample room for negotiation. After a brief discussion, Lu Wei invited Zhang Chu to visit their company the following Monday to solidify the arrangements. Regarding hardware procurement, Lu Wei expressed that there was no need for further discussion, as he could make those decisions independently. Next month, he would procure goods from Zhang Chu, with deliveries made as required. Following this conversation, Lu Wei broached the topic of fishing together, yet Zhang Chu's response mirrored that of Wang Xiaofan's. He was unable to confirm a time. Xiao Chu, are you heading out tonight? Just after concluding his call with Lu Wei, a few enforcement officers entered Zhang Chu's shop, startling Huang Yan, who was watching television at the entrance. At that moment, a girl from the countryside, having a natural apprehension towards such individuals, felt reluctant to engage with them. Not yet. The two individuals below are still with the client. Why is the landlord visiting me today? Zhang Chu recognized the visitor as his current landlord, who had received a box of mooncakes from him during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Although the landlord may not have valued the gesture, Zhang Chu still offered it. The landlord is a decent person who has assisted Zhang Chu in the past. Yet he rarely visits, especially now that Zhang Chu pays his rent directly to him each month. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Chu wondered what the landlord intended. I just finished work and happened to pass by your place, so I came to check in with my colleagues. The landlord did not engage in pleasantries, heading straight to the office, with his colleagues following suit. At that moment, Zhang Yan felt relieved. It was not an inspection after all. Hey Xiao Chu, this tea is quite delightful. Where did you purchase it? The tea was the mountain tea Zhang Chu had brought from home. Previously, Boss Zhong had complimented it, and now another connoisseur had made a similar remark. Zhang Chu, who lacked knowledge in this area, perceived all tea as relatively similar in taste. This tea isn't available for purchase around here. It's from my family's mountain tea. We seldom sell it. We usually brew it for our own enjoyment. When I last visited home, I brought some back, but I don't drink it often. Zhang Chu had only a small jar left, as he typically reserved it for guests, who were few and far between. I had assumed it was commercially produced tea. The tea available outside seems quite inferior in comparison. The landlord chuckled, revealing his own fondness for tea. Eschewing smoking and drinking alcohol, his interest lay solely in tea appreciation. I came today primarily to inform you that I plan to sell the property, which means you may need to seek an alternative office space. What? You intend to sell? This news came as a shock to Zhang Chu, who had not kept up with the developments concerning the shop. He had not anticipated the landlord's decision to sell, leaving him unprepared. This place, offering both quality and affordability, would be difficult for him to part with. I will soon resign from my public office, as my family intends to relocate to Canada before the new year. A relative of mine is doing quite well there, and the younger members of our family are also planning to move. In addition to selling this old house, we will also be putting our current new home on the market. We will clear out all belongings here, converting what we can into cash, as they will no longer serve any purpose. The landlord seems quite at ease with a few individuals nearby and has candidly shared the reasons for selling his property. He is intent on selling everything here before his departure. Zhang Chu hesitated for a moment after hearing this. The current housing prices are astonishingly low, almost to the point of disbelief, especially for properties in this town, despite its central location. What? Are you interested? The landlord inquired with a smile upon noticing Zhang Chu's reaction. I mainly wish to avoid relocating, but your place is rather spacious. I will need to assess the situation further before confirming whether I can purchase it, Zhang Chu replied straightforwardly. The building comprises 4 commercial units and is 4.5 stories tall. Even at this time of low prices, acquiring the entire building would still require a substantial sum. Zhang Chu and his associates occupy 2 of the units, while the other 2 are leased to others, with rents slightly higher than theirs, one at 500 and the other at 600. The second, third, and fourth floors are rented out, currently housing a group of young women employed in the hotel industry. The first floor generates a monthly rental income of 1,000, totaling 3,000 for the third floor alone. Monthly, the rental income amounts to 5,000 to 6,000, translating to an annual revenue of 50,000 to 60,000. Zhang Chu estimates that the sale price of this property could exceed 1 million. I see. I will consult with my wife about this, as she is managing the matter and will determine the course of action, Zhang Chu said. The landlord pondered for a moment before refraining from pursuing the topic further. For him, it mattered little to whom he sold the property, as long as the transaction was completed. However, since his colleagues are also in the area, he felt it inappropriate to discuss pricing directly with Zhang Chu and instructed him to await further updates. As the landlord departed, he took the time to introduce Zhang Chu to a few of his colleagues, assuring him that if any minor issues arose in Chongping while he was away, they could be approached for assistance. Zhang Chu expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the landlord, regardless of whether he would require any favors in the future. The introduction was a significant courtesy. In the world of business, unforeseen challenges inevitably arise. It is beneficial to be acquainted with a few influential individuals, especially in smaller locales where they still command a degree of respect. The landlord's intention to sell his property has left Zhang Chu feeling somewhat conflicted, uncertain of the urgency behind the sale or whether a buyer has already been found. The landlord's mention of consulting his wife likely serves as an excuse. He may feel uncomfortable discussing pricing in front of others. Zhang Chu can only hope to find an opportune moment to inquire further. At this juncture, the memory cards Zhang Chu purchased have begun to appreciate in value, yet they have not reached his ideal price point. Thus, he hopes the landlord can afford to wait a little longer, ideally until after the new year. Otherwise, Zhang Chu may only manage a modest profit, perhaps just enough to cover the cost of the building. The current value of the property remains inconspicuous, but it is anticipated to appreciate significantly in the coming years. Zhang Chu recalled that after 2008, the town center would commence renovations, leading to the demolition of all the old houses in the area, eventually giving rise to a new residential complex. By that time, property prices had escalated significantly, and he found himself unable to estimate the value of a single building. Ideally, he wished to manage on his own, but if that proved impossible, he would have to seek alternative accommodations. Fortunately, his current reliance on storefronts was not overly burdensome. Otherwise, a disruption of this magnitude would necessitate a complete restart. Chapter 63. Musing's brother, Why did the landlord come over so late at night? Huang Yan inquired after the landlord departed. It was her first encounter with the landlord since she had been in the area for quite some time. Nothing in particular. Just came over for a chat, Zhang Chu replied. He preferred to keep the matter of purchasing the building to himself for the moment. There was no need to share until the deal was finalized. Otherwise, if he mentioned it prematurely and then failed to acquire the property, it would be quite embarrassing. Please pull down the shop's rolling shutter. I need to go deliver water to their factory and will return later, he said, glancing at the time. Aware that Shui's class would soon conclude. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Huang Yan, he drove off to pick her up. During this period, Zhang Chu felt a sense of admiration for himself. He and Shui had yet to fully intertwine their lives. They were still a crucial step away from that union, and he managed to restrain himself, which he deemed remarkable. In his past life, he would have likely succumbed to temptation long ago. His previous relationships often began with intimacy, regardless of the setting, as it seemed commonplace for the women he encountered. For them, such encounters were trivial, as they derived pleasure from the experience. However, discussions of marriage were a different matter altogether. Without a car or a home, there was no possibility. Perhaps due to the myriad experiences of his past life, Zhang Chu no longer felt an urgent desire for such physical connections. Instead, he valued the emotional bond they shared. The notion of claiming someone merely through intimacy was far from his thoughts. Moreover, such a mindset would eventually lose its appeal, as physical intimacy became increasingly casual in the future. After all, even if one were to father a child with a woman, the inevitable separations would still occur. Zhang Chu found himself busy, often unable to align their schedules. He envisioned a moment where, in a fitting setting, they could engage in profound discussions. Such conversations could take place in various locations: a car, a small park, or even the quaint loft where he resided. In his previous life, he had indulged in such escapades with other women, yet that was not the outcome he desired now. Hence, he adhered to certain principles. A man who has experienced numerous relationships can grow weary, especially when those connections lack a sense of belonging. At a certain age, witnessing peers settling down with families often evokes a feeling of abandonment by the world. It is at this juncture that the longing to marry someone who offers recognition and stability intensifies, compelling one to conclude a transient lifestyle. Zhang Chu, upon his rebirth, found himself in such a state of mind. Upon his rebirth, Shui appeared before Zhang Chu at a particularly pivotal moment in his life, prompting him to cherish their time together immensely. Will you be working overtime this weekend? He inquired, recalling that Wang Xiaofan and the others had planned a fishing trip to Songshan Lake on Sunday. As he escorted Shui back to the factory, the thought of Wang Xiaofan's invitation resurfaced in his mind. We will indeed be working overtime. I mentioned it to you previously. From now until the spring festival, we must adhere to this schedule. I've only taken a few evenings off from work, and even then, there were complaints. Upon hearing this, Shui furrowed her brow, her eyes conveying a hint of regret, as their schedules seemed perpetually misaligned. I'll need to take another day off soon for an exam, so I must remain diligent at work. Otherwise, I may struggle to secure time off later. I'm sorry, but I cannot accompany you fishing. You certainly deserve a proper rest. Do not overexert yourself. Yes, I'll manage on my own. It has been quite some time since I had a genuine break, and this could be a perfect opportunity to unwind. Perhaps fishing will even lead to a successful catch. Zhang Chu then recalled that Shui had mentioned this before, though he had let it slip from his memory. Due to the inclement weather, they did not stroll along the couple's path that evening. In the southern region, the chill of December was just beginning to settle in, and Zhang Chu was still clad in a short-sleeved shirt, while most others had already donned their jackets. Sometimes, he pondered the advantages of youth. With boundless energy and vitality at his disposal, upon reaching the age of 40, one begins to feel the constraints of both stamina and vigor. Late nights and strenuous tasks become increasingly arduous. In such moments, he envied those who maintained robust health, especially the successful individuals surrounded by admirers and companions. Outside, the neon lights flickered incessantly, and the bustling crowds hurried past, each preoccupied with their own livelihoods. Yet, at that moment, none of them realized that a powerful tide was sweeping over them. With the advent of the digital age, a select few had adeptly navigated the shifting landscape of the internet, emerging as the vanguard of a new generation, steering society toward uncharted territories. Had he not experienced this rebirth, Zhang Chu would have remained a mere droplet lost in the overwhelming tide, vanishing without a trace. Now, He aspired not merely to be a part of the tide, but rather to emerge as a singular wave, splashing forth his most triumphant moment in the vast ocean of this era. For Zhang Chu, achieving that moment of success was not insurmountable. He merely sought to live a life slightly better than those around him, and that was sufficient. The following day, Zhang Chu ventured to Hungli to assess the progress on site. With the opening set for tomorrow, it was time to verify the state of his endeavors. How are your implementations progressing? Any issues? Upon arrival, Zhang Chu first inspected the layout of the supermarket and clothing store equipment. During lunchtime, he invited Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan to join him for a meal, where he inquired about their advancements. The operations and the system should pose no issues, yet I am uncertain about the number of customers we may receive tomorrow. If the crowd is substantial, I fear unforeseen complications may arise. The cashiers are all novices. Should any mishap occur, they might become quite flustered. Su Liang appears to be pondering whether he has any concerns, while Ma Xiaoyan articulates her apprehensions clearly. She seems to react far more swiftly than Su Liang, pinpointing the crux of the matter. I shall discuss this with General Manager He shortly, urging him to prepare for contingencies. We could relocate 2 back-end machines to the front, and we have also prepared an extra 2 sets of network cables. Zhang Chu nodded in agreement, as he had anticipated this issue long ago. During the initial wiring phase, he had insisted on additional sets for emergencies. It is likely that Mr. He himself remains unaware that, despite the timing being somewhat problematic, his mall's opening tomorrow will still unfold as a grand spectacle. The success of this trial operation has accelerated the expansion of the supermarket and catalyzed a rapid flourishing of the entire Dongguan mall scene. Had it not been for certain circumstances that tempered the market during 2003 and 2004, providing favorable conditions for Mr. He and his associates, they might have found prime locations already claimed by others by the time they were ready to establish their malls. Mr. He and his team were fortunate. The prevailing conditions deterred competitors from entering the market, allowing them to digest their initial openings, accumulate capital, and gain management experience. Once the market conditions improved in 2003, they swiftly seized the opportunity to establish dozens of venues in Dongguan before others could react, rapidly elevating themselves to a leading chain in the region. Chapter 64. Fortune for many, luck plays a crucial role. Though teachers and experts may have taught us in our youth that luck is a mere illusion, upon reaching a certain age, one cannot help but recognize its omnipresence. Numerous individuals toil for a lifetime without reaping any rewards, while a select few leap forward effortlessly, landing fortuitously upon a gold mine. With just one bound, they surpass others who have labored for decades. Even more astonishingly, some need not leap at all. They may simply lie in bed and find themselves unexpectedly favored by fortune, becoming instant beneficiaries of luck. The success literature proliferating online and in various publications often showcases individuals boasting about their secrets to success. Yet, these accounts are best regarded as mere distractions rather than credible guides. The notion of becoming a billionaire is similarly elusive. One can never truly replicate another's success. When you find yourself unsuccessful, they will attribute it to a lack of effort on your part. In reality, they have not exerted more effort than you. And the elements you lack, such as their background, networks, and luck, are seldom disclosed. Mr. He's success exemplifies this principle. Zhang Chu recalls having read about him in a report during his previous life in Dongguan, where he was recognized as a prominent figure in the realm of chain enterprises. However, had it not been for the current favorable conditions, even if he had opened 2 successful malls, others would have inevitably followed suit, hindering his growth. Certainly, this reflects Zhang Chu's personal perspective. He is not an expert. His insights are merely the reflections of his experiences over several decades in his past life, and thus cannot be deemed authoritative. I seem to have no significant issues on my end. Training them in operations has proceeded quite smoothly. The remaining matters will only reveal themselves when we officially open. Su Liang pondered for a while and concluded that there seemed to be nothing he needed to be particularly cautious about, replying with a simple remark. Indeed, we shall observe the specific circumstances tomorrow. There is no need for you to feel overly anxious. The daytime should be considerably better, as there will be an acclimatization period. The peak will occur tomorrow night and the night after. Noticing the slight tension in the two, Zhang Chu responded with a smile, seeking to alleviate their self-imposed pressure, which was entirely unnecessary. He had faith that his software would hold up. Once they navigated through tomorrow night, the following day would pose little concern. At that point, Ma Xiaoyan could return to the store, and the night after, she could join me again. After their meal, Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan sought a place to rest, as they would continue to monitor the situation later that afternoon. Zhang Chu, however, had no respite, as he needed to converse with Boss He. Xiao Chu, is your system going to be all right tomorrow? Will it manage? Boss He greeted Zhang Chu warmly upon his arrival, having also forwent his lunch break. He was engaging in a light conversation over tea with several managers from the mall, all of whom were concerned about the impending opening. I believe my software will be fine. My current worry lies elsewhere, Zhang Chu replied with a smile. His system had been tested for nearly a decade in his past life and was quite robust, a fact he could confidently assure. What concerns me is that the cashiers are all novices, and during peak times, they may become flustered and make errors. This could lead to delays, which is why I came to discuss this with Boss He. We have considered this as well. We will assign several loss prevention staff to assist at the cash registers. Moreover, all cashiers will work continuously without dividing into morning and evening shifts, a manager explained promptly after Zhang Chu expressed his concerns. This manager had previously worked with Boss Zhong and possessed some experience in this area. That suggestion is indeed acceptable. Additionally, I recommend that you move 2 machines from the back office to serve as backups in the afternoon tomorrow. I fear that if customer traffic is too heavy, the cash registers may become overwhelmed, he continued. This manager's advice was quite astute, had he not suggested it. Zhang Chu had also intended to recommend the same to Boss He. The same precaution applies to the clothing section. We must remain vigilant. When I initially laid out the wiring, I considered how to increase the number of cash registers in case of high customer volume, which is why I installed 2 additional sets of lines. If tomorrow proves to be overwhelmingly busy, we can easily relocate 2 machines from the back office. Is business really expected to be that good? I have set up 10 cash registers, Boss He queried, assessing the mall situation and believing 10 registers to be sufficient. Zhang Chu, however, was prepared with 2 backup sets, feeling that it might be a bit excessive. Boss He, your word alone does not determine this. The reality will unfold during the opening tomorrow and the next day. Better safe than sorry. Those 2 sets of network cables 1T cost much, Zhang Chu chuckled, recognizing that Boss He and his subordinates likely had not anticipated this. Zhang Chu's foresight stemmed merely from what he had learned from Su Liang regarding the circumstances surrounding the opening. I must rely on your auspicious words. If business truly flourishes tomorrow, I shall bestow upon you a generous red envelope. Mr. He, mistaking Zhang Chu's words for congratulations, chuckled and promised Zhang Chu a red envelope. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu merely smiled and refrained from responding. After discussing the arrangements for tomorrow's grand opening with Mr. He and the others, Zhang Chu returned to his vehicle to rest momentarily. Driving around each day had left him somewhat fatigued. He thought it prudent to take a brief nap at noon to avoid drowsiness while driving later, although there were fewer cars on the road at that moment. Zhang Chu could not afford to let his guard down. Hello? Have you fallen asleep? Zhang Chu's phone rang after only a few minutes of dozing. He fumbled in his pocket to retrieve it, not bothering to check the caller's identity, and groggily responded. Xiao Chu. I spoke with my wife last night regarding the property. She mentioned that there's already someone interested. Thus, I suggest you explore other options for now. I wish I had informed you sooner. The call was from the landlord, and it was not good news. Zhang Chu was momentarily taken aback before responding. Has Annie found someone? Have they agreed on a timeline for the transaction? I need to prepare for relocating, which will require some time. Focus on finding a new place. The relocation can wait. Once their agreement is finalized, I will notify you. It's possible that the new tenant may not rush you out, and you might continue renting your current premises. The landlord had not immediately evicted Zhang Chu. His wife's discussions were merely preliminary intentions, and their success was uncertain. He was simply giving Zhang Chu a heads up to prepare. After hanging up, Zhang Chu found himself wide awake, feeling a deep sense of loss over what had been a promising opportunity to earn a living effortlessly. During this period, he needed to scout for suitable new locations. Postponing this task until he received formal notice would likely be too late. He could not rely on the assumption that the new landlord would allow them to continue their tenancy. Even if they did not evict them, a rent increase was inevitable. After all, why would a new landlord invest so much in an old building if not to occupy it themselves? Such reasoning, upon careful reflection, seemed implausible. The location of Zhang Chu's prospective new establishment, whether near the computer market or in a bustling area, was not of paramount importance to him at present. However, convenient transportation was essential, as he had several regular clients requiring deliveries. Occasionally, he found himself unable to drive directly to them, necessitating alternate transportation. Chapter 65. Grand Opening Goodness. Business is astonishingly brisk. The following morning, Zhang Chu rose early, arriving at Mr. He's shopping mall by 8 o'clock. A considerable throng of customers already gathered outside. A dense mass of eager faces. On the inaugural day of operations, coupled with the proximity of several industrial zones and the grand opening promotional events, it was hardly surprising that so many people were present. Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan joined Zhang Chu for breakfast, and upon seeing the crowd at the entrance, Su Liang could not refrain from exclaiming in astonishment, "You're mistaken, this crowd is not particularly large. You will truly grasp the meaning of a large crowd by evening. Some factories do not operate overtime at night, and with tomorrow being a day off, the evening and the following day are expected to witness the highest influx of patrons." Zhang Chu glanced at the individuals at the entrance and shook his head. The crowd was hardly substantial. He had encountered establishments with patrons far exceeding this number, where the elevators were rendered immobile on the opening day due to overwhelming demand. The trio entered the supermarket through the back door, where Boss He was engaged in motivational talks with his employees. Upon noticing Zhang Chu's arrival, he greeted him. Boss He appeared somewhat anxious yet exhilarated. He too had noticed the guests at the entrance, and even he was taken aback this time. "Xiao Chu, should we move the backup registers to the checkout area now?" "No need. With this number of customers, 10 registers will be more than sufficient. We can relocate the backup registers this afternoon. Prepare yourself. Tonight and all day tomorrow will be peak hours." After hearing this, Zhang Chu responded with a smile, as he could gauge the crowd with just a glance. At this moment, Boss He lacked the experience Zhang Chu had amassed in his previous life, where he had witnessed numerous grand openings of shopping centers. Indeed, Zhang Chu's estimation proved accurate. Although the crowd appeared considerable at the entrance, they quickly dispersed once inside. Some patrons would browse before deciding what to purchase. Others would venture to the second floor to explore clothing, while some engaged in selective shopping. When it came time to check out, the initial frenzy transformed into an orderly process. 10 registers were more than adequate to handle the flow of customers. Su Liang initially felt a bit anxious, but after observing for a while, he relaxed. With Zhang Chu present, he found little reason for concern. The cashiers had undergone extensive training. Zhang Chu's user-friendly cash register system, combined with the manageable number of customers, afforded them ample time to acclimatize. Having assessed the situation and finding it satisfactory, Zhang Chu proceeded to the clothing section on the second floor. The store's computer staff and supervisors were also present, keeping an eye on things. The business on the second floor was not inferior to that on the ground level. At this hour, brand-name apparel and specialty stores catered primarily to the affluent. Most workers, however, opted for mainstream clothing, which dominated the second floor. Affordability and practicality were the hallmarks of such attire, contributing to its popularity at this time. However, purchasing clothing necessitates considerable deliberation, including trying items on, which rendered this section slightly less hectic than the ground floor. Zhang Chu had prepared backup lines for the clothing department as well, though it had fewer cash registers, only 4 in total. The owner of this section, unlike Boss He, was under the impression that Zhang Chu's request for additional users was driven by a desire for greater profit. Noting the owner's insistence, Zhang Chu refrained from adding more stations, but had preemptively arranged 4 additional lines. He knew without looking that the owner would soon be seeking his assistance. Under normal circumstances, 4 cash registers would suffice for this area. However, the current situation was anything but ordinary. With only 6 points in total for clothing, including 2 additional stations in the office, the need for more resources was pressing. "Xiao Chu has arrived. Do you think we can add these stations now?" When Zhang Chu arrived, the boss on this side quickly began to discuss matters with him. It was only now that he realized Zhang Chu had spoken the truth. It was he who had overthought the situation. He could only express admiration for the young man, who seemed to possess an extensive understanding of the market dynamics. In reality, the second floor did not have more people than the first, as Ma Xiaoyan was busily managing the cashiers amidst a sheen of sweat. Although the cashiers worked diligently, long queues still formed at all 4 counters. The existing 4 points were insufficient to accommodate the patrons, even though it was not yet peak hours. The boss had evidently recognized this issue and now had no choice but to rely on Zhang Chu. "Boss Huang, adding more points won't be swift. Moreover, if we do add them, all stations will need to pause briefly, which would worsen the situation," Zhang Chu remarked with a wry smile. He had already mentioned the difficulties of temporarily adding stations to Boss Huang earlier. It was not a simple matter that could be resolved with haste. The only viable solution was to adjust 2 machines from the back office to manage the current demand. He suggested that later, once the day's work concluded, he would arrange for additional stations and ensure that staff would work overtime to replenish supplies. Once the data for the new stations was imported, the server would require refreshing, as with the front-end cash registers. This process would take approximately 10 minutes, which was a luxury they could not afford at that moment. Very well. Let us proceed with your plan and prepare to add 4 more points, Boss Huang replied after a moment of hesitation, promptly instructing his staff to bring the back-office computers forward to address the immediate need. It was prudent to heed Zhang Chu's guidance. You want need to add 4. 2 will suffice. During busy periods, we can always shift a computer from the back as a backup, while adding 2 more points would indeed yield additional revenue. Zhang Chu deemed it unnecessary. This was his first venture into the marketplace, and reputation held greater significance than mere transactions. For Boss Huang's cash registers, 2 additional points would be adequate for busy weekends and holidays. On regular days, 4 points would suffice. Let us proceed as you suggest, and the cash registers will be dispatched from your end. Boss Huang agreed without hesitation this time. Initially, when Boss had told him about Zhang Chu's expertise and experience in this area, Boss Huang had been skeptical. He had valued Zhang Chu's cash register system, which was notably superior to that of Boss Zhong's. Now it became evident that Zhang Chu's cash register system was indeed commendable, and he possessed substantial experience in the marketplace. The suggestion to add 4 points was merely a test of Zhang Chu's character. A person capable of managing a marketplace was certainly no fool, and Boss Huang could discern the demand for himself. However, Zhang Chu did not let the flourishing business lead him to unnecessarily expend more funds. His demeanor was as Boss had described, grounded and dependable. This impression elevated Boss Huang's regard for Zhang Chu, positioning him as a preferred collaborator for the future. Zhang Chu, meanwhile, chose not to scrutinize Boss Huang. His attention focused on the unfolding scene. Although Huang's establishment did not initially include additional locations, Zhang Chu had nonetheless prepared 2 sets of cash registers for him, which are now conveniently situated in the store, with the front desk's payment system already installed, ready for use. Chapter 66. Fishing gear. After a brief inspection at the mall, Zhang Chu realized that his presence was not of paramount importance, as Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan were capable of managing the premises effectively. Contemplating this, Zhang Chu decided to visit the nearby fishing tackle shop. In the evening, as 2 additional stations were established for clothing on the other side, Zhang Chu intended to provide Ma Xiaoyan with the installation package for the necessary permissions, confident in her ability to handle it without his direct involvement. Adjacent to the mall, there exists a fishing tackle shop, stocked with various fishing rods. However, the selection at this shop was rather limited compared to future offerings. Upon entering, Zhang Chu was greeted by a dazzling array of fishing gear. Choosing the perfect rod was not a daunting task for him. He was well versed in the myriad specifications listed on the packaging, such as total length, number of sections, retractable length, tip diameter, butt diameter, weight, material composition, carbon content, net weight, and fishing characteristics. Understanding these metrics allowed him to discern their interrelations and logical connections, thus enabling him to determine which equipment was superior among similar options. Generally, rods that are lighter in weight tend to be of better quality than their heavier counterparts, while those with a higher net weight are typically more desirable than those with lower net weights. Similarly, rods with finer butt diameters are often of superior quality compared to those with thicker diameters, and higher carbon content generally indicates better quality as well. This represents a straightforward method of quantitative analysis. However, the most expensive rod does not necessarily equate to the most suitable one for his needs. Regrettably, the variety of fishing gear available in this shop was quite limited. After considerable deliberation, Zhang Chu finally selected 2 rods for hand fishing and added 1 for sea fishing. Though he remained somewhat dissatisfied with his choices. Feel free to choose what you need. Everything is here, but I'm not particularly knowledgeable about your specific requests, the shopkeeper admitted, appearing less familiar with fishing rods than Zhang Chu and unable to provide meaningful assistance. He merely looked at Zhang Chu awkwardly, offering a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu felt a tinge of frustration. In such a small town, the fishing gear selection was likely to remain limited. To procure more specialized equipment, he would need to venture to larger cities like Pingcheng or Yangcheng. After selecting several rods and some bait, Zhang Chu planned to dig for worms nearby, which would be suitable for catching crucian carp and whitebait, as well as carp. At this time, it was still possible to find worms in the soil. However, in a few more years, urban areas would no longer yield such finds, necessitating the purchase of bait like red worms and green worms, which would be more expensive than the fish they would catch. Once he had secured the fishing gear, Zhang Chu called Wang Xiaofan to confirm their fishing plans and discuss logistics for their trip. Xiao Chu, are you planning to withdraw Xiaoma tomorrow? Could you possibly extend his stay with me for one more day? After loading the fishing gear into the car, Zhang Chu greeted Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan before heading back to the store to retrieve the other 2 cash registers. As he exited, he encountered Boss Huang, who displayed a noticeably warmer demeanor towards Zhang Chu than before, greeting him with a smile reminiscent of familiarity among acquaintances. Yes, with Su Liang still here tomorrow, one person should suffice, he remarked. After listening to Boss Huang's words, Zhang Chu nodded. Once the adaptation period concludes today, even if business remains robust tomorrow, there should be no further issues on this side. Su Liang will oversee the supermarket below. I just spoke with old he, and it is expected to be even busier there tomorrow, so I fear Su Liang may not manage alone. Boss Huang pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered Zhang Chu one, still the prestigious Zhonghua brand. Southerners are rather peculiar, unlike their northern counterparts. They do not flaunt their wealth. At this moment, most individuals here smoke either Shuangxi or Wu Yeshen, rarely indulging in other brands. Thus, when cigarettes are offered, it is typically one of these 2. Boss Huang usually smokes Shuangxi, and each time Zhang Chu visits him for discussions, he encounters this brand. Now, possessing a pack of Zhonghua, it seems more for social obligations. However, having known Boss Huang for some time, Zhang Chu seldom witnessed him personally offering cigarettes. It felt as though he was receiving special treatment today. Zhang Chu does not smoke often and has not accepted cigarettes from Boss Huang before. He initially intended to decline this time, yet Boss Huang insistently and courteously persisted, leaving him no choice but to accept. Let Xiaoma stay here tomorrow. But I believe your clothing department should have a dedicated computer administrator, just like the supermarket. In the future, as your operations expand, you will be able to resolve many issues on your own. After smoking, Zhang Chu pondered for a moment and agreed. However, having a computer administrator here is essential. For minor issues, it is unreasonable to wait for his presence, as that would delay matters. Moreover, problems arising from network and computer usage may not necessarily relate to Zhang Chu's side, and such issues certainly should not fall upon him to resolve. Yes, I have considered this as well. The mall has already posted recruitment notices. Once the computer administrator arrives, you will need to take the time to explain the system to him. Upon hearing this, Boss Huang nodded, recognizing that Zhang Chu's insights regarding management on his end warrant serious consideration. Otherwise, if further loopholes emerge, akin to those at the cash register, he would truly find himself in a predicament. After conversing for a while, Zhang Chu departed, needing to return to move 2 cash registers over, and an additional installation package still needed to be prepared. Yinzi, do we have any arrangements for the store tomorrow? Upon returning to the store, Zhang Chu contemplated and then inquired of Huang Yan. Having purchased a fishing rod, he hoped that tomorrow would not bring any unforeseen complications that might hinder his plans. Nothing much. Tomorrow is Sunday, and our clients will be resting. We'll just see how many customers come in. Many will be taking time off, Huang Yan replied, casting a curious glance at Zhang Chu, unsure why her second brother was asking this. There should not be many customers tomorrow either, with the new year approaching. People will want to save some money for the festivities and will not be spending frivolously, Zhang Chu responded, acknowledging that the new year was indeed near, and most individuals would be inclined to save for their return home. With this thought, he smiled and added, let us close the store for the day tomorrow. I'll take you fishing at Songshan Lake. Are we not working tomorrow? This news seemed rather sudden for Huang Yan. Since her arrival here, the distinction between working days and days off had felt inconsequential. Even during my days off, I find myself at the store, and when I'm not on break, I remain just as present. When customers arrive, I busy myself attending to their needs or answering phone calls. In quieter moments, I indulge in watching television or delve into the intricacies of financial knowledge. Occasionally, in the evenings, Zhang Chu takes her companions out for leisure, or they accompany He Shui to explore the streets. The unexpected invitation from Zhang Chu to enjoy a day out caught her by surprise. Oh, tomorrow is a day of rest. Ma Xiaoyan and Su Liang are occupied over there, and frankly, there is little activity in the store. It is fortuitous that Wang Xiaofan has invited everyone for a fishing trip tomorrow. Zhang Chu responded with exuberance. It has been nearly a year since I have taken such a lavish day off to go fishing. Managing the business has indeed been quite taxing. Chapter 67. Fishing. One cannot blame the government for a difficult fate, nor can society be held accountable for misfortune. The essence of life lies in one's own happiness. It is essential to discover joy and unwind, even if it may seem a tad self-deceptive. However, Zhang Chu finds solace in this notion. For the true essence of suffering is understood only by oneself. There is no need to maintain a grim demeanor daily, as such an attitude serves little purpose. This place is truly breathtaking. Brother, how vast is this reservoir? Huang Yan was visiting this area for the first time, while others had likely been here before. Zhang Chu, however, had witnessed its beauty during a time of even greater splendor, with multiple scenic areas within. Currently, it is not at its most picturesque. Development and planning are still underway, promising even greater beauty in the future. This reservoir, a product of human endeavor, is extensive and has taken many years to construct. Nestled within the technological industrial park, the Songshan Lake Ecological Scenic Area boasts unparalleled natural resources. It encompasses several square kilometers of artificial reservoir that preserves natural water sources, complemented by a lengthy, water-friendly lakeshore. Surrounded by verdant peaks and lush trees, the scenery is enchanting. At this moment, much of the area remains under construction, yet the lake's water is relatively pristine compared to what it will become in the future. Zhang Chu departed from Dongguan a decade later to work in Binhai. He is somewhat unaware of the developments here, but he often hears fellow fishing enthusiasts lamenting the decline. The water quality deteriorates, and fish populations dwindle. While the superficial landscape is meticulously crafted, fishing permits come at a cost, yet the water quality often goes unnoticed, with frequent reports of dead fish. Furthermore, individuals lacking civic responsibility or intent on damaging the ecosystem often release species like plecos and snakeheads into the lake, severely disrupting the ecological balance. It is said that anglers frequently return empty-handed, occasionally catching plecos, and some have even hooked snakeheads weighing over 20 pounds. This species is notorious as a freshwater predator. And without natural enemies in the area, one can only imagine the diminishing fish population in the lake. The issue of water quality is perplexing. What baffles Zhang Chu is the presence of such considerable pollution in a high-tech industrial park. Truth be told, this matter is of little concern to him. It is the responsibility of the authorities to address. After all, he is but a common citizen, so why should he fret over such concerns? This reservoir is man-made. I have been here for some time and was entirely unaware that it was an artificial reservoir. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming inquired with curiosity, while the others also displayed expressions of intrigue, as they were unaware that this reservoir was indeed man-made. Originally, this reservoir was not named Songshan Lake, but rather Songmashan Reservoir, constructed in the 1950s. During that era, a multitude of reservoirs were built across the nation to enhance agricultural productivity, and this was merely one among many. Zhang Chu, having fished here multiple times in his past life, naturally sought to learn more about this place. Such historical knowledge was predominantly possessed by the older generation, with the youth knowing little, as they simply referred to it as Songshan Lake. Instead of heading directly to the fishing spot, Zhang Chu guided his companions on a detour. Bathed in a gentle breeze, they relished the comfort of the verdant landscape. Being the weekend, many visitors flocked to this area, either strolling along the picturesque lakeside paths amidst falling blossoms and lush grass, or engaging in healthy hikes and leisurely bike rides, savoring the tranquility and experiencing the serene beauty of Songshan Lake. In the distance, some ventured to higher ground to behold the grand expanse of the lake. Their first destination was one of the core attractions, Songhu Yanyu, reputed to be the premier site among the 8 scenic wonders of Dongguan, surrounded by towering peaks. The lake's waters were crystal clear, accompanied by the gentle chirping of birds. In the morning mist and rain, Songshan Lake resembled a modest maiden veiled in gossamer, shyly standing in serene contemplation. When the rain subsided and the rainbow emerged, the lake transformed into a vast expanse of misty waves, with clouds swirling in vibrant hues. Under the dawn moon and evening breeze, boats glided across the lake, fishermen serenading the twilight. This was the essence of Songhu Yanyu. Its beauty peaked during gentle drizzles, though such weather was absent at that moment. One advantage of the southern region was its year-round greenery, in stark contrast to other places where the seasons bore distinct colors. After passing Huang Yan, they encountered lush lychee groves and orchards along the roadside, where the trees danced gracefully and the grass flourished abundantly. Following the Lunar New Year, one could witness the vibrant hues of peach blossoms and willow greens amidst a cascade of fallen petals. The verdant peaks and trees mirrored in the lake's depths, while the shimmering waters danced with lush reflections, all illuminated by the radiant sun, an ideal moment for fishing. What fishing rods are you using? Zhang Chu, now financially unburdened, had purchased several sets of fishing rods. It would not be an issue for everyone to have one. Yang Ming brought along 2 sets, providing ample equipment for the group. Upon arriving at their destination, Zhang Chu retrieved the fishing gear and inquired. In their hometown, they typically fashioned their own rods from bamboo, purchasing fishing lines and hooks, and creating floats from dried sorghum stalks, materials they lacked here. We shall not fish, as we do not know how. We'll simply watch you two. Lu Wei's girlfriend and Yang Ming's girlfriend waved their hands dismissively, opting not to take any rods, believing it a waste. Lu Wei and Wang Xiaofan each took a rod, and Zhang Yan followed suit. However, they were unsure how to bait the hooks and required assistance from Zhang Chu and Yang Ming. Once they had properly rigged their lines, Zhang Chu then focused on preparing his own setup. He first cast out a sea fishing line directly into the center of the lake before attending to his hand fishing. Songshan Lake, built in the 1950s, had, after decades, become home to a significant variety of fish, including silver carp, bream, carp, and tilapia. Fortune may smile upon the angler, yielding encounters with sizable fish, some weighing dozens of pounds. However, such formidable catches elude the hand rods that Zhang Chu employs. Instead, one must rely on the sturdiness of a sea rod. The moment has arrived. As Zhang Chu prepares to cast his line, Wang Xiaofan beams with delight, already hauling in 2 slender whitefish. Onlookers, including other fishing enthusiasts, turn their attention to this spectacle. Wang Xiaofan employs a treble hook, eschewing bait. With white segments on his line, the whitefish, audacious creatures, readily bite at anything in sight, making them relatively easy to catch. Measuring merely a finger or a few fingers in size, these fish do not grow large. Typically, they are gutted and deep-fried for consumption. Anglers generally harbor little fondness for these fish, particularly when using larger rods, as they often devour bait without being caught. Yet Wang Xiaofan evidently relishes this method of fishing, casting his line and reeling in with satisfying frequency. His exuberance is palpable, as he joyfully exclaims while reeling in one fish after another, quickly accumulating a dozen whitefish. With Lu Wei and Yang Ming's girlfriend assisting in the catch, observers targeting larger fish find humor in their enthusiasm. After all, the thrill of a single large catch far outweighs the joy of numerous small ones. Chapter 68. The Harvest. Just as this thought crosses Zhang Chu's mind, the bell on his sea rod rings out, and the rod bends taut. It appears a sizable fish is on the line, designed specifically for larger catches. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Chu sets down his hand rod and swiftly races towards his sea rod, drawing the attention of fellow anglers, all eager to witness the nature of his catch. Most anglers here employ hand rods, with the exception of 2 sea rods, similar to Zhang Chu's, each adorned with a bell. One is wielded by a middle-aged man in his 50s, while the other belongs to a man in his 40s, both fishing close to Zhang Chu. All eyes are now fixed on Zhang Chu's rod, as they have been fishing for a considerable time longer. Yet neither of their sea rods has shown any sign of activity. Upon gauging the fish's resistance in the water, Zhang Chu begins to reel in, sensing minimal struggle. The fish may either be small or, quite possibly, a white bream or a bighead carp, species that are relatively easy to bring to the surface. Indeed, his assessment proves accurate as he reels in a white bream weighing over 2 pounds. While seldom consumed in the southern regions, it is quite popular in Zhang Chu's hometown, where families often purchase white bream for festive occasions, reserving the more prized grass carp for those of affluence. Carp and crucian carp are typically caught for home consumption, sold in minimal quantities at a lower price point. Goodness, this fish outweighs all the ones I've caught today, Wang Xiaofan exclaims, observing the white bream Zhang Chu nets with his landing net. Disinterested in his modest catch of 10 whitefish, he promptly opts for another hand rod. He lent his fishing rod to both Lu Wei's girlfriend and Yang Ming's girlfriend, as it required no particular skill. In contrast, catching larger fish was far more enticing. Once Zhang Chu cast his line, it wasn't long before Yang Ming and his companion had their first catch as well. Zhang Chu reeled in a bream weighing about a pound, a fish known for its substantial flesh. Lu Wei, however, was less fortunate, landing only a small tilapia. Zhang Chu held a disdain for such fish. Although they were available in the market, he never consumed them. Surprisingly, Huang Yan, who had accompanied Zhang Chu on fishing trips during her childhood, was quite adept. Instead of bait, she utilized the earthworms Zhang Chu had painstakingly dug up. To everyone's astonishment, she managed a double catch, a bream weighing around a pound and a smaller carp. Witnessing the success of worms, Wang Xiaofan promptly switched his bait to earthworms as well, recalling that he had always used them during his childhood fishing escapades at home. Among the group, aside from Zhang Chu and Yang Ming, who possessed a modicum of expertise, the others were largely inexperienced, having only fished occasionally with rudimentary methods. However, fishing is as much about luck as it is about skill. Knowing how to fish does not guarantee a successful catch. For instance, two older gentlemen nearby, despite their superior gear and decades of experience, had not caught as many fish as Zhang Chu and his friends. At this moment, there were not many people fishing at Songshan Lake, yet the waters teemed with fish. It was not that they were entirely empty, but rather the issue lay in the quantity of their catch. In this environment, it often seemed that skill was of little consequence, as the complexities of natural water bodies had increased over time. After chatting for a while, the group found themselves increasingly engaged in conversation. The middle-aged man occasionally shared his fishing experiences with Zhang Chu and the others, although his accent suggested he wasn't local, while the other gentleman was unmistakably from the area. Often, one might assume a particular body of water would yield fish, only to discover the contrary due to poor water quality that had led to the death of larger fish. Zhang Chu resonated with this sentiment and was wary of consuming fish from some areas due to the polluted waters. Just as they were conversing, Zhang Chu's sea fishing bell rang. He sprang to his feet and hurried over to investigate. Upon testing the line, the fish suddenly surged away with a forceful pull. Goodness! Despite Zhang Chu being prepared, the fish yanked him off balance, revealing itself to be a formidable creature. Observers around him could gauge from his reaction that the fish was substantial. Small fish certainly wouldn't exhibit such vigor. As he struggled to maintain control over the line while reeling in, Zhang Chu employed his experience with larger fish, avoiding a relentless battle against the creature. However, the fish was determined to evade capture, and after several fierce pulls, it broke free, leaving behind a swirling vortex on the water's surface. It had escaped. The two middle-aged gentlemen beside Zhang Chu observed the sudden slackening of his fishing rod, inquiring about the unusual situation that could only arise if a fish had escaped. "It has run off," Zhang Chu lamented, acknowledging that the fish was rather sizable and that the quality of his rod was inadequate for reeling it in. With a rueful smile, he shook his head, recalling that he had anticipated such a predicament when selecting his rod the previous day. Regrettably, the rod in his possession was already the best available in the shop, leaving him with no choice but to make do. The reservoir harbored fish weighing dozens of pounds. Without a superior quality rod for deep water fishing, one would frequently encounter snapped lines. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, the middle-aged man chuckled, revealing that he had been fishing in the area for some time and had a general idea of the types of fish present. "Unfortunately, I have scoured several places and found the quality of rods and lines lacking. I will have to venture to Pingqing or Yangqing to find better equipment. The offerings in this small locale are limited." After retracting his rod, Zhang Chu affixed a spare hook and bait, casting it anew towards the center of the water. He surmised that the fish below had likely exceeded the rod's capacity, which he estimated to be suitable for fish weighing no more than a dozen pounds. Therefore, it was not surprising that it had escaped. "Indeed, I now procure most of my spare gear from Pingqing," he noted. "There are few places here selling fishing tackle, and they lack professionalism." The middle-aged man, surnamed Zheng, invited Zhang Chu to call him Zheng Sheng, mentioning that he worked in Dalong. Yet, Zhang Chu felt that Zheng did not possess the typical demeanor of a worker. His aura was distinctively different. The other gentleman, though somewhat distant, engaged in limited conversation. Zheng, on the contrary, was warm and sociable, easily conversing with anyone. While Zheng refrained from divulging much about himself, Zhang Chu willingly shared details about his modest workshop, explaining that he often exerted effort to promote his work with nothing to hide. He reasoned that by speaking openly, he might even secure a small order. As they conversed intermittently, each maintained a firm grip on their fishing rods, both enjoying some success. Zheng owned a sea fishing rod of significantly higher quality than Zhang's. He successfully caught a large head fish weighing 7 to 8 pounds, breaking the record among the group of anglers by the lake. Zhang reeled in the fish, while Zhang Chu assisted with the net. Others gathered to witness the excitement, merrily discussing Zhang's catch. At this time, the fish in the area were relatively untainted by pollution, making for a commendable yield. Chapter 69. The big fish. This catch is sufficient. Today we can enjoy a fish head stew. The head of this large fish is delicious, Zhang Chu remarked, eyeing the sizable fish in the net. I do not often consume freshwater fish. I usually give them away to others. Zhang chuckled in response, revealing that fishing was merely a hobby for him. Many share his affinity for fishing without a desire to eat the catch, and Zhang was by no means unique in this regard. As they continued to discuss the large fish that had been caught, Zhang Chu's sea rod once again rang with the sound of the bell. Another fish had taken the bait. At that moment, he could not afford to linger in conversation with Zhang any longer, hastily making his way to his sea rod, which he had not placed alongside his hand rod. As Zhang Chu cautiously probed the waters, he quickly discerned the presence of a formidable creature lurking beneath the surface, prompting him to brace himself for the encounter. This time, he could not afford to let it slip away. The fish was substantial, while those nearby remained oblivious. Both Xing Sheng and another middle-aged gentleman recognized, through Zhang Chu's demeanor, that a significant catch awaited them, likely comparable to the one that had just evaded capture. With meticulous care, Zhang Chu manipulated the line while responding to their inquiries. Try to guide it towards the side. I'll assist you with the landing net, he instructed. While Xing Sheng was still processing the situation, the other middle-aged man adeptly retrieved his landing net, ready to collaborate with Zhang Chu in bringing the fish ashore. Fortune smiled upon Zhang Chu this time, as the fish exhibited little resistance. After several exchanges of line, it appeared to tire, allowing Zhang Chu to draw it closer to the bank. The middle-aged gentleman exhibited skillful technique. As Zhang Chu eased the fish partially out of the water, the net was deftly maneuvered to ensnare the prize, lifting it triumphantly from the depths. A large head carp. Indeed, a remarkable specimen. Onlookers, momentarily abandoning their own fishing endeavors, flocked over to witness the spectacle. This fish surpassed Zheng Sheng's catch by a considerable margin, likely weighing in at over 10 pounds. With the large head carp secured, Zhang Chu decided to reel in his line. Satisfied with 2 substantial catches, more than enough for one outing, and the task of preparation loomed ahead. After stowing his fishing rod, Zhang Chu offered a cigarette to the gentleman who had assisted him, extending the same courtesy to Zheng Sheng. They engaged in light conversation while he continued to fish. What do you go by, sir? Your technique with the landing net is quite impressive. I am Li Zhongnan, the gentleman replied, his demeanor more affable than Zheng Sheng's. He not only disclosed his name, but also shared a bit about himself. I'm a local, running a mixing station. The southern dialect, particularly pronounced in older generations, was evident in his speech, a contrast to the younger crowd who tended to speak more neutrally. After a while, as time began to wane, Zheng Sheng took his leave, exchanging contact information with Zhang Chu to plan future fishing excursions together. Li Zhongnan, sharing a similar passion for fishing, also expressed interest in joining them, as camaraderie enhanced the experience. Among the group, it was evident that Zhang Chu possessed a notable proficiency in fishing, unlike Yang Ming and Lu Wei, who were more focused on their lines than engaging with strangers. Zhang Chu, however, embraced the opportunity to socialize, finding joy in making new acquaintances while enjoying the pastime. As Zheng Sheng departed in a Mercedes and Li Zhongnan drove off in a Land Rover, Zhang Chu remained in his humble van. The disparity in their vehicles was apparent. Yet neither Li nor Zheng seemed to judge him based on material possessions or his youth. Rather, they appreciated his company. In this moment, Zhang Chu felt a profound sense of fulfillment from his fishing trip, recognizing that those who ventured out with professional gear possessed a certain level of skill and dedication. After all, in an era where everyone seemed preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth, few would indulge in leisurely pursuits without a genuine passion for them. Zhang Chu was not impressed by Boss Li and Zheng Sheng driving luxurious cars, but rather by their attitude towards relationships, which was not dictated by circumstances. It felt rewarding. Let us go. Let us pack up our catch, he thought to himself, eager to prepare a meal of fish. He was concerned about returning late and not having enough time. Observing the 2 conversing companions depart, Zhang Chu glanced at the time and realized it was also time for him to leave. After a fruitful day of fishing, he had much to tidy up. A hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds would make a splendid dish, whether prepared as a spicy fish head or a delightful fish soup. The smaller fish could be deep-fried with a sprinkle of salt, transforming them into a savory dish of peppered fried fish. The white catfish could be pan-seared or braised, while the loach, absent from his hometown, was frequently available in the South, often sold as a popular canned delicacy known as fermented black bean loach. There were methods for preparing it, either by frying cut segments or mixing it with fermented black beans and chili. However, one must avoid adding ginger to loach, as it could impart an unpleasant moldy flavor. As for the tilapia, Zhang Chu chose not to keep any, opting instead to release them back into the water. The larger crucian carp could be steamed or made into soup, yet even with the abundance of fish, there was only so much they could consume, necessitating preservation or freezing for later. Yang Ming's catch would remain with Zhang Chu. As he did not take fish home, his living situation at the company did not afford him the opportunity to cook. The fish were separated into 2 locations, and Wang Xiaofan proudly carried the large head fish, relishing the envious gazes of passers-by, as if the impressive catch were his own. With about 10 loaches, their total haul exceeded 10 pounds. Including the crucian carp, and white catfish, their day's endeavor yielded a bountiful reward, filling the group with exhilaration. On their way back to the shop, Zhang Chu noticed He Shui and her colleagues finishing work. Conveniently, he offered them a ride. It was Sunday, and although they had worked overtime during the day, they were free for the evening. However, with the addition of 2 passengers, space in the vehicle was somewhat limited, requiring them to squeeze together for the journey. At that time, checks for overloading were not particularly strict, and their route was short. Wow, you caught so many fish today. Where did you go? He Shui and Su Li were astonished at the sight of their catch. The bounty was indeed impressive, especially the large head fish. We fished at Songshan Lake. It was a great spot, and with a bit of luck, we caught quite a few, Zhang Chu replied with a smile, noting that catching a fish of that size was not new for him. Back in his hometown, he had once caught even heavier grass carp. That catch was considerably more substantial than the head fish, weighing around 20 pounds and nearly as tall as him, a source of pride to carry home. Songshan Lake. I've heard it's quite nice and fun. Having been in Dongguan for some time, we still haven't visited there, Su Li remarked. Reflecting on their routine of working during the day and only exploring the town on holidays, never venturing beyond. Chapter 70. The company's vision. I'd love to see Songshan Lake. That's easily arranged. The new year is approaching, and you'll have a day off. I'll take you there for a visit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu chuckled and replied that with the arrival of New Year's Day, his shop would also take a day off. Now that he no longer fixates on the meager foot traffic to his store, he feels considerably more at ease. Initially, he had hoped to earn some extra money during the holiday by dealing in second-hand computers. However, the competition has increased significantly, with yet another shop specializing in computer accessories opening on his street. The burgeoning popularity of this street has not gone unnoticed, and Zhang Chu finds that his profits from second-hand computers have dwindled. Consequently, taking a day off would not substantially impact his business, while he intends to maintain his focus on hardware for the time being, as there remains ample opportunity in that realm due to his numerous delivery clients. He plans to shift his focus more towards software, which harbors greater potential. Are you taking a holiday for New Year's? Su Li inquired. Isn't that when your business thrives the most? Why would you close for the holiday? She had not visited Zhang Chu in a while and was unaware of the changes that had transpired. Her memories lingered on the bustling profits Zhang Chu had made during the May Day and National Day holidays. With increased competition, a new shop of a similar nature has opened on my street, which has affected business significantly. Therefore, whether I take a holiday or not is of little consequence. Zhang Chu explained with a smile. He elaborated that, moving forward, his shop would focus on specialized hardware and primarily cater to the commercial sector, alongside the profitability of cash register software. Zhang Chu believed he could delve even deeper into the realm of industry software, which, while not expansive, promised a steady income. With these steps, Zhang Chu felt that his shop could evolve into a genuine company, providing him with greater confidence when negotiating business deals. Carrying business cards printed with his company name and displaying a business license with a registered capital would certainly enhance his stature. In conversations back in his hometown, the distinction between a sole proprietor and a company is significant. Companies are perceived as ventures for wealthy individuals, while sole proprietorships are seen as the domain of the common folk. Currently, Zhang Chu's business license identifies him as a sole proprietor, but he now possesses the means to register a company, which previously had been beyond his reach. With a registered company, he could also solidify his holiday schedule. During quieter periods, weekends could be designated as rest days, while software or engineering projects would align with client demands. This is the nature of business. When one observes others earning, many will follow suit. Does this not mean your monthly income will diminish? Suli asked. I'm not significantly affected, as I had prepared in advance and adopted a new model. Hence, I can afford to take holidays now. As my schedule is starting to align with that of your factory, Zhang Chu replied. As they spoke, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of Zhang Chu's shop. A group of individuals disembarked, some carrying items, while others held fish. Zhang Chu made his way to the market to purchase some ingredients, while 3 young women were busy preparing the items at the shop. By the time he returned with the materials, the preparations were nearly complete, and it was time to commence cooking. To prepare fish, one must rely on Zhang Chu, who has a penchant for fish and possesses the skills to cook it. The dishes he had previously contemplated were already etched in his mind, and now was the perfect time to bring them to fruition. The pan-seared white carp, a whole fish adorned with chili peppers and seasonings, exuded an enticing aroma that tantalized the appetite. The crispy pepper-salted fish, fried to perfection, was so delightful that even the bones could be consumed. The large fish head was transformed into a spicy chopped chili fish head dish, its vibrant red topping appearing utterly irresistible. To accommodate this, Zhang Chu had deliberately procured a large platter for presentation. The fish fillets were prepared as poached fish, while some were deep-fried and marinated. With a fish weighing over 10 kilograms, the group found it impossible to finish in one meal, leading to potential waste. Alongside a fermented black bean fish, there was a bowl of crucian carp soup, complemented by a stir-fried vegetable dish and a small saute. In total, there were 8 dishes, 6 of which featured fish, constituting a veritable fish feast. Where had Su Liang wandered off to? It was recalled that this fellow had a fondness for fish. During the meal, Wang Xiaofan suddenly remembered that they had overlooked Su Liang's absence. Initially, he assumed Su Liang was lingering at the shop, but his absence was now evident. Su Liang was busy implementing a project in Hongli, and he had recently recruited another employee who was also stationed there. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu chuckled and, noticing Wang Xiaofan's sudden recollection, added a light-hearted jest. You better hurry up. When Su Liang returns from Hongli, he might bring back a girlfriend, leaving you as the solitary bachelor. Has Su Liang found a girlfriend? Is it Ma Xiaoyan? Inquired He Shui, her curiosity piqued by the mention of Ma Xiaoyan, whom she recognized from her recruitment. Who is Ma Xiaoyan? Su Li, who had been attentively listening, couldn't he help but inquire about her brother's romantic interests. Learning that He Shui was acquainted with the girl, her curiosity intensified. Not Ma Xiaoyan. She is a girl I recruited, working with Su Liang on that project. However, Su Liang is interested in a cashier from that place, and things are progressing well. As of now, among their peers, only Wang Xiaofan remained without a girlfriend. Zhang Chu was not particularly aware of where this guy's wife had come from in his previous life, but it was evident that he had married early. Zhang Chu mused that while he was still single, both he and Su Liang had children who were already in middle school, indicating that their romantic endeavors had commenced quite early. So, you have a new female employee? Is she attractive? Perhaps you could introduce her to me? Wang Xiaofan, with a much bolder demeanor than Su Liang, immediately expressed interest upon hearing about the new addition. There is no need for an introduction. If you frequent my place more often, you will surely meet her. However, to be candid, it might be a blow to your confidence. She might not be interested in you. Given their mutual connections, Zhang Chu felt compelled to say this, wishing to prevent any unpleasantness between Wang Xiaofan and Ma Xiaoyan. To be honest, I feel that this girl is merely using my place as a temporary refuge. She is destined for a much grander world, and my space feels rather limited. A remarkable girl, indeed. How did you manage to recruit such a talent? The others expressed their curiosity upon hearing Zhang Chu's words. It is rare for Zhang Chu to extol someone, especially when that individual is one of his employees. Noticing the curiosity on the faces of those around him, Zhang Chu briefly recounted the trials faced by Ma Xiaoyan. The specifics eluded him, as he had not inquired deeply into such matters. That girl is remarkably impressive. Let me tell you, spending nights in a park is no easy feat. When I was in Yangqing, I once had to sleep in a park for a night due to my inability to find accommodation. The experience, I tell you, is indescribably challenging. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Wang Xiaofan immediately chimed in, sharing his own experience of sleeping in a park in Yangqing, a tale that Zhang Chu had heard in a previous life. Even as a man, I could hardly bear it, crying in the park at midnight. Just imagine how difficult it must be for a girl. Yet, this girl managed to maintain such clarity of mind while having such impressive academic credentials. She truly is a remarkable catch. As he marveled at this, Wang Xiaofan scooped a piece of fish from the plate of boiled fish into his bowl, which was also quite a large fish. Chapter 71. Opportunity. Given Zhang Chu's culinary skills, I certainly shall not bring my future girlfriend here, lest I find myself living in misery. While eating, Wang Xiaofan couldn't resist casting glances at Yang Ming and Lu Wei, as if something noteworthy had transpired between them. They had previously dined here with their girlfriends. You enjoy your meal. Such a lavish feast cannot possibly silence your chatter. Yang Ming and Lu Wei, seemingly a bit embarrassed, retaliated by placing a piece of fish into his bowl, further confirming certain suspicions. The group dined together, sharing anecdotes from their lives, amidst laughter and playful banter. The atmosphere was warm, and their appetites were formidable. Soon, the entire table was cleared of dishes. By this time, night had fallen, and the streets were devoid of vehicles. Su Li, He Shui, and Zhang Yan began tidying up the remnants, while Zhang Chu prepared to drive Wang Xiaofan and a few others home. Zhang Chu, remember to come by my company tomorrow, one of them reminded. Though they were not from the same town, they were heading in the same direction. As Zhang Chu departed from the shop, he took the route through Dongguan, Liaobu, and then into the city, conveniently dropping everyone off along the way. After Lu Wei and his girlfriend disembarked, they reminded Zhang Chu to visit his company the following day to finalize the interface matter. Yes, I'll be there at 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning, Zhang Chu replied with a smile, assuring them he would remember. Even if he forgot, Zhang Yan would surely remind him. He would keep a record of their appointments, and Zhang Yan would also note them down, concerned about the possibility of forgetting amidst his busy schedule. In a few days, I will begin working in Hongli. A friend has introduced me to the owner of a clothing mall there, who wants me to be the computer supervisor, offering $1,200 a month with room and board included. As they traveled towards the city, only Wang Xiaofan remained in the car, finally sharing details about his job with Zhang Chu, who smiled at the news. Hongli? Is it the Jiaorong Mall? Yes, you know of this mall. I will check it out and see if I can persuade the owner to switch their cash register software to yours. Your software is called the Deep Blue Cash Register System, correct? Wang Xiaofan did not notice Zhang Chu's expression. He assumed Zhang Chu had merely passed by and was thus familiar with the shopping mall. After all, the mall was quite expansive and situated in the central district. I am also acquainted with the owner. Their cash register software is mine, with installations both upstairs and downstairs. Su Liang implemented it there. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu could no longer suppress his laughter. He decided against teasing this fellow and directly informed Wang Xiaofan of his situation. They were still looking to hire a computer supervisor over there, which was my suggestion, as they planned to open branch stores in the future, making this position essential. It would be a good opportunity for you, with potential for advancement. Wow. So it turns out my job prospects are linked to you. It seems I will have to assist you with your cash register software diligently, Wang Xiaofan remarked, feeling a bit shaken. He never expected that his convoluted path would ultimately connect to Zhang Chu in some way. What a small world it is. Oh. The issue with my cash register software is minimal. Primarily, when operating over a network, there are occasionally minor glitches. I cannot assist them with this issue, so they must seek help elsewhere. When they open branch stores, if something goes awry, having network management in place would greatly facilitate their operations. Zhang Chu explained with a smile. When you get over there, you will essentially learn how to operate my software. Other matters are not particularly problematic. Such a small local area network is easy to manage. Initially, I was quite proud of my promotion to network supervisor, but now I find myself in the company of my future boss. How can I ever catch up with you? Wang Xiaofan lamented, jokingly expressing a hint of envy. Among the youth, there is always a subtle competition. Once you arrive there, you will discover that being a boss is actually quite effortless. In my previous life, Wang Xiaofan also became a network supervisor at this mall, and then the owner encouraged him to invest a bit of money, leading to a few consignment counters and some profits, thereby becoming a boss himself. What connection does managing a network have with being a boss? Wang Xiaofan was not naive. He discerned the underlying implications of Zhang Chu's words. You will understand once you get there. Explaining it now would likely leave you perplexed. In fact, I have also spoken to Boss Huang, requesting him to reserve some resources for me. Zhang Chu was not speaking falsely. He had missed out on this shopping mall. For the upcoming clothing mall, Zhang Chu planned to establish 2 consignment counters. At this juncture, these counters would not be for branded clothing, but rather for general apparel. This venture could be lucrative, as Zhang Chu intended to set up a counter in each of Boss Huang's malls, operate them for a few years, and then transfer ownership. Such counters only required a few young women to oversee operations. The mall would handle the transactions, and funds would be collected based on monthly sales. There was minimal concern. The primary task was to manage stock replenishment and to pay the employees when the time arrived. Everything else would align with the mall's operations, presenting no significant challenges. When the mall was profitable, they too would share in the earnings. Conversely, if the mall struggled, the counters would also face diminished prospects. However, upon Zhang Chu's rebirth, many clothing malls still retained their counters. He did not closely monitor their business performance. It is evident that this venture still possesses a certain vitality. Otherwise, who would engage in such a business if it were destined for loss? Your words have instilled in me a sense of optimism about the prospects of the place I am heading to, remarked Wang Xiaofan, scratching his head in confusion. Is being the computer supervisor at a shopping mall truly that remarkable? Indeed. For you, seizing the opportunity in your new role will undoubtedly lead to a promising future. However, time is of the essence. After a few years, entering the market to earn profit will become considerably more challenging. Wang Xiaofan's words resonated with Zhang Chu, who began to see the potential. Initially, he believed that his presence would significantly alter Wang Xiaofan's life. Little did he anticipate that the situation would circle back to this point. In his previous life, Wang Xiaofan, due to his reservations, was slow to take action, resulting in meager earnings that required considerable effort. Now that he was providing encouragement, Zhang Chu hoped that his friend would hesitate no longer. If he were to seize this opportunity, he should be able to earn a substantial sum sooner rather than later. Your remarks have piqued my curiosity about this place. I must pay a visit soon. I've arrived. I can park next to the computer city. As they spoke, they reached Wang Xiaofan's residence. Currently, he resided in company accommodation, sharing a suite with several others. Zhang Chu opted not to visit him, but instead drove back home. On his return, Zhang Chu intentionally took a detour to the Hongli shopping mall, where he found both Boss He and Boss Huang, who were smiling broadly as they surveyed the bustling scene of their establishment. Whether in the supermarket or the mall, they were experiencing the peak of business, having recently celebrated their grand opening. By the time Zhang Chu arrived, it was already past 9, yet the commerce remained vibrant. Why are you here so late, Xiao Chu? Upon seeing Zhang Chu, the smiles on both men's faces were unmistakable. The performance of Zhang Chu's cash register system and the security measures had been commendable over the past few days, lifting their spirits considerably. I happened to pass by and thought I would check in on the situation. Business has been booming for both of you these last couple of days, he remarked. It's going well, very well indeed. Xiao Chu, don't rush off. I would like to treat you to a late-night snack to celebrate our success tonight. Their smiles grew even broader. Truth be told, if one were to encounter these two in a crowd, it would be hard to believe they were the proprietors of a grand shopping mall. They appeared to be just two amiable middle-aged gentlemen. Bossy consistently wore a smile, while Boss Huang was slightly more reserved, though not cold in demeanor. Let us celebrate modestly for now. In a few days, when we have more free time, I will host a proper dinner. Do remember to join us then. Bossy clearly recalled the grand gesture he had promised before the opening and brought up the late-night snack celebration upon seeing Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu responded with a smile, agreeing to the late-night snack, but noting that he needed to return early that evening, as the work would not conclude until around 11 or midnight. After conversing with the two men for a while, he checked in on Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan, who were diligently overseeing the cash register. It seems everything is in order here. Are you two returning with me tonight, or will you make your way back tomorrow? The two individuals were summoned together, and Zhang Chu first inquired about the situation at hand. He then asked whether they wished to accompany him back to the shop, with particular emphasis on Su Liang. As anticipated, Ma Xiaoyan opted to return with Zhang Chu, while Su Liang hesitated momentarily, stating, I need to wait for a moment to greet Yaling before departing. Very well. I shall wait here for you both, and will take you back once they conclude their work. The mall's closing time was set for 10:30. In reality, Su Liang and his companion could leave by 10, as there was little work remaining for them. Boss He and Boss Huang had no objections, for these two had diligently overseen their affairs for 2 days and had exerted considerable effort. When Zhang Chu arrived to bid farewell, the two invited him and his companions to partake in a late-night meal, their demeanor exceedingly cordial. The preliminary data from the past 2 days had emerged, astonishingly mirroring Zhang Chu's predictions. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Chu consistently preempted their concerns, and proposed commendable solutions, their admiration for him deepened. At 10 o'clock, Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan tidied their belongings and followed Zhang Chu back to the shop. At that moment, Su Li and He Shui had yet to leave. Zhang Chu had previously called them, promising to give them a ride home after they had returned from shopping with Huang Yan. "You are back." Upon seeing Zhang Chu and his companions, He Shui greeted them, while Su Li, encountering Ma Xiaoyan for the first time, regarded her with curiosity, intrigued by the girl whom Zhang Chu held in such high esteem. After sitting in the shop for a while, Su Li inquisitively inquired about Su Liang's girlfriend and subsequently engaged in conversation with Ma Xiaoyan. It was evident that Ma Xiaoyan possessed remarkable interpersonal skills, as she quickly formed a rapport with Su Li. After bringing Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan over, the following day, Su Liang and Huang Yan remained at the shop while Zhang Chu escorted Ma Xiaoyan to Lu Wei's company to discuss data interfaces. The situation here was more intricate than that at Yangming, with a greater array of demands. It was no wonder Lu Wei had previously remarked that negotiating prices would be straightforward. Evidently, others had surveyed the area as well, offering higher quotes. "What do you think of this?" Zhang Chu examined the details and gained a general understanding before consulting Ma Xiaoyan. As a professional programmer, it was essential to gauge her expertise. "This poses a bit of a challenge, but with some time, it should be manageable," Ma Xiaoyan responded after reviewing both database dictionaries. The task involved not only capturing transaction records, but also meeting additional requirements, naturally increasing the complexity. "All right then, I shall negotiate the pricing with them." At this juncture, engaging in such endeavors still allowed for some profit. The prices were high, and the competition was scarce. As more individuals entered this field, tasks such as data interfaces would become less lucrative, with bids continually undercutting one another. Zhang Chu recalled a previous experience where he assisted a company in transferring data from a time attendance machine to a payroll system, initially quoted at 5,000 yuan, but ultimately settled at 2,000. "Let us increase the price by 5,000. That figure can be secured." Lu Wei, having gained a rough understanding, promptly instructed Zhang Chu to raise the quote by 5,000 after Zhang Chu provided him with a price. This suggestion holds little significance for Zhang Chu. As long as Lu Wei secures the order, the amount of profit is solely his concern. "Very well, I shall submit the quotation at this price." Lu Wei is evidently aware of his company's leadership's boundaries. Once Zhang Chu's offer was presented, it was accepted without delay. He took over the order and delegated the task to Ma Xiaoyan. In the ensuing days, Zhang Chu found himself rather unoccupied, spending nearly every day idly at the store. The business of hardware assembly had diminished considerably, a task easily managed by Su Liang and Huang Yan. Ma Xiaoyan was handling the data interface matters, with Zhang Chu providing general guidance to prevent her from encountering unnecessary obstacles. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu appeared to have little on his agenda, which left him feeling somewhat restless. The landlord had yet to inform him about any plans to vacate, and he was uncertain about the progress on that front. At this juncture, the price of memory modules was nearing its peak, signaling Zhang Chu's moment of opportunity. "Xiao Chu, we have successfully negotiated the store in Gaobu, and we are now hastily proceeding with renovations. We plan to open a few days after the new year. Do you need to prepare anything on your end?" Just as Zhang Chu was contemplating a visit to Yangqing, he received a call from Boss He. The booming business at the Hungli store had accelerated his expansion plans. Clearly, they recognized that this was the opportune moment to grow, taking advantage of the current climate while others remained hesitant. In addition to Gaobu, I am now looking for suitable locations in Chang'an and Human. If all goes smoothly next year, I intend to open 6 to 7 venues. Boss He harbors considerable ambition and possesses a commendable audacity. In his previous life, he took similar steps, ultimately achieving success. "Very well, I have noted that. I will begin preparations for the Gaobu layout on my end. What is the size of your venue?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu agreed. For him, the more locations Boss He opened, the greater his earnings. Coincidentally, he also planned to set up several counters in the clothing sector, which he would arrange simultaneously. After concluding the call with Boss He, Zhang Chu made a special trip to inspect the venue in Gaobu and ascertain its general requirements. With Boss He pressed for time, Zhang Chu had to act swiftly. He needed to establish the wiring before the year's end and then spend a few days after the holiday to install the hardware and provide training, ensuring they could open shortly thereafter. Materials such as wiring could be sourced from the computer market in town, but the cash register equipment would still require a trip to Yangqing, which coincidentally aligned with Zhang Chu's intentions to visit. Su Liang currently displayed little interest in going to Yangcheng. For him, Lu Chahua had likely become a thing of the past. This fellow was now fully focused on Hengli, where his girlfriend worked. Zhang Chu was uncertain about the state of their relationship, but observing Su Liang's nearly frenzied enthusiasm each day suggested that progress was likely swift. This led Zhang Chu to speculate whether this chap would, much like in his previous life, swiftly lead to an unexpected pregnancy, followed by a tranquil marriage and family life. Zhang Chu, is that you? Yes, I'm just here to take a look. Upon arriving in Yangcheng, Zhang Chu immediately sought out Lu Chahua's brother-in-law. He first discussed the requirements for cash register theft prevention, followed by his intention to sell memory sticks. Are you planning to sell your memory sticks? Lu Chahua's brother-in-law inquired with curiosity, glancing at Zhang Chu. Given that memory prices were still on the rise, he was surprised that Zhang Chu chose this moment to liquidate his stock. Indeed, I am preparing to sell, Zhang Chu replied with a smile. The current price has significantly surpassed historical levels, and I doubt it will rise much higher. Therefore, I have decided to take action. In a few days, not only will the price not increase, but it may also decline slightly. Chapter 73. A bountiful harvest. Yes, I share your sentiment. I will accompany you and sell my stock as well. Lu Chahua's brother-in-law nodded in agreement, finding merit in Zhang Chu's reasoning. With Zhang Chu eager to sell his memory sticks, he decided to follow suit, as both stood to gain substantially. Waiting longer posed the risk of price fluctuations, and a significant drop could lead to losses. Once Lu Chahua's brother-in-law had organized matters at the store, he and Zhang Chu ventured out together, successfully liquidating all their memory sticks. Your timing is impeccable. This transaction has yielded a double profit, remarked a familiar acquaintance of Lu Chahua's brother-in-law, who approached them with a smile. This individual was also there to sell, but due to a later acquisition timing, he would earn considerably less. Fortunately, business at the computer market has been slow, and I am relying on this transaction to support my family, Lu Chahua's brother-in-law responded with a chuckle. As everyone knew, the current climate in Yangcheng was rather bleak, making business challenging. Indeed, one wonders when this situation will conclude. It was said that such occurrences would cease with the cold weather, yet rumors persist, he continued. Who knows the truth? We are only privy to hearsay. Such information is neither verifiable nor entirely dismissible, which is the most frustrating aspect. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Chu returned to the computer market with Lu Chahua's brother-in-law, greeted Lu Chahua briefly, and then drove back to Dongguan. Carrying a substantial sum of money, and given the current atmosphere of unease, Zhang Chu was reluctant to linger. It was prudent to return to Dongguan swiftly and deposit the money for safety. Initially arriving with over $1 million, Zhang Chu was now departing with nearly double that amount. For him, this represented a significant windfall. With this capital, a multitude of possibilities opened up before him. Perhaps he could even purchase several properties to hold for a decade, ultimately selling them for a considerable profit. Such is the nature of humanity. When one possesses wealth, aspirations multiply. This is indeed an era defined by capital, where financial resources enable greater endeavors. However, waiting a decade for appreciation may seem a lengthy endeavor, and he decided to proceed cautiously, remaining open to other opportunities that might arise along the way. Su Liang, your money is ready for you. Upon returning to the store, during a lull in customer activity, Zhang Chu divided the earnings from this venture between Su Liang and Huang Yan. Is this a mistake? Surely this is too much, Su Liang exclaimed, astonished by the considerable sum in his hands, still processing the rapid influx of wealth. Why don't you just give me the excess? Zhang Chu rolled his eyes in response, clarifying that Huang Yan's share was not cash, but rather a bank book. This young woman had accumulated more funds than Su Liang, thus reaping greater rewards. Is trading memory modules really this lucrative? Su Liang inquired curiously after counting his own money. Ma Xiaoyan, meanwhile, remained silent, lacking funds herself, yet her curiosity remained unquenched. You're overthinking it. It's quite similar to stock trading. There are gains to be made, but losses as well. Who can guarantee consistent profits? Zhang Chu was unconcerned that Su Liang and Ma Xiaoyan might attempt to engage in trading memory modules behind his back, as the barriers to entry were significantly higher, requiring established channels. After this bountiful haul, Zhang Chu treated several colleagues, including Shui and Su Li, to a lavish meal, subsequently turning his attention to organizing matters related to the shopping center in Gaobu. Su Liang, we need to establish the wiring and install the security door in Gaobu before the new year. Can I entrust this task to you? Is that agreeable? Sure. Is Gaobu far from Hungly? Do we have transportation there? Su Liang responded enthusiastically, invigorated by his recent windfall. Yet, enthusiasm must be tempered with practicality. Yes, there are plenty of vehicles near the shopping center. But will you have enough time to go to Hungly? Aren't you returning to the store tonight? The youthful fervor of romance can often outweigh concerns of distance and hardship. Zhang Chu, reflecting on his own past, found himself at a loss for words. Well, it's not crucial if I don't come back tonight. We can still communicate via mobile phone, right? Su Liang had purchased a phone some time ago. A brand similar to Zhang Chu's, and he had taken to flaunting it since acquiring it. Very well, do as you wish. However, exercise caution when you book a room. Avoid those small inns, as they might conduct inspections at night. Su Liang was no child. Zhang Chu recognized he could not impose strict prohibitions on his actions. Nonetheless, facilitating this rendezvous with his girlfriend warranted a degree of leniency. Yet, Zhang Chu felt compelled to emphasize certain safety precautions, for he bore responsibility for Su Liang's well-being while he worked under him. Understood. By the way, Zhang Chu, do you and Shui frequently book rooms together? How come you seem so experienced? Su Liang queried, perplexed by Zhang Chu's apparent familiarity with such matters. Given their shared work environment, I'm just giving you a heads up. I return to the store every night. When have you ever seen me spending the night alone outside? Zhang Chu retorted, rolling his eyes. In the years since arriving here, the only night he had shared a room with Shui was during an outing with Su Liang and others, and he had been inebriated at the time. As time progresses, opportunities may abound. Once I establish a stable routine akin to theirs, our outings will synchronize, making it considerably more convenient to embark on ventures together. When I was present, you were always at the shop. When I am absent, who can discern your activities? I lingered in Hungly for over a week. Su Liang chuckled in response, for such light-hearted banter posed no offense to either him or Zhang Chu. The others in the shop felt at ease, being familiar faces. My second brother is nothing like you. When you're away, he spends his nights at the shop, perpetually occupied with work, leaving him no leisure time. However, should Su Liang wish to tarnish Zhang Chu's reputation, he ought to consult Huang Yan for her consent. This young lady holds her second brother in high regard. How could she allow Su Liang to succeed in his mischief? After some casual conversation, they returned to their respective tasks. Zhang Chu aimed to finalize the contracts with Boss He and Boss Huang, subsequently sending them for confirmation. Once the first deposit is received, the subsequent work can commence. Despite the amicable relationship between the two parties, Zhang Chu would never engage in projects that required financial losses. Once such a precedent is set, it can spiral indefinitely. Moreover, Boss He and his associates are intent on expanding their branches. If one location presses for payment, others will inevitably follow suit. While the funds on Zhang Chu's end are not insignificant, they are not abundant either. Should several locations impose constraints, it would render Zhang Chu's endeavors in other businesses rather cumbersome. It is essential to note that the deliveries for the companies under Zhang Chu's purview operate on a monthly payment basis, which also places a strain on cash flow. Thus, it is not a matter of Zhang Chu lacking a sense of loyalty. Rather, he genuinely cannot afford to shoulder such substantial debts. Chapter 74. Purchasing a Property Boss. The data interface has been completed. Su Liang had only been at Gaobu for a short while, yet Ma Xiaoyan had managed to finish the data interface, taking considerably longer than Zhang Chu, likely due to her inexperience with such tasks. Let me take a look. After testing the data interface and finding no issues, Zhang Chu called Lu Wei. He then made a trip to deliver some items, which required minimal effort on his part. This delivery was akin to the one made to Yang Ming, and it was reasonable to retain a portion of the remaining payment. Upon returning to the shop, Zhang Chu noticed that the landlord was waiting for him. The landlord was not clad in his uniform, prompting Zhang Chu to recall his earlier mention of resigning. He wondered if he had indeed left his position. "Good day, landlord. Do I need to move out now?" Zhang Chu ushered him into the office, where they brewed tea and engaged in conversation. "Not about that matter. That fellow stood me up. I am no longer employed, so I have time to inquire about whether you are still intent on purchasing the property we discussed." The landlord's expression bore a hint of irritation, as the deal had been agreed upon, only for the individual to back out at the last moment due to insufficient funds. At this juncture, the landlord had just resigned, and it seemed the initial buyer's interest was likely predicated on the landlord's status, which understandably left him disgruntled. "Of course, I am still committed, but I will require your assistance with some paperwork and documentation. Otherwise, it may lead to complications in the future." After taking a sip of tea, Zhang Chu responded, stating that as long as the transaction was legitimate, acquiring this property would not pose a problem. Otherwise, as an outsider, he would encounter some difficulties in this area. Rest assured, if we come to an agreement, I can assist you with the relevant procedures. Although I am no longer in that attire, you can still place your trust in me. The landlord, smiling in response, expressed his confidence in Zhang Chu. He was preparing for an overseas transaction and had no intention of causing harm. He would not jeopardize Zhang Chu over trivial matters. After some discussion, they reached a preliminary agreement. Zhang Chu purchased the 4.5-story building for 1.2 million yuan, with the landlord agreeing to complete the necessary procedures before the final payment. Zhang Chu did not apply for a mortgage, opting for a full payment instead. He lacked connections at the local bank and did not have a stable job. Thus, securing a mortgage would be rather cumbersome. However, with nearly 3 million yuan at hand, purchasing the building outright left him with a substantial remainder. This surplus would suffice for renovating the property and covering the basic operational expenses of his company. Apart from a return home during the Spring Festival, Zhang Chu had no significant expenditures in the near term. Moreover, he was now receiving a steady income each month, alleviating any financial strain. Acquiring a 4.5-story building for 1.2 million yuan was a rare opportunity. In a few years, not only in Pingching and Yangcheng, but even in Dongguan, that amount would scarcely suffice to purchase a single apartment. Having never bought property in his past life, Zhang Chu was unaware of the nuances involved in the process, so he sought advice from individuals experienced in such matters to ensure everything was in order. The landlord proved to be quite amiable and harbored no ill intentions towards those he deemed trustworthy. His efficiency was commendable. He finalized the arrangements a day before New Year's Day, allowing both parties to conclude the transaction completely. Following the completion of the deal, the landlord took Zhang Chu to meet the various tenants, starting with the 2 storefronts nearby and then visiting the young women residing above. These women, who spent their days resting in their rooms, were dressed rather scantily when the landlord introduced Zhang Chu, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. There was little he could do. They were simply professionals in their line of work. In his past life, Zhang Chu had worked as a computer repairman in this area and had encountered women who deliberately dressed provocatively, creating quite an uncomfortable situation. Those women even teased him, suggesting he could touch them while refusing to pay for the computer repair. Each encounter left him feeling utterly helpless. Until 2014, this bustling area was predominantly characterized by such circumstances. Many young and attractive women resided here, relying on their profession for livelihood. He had also observed numerous men playing computer games at home while their wives went out to work. Zhang Chu had witnessed this phenomenon frequently and often found himself perplexed by the thoughts of both the men and women involved. The world was indeed a fascinating place, filled with perplexities that defied comprehension. Some women, upon discovering a man's lack of wealth, would effortlessly discard him for an older, less attractive yet affluent partner. Some women endure hardships silently, steadfastly following their men through trials and tribulations, never leaving despite the harshness they face. While some choose to weep in the luxury of a BMW, others find solace in laughter atop a bicycle. A man's fortune is often measured by the type of woman he can attract. Isn't that the handsome fellow from the computer shop downstairs? Has the landlord brought him to assist us with the internet connection? The girls in the room appear unfazed by the prospect of being seen. Upon noticing the landlord and Zhang Chu's arrival, they cheerfully greet them. Didn't I already acknowledge you earlier? The landlord of this building is now Zhang Chu. So henceforth, you shall direct your rent payments to him. The landlord seems rather indifferent, offering only a casual greeting before introducing Zhang Chu and ascending to the upper floors. Throughout the exchange, Zhang Chu remains silent, merely exchanging pleasantries. He refrains from voicing any thoughts at this moment, as he intends to keep the upper floors vacant for the time being, aside from the commercial space below. Though the first floor can yield a monthly rental of 1,000, Zhang Chu is reluctant to lease to those working in hotels. It is not out of malice, but rather a genuine concern for their well-being, which could reflect poorly on him. As an outsider who has merely purchased property here, he lacks the connections and influence to manage unforeseen complications. Moreover, Zhang Chu plans to renovate the upper floors, designating the 2nd and 3rd for office use, while reserving the 4th and top floor for living quarters. He has no immediate intention of altering the 1st floor, as there is a staircase that leads directly to his commercial space, which he intends to open. The adjacent makeshift iron staircase is slated for dismantlement, to be sold as scrap. In the future, he will ascend through his own establishment, ensuring a watchful eye over the premises. Brother, do you plan to settle down in Dongguan? What prompted you to purchase this property? Both Zhang Yan and Ma Xiaoyan expressed their curiosity. This building is not merely a single unit. It encompasses several floors and must be quite valuable. It is surprising that a young proprietor of a modest shop could muster such a significant sum, evoking astonishment at Zhang Chu's capabilities and resolve. Chapter 75. Industry. This is merely a property acquisition, Zhang Chu explains with a smile. The landlord wished to sell, and given the favorable location, I had some funds available. So I proceeded with the purchase. In the future, we won't have to pay rent to a landlord, but rather to ourselves. When asked about his plans for settling down, Zhang Chu admits he has not yet firmly decided. While many speak of the southern region as an ideal place for residence, he holds a differing opinion. In a previous life, such sentiments might have drawn scorn from others, dismissing him as someone unable to afford a home, masking inadequacy with excuses. However, Zhang Chu now possesses the means to voice such opinions, having secured property in the south. Who would dare label him as lacking? His future residence will depend on how his prospects unfold, though he does intend to invest in local enterprises in the meantime. Oh, should you inform your family about this? After hearing this, Zhang Yan replied affirmatively. The siblings often communicated with their family over the phone. For Zhang Yan, Zhang Chu's decision to purchase a property was a significant matter that warranted a discussion with their family. No need, Zhang Chu replied. This is merely for office use. I certainly will not be residing here. Besides, if I inform Mom, she wouldn't comprehend it anyway. Zhang Chu found himself bemused by Zhang Yan's reaction. It was not that he intended to belittle his mother, but rather that she genuinely lacked knowledge in such matters. Could you please help me print a few notices? I need to post them up shortly. The upstairs will no longer be rented out after the new year. I plan to hire someone to renovate it into an office space. What? The upstairs won't be rented anymore? That's over 3,000 yuan a month in income. Zhang Yan was taken aback by Zhang Chu's declaration. She was aware that the rent for the upstairs was 1,000 yuan. And now Zhang Chu was opting to forego that income, which amounted to several thousand yuan. We would have enough space to live here. But we will need to hire new staff after the new year, and this place won't suffice. Zhang Chu smiled and provided an explanation. He was not merely aiming to conduct business for He Laoban and his family. He intended to expand his operations and recruit additional personnel. Wang Xiaofan mentioned that a new group from their school would be arriving after the new year, likely numbering around 10. He had coordinated with Wang Xiaofan, and arrangements would need to be made for their office training. Additionally, Zhang Chu planned to hire some program developers, as he could not undertake all the programming tasks himself, and Ma Xiaoyan alone would not suffice. Oh, will you be hiring new staff next year? Our current on-site business isn't thriving, and we won't need that many delivery personnel, Zhang Yan observed, focused on the immediate business concerns. In contrast, Zhang Chu was contemplating future ventures. Their differing perspectives inevitably led to divergent viewpoints. Ma Xiaoyan, however, appeared to be deep in thought after listening to Zhang Chu, as if contemplating something significant. It was evident that Zhang Chu's plan for expansion would not center on the installation side, which had clear prospects. Earning a modest living was feasible, but advancing further would present challenges, a reality Ma Xiaoyan recognized, and Zhang Chu likely understood as well. Hiring would pertain to the supermarket cash register system. Next year, He Laoban's team would be launching several venues, and they would need to broaden their business as well. With 2 individuals required for each venue, one for the supermarket and one for the clothing store, Zhang Chu was concerned that even with this number, they might not have sufficient manpower, not accounting for the wiring projects involved. Having explored numerous channels this year, along with the connections from Boss Zhong's side, Zhang Chu anticipated a prosperous year ahead with ample opportunities, necessitating thorough preparations in advance. Hello? Just as they were engaged in conversation, Zhang Chu's phone rang. He answered and responded, "Hello, this is Xiao Zhang. Who's speaking?" "Hey, Xiao Zhang, it's Lao Li Zhongnan. I'm in Chongping today, do you have time?" The caller quickly provided context, and Zhang Chu immediately recalled who it was, his newfound fishing companion. "Lao Li, where are you in Chongping? Would you like to visit my shop?" Zhang Chu replied with a smile, realizing he needed to arrange a time to invite Zheng Sheng and Lao Li for a fishing outing. The frequent contact in this relationship is essential. Without it, it may wither away. Mr. Li must have come here for business and thought of reaching out while passing by. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, he readily agreed. He is quite familiar with this area. After Zhang Chu mentioned the location, It wasn't long before he spotted Mr. Lee's Land Rover. Zhang Chu waved at the entrance and led Mr. Lee to his office for a chat. You've set up quite an impressive operation here. Is this the only storefront you have? Li Zhongnan remarked after surveying Zhang Chu's shop. There's also an upstairs, but it's currently under renovation and won't be ready until next year. So I haven't relocated there yet, Zhang Chu replied. He took out the remaining few camellia tea leaves he had brought. While discussing his situation, he refrained from mentioning that he owned the entire building, as boasting in front of Mr. Lee would be self-deprecating. Judging by the car he drove, it was clear that Mr. Lee possessed considerable wealth. People in the South often prefer to remain understated. Those of sufficient status might drive high-end vehicles, yet many choose to drive more modest ones. Do you only sell computers and related items here? Li Zhongnan inquired, noticing the shop was primarily stocked with computer hardware. Not exclusively, we also develop software systems. Recently, we implemented a cash register system for a mall in Hungli, Zhang Chu responded. He had grown increasingly adept at brewing tea, skillfully washing the teaware and preparing the tea in one fluid motion, creating a visually pleasing experience. Your tea brewing skills are quite impressive. Do you often drink tea? Li Zhongnan asked, clearly intrigued by Zhang Chu's technique. Not really. I don't drink tea much, as it keeps me awake at night. I usually serve it only when guests come over, as they tend to enjoy it, Zhang Chu smiled, attributing his newfound interest in tea to the influence of Mr. He and Mr. Zhong, as he had seldom engaged in such activities in his past life. Are you familiar with that EAPI system? I've heard it's quite remarkable. Apparently, the mixers at our blending stations can be controlled with it. Li Zhongnan posed a question to Zhang Chu after a brief discussion. He managed a few blending stations, and a system company from Taiwan was in talks with him regarding this technology. Although Mr. Lee wasn't well versed in this area, he had heard positive feedback from his subordinates but had yet to make a decision. Remembering his acquaintance with Zhang Chu during his visit to Chongping, he thought to inquire. Indeed, however, there aren't many people engaged in this field here. It seems the industry systems are predominantly available from Taiwan, Zhang Chu remarked, furrowing his brow. It was only 2002, and the domestic blending station industry was still largely undeveloped. It was surprising that someone would approach Li Zhongnan about such matters. Yes, that's the one. It seems I've indeed come to the right person. You're quite knowledgeable about this, Li Zhongnan replied with a smile. The company reaching out to us is indeed from Taiwan, but their explanations seem rather vague, leaving me feeling uncertain. Chapter 76. Managing production with systems at blending stations. This will undoubtedly become a trend in the future. However, truly accomplishing these tasks is fraught with challenges. Furthermore, the management system from Taiwan, upon its arrival here, necessitates certain adaptations and modifications. Zhang Chu, without needing to inquire, is already well aware of which mixing station system is being referenced. He previously spent 2 years implementing for that particular company, making it impossible for him to be unfamiliar with it. Since 2002, this particular Taiwanese manufacturer has ventured into the mainland to develop mixing station systems, and it stands as the sole entity in this regard. At this juncture, the entire domestic system sector is merely nascent, characterized by its scarcity and lack of maturity. Companies dedicated exclusively to mixing station industry systems are even rarer, leading Zhang Chu to harbor doubts about the existence of any domestic counterparts, thus affirming his recognition of this company's origins. Nevertheless, the proprietors from Taiwan have always exhibited a certain frugality, offering Zhang Chu meager compensation despite his extensive travel across the nation. Often, he found himself sleeping on the floor or aboard trains. Securing hotel accommodations required him to submit housing requests. His salary was considerably low, and despite promises of project bonuses, he saw not a single cent after 2 years of service. He tolerated these grievances, reassured by the fact that all business travel expenses were reimbursed. After diligently working for them for 2 years, he had traversed the magnificent landscapes of his homeland, which had been his primary motivation for taking the job, earning a salary while indulging in a free nationwide adventure to satisfy his wanderlust. Thus, Zhang Chu is quite familiar with this industry system, though he lacks in-depth knowledge of the core architecture. His role was strictly implementation, with the development aspect being unrelated to his responsibilities. In terms of implementation, understanding the software workflow suffices, as any programming issues are handled remotely by headquarters personnel or through updates sent to the implementers, which also pertains to the structural systems. Although he may not be well versed in the system architecture, He is intimately acquainted with the interfaces of the industrial control programs. During his implementation work, he was the one negotiating data interfaces with the manufacturers of those control programs, making the entire process second nature to him. Indeed, others have shared similar insights with me. Yet I found their explanations somewhat esoteric and struggled to believe them. I shall reflect on this further when I return. Please keep an eye out for any such systems within the country. After hearing Zhang Chu's remarks, Oldley contemplated for a moment, and it indeed resonated with him. The ascent of such individuals to their current status is not without a measure of insight. While many in their line of work possess limited education and a penchant for underhanded dealings, Li Zhongnan stands out as considerably more astute. His enterprise is familial in nature. With his entire clan engaged in this field in the south, coupled with a robust network of familial connections, even those with dubious affiliations are hesitant to provoke them, allowing them to thrive remarkably. Moreover, Oldley is not devoid of education. He seems to possess a high school diploma. In his era, such an education was quite valuable, which explains his strategic vision for his mixing station. This industry is poised for a significant boom domestically, especially with the acceleration of real estate development and urban construction, leading to a rapid proliferation of mixing stations, akin to mushrooms sprouting after a rain. Currently, there are no supporting systems available domestically. However, if Bosley is interested in this system, I might be able to develop a bespoke version. Previously, I had created a similar system for someone else, but it was never promoted. Upon hearing Oldley's words, Zhang Chu recalled that Ma Xiaoyan had mentioned she had worked on a similar project, and with her experience combined with his own, they could certainly launch something akin to it. Really? You can develop it independently? Zhang Chu's capabilities were met with skepticism by Li Zhongnan, who found it hard to believe that with only 2 girls and Zhang Chu himself, they could produce a complete system. After all, those from Taiwan boasted over a decade of development experience. Could they possibly keep pace? Oldley cast a doubtful glance at Zhang Chu, suspecting he was not attempting to deceive him. We also possess experience. I have worked at a mixing station. Our development expertise is substantial, and we are high achievers. Ma Xiaoyan, please come here. Zhang Chu smiled and called Ma Xiaoyan in, encouraging her to introduce the system she had previously developed while he supplemented her insights. Oldley listened in astonishment as they spoke. Had it not been for a serendipitous moment that brought him over to chat, he might have thought Zhang Chu was merely trying to impress him. Yet, he found that much of what Zhang Chu shared was beyond his previous knowledge. Terms like primary and secondary fly ash, various classifications of aggregates, and different concrete strength grades were well known within the industry. However, Zhang Chu's insights extended far beyond these, providing him with substantial inspiration. After a while, Oldley became convinced that Zhang Chu had a profound understanding of mixing stations. As a proprietor of several mixing stations himself, he realized that his own grasp of the operational processes was not as thorough as Zhang Chu's. In fact, Oldley, even if you hadn't come, I was already planning to develop this system next year. I initially thought it would take longer for the Taiwanese market to penetrate ours, but it appears I must hasten my pace. Observing Li Zhongnan's reaction, Zhang Chu smiled. He was aware that his knowledge stemmed from the matured experiences of the Taiwanese system developed over a decade, which was undoubtedly superior to the current offerings. In this regard, Zhang Chu held an advantage. However, he was also acutely aware of his shortcomings. He currently had nothing tangible to show. It remained a theoretical concept fraught with challenges. Understood. I will return and contemplate this matter thoroughly, and I shall provide you with a response in due course. Nonetheless, you should expedite your progress and ideally present me with something concrete to assess. Li Zhongnan hesitated before refraining from immediately agreeing to Zhang Chu's proposal. He was not naive. The nascent developments from Zhang Chu would merely serve as an experimental playground for his team, and he needed to deliberate carefully. The two continued their conversation for a while longer, discussing fishing. Upon learning that Zhang Chu intended to go fishing at Songshan Lake during the new year, Oldley expressed eagerness to join him. Boss, are we indeed developing a system for mixing stations? After bidding farewell to Li Zhongnan, Zhang Chu summoned Ma Xiaoyan to his office. She seemed to have anticipated this moment, as she entered and immediately inquired about Zhang Chu's intentions. Yes, I have such plans. We will develop this system together, and upon its completion, I shall allocate you a 10% share of the profits, with additional commissions to be calculated separately. What do you think? Zhang Chu believed that if he were to assemble a separate team to create this system, he could certainly succeed, given his experience and insight in this field. However, he felt that Ma Xiaoyan, as his employee with relevant expertise would be a valuable asset. Together, they could adequately devise a preliminary version and later recruit others to refine it. Moreover, Zhang Chu harbored a subtle ambition to keep Ma Xiaoyan close, convinced that she would bring unexpected brilliance to his endeavors in the future. This plan appears sound, yet the mixing station has its limitations, particularly concerning pollution. I doubt the industry's growth will be significant moving forward. Ma Xiaoyan expressed her reservations regarding the distribution scheme, voicing skepticism about the industry's future due to its environmental impact and the inevitable restrictions it would face. I understand your concerns, however. Our objective is to sustain this for over a decade, which should suffice, especially considering the modest investment required for our joint development, Zhang Chu replied confidently. How many others are as familiar with the mixing station as I am? The costs are minimal. Once we develop the system, we can hire personnel for maintenance. Then, similar to cash register software, we can promote it widely. As long as the system proves effective, the business opportunities should be plentiful. I have faith in our ability to persevere, and as for our competitor in Taiwan, they are currently not in a position to compare with us. Chapter 77. Restructuring very well. Fortunately, I retained some recollection of the previous development, which will aid in restoring certain elements. With additional time, we should be able to accomplish this, Ma Xiaoyan considered. Contrary to Zhang Chu's assumption, she was not disinterested in continuing her work there. In fact, she felt grateful towards him. She appreciated the atmosphere of Zhang Chu's small establishment and found it quite enjoyable. More importantly, she recognized his potential. Whether in the cash register system or the prior venture of trading memory modules, Zhang Chu's vision seemed remarkably astute, piquing her curiosity. Additionally, Zhang Chu's remuneration was quite generous, especially in comparison to her peers. A workplace characterized by warmth, amiable colleagues, a supportive boss, promising prospects, and competitive pay holds undeniable allure for anyone. I overheard your introduction earlier, and it seems the previous processes had some issues. We need to start anew. Most of the previous components will require substantial revisions, Ma Xiaoyan noted. There were several discrepancies between her proposed ideas and Zhang Chu's vision, which had previously gone unvoiced due to old Li's presence, coupled with the limited scalability of their former system. We must engage in a thorough discussion regarding the entire architecture before determining the implementation of the system. This system necessitates consideration for the integration with the industrial control programs, as well as the scale at the mixing station and the monitoring of vehicles. The software developed by Ma Xiaoyan and her team lacks these essential functionalities, which were also absent in the previous mixing stations. However, Zhang Chu is aware that future mixing stations will require these capabilities, and thus, they are imperative. The scale serves as a system for reconciling accounts with raw material suppliers, where all incoming sand and gravel must be weighed before being stored. The scale operates with its own system and communication data, which can be accessed. In his past life, Zhang Chu had considerable dealings with such equipment, possessing a thorough understanding of the calibration methods employed by nearly all brands of scales. Vehicle monitoring initially involved the installation of radio frequency cards in vehicles, allowing the system to detect whether a vehicle remains on site as it passes through the radio frequency zone. The integration with industrial control programs is essential, as dispatchers at the mixing station typically do not remain in the mixing building. Production arrangements are usually communicated via phone, a method prone to errors and misunderstandings. Miscommunication may arise due to the noisy environment of the mixing building, leading to incorrect orders and disputes. If the system can be integrated with the industrial control computer, the dispatcher could simply monitor the system from the dispatch room at the entrance, overseeing the incoming and outgoing vehicles while arranging production for the mixing station. The system would provide clarity on which vehicles are assigned to which construction sites, as well as the volume of concrete delivered, thus alleviating previous complications. Furthermore, any discrepancies would be promptly reflected in the system, eliminating the need for daily shouting over the phone at the mixing building, which would significantly reduce the workload for the mixing station. To realize these functionalities, the previous software developed by Ma Xiaoyan and her team is insufficient, necessitating a complete redesign and development of a new program. Very well. Let us first finalize the architectural discussion before gradually developing the other modules. However, you must expedite the hiring process, as it will not suffice for just the two of us. Ma Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, sensing that Zhang Chu possessed more knowledge about the mixing station than she did, indicating his familiarity with the matter. With the new year approaching, Recruiting new personnel poses a challenge. After the holiday, we expect a group of vocational students to arrive, at which point we will also need to hire a few programmers. The discussion of architectural matters will be postponed as we approach New Year's Day. Zhang Chu generously granted everyone a day off, including himself. Su Liang, working on a construction site in Gaobu, had no issue taking a day off. Rather than joining Zhang Chu and the others for leisure, he chose to visit Hengli to spend time with his girlfriend. For someone in Su Liang's position, the enjoyment of companionship far outweighs any recreational outing. Given his current state, Zhang Chu harbored concerns that, by the end of the year, it might lead to dire consequences. However, it was not his place to intervene. Perhaps Su Liang's family was eagerly awaiting his return with his wife and child, as he was their only son. Without acknowledging Su Liang, Zhang Chu took Ma Xiaoyan, Huang Yan, and the 4 women from Shui's dormitory towards Songshan Lake. He then called Zheng Sheng and Lao Li to join him for fishing, while Yang Ming and Lu Wei would accompany their girlfriends and would not be attending this time. Wang Xiaofan had started a new job and had no holiday during the new year. The place where Wang Xiaofan worked was owned by Boss Huang. Zhang Chu greeted Boss Huang and introduced his cashier system to Wang Xiaofan. Boss Huang was pleasantly surprised to discover that Wang Xiaofan was Zhang Chu's classmate. Initially, he intended to recruit Su Liang, but since Su Liang declined, he was taken aback to find out that this individual was, in fact, a former classmate of Zhang Chu. This connection reassured Boss Huang, as any issues with the system could be communicated between Wang Xiaofan and Zhang Chu. As for the activities at Songshan Lake, it was rumored to be quite expansive. With the absence of the men, the dynamic in the car shifted to Zhang Chu being the sole male amongst 6 young women, creating a rather striking scene. When they parked by the roadside and the girls exited the vehicle to take photographs, many young men nearby cast envious glances at Zhang Chu. Indeed, there were numerous single men around, and here was Zhang Chu, effortlessly accompanied by such a stunning group of young women. It left one to wonder if a van could truly be a means to attract romantic interest. No one could fathom the answer to that, only envying Zhang Chu as he strolled with the beautiful girls by the lakeside before they drove off again. Zheng Sheng and Lao Li had yet to arrive, but they would call Zhang Chu upon reaching their destination. The meeting point was the same as the last fishing trip, a location that was relatively easy to find. At this time of year, many areas of Songshan Lake were not accessible by vehicle, making the search for fishing spots somewhat challenging. In the coming years, new roads would emerge, making access easier, but fishing would likely be prohibited then. Besides patrols enforcing the rules, local troublemakers might also come around to fish for extra income. After spending some time with the group, Zhang Chu took them to several scenic spots, allowing them to explore independently while he joined Lao Li and the others for fishing. Perhaps due to the cold weather, there were not many people at the usual spot. When Zhang Chu arrived, he found Zheng Sheng already there with a young woman, while Lao Li was still en route. After exchanging greetings with Zheng Sheng, Zhang Chu busied himself with preparations. As before, he set up one rod for sea fishing and another for hand casting. You seem to be doing well these days. Your complexion looks much better than last time. Why didn't your friends join you? Zheng Sheng remarked with a smile, observing Zhang Chu while he prepared to fish. Isn't it common to have a holiday during the new year? They're all busy with their girlfriends and couldn't make it, Zhang Chu replied with a smile, glancing at the young woman next to Zheng Sheng, curious about her relationship with him. This is my daughter, Zheng Shuang, who has come over from Hong Kong to enjoy some leisure time. She has found it a bit dull here, so I decided to take her fishing. Zheng Sheng, with a smile, introduced the girl beside him to Zhang Chu. This girl was quite attractive, her features reminiscent of Zheng Sheng, adorned with light makeup. The people from her side tend to dress well, while at this time, those from the mainland rarely wore makeup, except for a few girls working in hotels. Hello. Hi. Perhaps due to their recent acquaintance, they exchanged only the faintest of greetings, lacking any desire to continue the conversation. Chapter 78. A group photo. You two are incredibly fast. Have you caught anything yet? Just as Zhang Chu settled down, Old Li arrived. Upon seeing Zhang Chu and Zheng Sheng, he greeted them with a smile. I just got here and have only just cast my line. Zheng Sheng and the others arrived not long ago. I suppose our timings are quite similar. Zhang Chu responded with a smile and turned to Old Li as he organized his fishing gear. The 3 of them began to fish while engaging in casual conversation. Zheng Shuang rarely interjected, quietly listening to the trio's banter. At this moment, she seemed somewhat curious about Zhang Chu. Unable to comprehend how such a young man could share common interests with 2 middle-aged gentlemen. The scene appeared rather peculiar, especially given her father's somewhat aloof demeanor. Yet, the three conversed effortlessly, as if they shared a common bond. Zhang Chu, about that system you mentioned last time, I thought about it and found it intriguing. When do you think it will be developed? As their conversation progressed, Old Li shifted to discuss the system. His son lived in the United States and was quite knowledgeable about such matters. After returning home, Old Li contemplated the prospects Zhang Chu had outlined and shared them with his son. The concept was well regarded there, as it originated from the Americans. Upon hearing this, Old Li's son felt it was a viable endeavor. Their family owned several commercial mixing stations and was looking to expand, so this system would indeed be beneficial. We won't be able to implement it until after the new year. I need to finalize it here and conduct some tests before presenting you with the finished product. This isn't something that can be rushed, it requires time. Zhang Chu replied with a smile, indicating that he had a general idea of the framework. Last night, he had discussed it with Ma Xiaoyan, and it was promising. Yes, the integration of the weighbridge, vehicle return, and mixing plant into the system is feasible, correct? Then we could manage production from the dispatch room? Old Li nodded, realizing he might have been a bit too hasty. However, he remained particularly interested in the prospect of integrating everything, finding it quite fascinating. His son had witnessed similar systems in the States, so it was somewhat surprising to learn that such a thing could also be achieved domestically. Nevertheless, he harbored doubts, given the current market conditions in the country, which left him feeling displeased. He hoped that Zhang Chu's endeavors would indeed realize this vision, allowing him to boast to his son, who had chosen to remain abroad. Showing a lack of filial piety. The weighing scale is functioning properly. However, for the vehicles returning to the site, the tank trucks must be equipped with RFID cards. Only after being read by the sensors can their return be confirmed. Regarding the mixing tower, there are no significant issues. Which brand of mixer are you utilizing? Is it Sany, Zoomlion, or perhaps South Road Machinery, or Schwing? The mixers typically employed in mixing towers are generally from these brands, and Zhang Chu has had experience with them, feeling confident that interfacing would not pose a problem. Furthermore, when he needs to integrate the system for Lao Li, he can request the database fields from the mixer side, allowing for data synchronization and retrieval. We are using Schwing, with both 3-bin and 2-bin machines available. Upon hearing this, Lao Li's understanding of Zhang Chu deepened. He was already familiar with these brands of mixers, having consulted them during the construction of the mixing tower. Such knowledge is often obscure to the average person, with some names being quite rare. Lao Li surmised that Zhang Chu must possess considerable knowledge in this area, hence his familiarity with so many details. The number of bins does not significantly affect the system of your mixing tower. It merely requires sending commands to the equipment, which will autonomously follow these instructions for production. The term number of bins refers to the quantity mixed in a single operation, with the common configurations being 3-bin and 2-bin mixers for concrete. Zhang Chu chuckled, while Zheng Sheng remained silent, listening to their conversation. However, Zheng Shuang seemed increasingly curious about Zhang Chu. So, Xiao Chu is involved in program development? I recall you mentioning that you were focused on computer-related products, perhaps hardware sales. How did you end up in software? Seizing an opportunity when Zhang Chu and Lao Li fell silent, Zheng Sheng inquired. As he had always assumed Zhang Chu was merely in the computer parts business. I initially began with computer hardware, and I am still supplying hardware and consumables to various companies. However, competition in this field has intensified, making it challenging. Since I have some programming skills, I developed a cash register system for shopping malls. It was only when Lao Li mentioned this that I realized I could also contribute. Just then, Zhang Chu's fishing rod began to ring, and upon hearing the sound, Zheng Shuang exclaimed, seemingly quite interested in fishing. Zhang Chu quickly abandoned his conversation with Zheng Sheng, rushing to his fishing rod to test the catch. He reeled in a sizable fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds. Mine has also caught something. Just as Zhang Chu placed his fish in the net, Zheng Sheng's rod began to ring as well, prompting him to hastily retrieve his rod. Is it large? Zheng Sheng cautiously assessed the size of the fish in the water, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Observing this, Zhang Chu picked up the landing net, ready to assist. It's substantial, Zheng Sheng replied, straining as he gradually pulled the fish towards the shore, soon revealing its fin above the water's surface. This fish must weigh at least 20 pounds. At that moment, Li Zhongnan, unable to focus on his own fishing, rushed over to lend a hand. Two individuals collaborated to scoop up a fish with a net, and the creature wriggled vigorously within it. The size of the fish was indeed impressive, to be candid. Had it not been for Old Li's assistance, Zhang Chu and Zhang Sheng would have found it quite challenging to bring the fish ashore by themselves. Wow, this fish is enormous. Dad, would you like to take a photo with it? At that moment, Zhang Shuang realized the situation. Her excitement evident as she gazed at the fish they had caught. This substantial freshwater fish certainly broadened her horizons. Absolutely. This is the largest freshwater fish I've ever caught. We must capture this moment with a photograph. Xiao Chu and Old Li joined in, and Zhang Sheng responded with a hearty laugh. It weighs around 20 kilograms. It's quite challenging to haul it up alone, especially when it comes to bringing it onto dry land. Indeed, a fish of this magnitude deserves a photo. Please remember to save one for me. Old Li replied cheerfully, embodying the mindset of many anglers who delight in the thrill of a big catch. The fish Zhang Sheng had caught was no ordinary specimen. The trio grasped the fish, each holding a different part, positioning themselves together for a photo. It was a grass carp, elongated enough for the three of them to pose comfortably. After landing such a substantial fish, their spirits lifted, and their conversation became more vibrant. However, the excitement waned as the larger fish were gone, leaving only smaller catches. After Zhang Chu reeled in a couple of fish weighing a few kilograms, he decided to conclude his sea fishing expedition. His approach to fishing was quite relaxed. Once he had enough for a meal, he saw no reason to continue. Li Zhongnan was fortunate as well, having caught 3 fish weighing around 7 or 8 kilograms. Each of them had also managed to catch several smaller fish weighing under a kilogram. As the hour grew late, the three made plans to meet again for a chat before each returned home. Zhang Sheng did not mention how he intended to handle the large fish, nor did Zhang Chu inquire. After tidying up, Zhang Chu called Huang Yan and her friends. It seemed they had been engrossed in their activities without reaching out to him. When he had gone fishing, he had given Shui some money, intending to cover all their expenses for the day. However, he assumed that their expenditures would be minimal. How are you all doing? Which scenic spot are you at now? The phone line was somewhat noisy, filled with the sounds of laughter from several girls, indicating they were having a delightful time. We're playing bumper cars. Come pick us up, Zhang Yan replied, providing Zhang Chu with an address. However, he felt a twinge of disdain for the game they were playing. At this age, they are still indulging in bumper cars? That is a pastime for children. He reflected on his own childhood, which had revolved around fishing or catching mice and pulling grass for pigs, activities that seemed far removed from the entertainment of today. Chapter 79. The pregnancy childhood memories vary greatly across different eras. His generation's youth has ultimately faded into the past. Nowadays, children in the countryside are no longer engaged in pulling grass or catching mice, each one a precious rarity. Many families today have only 1 or 2 children. And with the improvement in living standards, it is rare for parents to have their children engage in certain activities. Upon arriving at the venue, Zhang Chu noticed several girls emerging from the bumper cars, eagerly lining up for the carousel. Brother, wait a moment. We want to ride again, they exclaimed. After one round, Zhang Chu expected the girls to approach him, only to find them queuing for a second ride, which elicited a bemused chuckle from him. He was aware of Zhang Yan's fondness for carousels. Despite being a young lady, she could spend hours on one without growing weary, a trait Zhang Chu had witnessed in her before. You may play as long as you desire, provided the venue permits, Zhang Chu mused, glancing at Zhang Yan. He noticed Shui appeared equally excited, prompting him to find a nearby seat to watch them enjoy themselves. Zhang Chu held little interest in such amusements. His passions lay in outdoor activities, such as swimming, hiking, and traveling, alongside fishing. Amusement parks failed to captivate him, especially since he suffered from acrophobia, rendering him unable to partake in exhilarating rides like roller coasters or Ferris wheels. The mere thought of them caused anxiety, leading to physical discomfort and profuse sweating, an unpleasant predicament. Besides the thrill-seeking attractions, there were few other games to engage in at the amusement park, which explained his infrequent visits. Brother, why not join us on the carousel? It's quite fun, Zhang Yan called out. Zhang Chu lit a cigarette, observing the girls as they played. Zhang Yan even greeted him, encouraging him to participate. Shui smiled at him, but he quickly waved his hand, asserting that as a grown man, he had no inclination to partake in such activities with the girls. How was your fishing trip today? Shui inquired as she spotted him watching. Quite well. Dinner is sorted, he replied, recounting his catch of a few-pound grass carp and a sizable bighead carp, noting that there were plenty of bighead carp in that area, ensuring a consistent yield. As the carousel spun, Zhang Chu shared his modest success with the girls. The area was relatively quiet, with fewer people compared to previous visits. and today he had fished alone, resulting in a lesser haul than before, just 2 large fish and a few crucian carp, but still sufficient for their dinner. After sharing a meal together, Zhang Chu took the girls to explore the nearby shopping mall in Hongli. The festive occasion, coupled with the onset of cooler weather, had generated a bustling atmosphere. Ah, Xiao Chu has arrived. Come, come, come. Join us for tea. I've recently acquired some exquisite pu'er, called out Boss He and Boss Huang, who were delighted to see Zhang Chu and warmly welcomed him, showcasing all their available merchandise. The girls received generous discounts during their shopping spree, much to their delight. Su Liang was also present, accompanying his girlfriend at the checkout, while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Su Li was seeing Su Liang's girlfriend for the first time. Had it not been for the fact that Su Liang's girlfriend was at work, she would have approached her for a pleasant conversation, eager to bond with her sister-in-law. It seemed that today's business would break records. The revenue from the opening days could not possibly compare to that of today. Zhang Chu, however, had little interest in shopping and preferred to remain in the office, engaging in conversation with the 2 bosses. Due to the chilly weather and the approaching new year, the mall was indeed thriving. Is it truly possible that today's revenue exceeds that of the opening days? Huang, the boss, expressed his skepticism. In my clothing department, we once sold over 400,000 in a single day. Hearing this, Huang found it hard to believe. Shall we place a bet? I wager that your clothing sales today will be between 6 to 8 million, Zhang Chu replied with a smile. On second thought, let us not gamble. I recall that he bet with you before and lost. If I were to wager with you, I would likely face the same fate. I won't fall for your tricks, Huang chuckled, shaking his head. They had great faith in Zhang Chu's insights, and the bustling activity in the mall was evident to them. After the new year, Zhang Chu dedicated some time alongside Ma Xiaoyan to redesign the architecture of the mixing station system. The remaining time was spent with each of them taking charge of various modules, preparing to develop the system. This work was rather tedious, involving hours of coding and testing in front of their computers. Additionally, Zhang Chu had to deliver goods daily whenever his clients required supplies. He would drive to fulfill their needs. Time passed swiftly. Once Su Liang completed the wiring at Gaobu, he returned to the store and discreetly pulled Zhang Chu aside. My girlfriend is pregnant. Could you speak to Boss He and request that he allow Yaling to leave early? Zhang Chu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It was not unexpected. It's not even New Year yet, and you're already bringing life into the world, he thought. Boss He will undoubtedly permit your girlfriend to leave. However, it's understandable that he might feel displeased about losing a trained cashier. Observing Su Liang's conflicted expression, Zhang Chu smiled. This guy was new to the game and still had much to learn. His nervousness was somewhat unwarranted. Boss He would certainly not be difficult with a pregnant woman. He might feel a slight irritation, but there was no need for Zhang Chu to intervene. Oh, I see. Yaling wishes to resign before the new year, and we plan to hold the wedding during that time. She will stay home to give birth afterward. I have already informed my family. Su Liang sighed in relief upon hearing this. As long as Boss He did not make things difficult for his girlfriend. His concern was that this situation might lead to Boss He developing an unfavorable view of Zhang Chu. My mother consulted an astrologer who indicated that this year lacks an early spring and an auspicious sign. However, the 8th day after the new year is favorable for our wedding banquet. When shall we return to work? The timing for work is not pressing. Your marriage is paramount. You should return only after the banquet, Zhang Chu replied. Your speed is astonishing. It hasn't been long since this tragedy unfolded. Zhang Chu shook his head, at a loss for words regarding Su Liang. Bound by the responsibilities of a wife and children, every decision he contemplated required extensive consideration. He had yet to fully embrace his youth, and now he found himself a father, burdened with the weight of his responsibilities. This realization struck him as somewhat unjust, a disservice to himself. Su Liang, after hearing this, merely chuckled foolishly, offering no response. Perhaps there was a certain joy in marrying and having children early, a perspective that Zhang Chu, who struggled to find a partner in his previous life, was not in a position to critique. What is the status of your relationship with He Shui? When do you plan to marry? Let us wait. She is still in class, and I have my own commitments. We'll reassess the situation next year. Zhang Chu could not provide a definitive answer, as the matter of marriage required He Shui's consent. However, having been single for an extended period in his past life, he now genuinely desired to marry sooner rather than later. There was a woman in his heart, and perhaps in this life, they were fated to be apart. Thus, he resolved to cherish the one before him, refraining from overthinking. Make haste, then. You found a girlfriend before I did. Yet now you're trailing behind in marriage and children. Su Liang seemed to take delight in this revelation, showcasing his perceived advantage over Zhang Chu. He appeared to have given little thought to the implications of married life, perhaps indicative of his inherently optimistic nature. Does your sister know about your marriage? As their conversation unfolded, Zhang Chu recalled Su Li. Su Li was a year older than both Zhang Chu and Su Liang, and still single. He pondered how she would react to the news of Su Liang's marriage. Of course, after Yiling became pregnant, I called her. Upon calling home, my parents were overjoyed. How could they not be? After Su Liang graduated from middle school, his parents began seeking a suitable match for him nearby. Otherwise, he would have been working long ago. Unfortunately, no suitable match materialized, which led them to allow Su Liang to work temporarily, hoping he would find a wife outside. Many parents shared this mindset, with some even stating that financial struggles were inconsequential as long as their sons brought home a bride. To their surprise, it had all come to fruition, and now they had a grandson. How could Su Liang's parents not be ecstatic? He was their only son, and they were counting on him to continue the family lineage. Very well, I will speak to Boss He on your behalf. When she resigns, I shall arrange for her to stay with us for a while. During the new year, we can all return together, and you can purchase some items for the banquet. Zhang Chu contemplated this arrangement and then advised Su Liang, wary of the young man's impulsiveness. Take it easy during this time. With a woman pregnant, be cautious. Understood. Su Liang replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Do you think I'm not aware of such matters? Is there anything you know that I do not? Observing Su Liang's reaction, Zhang Chu shook his head. Ah, the youth of today, heedless of the wisdom of their elders. Impulsiveness can be a devil. Can you really control your urges? In his past life, this fellow had indeed caused quite a stir, resulting in his wife spending several days in the hospital. Thankfully, the child was unharmed, yet the incident had become a source of ridicule. Zhang Chu, why must the materials here be categorized into so many varieties? Upon returning to the store, Su Liang no longer requires Zhang Chu's assistance with the deliveries. Now that this fellow has obtained his driver's license, he can help Zhang Chu with the errands. Zhang Chu, meanwhile, is focused on refining the system for the mixing station alongside Ma Xiaoyan. This time, they are utilizing a framework that is relatively easier to maintain, allowing for simpler modifications should any content require changes. This is indispensable, as each location varies, necessitating different materials. The cement is no exception. In the southern regions, a particular brand is predominantly used, while the northern areas differ, with variations in gravel and sand as well. After listening to Ma Xiaoyan's inquiry, Zhang Chu smiled and provided her with an explanation. These insights stem from his 2 years of hands-on experience, so there should be no issues. Ma Xiaoyan and her team had previously developed a system for a mixing station in the south, but it was merely one station, leaving her with limited knowledge. In truth, to fully realize the system, numerous factors must be considered. Zhang Chu also needs to visit Old Li's mixing station to discuss matters with their personnel for a more comprehensive understanding of the specifics. Moreover, the materials differ between the south and north, as well as between the east and west. Gravel can be classified into pebbles and crushed stone. These are two distinct types with different mixing ratios. Sand, too, varies, including sea sand, river sand, and manufactured sand. Even with the same strength, such as 30-grade concrete, the proportions differ based on the materials used. Furthermore, the format of the test reports at this stage also differs from what Zhang Chu is accustomed to, necessitating his awareness of these details and their specific parameters. When supplying concrete from the mixing stations to large construction sites, test blocks must be produced, and a report for each type of material must also be provided. Should the system be utilized, these elements will subsequently need to be generated within it. Zhang Chu must ensure the system is refined, thus requiring clarity on these matters. As the preliminary framework of the system neared completion, the Spring Festival was fast approaching. After his girlfriend resigned from her job, Su Liang took a few days off to accompany her to her family home. They were preparing for their upcoming wedding, so it was only natural to pay a visit. It was essential for him to meet his future in-laws. Otherwise, how could they possibly know who their daughter was marrying? What should one prepare for meeting the future mother-in-law? On the eve of his departure, Su Liang, visibly anxious, approached Zhang Chu for advice. Recently, he had been somewhat on edge, even smoking more than usual, abandoning his previous carefree demeanor. What do you expect me to say? If you ask me, who should I ask? I'm still courting my girlfriend. I haven't even proposed yet. How would I know what to prepare for a visit to the in-laws? Nevertheless, one can hardly go wrong with food. Zhang Chu rolled his eyes at the thought. What could he possibly know about such matters? However, he kindly offered a suggestion. It was said that young men from their area should be able to eat when visiting their future in-laws. This adage was one Zhang Chu had often heard. Typically, the future mother-in-law would present a generous bowl of rice noodles adorned with a few poached eggs. The prospective son-in-law, upon seeing this dish, must not frown nor refuse to eat. He must consume every last morsel. Otherwise, my mother-in-law would disapprove. How could someone who cannot eat be expected to contribute, let alone ensure a good life for her daughter? This was a prevalent notion among the younger generation of Zhang Yang's era, where prospective sons-in-law were obliged to adhere to such customs. It was not that I doubted your understanding. I merely sought your counsel. Aware that he had perhaps approached the wrong person, Su Liang responded with a sheepish remark. Bring along some fine cigarettes when you meet your wife's relatives. Regardless of familiarity, it is wise to offer a cigarette first. Be cordial to everyone. It will serve you well. Zhang Chu contemplated this advice and reiterated that such an approach would be universally beneficial, maintaining a pleasant demeanor and sweet words would shield one from misfortune. As the new year approached, the streets buzzed with discussions revolving around holiday schedules and travel plans. Ma Xiaoyan, will you return home with us? I can drive you part of the way, making your journey back to the hometown more convenient. Zhang Chu was no exception. His schedule was relatively flexible, allowing him to arrange his time as he saw fit. With the spring festival drawing near, Zhang Chu promptly outlined his holiday plans. From the 25th day of the lunar month until the 10th of the following year, he would enjoy a generous break. On the 27th, his family would be moving into a new home, and all relatives were expected to attend. Zhang Chu's family would depart on the afternoon of the 25th, arriving home the following day. Furthermore, Su Liang's wedding was scheduled for the 8th day of the new year, an occasion Zhang Chu could not afford to miss. Su Liang and his wife, along with Huang Yan, would accompany Zhang Chu, leaving only Ma Xiaoyan behind. I will not be returning home for the new year this year. Ma Xiaoyan, having earned a substantial salary over the past 2 months, had more than enough for her return, with some savings remaining. Zhang Chu had also provided commissions for her work with data interfaces and in the shopping mall. However, to Zhang Chu's surprise, she shook her head and declined the invitation to celebrate the new year with them, her expression tinged with melancholy. Zhang Chu, noting her demeanor, refrained from probing further. Each individual who chose not to return home for the new year harbored their own reasons, often difficult to articulate. Zhang Chu had once felt the same, which rendered him particularly empathetic to her sentiments. There was no need for persuasion. Ultimately, she would come to her own understanding and realization. Very well. I will leave you the shop keys when the time comes. It will be more convenient for you to cook there. However, as a young woman spending the new year alone here, please prioritize your safety. Su Li and her colleagues would also have a break starting on the 25th, but they would return to work on the 8th of the new year. This date was particularly favored in the southern regions, with many companies choosing to resume operations then. Yet, due to Su Liang's wedding on the 8th, she had requested additional leave, planning to join Zhang Chu afterward. He Shui would not be returning home for the new year either. Given the considerable distance, she typically returned only once every few years. Zhang Chu had initially considered inviting her to celebrate with him, but she declined. Her aunt's family would be celebrating in the area, and it had already been decided that she would spend the holiday with them. Furthermore, she had yet to disclose her relationship with Zhang Chu to her family. I plan to discuss our situation with my aunt during the new year and gauge her attitude. My aunt is quite amiable, and my uncle was the one who encouraged her to seek employment. Water, feeling a tinge of regret for not being able to return home with Zhang Chu for the new year, acknowledges the necessity of introducing their relationship to their families now that it has stabilized. However, her aunt had already invited her to celebrate the new year at her place. Last year's spring festival was similarly spent at her aunt's home, where she works in Chang'an, previously at the same factory as Water. Well, it's settled. We should hasten our wedding to prevent Su Liang from flaunting in front of me, Zhang Chu remarked with a chuckle. In truth, he did not feel an urgent desire to marry. Rather, he believed that when one meets the right person, it is preferable to solidify the relationship. The sentiment once having traversed the vast ocean, one finds it hard to value mere water, made Zhang Chu cherish this notion even more. Meeting the right person at the right time and settling matters accordingly seemed just right. Wang Xiaofan's holiday for the spring festival commenced significantly later than Zhang Chu's. as he would not begin his leave until the 29th day of the lunar month, thus preventing him from returning home with Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu was unaware of the situation concerning Lu Siwen, as he had not frequented this area since the May Day holiday. It appeared that he had called Su Li a few times, but she hardly paid him any attention, leading to a lack of further communication. According to memories from his past life, Lu Siwen had earned a considerable amount of money over the past 2 years, boasting upon his return home. Zhang Chu vividly remembered seeing him flaunt his wealth in their previous life. This year, Lu Siwen had sent a substantial sum home to construct a new house and had purchased a motorcycle to exhibit his success among the young laborers. "Hey, Xiao Chu, when will you return home for the new year?" Zhang Yong called while Zhang Chu was arranging his holiday plans. This marked the first time he received a call from his brother since acquiring a mobile phone. Zhang Yong seemed to be doing well for himself, and, as the eldest son, he was not particularly inclined to engage with Zhang Chu and Zhang Yan. Though Zhang Chu and Zhang Yan had called him several times, he had been indifferent. "We will return on the 25th from Dongguan. What about you? When are you going back?" After answering the call and glancing at the number, Zhang Chu realized that his brother was also using a mobile phone, despite previously providing a landline number. "We also start our holiday on the 25th. But train tickets are out of the question. Only bus tickets are available. This year, bus tickets here are hard to come by. How about your side?" Zhang Chu had not informed his family about his plans to drive back, nor had he mentioned it to Zhang Yong. Therefore, Zhang Yong was unaware of Zhang Chu's intention to return home by car. His inquiry was solely about ticket purchases for the new year. "We're driving back. If you can't secure a ticket, you can take a bus from Xiangshan to Chongping, and we can go together. There will still be space available." Chapter 81. A tragic scene. Is that so? Well then, I will take a bus to Chongping. You must remember to reserve a seat for me. I can pay a deposit in advance, and I will settle the rest when I arrive. Zhang Yong presumed that Zhang Chu was merely riding in a familiar acquaintance's vehicle, unaware that Zhang Chu had purchased his own car. In his mind, Zhang Yong perhaps still envisioned Zhang Chu as someone tirelessly striving to earn money. Zhang Chu had opened a computer store in Chongping, a fact Zhang Yong had heard from his mother. It was said that he had made a decent profit, contributing all the funds for the family's new house. Consequently, Zhang Yong faced a reprimand from his mother, leading him, albeit reluctantly, to send some money home. After all, returning to live in the old house would be quite embarrassing. Zhang Chu, cognizant of this situation, thus softened his demeanor towards Zhang Yong. Otherwise, given Zhang Yong's demeanor, Zhang Chu would have long disregarded him. "Rest assured, your seat will be reserved for you. Just remember to arrive early." Zhang Chu had 3 siblings, and alongside Su Liang's family, there were 6 individuals in total. Zhang Chu's car could accommodate 7 passengers, leaving 1 extra seat available. With his own vehicle and no one else expressing a desire to carpool back, Zhang Chu felt no concern that Zhang Yong would lack a seat. Thus he spoke with certainty. As for Zhang Chu's father, they were oblivious to the circumstances there. Lacking any telephonic contact, communication with home relied solely on written correspondence. Based on past experiences, Zhang Chu's father was expected to return home by the eve of the Lunar New Year, a consistent pattern regardless of financial success. Moreover, irrespective of the comfort of the journey, it seemed Zhang Chu's father possessed the means to make it home. Therefore, the affairs over there were beyond Zhang Chu's concern or control. With the new year approaching, they would be apart for over half a month, a prospect that weighed heavily on Zhang Chu's heart. "I will miss you dearly," he professed. Since ancient times, emotions have been intertwined with farewells, especially during the melancholic autumn season. Although he bore a somewhat mature emotional age, it did not hinder Zhang Chu from indulging in sentimental expressions to charm his girlfriend. As the days drew closer to their return home, his focus on work waned, consumed by the desire for time to hasten. In contrast, He Shui and her colleagues were exceedingly busy, working overtime daily in preparation for the Spring Festival holiday. The two could only occasionally share a late-night meal near He Shui's factory and converse briefly, as other pursuits seemed unattainable amidst their hectic schedules. "It's just half a month, it will pass swiftly. We managed to endure longer before we met," he reassured her. Besides, with the feasts of the Spring Festival awaiting them, there was little room for such contemplations. He Shui, amused by Zhang Chu's exaggeratedly sentimental words, playfully pinched his arm and responded with laughter, their relationship now bearing the tender familiarity of an old married couple. After their late-night meal, should the weather permit, they would stroll along the couple's path behind the restaurant, embracing each other tenderly before reluctantly parting ways. The official holiday would commence on the 25th, with most employees not required to work the night of the 24th. Zhang Chu's New Year provisions had already been purchased by Huang Yan and Shui, leaving him only to carry them home. The 24th was considered a minor celebration in Zhang Chu's hometown, marked by a family reunion dinner. Shui and Su Li had come to partake in the small reunion feast at Zhang Chu's place before he escorted Shui to Chang'an. They would depart the following afternoon, waiting for Zhang Yong to join them, and anticipate arriving home around midnight. This posed no significant issue, as they would all travel together, and the vehicle could reach home even in the late hours. "Don't go back tonight," Zhang Chu suggested. By the time he dropped Shui off in Chang'an, it was already past 9 in the evening. Upon arriving at their destination, Shui did not alight from the vehicle. Instead, she bit her lip and addressed Zhang Chu beside her. "Will your aunt and the others be worried?" Zhang Chu, reluctant to return, had been holding back for half a year. This rare opportunity was not to be squandered. After hearing Shui's words, he hesitated and asked, "I'll call her later to say I have something to attend to tonight and will come by tomorrow morning." Shui rolled her eyes slightly, a hint of special allure gracing her countenance. This stirred a sense of excitement within Zhang Chu, suggesting that tonight they might indulge in a feast. His heart ignited with fervor as he drove ahead, seeking a decent hotel for the night. The arrangements for the evening, or perhaps a few encounters, seemed to glimmer with promise in his mind. Yet, he pondered whether his youthful vitality would falter at a crucial moment. These thoughts flickered through Zhang Chu's consciousness. Room check. Room check. While lost in contemplation, Zhang Chu parked beside a seemingly respectable hotel. Just as they were about to exit, a throng of security personnel surged forth, creating a ruckus near the rental units and hotel, disrupting the surroundings and jolting Zhang Chu from his reverie. Frustration bubbled within him, prompting an expletive to escape his lips. "Damn it!" Shui glanced outside, her expression darkening. Zhang Chu shared her sentiments. What was wrong with these people, causing trouble just before the new year? "Hey, what's going on here? Why are they causing a fuss right before the holidays?" Zhang Chu rolled down the window and inquired of a nearby passerby who was muttering under his breath. Such occurrences seemed peculiar. Typically, actions like this were not taken at this time. Something happened during the day, and these fellows, having nothing better to do, are stirring up trouble for us. Hoping to make some extra cash for the new year, the passerby replied, only feeling emboldened to speak as the commotion moved towards the hotel. Otherwise, he would not have dared to converse, as those individuals were not known for their good intentions. "You folks should leave quickly. This situation is bound to escalate. It's likely that hotels in town without connections will be scrutinized." Damn it! Zhang Chu felt even more disheartened upon hearing this. Did this not imply that their chances were utterly dashed? With so many hotels in town, who could discern which had connections and which did not? The inspections were stringent, especially for couples without marriage certificates living together, with no allowances for mere boyfriend-girlfriend arrangements. If caught, they would be treated as if involved in some illicit activity and face fines. Zhang Chu could not afford such risks, nor could he bear the humiliation. They were not clandestine lovers. "I'll take you to your aunt's doorstep. Use my phone to call her and have her come pick you up." He tapped the steering wheel in frustration and turned to Shui. A splendid opportunity had slipped away. This was truly infuriating. Who knew when he would have the chance to indulge again? All right. Shui, equally exasperated, accepted the situation, realizing there was little they could do. Upon arriving at the destination, after Zhang Chu concluded his phone call, he embraced Shui and kissed her fervently. He then watched her as she disembarked, carrying her belongings. Shui's aunt and uncle came out to greet her, and after observing their reunion, Zhang Chu honked the horn before driving back to Chongping. Just moments ago, he had remarked that she would not return this evening. How had she managed to come back? It was a slight to his dignity. Upon returning to the shop, he found that his companions had yet to rest, and the storefront remained open. Su Liang and his girlfriend had arrived from their hometown. She was barely showing signs of her early pregnancy. The fellow had been warmly welcomed by his father-in-law, and upon his return, his demeanor had noticeably brightened, his face adorned with a smile. Seeing Zhang Chu's arrival, Su Liang expressed mild surprise. What a splendid opportunity it was. How could Zhang Chu have refrained from taking his companion to a hotel? Was there perhaps an issue with him in that regard? Su Liang scrutinized Zhang Chu, yet found no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Zhang Chu appeared much the same as always, with no discernible change. Do you think everyone is like you? Zhang Chu retorted, somewhat annoyed by Su Liang's remarks. Although his expression remained neutral, a flicker of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. Such a fine opportunity had slipped away. How could he feel content? Ma Xiaoyan, are you truly not returning home for the new year? Su Liang's girlfriend was present, and he had indeed gotten her with child. At Zhang Chu's inquiry, Su Liang found himself at a loss for words, all his thoughts swallowed in silence. Fortunately, Zhang Chu only touched upon the matter, shifting his attention to Ma Xiaoyan without further exposing Su Liang's vulnerabilities, leaving him unsure how to counter Zhang Chu's insinuations. Chapter 82. Transformation. I won't be going back. I called home and explained the situation, informing them that I must work overtime during the new year. Ma Xiaoyan replied coolly upon hearing Zhang Chu's words. Her decision not to return home stemmed from unexpressed hardships, matters that only time could mend. Despite her talents, she was still young and stubborn regarding certain issues, and no one could assist her in that regard. Very well, I shall give you the keys to the shop. Observing her unwavering resolve not to return home, Zhang Chu refrained from further comment and handed Ma Xiaoyan the keys, entrusting her to oversee the shop during the festive period. The shop held little of significant value, merely some small accessories and office supplies, along with a few old computers. The sole valuable item, a laptop, Zhang Chu intended to take home for personal use. He had no concerns that Ma Xiaoyan would liquidate the store's contents. He trusted his judgment and believed she would not act in such a manner. When did you learn to drive? Zhang Yong, having taken the earliest bus, arrived in Chongping shortly after 11 in the morning. Zhang Chu drove to the station to pick him up, and they prepared to return to the shop. They planned to have lunch there before setting off, traveling from Chongping to Yangcheng and then onto the national highway. At that time, the Jingzhou Expressway had yet to be completed, and they would be taking National Route 107 on their journey home. At this moment, the roads were not as congested as they would be in the future. Private vehicles were still relatively few. If all went smoothly, they would reach home in about 7 to 8 hours. Zhang Yong, noticing that Zhang Chu had come to pick him up in a car, could not suppress his curiosity. It had been a year since they last met, and his younger brother seemed to have changed quite a bit. He was already capable of driving. After asking a few questions and sensing Zhang Chu's indifferent demeanor, which hinted at some underlying discontent, Zhang Yong chose to remain silent. He assumed that the car was borrowed from someone else, so he did not pay much attention, merely intrigued by how Zhang Chu had acquired the ability to drive. Given that there were no cars in their hometown, "Elder brother, you've arrived." Upon reaching the shop, Zhang Yan greeted Zhang Yong. The others also acknowledged him. As Su Liang and Su Li, the siblings, were familiar with Zhang Yong. "Let us eat. We'll leave once we finish," Zhang Chu stated. Having brought everyone over, he noticed that Su Li and the others had already prepared the meal, so they hurriedly ate. Afterward, they packed their belongings into the vehicle. "I won't say much more. Just be sure to take care of yourself while you're here." As they were about to leave, Zhang Chu reiterated his concerns to Ma Xiaoyan, genuinely uneasy about the local safety, prompting him to offer additional reminders. "Don't worry," Ma Xiaoyan replied with a smile. "I can simply stay indoors, buy all the groceries at once, and lock myself in for half a month. Wishing you all a safe journey." Though she was not a little girl and knew how to take care of herself, Zhang Chu's concern still touched her. "Su Liang, you drive the first stretch. I'll rest for a bit. Once we reach Yangcheng, I'll take over," Zhang Chu instructed, realizing that Ma Xiaoyan had already made arrangements. He tossed the car keys to Su Liang, who had only recently acquired his driving license, and felt confident letting him handle the road for a while. However, once they reached Yangcheng, Zhang Chu intended to take control, as he did not trust Su Liang to drive the remainder of the journey. "Is this car yours?" At that moment, Zhang Yong finally realized that the vehicle contained no outsiders. It was just them heading home. Clearly, the car could not belong to anyone else but Zhang Chu. "Yes, my second brother bought it a few months ago," Zhang Yan remarked, casting a curious glance at Zhang Yong, who had always assumed he was aware of Zhang Chu's new possession. Zhang Chu has really accomplished a lot. Hearing Zhang Yan's words, Zhang Yong felt a pang of discomfort. Not only had Zhang Chu bought a mobile phone, but also a car, all without informing him, leaving him, as the elder brother, feeling rather unsettled. Yet, he had not considered that Zhang Chu's willingness to engage with him was already quite commendable, and he should not expect more. Zhang Chu, who had overheard Zhang Yong's comments, feigned ignorance. After the meal, feeling slightly drowsy, he decided to take a rest. The improvement of their relationship depended on Zhang Yong's own transformation. If Zhang Yong continued to behave as he did in the past, Zhang Chu would likely remain distant. Observing Zhang Chu's silence, Zhang Yan began to share more about him with Zhang Yong, while Su Li chimed in to provide additional details about Zhang Chu's experiences in Dongguan. The more Zhang Yan spoke, the more discomfort Zhang Yong felt. Zhang Chu had not only become a small business owner and purchased a car, but he had also hired several individuals to assist him, establishing a considerable operation. In comparison to his time working as a painter in Xiangshan, earning a mere few thousand a month, Zhang Chu undoubtedly eclipsed him in terms of success. At times, individuals become complacent when their own circumstances are favorable, reveling in their own fortunes while neglecting their siblings. However, upon realizing that Zhang Chu was faring even better, Zhang Yong felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. Reflecting on his own past endeavors, he suddenly recognized that after all these years, he had achieved nothing, only feeling a profound sense of failure. Previously, both the villagers and his mother, along with relatives, had praised his high salary, urging him to save money and improve the household. He had never taken their words seriously, as long as he was enjoying life. Now, with his younger brother thriving and his sister also doing well, Zhang Yong found himself sidelined, which evoked an indescribable sensation within him. Whom could he blame for this? When Zhang Yan had ventured out to seek employment, he had been unable to assist her. Instead, she had found a position in a small factory through someone from their village. Later, when Zhang Chu needed funds for high school, where was he? It seemed that in one night, he had squandered an entire month's salary, leaving him unable to support Zhang Chu's education. Subsequently, when Zhang Chu sought work, he could not offer any help, and Zhang Chu had to follow others to Dongguan to find a job. Ironically, prior to this, someone from their village had approached Zhang Yong, speaking highly of him, and he had chosen to assist someone else. Could Zhang Chu not harbor resentment towards him? As Zhang Chu rested with his eyes closed, he remained oblivious to the complex expressions on Zhang Yong's face in the back seat. He never anticipated that today's experiences would lead Zhang Yong to such reflections. The journey from Dongguan to Yangcheng would take over an hour. At this time, there was neither the Guangshan line nor the Guanxin line, only ordinary routes. The voices of the passengers were subdued, as Zhang Chu was asleep, and they refrained from disturbing him. Soon, Zhang Chu would need to drive, allowing the others to rest. They were familiar with such arrangements from their previous travels. In truth, Zhang Chu was reluctant to fall into a deep slumber, as he needed to keep an eye on Su Liang. Zhang Chu, we are approaching Yangcheng. It's south, your turn to drive. Upon seeing a roadside sign, Su Liang pulled over and roused the sleeping Zhang Chu. Su Liang was unfamiliar with the roads to Yangcheng and worried about veering in the wrong direction. All right. Zhang Chu awoke, surveyed the surroundings, and then switched places with Su Liang, taking the opportunity to light a cigarette. I'll turn on the music, otherwise, I might doze off as well. At that moment, the roads were not highways, so stopping by the roadside posed no issue. After disembarking, Su Liang also lit a cigarette, rolling down the windows and turning up the music. Neither felt a strong craving for smoke. They merely felt a bit drowsy and exchanged a cigarette. They did not smoke in the car, as Su Liang's girlfriend was pregnant.